In a twist of fate, Yingchen finds himself reborn a decade into the past, embarking on a new path as a necromancer, awakening a unique system that allows him to plunder attributes from slain monsters, which can also empower his summoned entities. In his previous life, driven by familial love and romantic affection, he endured humiliation and neglected his training, ultimately leading to his disdain and abandonment by friends, family, and lovers alike, leaving him to struggle in solitude. This time around, he is resolute in his ascent to greatness, determined to sweep through realms and uphold the honor of humanity. However, his former fiancée, who had never regarded him with respect in his past life, now weeps and implores him to reconsider, while his family, who once dismissed him, seeks his return to the fold, revealing the harsh truth that in this world, strength reigns supreme. With combinations such as Skeleton Warrior, Melee Mastery, Celestial Manipulation, Soul Frenzy, Death Berserker, and Ghostly Entity Physical Transformation, Critical Strikes, Shadow, Traversal, Shadow, Illusionist. He contemplates the potential of a Bone Dragon, Silicon-based life, Skeletal Metamorphosis Mastery of Firearms' overwhelming power. The powerful professions they covet pale in comparison to his skeletal might. They believe the Necromancer's weakness lies in his corporeal form. He chuckles, for while his summons may possess a mere 3 or 4 attributes, he himself harbors over 100. Are they truly certain that he is the one with a weakness? As the guardian of humanity entrusts Yingchen with the future of their race, and the Lord of Purgatory scoffs at the notion of losing to a mere necromancer summon, the Supreme Celestial King offers allegiance in hopes of sparing his kin. The goddess of the Void Shadow Realm expresses her willingness to serve him, longing to warm his bed each night. Seated upon his throne of bones, Yingchen declares to the myriad realms, I shall command all existence, controlling life and death at my whim. Who dares to defy me? An unending tide of undead calamities emerges from his command. Chapter 1. Rebirth and the binding of the attribute Plundering System. We shall annul our engagement. Let us not meet again, proclaimed a girl clad in a white gown, her frosty demeanor betraying no warmth as she fixed her icy gaze upon Yingchen. Yingchen stood bewildered, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings, instinctively reaching for the dual pistols that had been his constant companions, only to find nothing. As he focused, he recognized the familiar figure before him. Yingchen? Is it possible that I have been reborn? Is this the very day she sought to dissolve our engagement? A surge of elation filled his heart. Yingchen, why are you dazed? I'm speaking to you. I have awakened the S-rank talent Extreme Cold Flame. Our futures, it seems, are destined to diverge, she pressed, a flicker of pale ice flame dancing at her fingertips. Very well. Let's part ways then, Yingchen replied, his voice hoarse, before turning to leave, leaving behind a stunned Yingchen and a gathering of onlookers reveling in his misfortune. Has Yingchen lost his mind? He truly agreed to break off the engagement with Yingchen? Everyone knows he has been trailing after her for 5 long years, one bystander remarked. What difference would it make if he didn't? Despite being the young master of the Mo family, his meager talent is hardly worthy of Yingchen's bright future, another chimed in. Yingchen paid no heed to the gossip behind him. Young master of the Mo family, is it? Huh. He thought bitterly, his steps unwavering that in this new life, he had no time to squander with such trivialities. There were far more significant matters at hand. Beep. Congratulations, host. Rebirth successful. Bound to the attribute plundering system. By defeating elite level targets or higher, you may plunder their attributes. System name, Attribute Plundering System. Current attribute, Firearm Enhancement. Firearm Enhancement. He enhances firearm power by 5. The attribute Plundering System? Yingchen felt a flicker of confusion. What is this? Firearm Enhancement? Isn't this the talent I awakened? How has it transformed into an attribute? Could it be? A thrilling hypothesis began to stir within him. If his conjectures bore fruit, his plans for ascendance would certainly require adjustment. Yet, the immediate priority remained. He must change his class. As an ordinary individual, he would be incapable of defeating even the most basic of monsters, let alone plunder attributes. Yingchen made his way toward the Mo family estate. There are things I must retrieve from the Mo family, and as for the identity of the young master, let whoever wants it have it. Even a dog is of more value. Upon entering the Mo family gates, he found the security guards, cleaning staff, and his sister, who was leisurely applying nail polish on the sofa, all ignoring him entirely. Outsiders might assume that he had returned to the Mo family as a privileged young master, basking in wealth and receiving the family's full support with an abundance of training, resources at his disposal. But such notions were merely illusions. As he swept his gaze around, he stepped into the cramped stairwell compartment where he had resided for the past 5 years. Indeed, Since being recognized as a member of the Mo family and brought back from the orphanage, he had lived in this small space, with no one ever genuinely caring about his existence. His presence merely served as a facade for the Mo family's public image, a proof that they were not devoid of compassion. The confined area barely accommodated a worn single bed and a makeshift clothes rack. Is this what you think of as wealth and privilege? I truly do not understand how I endured so many years after changing classes in this miserable place. How foolish was I to believe I could move my indifferent father and arrogant sisters to compassion? What a laugh. Gathering his meager belongings, a mere 2 articles of clothing and 1,000 yuan he had painstakingly saved over the years, Yingchen departed without a backward glance. In the following days, the Mo family would scarcely notice his absence. Yingchen hailed a cab to the 5th district. He distinctly recalled that on the day Yunshi sought to dissolve their engagement, a purgatory squad leader had been cast into the 5th district through a temporal rift, only to be swiftly eliminated by the city's defense system. That a passerby had discovered a purgatory crystal on his body, selling it for a staggering 100,000 yuan. That fortunate soul had even appeared on television, exclaiming, 100,000 yuan, just in time to solve my pressing needs. Yingchen scoured the narrow alleys, searching for the fallen purgatory squad leader. At last, he spotted a towering figure, bloodied and battered, beneath a dilapidated eave now. I merely need to wait for the defense system to detect and eliminate him, he thought, concealing himself in the shadows, scarcely daring to move. Suddenly, the imposing figure sniffed the air, as if sensing something. With a grin, he turned toward Yingchen's direction. Human. Cold sweat instantly drenched Yingchen's back. Discovered. Run. He turned to flee, understanding that he stood no chance against the purgatory squad leader, even in his current state of injury. Before he could act, the figure spoke again. Begone. A mere human dares approach the noble purgatory clan. Today, I am in a good mood. I shall spare your life. Now, begone. Yingchen hesitated. Something felt amiss. Was the adversary attempting to intimidate him? What a joke. The purgatory clan is renowned for its chaos and bloodlust. That shouldn't they seek to eliminate him outright? Summoning his courage, Yingchen stepped closer, finally noticing the gaping wound in the figure's chest, nearly splitting him in two. Unable to move? On the brink of death? His years of combat experience from a past life allowed Yingchen to swiftly assess the situation. Perhaps he could try. The defense system had yet to respond. Reliance on others was futile. A mere captain of a dying purgatory squad, resurrected to face life anew, yet he dares not ascend the heights of the myriad realms. Yingchen extracted a steel pipe from the clutter behind him and advanced towards the towering figure before him. Despicable human. What do you intend to do? Seek death, perhaps? Yingchen paid no heed to the adversary's taunts, bringing the steel pipe crashing down upon the gaping wound that bled profusely. 1 strike. 2 strikes. With each blow, the captain of the purgatory squad howled in agony. You have forced my hand. Then let us perish together. With the last vestiges of his strength, the purgatory captain lunged at Yingchen, yet in his dying state, he could muster no trace of purgatory power. He could only rely on his dwindling energy in a desperate attempt to strangle Yingchen. This is bad. He still has the strength to move. Yingchen cursed his oversight inwardly. Struggling against the suffocating sensation, he discarded the steel pipe, collapsing to the ground to relentlessly kick at his opponent's wound with his feet. Congratulations, host, for slaying an elite-level target and acquiring the following attributes. Dual Soul, Innate Divine Might. Dual Soul, mastery of 2 branches of specialization simultaneously. Innate Divine Might, double strength, attributes. Please proceed to the attribute repository for fusion. Cough, cough, cough. Time passed, though its measure was unknown to him. As Yingchen slowly regained consciousness, he beheld the lifeless form of the purgatory creature beside him, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Indeed, before my class transfer, even a purgatory captain, stripped of all power and relying solely on residual strength, proved beyond my capacity to contend with. Had it not been for the captain's excessive blood loss and waning strength, Yingchen would have met his end on this, the first day of his rebirth. What a disgraceful media, and scrupulous in their reporting. Where's the city defense system? Such utter nonsense. Brushing off the dust from his attire, Yingchen collected the purgatory crystal that had fallen from his opponent and turned to leave. The following day, in a bright classroom, Yingchen occupied a seat by the window, appearing to gaze vacantly ahead. In truth, he was engrossed in the study of the 2 attributes he had acquired the previous day. Dual Soul, mastery of 2 branches of specialization simultaneously. This it is invincible, and this is merely the first day since binding my system, and I have obtained such an attribute. The future. Yingchen's heart surged with excitement. In this world, all individuals awaken their talents at the age of 18. The nature of their awakening can vary widely. Some may awaken a legendary blade, transitioning into a swordsman, capable of cleaving through the vast expanse with a mere stroke of their sword at the pinnacle of their training, erasing space itself. Others may awaken the passive ability to manipulate time, reducing skill cooldowns with each ordinary attack, becoming shadowy assassins, their daggers gleaming as they reap countless otherworldly lives. Of course, the majority awaken talents that are rather mundane, such as a rolling pin or a kitchen knife. Then there are talents like Yingchens, which possess a modicum of utility, a low-tier enhancement talent. Better than nothing, I suppose. Talents are categorized from E, D, C, B, A, S to the nearly mythical god level. After awakening, one must transition into a class 3 days later, acquiring professional abilities and unlocking a cultivation system. In his previous life, Yingchen awakened an E-level rubbish talent, enhancing firearms, and transitioned into a gunslinger profession. Each profession requires the selection of a branch specialization upon advancing to the first tier. However, in Yingchen's recollection, each individual could only choose one branch. At the very least, he had never witnessed anyone mastering 2 systems concurrently. Now, with the emergence of dual soul, his understanding was fundamentally altered. To put it plainly, this is akin to possessing dual professions. The disparity between different specializations can be monumental. Consider the 2 specializations of a sorcerer. An elemental sorcerer resembles a mage, renowned for their ferocious spells, while a transformation sorcerer integrates monstrous bodies into their own, engaging in combat. Chapter 2. In my previous life, I was sufficiently devoted. In this life, I yearn solely for the enhancement of my strength. The fusion of divine soul dual entries commenced. Yingchen mused inwardly. Ding. The entry has been fused. Was it truly that simple? Yingchen had yet to fully comprehend the situation when he sensed a subtle transformation within his soul. The fusion concluded before he could even process it. Currently, he had not yet transitioned his profession, let alone delve into any specialization. There was no avenue for research. Yingchen redirected his thoughts towards another entry. Innate divine strength, B doubles strength attributes. A straightforward yet brutal effect, which posed a dilemma for Yingchen. As a reborn individual, he undoubtedly had a preordained path in mind. Yet, within that plan, there was no option for reckless close combat. This entry was of no use to him. He pondered its potential, contemplating the profession he was about to choose. A thought flickered in his mind. He subsequently shook his head. Even the finest ideas could only be validated post-transition. Seated behind Yingchen, Yingchen prodded his back with his finger. Brother, did you truly agree to annul your engagement with Yingchen yesterday? Yingchen turned to regard his childhood best friend, nodding softly in affirmation. Impulsive, my brother. That is Yingchen, the belle of our school, coveted by countless admirers. I heard that since you consented to the annulment, that scion of the Zhao family has been grinning from ear to ear. Moreover, Yingchen has awakened an S-grade talent. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, she is destined to be a pinnacle figure in the Dragon Nation. And you chose to give up now? How foolish. Is it not sweeter to live off her success? Yingchen let out a bitter smile. Zizi, you fail to understand. In this merciless world, strength is the ultimate truth. Everything else is but ephemeral. In his previous life, he had been sufficiently devoted. In this life, he sought only the enhancement of his strength. He had experienced this matter firsthand before. At that time, he had naturally refused to annul the engagement. From the moment he was brought back to the Mo family 5 years ago, his father had arranged for him to be betrothed to the princess of the Xia family. Initially, he hesitated to agree. After all, as a child raised in an orphanage, he pondered, what is love? He did not understand. All he yearned for was to remain with his family, to savor the warmth he had never known. Yet, the instant he laid eyes on Yingchen at the engagement banquet, he was ensnared. Love at first sight. Such a thing transpired without reason or forewarning. Yingchen fell madly in love with Yingchen. For 5 consecutive years, he devoted himself entirely to her care. He would procure breakfast in the mornings, buy cold drinks on hot days, and prepare sweet ginger water during her menstrual cycle. These were merely the basics. If Yingchen casually mentioned a craving for the soup dumplings from the next block, Yingchen would skip class for an entire morning, stand in line for 3 hours, and meticulously conceal the dumplings within his clothing to ensure they remained warm for her. To put it plainly, he embodied the archetype of a devoted suitor. In his heart, he thought, is there any wrongdoing in caring for my future wife? In his past life, when Yingchen proposed the annulment, he had clung desperately to her, playing the role of a tragic lover to stave off her decision. He continued to love her deeply. Yet, in the end, what was the result? He squandered an immense amount of time that could have been spent honing his skills over trivial matters. By the time Yingchen ascended to a 6th-tier profession, he had barely grazed the threshold of the 4th tier. When Yingchen joined the human army's assault into the Shadow Plane, he lacked even the qualification to participate. After that, he never saw her again. High-tier professionals would not deign to waste time on low-tier ants. Even after his subsequent rise to prominence, forming bonds with brothers who would stand by him through thick and thin, and encountering a true confidant, he reflected on these memories. his hand slowly drifting to his heart. It felt as though it still bore the remnants of a heart-wrenching pain. Ultimately, the outcome and the wound that pierced his heart informed him. What brothers? What confidants? These were but another dream. A school announcement interrupted Yingchen's reverie. Raising his gaze to the classroom's arrangement, a faint smile graced his lips. Thankfully, heaven had afforded him another chance. In this life, if I can ensure your well-being, it would be a disservice to my rebirth. The school announcement resonated once more, disrupting Yingchen's thoughts. Students of Class 2 from the 3rd year, please proceed in an orderly fashion to the square for your profession transition, led by your homeroom teacher. Standing at the podium, the homeroom teacher, Chen gazed at the expectant faces of the students below and began, Dear students, I understand many of you feel disheartened for not awakening high-level talents. However, talent does not represent everything. After transitioning, you will unlock the vocational system, granting you infinite possibilities for self-improvement. Moreover, there have been instances of individuals with seemingly inferior talents ultimately becoming formidable figures within our race. So, my dear students, strive forth. May you ride the winds and break the waves, unafraid, and forge the backbone of our humanity. His words ignited a fervor among the youth. Who among them did not harbor dreams of rising against the odds? What if their talents were lacking? Diligence could compensate for shortcomings. After transitioning, they would surely defy fate and reach the pinnacle. Yet, Yingchen understood all too well that while Chen Yun's words held truth, the harsh reality remained. Without a strong talent to accompany their vocational transition, ascending to a high-tier profession would be an arduous endeavor. He was perhaps the most qualified to speak on this matter, having once succeeded against the odds with a lackluster talent. But how many coincidences and narrow escapes had paved his path? Only he knew. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Yingchen observed the excited students in the square with a discerning eye. Before him, a towering phantom of a temple flickered in the sunlight, exuding an ancient bronze hue. Its surface etched with mysterious runes that pulsed with a soft blue light. The spire reached toward the heavens, seemingly connecting with the sky, emanating an aura of ancient mystique. The Transition Temple. It was said that the temple's true form resided in the ancestral grounds of humanity in Kyoto, and all youth transitions relied on its projection. Chen Yun, noticing the students' growing impatience, offered one last piece of advice. Upon entering, the temple will present you with 3 vocational options based on your talent. Among these, there may be rare or hidden professions. If such a rare or hidden profession appears, I strongly advise you to select it, as experience shows these professions are significantly more potent than standard ones. Should you find the 3 options unsatisfactory, feel free to choose any foundational profession for your transition. Before Chen Yun could finish, the impatient Yin Jiping interjected. Got it, old classmate. Of course, anyone would choose a hidden profession if one appeared. No one is foolish enough to pass that up for a basic profession. You don't need to remind us. Chen Yun shot Yin Jiping an exasperated glance, yet acknowledged the truth in his words. No one was that naive. His concern had led him to act out of turn. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the adjacent square where Class 1 of the 3rd year was situated. The entire square trembled with excitement. Whoa, a hidden profession? Is Xia Yunqi in there? Truly, she is the pride of our school. Flame Sword Immortal. What a magnificent profession. From the name, it must be related to fire. It perfectly aligns with Xia Yunqi's talent. Just look at her. An S-grade talent awakening, and now a hidden profession. With this configuration, she is bound to secure a spot at Kyoto University this year. Surely, this is a certainty. This setup is nearly the pinnacle of configuration. If one cannot gain admission to Kyoto University with this, what hope does anyone else have? Suddenly, a colossal phantom of a flaming sword materialized in the sky above the crowd. In an instant, the heavens erupted with extraordinary phenomena, petals bursting forth like flames, transforming into specks of golden light as they fell. Goodness, is this a celestial phenomenon? Does Xia Yunqi's synergy with the profession of the Solar Sword Immortal run this deep? Yingchen gazed at the spectacle unfolding in the sky, realizing that Xia Yunqi had successfully transitioned to the Solar Sword Immortal. Such celestial phenomena appear only when there is an exceedingly high affinity between the transferee and the profession. Moreover, statistics reveal that all transferees who experience such phenomena, regardless of whether their professions are ordinary, rare, or hidden, become titans in their respective domains, barring those who falter midway. Yingchen, it is your turn, stop dawdling. At Chen Yun's urging, Yingchen strode confidently into the Transmutation Temple. The moment he stepped into the temple, a wave of sacred and ancient energy washed over him. The interior of the temple was astonishingly vast, with walls adorned with countless grand reliefs of various practitioners. The figures in the reliefs appeared lifelike, sorcerers wielding staffs, warriors brandishing swords, archers drawing bows, and priests wielding staves. Each statue emanated a faint halo, as if narrating the glory of their past. Standing on the circular platform in the center of the temple, Yingchen took a deep breath. I, Yingchen, request to select a profession. His voice reverberated throughout the expansive hall. In an instant, the surrounding reliefs began to glow in succession, blue light flowing like water among the statues. Yingchen furrowed his brow. This scene was somewhat different from his recollection. In his previous life, the light within the temple had been steady and gentle. Yet at this moment, the radiance surged and clashed among the statues, as if searching for something. What is happening? The light within the temple grew increasingly intense, ultimately coalescing before him into 3 resplendent columns of light. Within the columns, 3 ethereal figures began to take shape. The first column housed a demon hunter draped in a dark red cloak, brandishing a crossbow and radiating an aura of death. The second column featured a mage clad in a robe, surrounded by various elements, seemingly commanding the very fabric of nature with every gesture. The third column showcased a berserker wielding a massive axe, enveloped in a tempest of bloodlust and combat fervor. This is impossible. Yingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Information about the 3 professions unfolded before him simultaneously. Death Hunter, a demon hunter wielding the power of death, employing mortality as a weapon to pursue all evil. Elemental Master, a wielder of elemental forces, capable of conjuring storms and commanding nature. Bloodrage Berserker, an awakened descendant of ancient barbaric bloodlines, growing stronger with each battle. Yingchen inhaled deeply, his gaze settling on the soul twin entry of the Plunder System. Contemplation washed over him as he considered the implications of his choice. Chapter 3. Abandoning the hidden profession, transitioning to a necromancer. The 3 professions before him were entirely different from those he had drawn in his previous life. He distinctly recalled that he had selected the basic professions of gunslinger, warrior, and doctor last time. There were absolutely no hidden professions. Yet in this life, destiny offered him an entirely new choice. In this moment, he suddenly recalled the celestial phenomenon that had accompanied Xia Yunqi's transition. Back then, he had merely observed with detached interest. Now, however, his choice would determine the trajectory of his future. The power of death, mastery of the elements, or boundless combat fervor. Yingchen closed his eyes, memories of his past life flooding his mind. Those betrayals, those wounds, those haunting recollections. When he opened his eyes, his resolve had solidified. In this life, he would forge a different path. I choose. Yingchen raised his head and proclaimed loudly to the temple. Outside the temple, as Yingchen selected his profession, the onlooking students erupted in stunned exclamations. Did you see that? The temple is shining like the sun. This brilliance is tenfold brighter than when Xia Yunqi transitioned. What profession has Yingchen drawn? It cannot be. Yan Jiping's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the temple. What extraordinary luck is this? The murmurs grew louder. Are you sure it's Yingchen inside? That kid must have hit the jackpot, drawing 3 hidden professions simultaneously. What a waste, a hidden profession squandered on this incompetent clown. Not to mention, with his pathetic E-grade talent, no hidden profession could possibly benefit him. Death Hunter, that profession is so cool. The Elemental Master is even stronger. I've heard they can command all elements. The Bloodrage Berserker is formidable too, growing stronger as they fight. This scene is astonishing. Drawing 3 hidden professions simultaneously has never occurred in history. Xia Yunqi stood among the crowd, her usually cool demeanor betraying a flicker of emotion. But it was merely a fleeting moment. A hidden profession is nothing special. She possesses one too, an S-grade talent, no less. Just luck, drawing 3 hidden professions. What of it? Talent is ultimately what matters. He is but an ant. The crowd continued their chatter. Which profession do you think Yingchen will choose? I wager on the Bloodrage Berserker. After all, it's the epitome of brute strength and a man's romance. Don't be ridiculous. Yingchen, that coward? He would probably select the Death Hunter. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the 3 radiant beams of light hovering above the temple. All understood that soon, apart from the beam Yingchen selected, the other 2 would extinguish and reintegrate into the temple. Golden runes flowed across the temple's surface, reminiscent of serpentine dragons. The discussions crescendoed, only to abruptly cease in the next moment. The runes on the temple's surface suddenly froze, as if time itself had come to a halt. Yet, it was but a fleeting pause. Then all 3 beams of light extinguished simultaneously, merging back into the temple. Silence enveloped the area, an oppressive stillness. All present stared in bewilderment, their minds blank. What is happening? Has the temple malfunctioned? All 3 beams extinguished? Impossible. Such a thing has never been heard of. Among the crowd, a bespectacled boy suddenly widened his eyes. Wait, I have an idea. All gazes turned to him in unison. Unless Yingchen has relinquished these 3 hidden professions. What? The crowd inhaled sharply. Are you saying he chose a basic profession? Madness. To forsake 3 hidden professions? At that moment, the sky darkened abruptly. Thunderclouds rolled, lightning flashed, and countless skeletal phantoms emerged from the ground, drifting in the air. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of death. Is this a celestial phenomenon? Impossible. Yingchen did not select a hidden profession, but rather a basic one. And he chose correctly? Does he possess a profound affinity with this basic profession? What manner of divine being can resist the allure of hidden professions in favor of a basic one? What basic profession did Yingchen select? This celestial phenomenon is so oppressive, steeped in death's essence. There are so many basic professions, even within the dark category. How can one possibly guess? It's time to change our attitude toward Yingchen. He is bound to become a major player, and forging an early alliance would be wise. Everyone recognized that since a celestial phenomenon had manifested, it indicated Yingchen's choice was indeed correct. After all, hidden professions do not necessarily imply invincibility. But a celestial phenomenon signifies that, barring unforeseen circumstances, Yingchen would inevitably rise to prominence among humanity. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Congratulations to young Master Zhao for successfully transitioning to the Great Dark Mage. The crowd turned toward the voice, witnessing Zhao Hao stepping out of the temple's illusion from Class 3. As he appeared, the celestial phenomenon in the sky gradually dissipated. So that was it. A moment of clarity washed over the astute observer. It is the manifestation of Zhao Hao, not Yingchen. Songming timely echoed. I said it. How could a waste who forsakes a hidden profession possibly provoke the wonders of heaven and earth? Songming continued to deliver his jibes. Mocking laughter erupted in waves. No one could fathom why someone would abandon 3 hidden professions to choose a basic one, unless that person was a fool. Yingchen, this useless wretch, truly squandered the potential of 3 hidden professions. With his paltry talent, even a divine profession would be a waste. Xia Yunqi furrowed her brows as she gazed at the sky, a flicker of unease in her clear eyes dissipating entirely. A waste is merely a waste. To forsake a hidden profession is to let slip the only opportunity to defy fate. She whispered softly. Xia Yunqi felt no desire to linger any longer and turned to leave. As she exited the temple, she could feel the derisive gazes of the crowd. Yingchen could not be bothered to pay them any mind, seeking a quiet corner to stand in silence. The system prompt flickered before his eyes. Congratulations, host, for transitioning to Necromancer. The system interface gradually unfolded before Yingchen, revealing his attribute information within a pale blue glow. Name, Yingchen. Profession, Necromancer. Traits, Enhanced Firearms, E. Soul Duality, S. Level, 0 Tier 1, 000. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Constitution, 2. Spirit, 3. Skills, Skeleton Summon, Damage Amplification, Bone Spike. Skeleton Summon, summon a skeletal warrior to fight for you. Damage Amplification, increases all damage taken by the target by 10, lasting for 10 seconds. Bone Spike, sharp bone spikes erupt from the ground, dealing physical damage. There were no HP or MP, all skills were driven by spirit. The number of skeletons he could summon depended on how much spirit he could bear. A slight smile graced his lips, and a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. A necromancer, one who commands death and manipulates the undead. This was the power he desired. Memories from his past life told him that hidden professions were not necessarily the strongest. Compatibility was key, and the necromancer was undoubtedly the profession best suited for him. How laughable, Yingchen scoffed coldly. Let them mock him. When the day of his rise arrives, their expressions will be most entertaining. He had important matters to experiment with. At that moment, in the square, many newly transitioned students were testing their newly acquired skills. The school did not hinder this behavior, as these were merely basic skills that wouldn't cause significant destruction. Skeleton Summon. Yingchen closed his eyes in concentration, his spirit extending like threads toward the ground. A ghostly green light materialized beneath his feet, splitting the earth open, fragments of white bone emerging and swiftly assembling. In no time, a skeletal warrior wielding a rusty sword stood before him, its eerie green eye sockets flickering with strange light. Yingchen eagerly opened his trait Plundering System. He endowed the skeletal warrior with the trait, Innate Divine Strength. A command surged through his mind, directed at the system. Yingchen's heart raced with anticipation. If the trait could indeed be imparted to the summoned skeletal warrior, his chosen path as a necromancer would undoubtedly soar to great heights. The trait Plundering System's library shimmered. A light visible only to Yingchen flowed from his eyes into the skeletal warrior's body. The skeletal warrior's frame visibly expanded, originally standing at about 1.5 meters. It now towered over Yingchen at nearly 2 meters. It worked. A wave of excitement washed over Yingchen, observing the skeletal figure, now distinctly unique. He commanded it back into the summoning space. Skeletal warrior. Trait, Innate Divine Strength. Level, 0 Tier 1. Strength, 4. Agility, 2. Constitution, 2. Spirit, 2. Powerful. These attributes surpassed those of other basic melee professions. Apart from lacking skills, this skeletal warrior was essentially a template for a brute warrior. Moreover, the trait must have doubled its original strength attributes. As the skeletal warrior's power increased, the benefits from that doubling would also grow. Eventually, it would far outpace other melee professions of the same level. Not to mention, he could bestow countless traits upon it in the future. Yingchen felt an upsurge of excitement. Choosing the necromancer was undoubtedly the right decision. Chapter 4. The times have changed, my lord. Yan Jiping suddenly approached Yingchen from behind, giving his shoulder a hearty slap. Chenzi, what are you thinking about? Yingchen, in an exceptionally good mood, found the sight of the plump boy before him particularly pleasing. He fantasized about when he would break through the myriad realms and marry a goddess. Yingchen looked bewildered. Wait, bro, have you gone mad from this job transition? Just listen to what you're saying. You're only level 1, and you're talking about marrying a goddess? Did those 3 hidden professions really get to you? Chinzi, it's not that I don't trust you, nor am I mocking you. Just tell me, why did you give up the hidden professions? Yingchen smiled faintly. It wasn't that he didn't want to explain. It was that with rebirth and his system. How could he elucidate that? Wouldn't it just land him in trouble? Do you trust me? I do. Yingchen nodded vigorously. If you trust me, then don't ask. Yingchen, among all the students, perhaps knew Yingchen the best. Not to mention, his intelligence was undoubtedly exceptional, consistently maintaining the top position in the entire school as proof. To put it simply, aside from matters concerning Xia Yunqi and the family, Yingchen handled everything else with remarkable clarity. As for the topic of moving on, Yingchen suddenly had a thought, and, with a look of pride, asked Yingchen, guess what profession I transitioned to? Yingchen nodded, already aware, paladin. Yingchen's smile widened. Haha, bro, you've indeed been keeping an eye on me. You must have seen me outside the temple, right? A rare profession, I'm truly lucky. Yingchen silently rolled his eyes. He had been entirely focused on bestowing traits upon his skeleton and had no interest in Yingchen. However, he naturally knew that in his previous life, Yingchen had indeed transitioned to being a paladin. Speaking of Yingchen, his chosen profession was rather ordinary, not much to discuss. However, his talent certainly had its own story. All-inclusive, B, injects power into a target, allowing it to receive healing when it attacks. But it also places the target in a vulnerable state. This talent, on the surface, seemed to be a healing skill. However, the vulnerable state meant that anyone under its effect would suffer a 100 increase in damage taken. The plump boy had suffered scorn and ridicule due to this talent in his previous life, to the point that he nearly forgot about it during the early stages of his career, relying solely on the paladin's expertise in holy light for healing in parties. Until one fateful day, this little genius had a breakthrough during a monster wave siege, unleashing his talent on a boss. The damage inflicted by the defending humans doubled, leading to a swift defeat of that boss in a single burst. Thus began the plump boy's rise. With a B-grade talent, he became a national treasure, directly supported by the authorities. When it came to boss strategies and output issues, it was always, call the plump boy. Yingchen wore a peculiar expression, contemplating whether to inform him in advance of this talent's unconventional application. After some thought, he decided against it. That period of darkness had been a trial in itself. In any case, following the normal trajectory, he will inevitably become a national treasure. Cherish this period of self-reliance. All the students from Class 2 of the 3rd year have completed their job transitions. Please exit in an orderly manner. The announcement interrupted Yingchen's thoughts. I'll head out first, fatty. See you tomorrow. All right, brother. The school is organizing a novice dungeon tomorrow. I'll take you along, Yingchen replied before swiftly departing. Wait, what class did Chinzi choose for his job transition? I forgot to ask. Never mind, I'll find out tomorrow. The following day, Yingchen stood somewhat anxiously at the entrance of the novice dungeon. He was surprised to find himself sleepless the previous night. Who would have thought that a mere job transition could provoke such excitement? He finally drifted off around 4 or 5 in the morning, only to be awakened shortly thereafter by the hotel's wake-up service. Yingchen had booked a luxurious suite with the money he earned from selling infernal crystals. He glanced at Yingchen, who, like him, wore dark circles under his eyes. The two exchanged silent looks. Damn it, if even justice can be late. Why can't I sleep for just 10 more minutes? Chinyin approached. All right, today marks your first entry into the dungeon. I won't bore you with the usual talk. The novice dungeon isn't overly difficult. It's primarily designed for you to familiarize yourselves with your new skills post-transition. However, I strongly advise you to include at least one healer in your party. After all, life is precious. Each of you has 3 entries. Form your teams as you wish. A group of boys and girls began to form teams freely. Wow, look, Class 1 Xia Yunqi has chosen to solo. So confident. Look, Zhao Hao, who also caused a stir, is over there forming a team. Upon hearing the chatter about him, Zhao Hao felt a wave of disgust. Why are you all staring at me? I'm a mage, and I don't need a team to start. I can handle it solo. Yingchen approached Yingchen. Bro, let us team up. With you, we'll have 5. Yingchen felt warmth in his heart. He had stood there for quite a while without anyone acknowledging him. He hadn't expected Yingchen would genuinely come over to team up, if memories served him right. It was also Yingchen who had formed a team with him on this same day in his past life. Why take him along? He is useless. Anyone else would be a better choice. Indeed, not only is he useless, but he also lacks common sense. Opting for a basic class instead of one of the 3 hidden professions. I fear my IQ might drop if I team with him. Yingchen heard the grumbling from a few teammates, his face growing awkward as he prepared to explain. No need, brother, I want to try soloing. Without waiting for their astonished reactions, he walked straight to the dungeon entrance and chose to enter. Wait, Yingchen is also attempting to solo? What can he do as a basic class? He is just looking for a spectacle. He'll probably come running out in disgrace soon. Meanwhile, Upon entering the dungeon, Yingchen swiftly summoned two skeletons, one large and one small, from the summoning space. The larger skeleton, empowered by divine strength, had been named Dali by Yingchen. Dali and the ordinary skeleton stood beside him, providing a sense of security. The Necromancer class is renowned for its suitability for solo play, and rightly so. I have the support of minions and a sturdy tank. Yingchen drew two handguns he had hurriedly purchased the night before. Times have changed, my friend. Do you really think a novice mage can rely solely on the skills they've just mastered for damage? With just two skills, your mana will be depleted, requiring a break before you can cast again. Firearms are far more convenient, with no resource cost and damage comparable to basic spells. However, they are best for the early stages. As everyone's level increases, spells will undoubtedly become more powerful, except for some specialized classes. Chapter 5. The first monster is an elite. Yingchen surveyed the dungeon environment. Each novice dungeon was randomly generated. It was said that they were crafted from fragments of the world captured by powerful humans, designed specifically for the training of newly transitioned players. Before him loomed a great mountain, the trees not particularly thick. The sounds of insects and birds filled the air. A forest? Beast-like monsters? Yingchen commanded the ordinary skeleton to scout ahead, with Dali providing protection. Suddenly, a robust wild boar burst forth from the underbrush, its tusks gleaming ominously, and its crimson eyes locked onto the ordinary skeleton. With a low growl, it charged, kicking up clouds of dust. The ordinary skeleton's frail form stood no chance against the wild boar's impressive speed. With a resounding crash, the ordinary skeleton was sent flying. Yingchen immediately raised his handgun and fired 3 shots in quick succession. The bullets struck the wild boar, embedding themselves deep within its tough hide. An elite monster? Yingchen began to question whether he had made a grave error in his choice. Encountering an elite monster right at the start? This was supposed to be a novice dungeon. After all, there was likely only one elite monster throughout the entire dungeon. Dali swiftly charged forward, sword in hand. Its joints creaking, it swung its bony arm, striking the wild boar's head. Not a bad sword. I'll find you a more suitable weapon when the opportunity arises. Swords are rather delicate for you. In pain, the wild boar retaliated by tossing its head, but Dali was prepared. Discarding the sword and seizing the boar's tusks with both hands. Using its innate divine strength, it firmly restrained the beast. The wild boar struggled violently, its front hooves clawing at the ground in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet, Dali's bony fingers, like iron nails, embedded themselves deep into the wild boar's flesh, rendering it immobile despite its frantic thrashing. Seizing the moment, Yingchen aimed his handgun at the wild boar's vital points and pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bullets rained down, blood splattering everywhere. The ordinary skeleton also rushed forward, its iron sword targeting the wild boar's neck with rapid strikes. Amidst the barrage of bullets and sword strikes, the wild boar let out a final anguished cry before crashing to the ground. Congratulations, host, for defeating an elite-level target. You have acquired the following trait: Tough Hide. Tough Hide. C increases your resilience, offering no other benefits. Please proceed to the trait library to fuse it. Name: Yingchen. Class: Necromancer. Traits: Firearm Enhancement, E. Soul Duality, S. Level: 0th tier, Level 1, 207. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Vitality, 2. Mentality, 3. Skills: Skeleton Summon, Damage Amplification, Bone Spike. One elite monster had directly granted him 20 experience points. Not bad. Yingchen approached, kicked the wild boar's corpse, and a flash of white light caught his eye. Did it drop equipment? Boar Tuskbone Sword, White, Attack, 23, Strength, 1. Yingchen placed the boar Tuskbone Sword into Dali's hands, discarding its previous bone sword. This looked much more fitting. Equip the Tough Hide trait to the skeleton warrior. With a command, the trait acquisition system glimmered. A faint white light began to spread from the top of the skeleton warrior's skull downwards. Dense patterns appeared on the surface of its bones, gradually swelling and reshaping. The originally slender frame transformed into a sturdier and more robust form, with every bone thickening by a third. Ultimately, the skeleton warrior's overall size increased significantly, making it appear even more formidable. Yingchen nodded in satisfaction. From now on, you shall be called Iron Guard, designated to absorb damage for the team. Skeleton Warrior, Iron Guard. Traits: Tough Hide. Level: 0th tier, Level 1. Strength: 3. Agility: 2. Vitality: 3. Mentality: 2. Yingchen felt a surge of confidence. Let us go onward. 2 individuals, accompanied by their skeletal companions, continued their relentless pursuit of monsters within the dungeon. Defeated a wind rabbit, earning 1 experience point. Defeated a slime, earning 1 experience point. The subsequent proceedings proved to be rather straightforward. Su-Mo Foam brandished his firearm, unleashing a barrage of shots. The Iron Guardian engaged the foes, absorbing their blows with relentless fortitude. Dali wielded his weapon with great might, while Yingchen gradually ascended to the mountain's summit. Within such dungeons, a minor boss typically awaited at the exit. serving as a prelude for novices to experience the challenges of confronting bosses. Level up successful. Ascended to level 0, rank 2. Level up? Without hesitation. Yingchen allocated both attribute points gained from the level up to his spirit. He took a moment to gauge his newfound mental strength. Summon skeleton. Once more, Yingchen conjured a skeletal warrior, preparing for the impending confrontation. With unwavering confidence, he gazed upon the formidable boss before him, ready to initiate the assault. Yingchen stood atop the mountain platform, fixated on the towering stone golem, nearly 3 meters in height. The golem was adorned in a thick, rocky armor, wielding a massive shield in its left hand, standing still like an imposing statue. Its eyes, glowing with an eerie light, betrayed its vitality. Iron Guardian, advance and probe. Yingchen commanded calmly. The Iron Guardian charged towards the golem with its bone sword drawn. In response, the golem swung its shield in a sweeping motion, forcing the Iron Guardian to barely block the blow, yet it was still knocked back several steps by the tremendous force. The bones of the Iron Guardian creaked under the strain. Dali, flank it from the side. Ordinary skeletons, encircle from the opposite direction. Yingchen raised his firearm, observing the unfolding battle. The 3 skeletons spread out, forming a triangular formation. Dali initiated the assault, slashing at the golem's flank with his bone knife, which glimmered ominously. The golem was compelled to raise its shield to defend, exposing a gap in its defenses. Seizing the opportunity, Yingchen fired several shots in rapid succession. The bullets struck the golem's body, producing showers of sparks, yet only shallow indentations remained. The armor is too thick, Yingchen frowned. Suddenly, the golem stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A yellowish light emanated from its feet, enveloping its form. Yingchen's pupils constricted. He realized that the previous indentations he had inflicted were gradually healing. One of the ordinary skeletons, unsteady from its weight, was struck by the golem's shield, shattering its frame. Bones scattered across the ground, yet it still valiantly attempted to rise. Observing this, the Iron Guardian rushed forward to take its place. Enduring the golem's onslaught with its robust physique, Dali seized the moment, raising his knife and delivering a powerful blow to the golem's back. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the golem's back. However, the golem stomped once more, causing the crack to begin mending. We cannot allow it to recover. Yingchen quickly adjusted his aim, directing his bullets precisely at the fissure, interrupting the golem's restoration. As the golem was continually struck, its movements slowed momentarily. Now, Yingchen shouted. The Iron Guardian and Dali worked in perfect harmony. One lashed onto the golem's shield, while the other relentlessly attacked the crack. Although the ordinary skeleton was in tatters, it charged forward with determination, ceaselessly striking with its bone sword. With the 3 skeletons distracting the golem, Yingchen's bullets continued to bombard the crack. The fissure widened gradually, culminating in a thunderous explosion as a large portion of the golem's back crumbled away. The golem let out a low growl, abruptly turning to unleash a sweeping attack with its massive shield. The ordinary skeleton was struck head-on, its frame utterly shattered. Yet, its sacrifice provided Dali with an opening. He leapt high, aiming his bone knife at the golem's head. The golem raised its shield to block, but was ensnared by the Iron Guardian's grasp around its legs. Attempting to stomp the ground to heal, it discovered that the remnants of the ordinary skeleton were lodged within its joints. Yingchen seized this final opportunity, firing several shots. The bullets struck the golem's head, precisely targeting the fissure, ultimately shattering it. With its head destroyed, the golem collapsed with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into a cascade of rubble. Yingchen exhaled in relief, gazing at the remnants of the ordinary skeleton with a complex expression. Soloing is indeed no easy feat, the newly summoned companion. Was it truly gone so soon? Congratulations to the host for defeating an elite-level target, acquiring the following attributes: Shield Mastery, Earth Pulse. Chapter 6. How did I not realize I had transitioned into a gunslinger? Congratulations to the host for defeating an elite-level target, acquiring the following attributes: Shield Mastery, Earth Pulse. Shield Mastery. C increases blocking ability when using a shield, reducing the likelihood of being knocked back. Earth Pulse. B continuously restores health while grounded. Please proceed to the attribute library for fusion. Yingchen stared at the scattered rubble, breathing heavily. The remnants of battle lingered, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. He wiped the sweat from his brow, his gaze settling on the remains of the ordinary skeleton. He shook off the numbness in his hands caused by the recoil of his firearm. Raising his hand, he concentrated his necromantic energy, a ghostly light coalescing in his palm. A new skeletal warrior emerged from the ground, its hollow eye sockets flickering with eerie blue flames. Yingchen walked slowly towards the portal. A wooden treasure chest gradually materialized, a reward bestowed upon completion of the dungeon. He gently lifted the brass latch, which creaked softly, revealing a dim glow within. A silver dagger lay quietly upon a crimson velvet lining. He examined the dagger closely, noting its sharp, slender blade adorned with a blue gem embedded in the hilt. Iron Dagger Attack 12, Agility 1. Yingchen shook his head, placing the dagger into his storage space. Its attack power was too low to be of use to the skeletal warriors. Clean up the battlefield, he gestured. The 3 skeletons immediately sprang into action, scavenging for spoils among the ruins. Dully used his bone knife to clear away debris, while the Iron Guardian pushed aside larger boulders with its shield. Suddenly, a green light shimmered through the rubble. Yingchen's eyes brightened, and he hurried forward. The Iron Guardian and Dully worked together to shift the massive stones, revealing an ancient, ornate shield. The shield was etched with intricate patterns, radiating a faint, earthy glow. An excellent find, Yingchen remarked, lifting the shield and feeling the power it contained. He opened the system interface to review the newly acquired attributes. Shield Mastery and Earth Pulse were both commendable defensive attributes. After a moment's contemplation, Yingchen decided to bestow both attributes upon the Iron Guardian. He raised his hand against the Iron Guardian's skeletal frame. 2 streams of yellowish light flowed from his palm, winding along the bone structure like a gentle stream. Ancient runes emerged along the surface of the Iron Guardian's bones, merging with the flowing light. As the runes brightened, the entire skeleton became enveloped in a thick, golden aura, as if establishing a unique connection with the earth. After a brief moment, the light dissipated, leaving behind faint traces of runes on the Iron Guardian's bones. Yingchen handed the ornate shield to the Iron Guardian. This is for you. The Iron Guardian accepted the shield, a flicker of unusual light glimmering in its hollow eye sockets. Yingchen opened the attribute panel, scrutinizing the modifications in the Iron Guardian statistics. Skeleton Warrior, Iron Guardian. Attributes, Tough Skin, Earth Pulse, Shield Mastery. Equipped Weapon, Rock Shield, Constitution 1. Level, 0, Rank 2. Strength, 4. Agility, 3. Constitution, 6. Spirit, 3. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Yingchen's eyes at these attributes. Among defensive professions of the same level, few could rival the current Iron Guardian. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He turned, surveying the surroundings to ensure no spoils were overlooked. Let us proceed, it is time to exit. As Yingchen stepped through the portal, a blinding white light enveloped him, accompanied by the sound of the system notification echoing in his ears. Congratulations on completing the easy difficulty dungeon. Normal difficulty is now unlocked and can be selected upon entering the dungeon. His form solidified amidst the radiance, reappearing in the school square. The sun continued to shine brightly, yet the square was thick with the stench of blood. Wails of anguish echoed around him. Many students lay sprawled on the ground, adorned with various wounds. Some clutched their mangled arms, others pressed against abdominal injuries, while a few sat in shock, their gazes vacant. Yingchen scanned his surroundings, searching for Yan Jipeng among the crowd. The team was nowhere to be found. It was unclear whether they were still struggling within the dungeon or had re-entered it. Today, the school had allotted each student 3 attempts at the dungeon. This novice dungeon, characterized by its relatively low difficulty, was exclusive to the school, regarded as a benevolent offering for newcomers by Manhwa. In a corner of the square, Yingchen spotted the figure of Xia Yunqi. She sat cross-legged, her body battered, eyes shut, her chest rising and falling rhythmically as she focused on recovery. Yingchen narrowed his eyes, noting the peculiar nature of her injuries. The wounds appeared not to be inflicted by ordinary weapons, but rather seemed to be scorched by some form of energy. As he pondered, Xia Yunqi suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze striking like lightning towards him. Upon realizing it was Yingchen observing her, she noticed his pristine state, unscathed by any injury. A hint of mockery flashed across her face as she closed her eyes once more to continue her meditation. Suddenly, a classmate noticed the unscathed Yingchen standing in the square. Isn't that Yingchen? A gasp shattered the atmosphere of despair in the square. Curious eyes turned towards him, filled with astonishment and confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be soloing the dungeon? How could he emerge so quickly? Had he cleared it? Zhao Hao stepped forth from the crowd, a smirk gracing his lips. Clear it? Him? Zhao Hao surveyed the surroundings, raising his voice. Everyone had experienced the dungeon's difficulty. Even in teams, it was a grueling endeavor. He pointed at Xia Yunqi. Look, even with her S-class talent and hidden profession, Xia Yunqi emerged from her solo attempt in such a state. With his base class, what grounds did he have to claim victory? Whispers of skepticism arose around them. Indeed, he bore no injuries. He must be putting on an act. Perhaps he had simply stood at the entrance, too frightened to move, petrified by the monsters. Laughter erupted in waves. Yingchen remained composed, his gaze sweeping the crowd, as if the mockery held no relevance to him. Suddenly, someone noticed the 2 pistols holstered at his waist. Ah, I see. He has transitioned to a gunslinger. This revelation sparked a fresh round of discussions. Has he really lost his mind from studying, thinking that talent and profession must align? With such a pathetic talent, he could only be suited for a gunslinger. Questions arose regarding the superiority of hidden professions. Why would he forsake a hidden class to force a match with his talent? Zhao Hao laughed heartily. Yingchen, you truly have no fear of embarrassment. Yingchen remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Zhao Hao. The coldness in his eyes pierced like ice. Zhao Hao felt a chill run down his spine under that stare. Suppressing his discomfort, What's wrong? Afraid to speak? Did you encounter something in the dungeon? You weren't scared into submission by the weakest monster, were you? Laughter erupted once more. Yingchen's lips curled into a slight smirk, revealing a hint of derision. Chapter 7. The Life and Death Arena. Yingchen smirked, a trace of mockery gracing his features. He raised his gaze, scanning the crowd with a frosty glare. It's merely a novice dungeon. Is soloing truly that difficult? The underlying sarcasm in his calm tone incited further laughter. You worthless fool, still pretending here. You probably froze in fear at the entrance, right? With your pathetic talent. What monsters could you possibly defeat? It's likely you realized no one would team up with you, so you're just pretending to solo. How shameful. Didn't they see how young Master Zhao had formed a team? Indeed, young Master Zhao is remarkably steady. Even during his class transition, he triggered a phenomenon, carefully forming a team for the dungeon. The echoes of derision resounded throughout the square. Yingchen remained unfazed, his gaze landing on Zhao Hao. You all really can spin tales for this useless Zhao Hao. A phenomenon? Huh. At this moment, Xia Yunqi opened her eyes, directing her gaze towards Yingchen. A cold smile crept across her lips, her eyes brimming with disdain. Zhao Hao, noticing Xia Yunqi's reaction, felt a stir within him. He strode forward to stand before Yingchen, looking down from a height. Yingchen, didn't you boast about your prowess? You can solo the dungeon now? Since you're so capable, when you return from the wilderness in 7 days, do you dare to face me in the life and death arena? The declaration silenced the square instantly. All eyes converged on the two. Yingchen was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Those who had transitioned often endured various battles, resulting in many grievances. The arena served as a venue for settling such scores. The life and death arena, in particular, was the ultimate battleground for resolving disputes among those who had transitioned. A life and death contract was signed before stepping onto the stage. One's fate was sealed. Even if one were killed, it would be deemed deserved. Few would dare tread upon the life and death arena lightly. What's the matter? Afraid? Zhao Hao's mocking smile widened. Indeed. A waste. A glint of cold light flashed in Yingchen's eyes. What is there to fear? The 4 words resonated powerfully, sending a tremor through the crowd. You have a modicum of wit, allowing yourself 7 days to prepare. Yingchen's derision was palpable as he glanced at Zhao Hao. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Hao's eyes, followed by raucous laughter. Good, splendid. In 7 days, I will show everyone the true disparity of talent. Xia Yunqi suddenly rose, her gaze icy as she scrutinized the scene. We're all classmates. Do we really need to resort to the life and death arena? Yingchen was taken aback. Was this truly something Xia Yunqi would say? Yet he quickly understood. The current Xia Yunqi was merely a girl who had just transitioned, far from the point in her previous life where she regarded lower-tier professions as insignificant. A trace of the affection she had for Yingchen over the years still lingered in her heart. Yunqi, don't concern yourself. This fool agreed to it himself. Everyone heard it just now. Zhao Hao interjected hastily. He would not let such a rare opportunity to dispose of Yingchen slip away. Since they were heading to the life and death arena, why not add a wager? Yingchen ignored Xia Yunqi and spoke up suddenly. Zhao Hao frowned slightly. What do you want? Let us wager a first-tier skill book. Yingchen's lips curled into a cold smile. Zhao Hao's pupils contracted. A first-tier skill book? He obviously did not possess one. Yet how could Yingchen, this worthless fool, possibly defeat him? He would just have to plead with his father. Fine. But if I win? Yingchen paused for a moment. Isn't your greatest desire my life? If you win, you shall have it. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. Agreed. Even if you attempt to deceive me, your life is mine. The two locked eyes, as if invisible sparks ignited in the air between them. The students in the square whispered among themselves. Yingchen has lost his mind, hasn't he? Zhao Hao is a formidable dark mage, with an awakened staff. How could a base class possibly triumph? Isn't that courting death? Yingchen paid no heed. Turning and re-entering the dungeon once more, his silhouette stood tall like a pine, seemingly indifferent to life and death. Zhao Hao watched his retreating figure, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. In 7 days, I will make you regret your arrogance today. From a distance, Xia Yunqi observed the scene, a complex expression crossing her features. She suddenly felt that the boy who had once cared for her so deeply had changed significantly. His demeanor suggested he might not be lying after all. Xia Yunqi shook her head vigorously. It was impossible. How could he be speaking the truth? He was merely a novice class, incapable of tackling dungeons alone. The murmurs in the square gradually faded away. The sun continued to shine brightly. Yet it could not penetrate the murky thoughts of certain individuals. Yingchen stood within the dungeon, his fingers lightly caressing the handgun at his waist. A glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. 7 days, indeed, was the developmental period Zhao Hao had allotted to himself, but was it not also his opportunity? 7 days felt interminable, long enough for him to exact retribution for today's mockery. The immediate priority was to swiftly clear the dungeon 3 times and then venture into the wild to seize that chance. In 7 days, the outcome on the life and death platform would undoubtedly be revealed. The summoning spell was cast, and 3 skeletons emerged from the earth. Dali wielded a pig-toothed bone knife, while Taiwei bore a rock shield upon his back. Normal difficulty should pose no significant challenge. Yingchen tightened his grip on the handgun, following the Pathfinder Taiwei into the dark, damp cavern. The stench of decay assaulted his senses as the walls were covered in moss. The distinctive odor of a goblin nest permeated the air. Goblins, the eternal adversaries of man. How many goddesses have met their demise at your hands? Slaying you bears no burden at all. The sound of footsteps startled the patrolling goblins, their shrill cries echoing throughout the cavern. Dali Taiwei charge. The 2 skeletons lunged toward the goblin horde, their bone blades slashing and shields deflecting. Yingchen remained at the rear, firing relentlessly. Bullets pierced through goblin skulls, splattering green blood. A goblin ambushed from the side, only to be timely intercepted by Taiwei. Seizing the moment, Dali's bone knife slashed across the goblin's throat. Their coordination was improving. Yingchen nodded in satisfaction as they pressed deeper into the cave. A sound of bowstring tension reached his ears. Be cautious, an elite monster, he bellowed. A goblin archer stood atop a protruding stone pillar, its dark fingers poised on the bowstring. In an instant, a flurry of arrows whistled through the air. Taiwei immediately raised his rock shield, protecting Yingchen from harm. The arrows struck the shield with a series of resounding impacts, some embedding deeply within the surface. Dali seized this opportunity, flanking from behind a rock, his bone knife glinting ominously in the dim light. Yingchen targeted the archer's position, firing several shots, the bullets intertwining with a new volley of arrows in midair. The elite goblin archer displayed astonishing agility, evading most bullets with serpentine grace. At that moment, Dali had already charged to the archer's side. Empowered by innate strength, he swung his bone knife, creating a violent gust. The goblin archer was forced to lower its bow in defense, the longbow clashing against the bone knife with a crisp sound. Taiwei rushed forward, expertly blocking the archer's retaliatory arrows with his shield. The 2 skeleton warriors formed a pincer movement, preventing the archer from focusing on its aim. Seizing the opportunity, Yingchen fired his dual pistols, the bullets striking the goblin archer's vital points with precision. Ultimately, the elite creature succumbed to the 3-pronged assault, its body dissipating into specks of luminescence. The goblin archer's form transformed into radiant light, coalescing into a notification. Congratulations to the host for slaying an elite target. Acquiring the attribute, Eagle Eye, enhanced range damage. Chapter 8, Growing Stronger in Battle. Congratulations to the host for slaying an elite target, acquiring the attribute, Eagle Eye, enhanced range damage. Eagle Eye, C increases ranged attack accuracy, reduces target evasion probability. Enhanced range damage, C increases ranged weapon damage by 20. Please proceed to the attribute library for fusion. Yingchen narrowed his eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips, a commendable attribute, perfectly suited for my dual pistols. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the attribute library, feeling the attribute merging with his essence. A warm flow coursed through his body, and he could distinctly sense the enhanced lethality of his dual pistols. On the ground lay a goblin longbow. He decided to collect it. It might prove useful. He intended to amass a variety of weapons, after all. The skeleton warriors could wield weapons, but alas, they could not don other gear. If they could, wouldn't he need to equip each skeleton with a full set, thereby rendering them virtually invincible? Continuing forward, the cavern widened further. The 3 skeletons relentlessly harvested goblin lives. Yingchen felt his experience steadily rising. It was exhilarating. Accumulating experience without lifting a finger was far superior to any mediocre gunslinger. A thunderous roar reverberated through the cavern, with debris cascading down. A 2.5-meter-tall goblin chief emerged from the shadows, its muscular arms encased in dark iron gauntlets, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. At last, a worthy opponent had arrived. A spark of excitement flickered in Yingchen's eyes as he swiftly gestured tactical commands. Taiwei charged forth, his rock shield crashing into the chief's knee. The chief, momentarily pained, knelt but quickly adjusted his stance, crossing his arms to block the relentless stream of bullets from Yingchen. Dali seized the moment, lunging low, his bone knife slicing through the air with deadly precision. Yet the goblin chief pressed forward, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches. With a sickening crack, Dali's ribcage fractured, and the entire skeleton was sent flying several meters. The effectiveness of their attacks was waning. Yingchen noted the chief's skin hardening and its movements becoming increasingly swift, evidence of some innate ability enhancing its strength. The prospect of acquiring such a powerful and practical talent thrilled him. Yingchen continued firing with his dual pistols. Suddenly, the chief's eyes glowed crimson as it let out a fearsome howl. It leaped high, its fists slamming into the ground with terrifying force. The shockwave rippled outward, stirring up clouds of dust, forcing the trio to retreat. After unleashing its skill, the goblin chief appeared momentarily fatigued, its body slightly bent. Dali, now's your chance. Strike with all your might. Yingchen shouted, seizing the moment. Dali gripped the bone knife tightly, the innate strength fully activated, its skeletal frame creaking ominously. Like an arrow released from a bow, it surged toward the chief, aiming for its vital points. Tai Wei, in perfect synchronization, held his rock shield firmly against the chief's blocking arm. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, Yingchen aimed at the chief's temple and decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet penetrated the chief's skull, and this formidable adversary finally collapsed. Congratulations, level increased to 0th rank, level 3. Level up? As the goblin chief's corpse thudded to the ground, a dark purple glow began to emanate from its remains. Congratulations to the host for slaying an elite-level target. Acquiring the attribute, growing stronger in battle. Growing stronger in battle. While combat persists, strength and agility increase by 10 per minute, stacking up to 5 times. Martial arts expert, see mastery of unarmed combat. Increases damage when fighting without weapons. Please proceed to the attribute library for fusion. Yingchen gazed contentedly at the growing stronger in battle attribute within the system library. A commendable attribute, he murmured, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. It would be perfect for Dali. He proceeded to fuse the attribute within Dali's form. Yingchen rubbed his hands together, finally acquiring an attribute suitable for skeleton number 3. He realized that it was no wonder the Necromancer was a foundational class. Without attribute fusion, skeletons were mere cannon fodder. Perhaps later, he could explore some necromantic calamities, but until he amassed sufficient numbers, they were of little use. Yingchen extended his right hand, a beam of light materializing in his palm. The martial arts expert attribute transformed into a dark golden beam, hovering in the air. With a gentle wave, he directed the light into the chest cavity of the final skeleton warrior. The skeletal warrior's bony frame emanated a faint golden glow, the joints cracking audibly as the bone sword in its grasp gradually melted away, retracting into the skeleton. The bones of its hands began to noticeably thicken. Indeed, from now on, you shall be known as Master Yi. After observing Master Yi's transformation, Yingchen approached to inspect the equipment dropped by the goblin leader. After rummaging for a considerable time, he could not locate the gear. A frown adorned Yingchen's forehead. Could it be that such misfortune had befallen him? This was his first venture into a normal-level dungeon, and the boss had not dropped any equipment? With a sigh, Yingchen proceeded toward the softly glowing chest at the end of the dungeon. He gently lifted the chest lid, and a spectral green light spilled forth from within. A primitive, bone-crafted pendant lay quietly inside, shaped irregularly like a crescent moon. Its surface was intricately engraved with skull motifs, and at its center, a ghostly green gem was embedded. Could this be an exclusive piece for necromancers? Yingchen's pupils constricted. As a reincarnator, he understood the immense value of exclusive gear. He carefully cradled the pendant, feeling the necromantic energy it contained. The bone patterns on the pendant glowed faintly green upon contact with him, seemingly responding to the arrival of its new master. Bone pendant, green exclusive equipment for necromancers, grants the passive skill skeleton enhancement. Fortune smiles upon me. Yingchen's lips curled slightly, revealing a rare smile. He adorned himself with the pendant, its icy touch spreading across his skin. As he completed the donning, a chill energy surged into his being. A faint green halo simultaneously manifested around the 3 skeletons, their aura noticeably bolstered. Yingchen opened his attribute panel to allocate his upgrade points. Name, Yingchen. Profession, Necromancer. Attributes, Firearm Enhancement, E. Soul Duality, S. Eagle Eye, C. Ranged Damage Enhancement, C. Equipment, Bone Pendant, Green. Weapon, Type 92 Pistol X2. Level, 0th rank, Level 3. Strength, 4. Agility, 4. Constitution, 4. Spirit, 9. Skills, Skeleton Summon, Damage Amplification, Bone Spike. Skeleton Enhancement, Equipment Skill. Only one more dungeon remains. Chapter 9. You took so much, and yet you failed to notice. Within the Beastman Grassland dungeon, Yingchen advanced forward with 4 skeletal warriors. Sunlight bathed the lush grassland, a gentle breeze causing the grass tips to sway lightly. Dully wielded the boar-tooth bone knife with great vigor, cleaving a charging werewolf in 2. Iron Guard held his rock shield firmly, effectively blocking another werewolf's claws. Master Yi struck forth with his fists, the sound of bone colliding with the werewolf's skull ringing clear. Yingchen stood at the rear, firing his Type 92 pistol in precise bursts, each bullet striking true at vital points. These werewolves are exceedingly weak. Yingchen shook his head. Such lowly creatures posed no threat to them. Soon, they pressed deeper into the dungeon, where a colossal elite werewolf roared as it charged forth. It is you. With narrowed eyes, Yingchen concentrated, forming a bone spike in his hand. Dali and Master Yi surged forward simultaneously, one swinging the knife, the other throwing a punch. The elite werewolf swiped its claws, forcing the 2 skeletons back. Iron Guard stepped up, steadfastly blocking the werewolf's assault. The bone spike in Yingchen's hand shot forth, piercing the werewolf's chest with pinpoint accuracy. Damage amplification. A dark red aura enveloped the werewolf. Seizing the opportunity, Dully struck down with the boar-tooth bone knife at the werewolf's neck. Master Yi delivered an uppercut that sent the werewolf staggering backward. After several coordinated attacks, the elite werewolf collapsed to the ground. Congratulations on defeating the elite monster. You have obtained the attribute Minor Luck C. Minor Luck C has an extremely low chance of dealing critical hits upon attack. Yingchen continued to lead the team forward, soon reaching the end of the dungeon. A gigantic wolf king lay in wait within its lair, springing to life upon perceiving the intruders. Attack! The three skeletons launched into action, executing a well-coordinated offensive. The wolf king's strength was formidable, yet under Yingchen's command, the skeletons maintained an orderly assault. Ultimately, after a relentless barrage, the wolf king succumbed to the ground. Congratulations on defeating the boss. You have obtained the attribute Battle Roar C. Battle Roar C emits a roar that slightly increases the attack power of surrounding allies. Bestow these upon Dali. Yingchen infused the two attributes into Dali. This novice dungeon was truly a generous boon from the Dragon Nation. Each dungeon contained an elite monster and a boss from which he could seize attributes. Meanwhile, within the Mo family estate, the grand doors of the Mo residence opened slowly, revealing Mo Bingming clad in a flowing black gown, her heels clicking as she stepped inside. The eldest miss has returned. The butler was the first to approach, bowing respectfully. Quickly, prepare hot tea. Bring out the rose tea that the eldest miss loves. Arrange the reception room. The servants promptly busied themselves, preparing with meticulous efficiency. 2 rows of maids stood in orderly formation, slightly bowing to welcome the eldest miss home. The butler personally held an umbrella to shield Mo Bingming from the sun, carefully escorting her up the steps. The kitchen had already commenced preparations for her favorite pastries, while the gardener hurriedly trimmed her beloved roses in the garden. Every face bore an expression of reverent smiles, their gazes filled with awe and respect. This grand reception starkly contrasted with the cold detachment that accompanied Yingchen's homecoming. Upon entering the living room, her gaze fell upon Mo Yuru, the second daughter of the Mo family. Do you still have the leisure to snack here? Mo Yuru lounged lazily on the sofa, a handful of potato chips in her grasp. Eldest sister, you needn't concern yourself with me. I have handled matters at the company. Yet you, are you not on the verge of entering the ranks of high-tier professionals? Why return home instead of honing your skills out there? Mo Bingming furrowed her brow, moving to the window to gaze outside. With such a significant event as my younger brother's awakening and class change, how could I not return? Do you know what profession he ultimately transitioned into? It seems he awakened a worthless E-rank talent. As for his class change, I have not inquired. You have not inquired? Such a monumental matter, and you did not ask? What have you been doing at home every day? My younger brother grew up in an orphanage, deprived of familial affection. How can you show no concern whatsoever? Moreover, he awakened an E-rank talent? Impossible. Even if he lacked resources for cultivation while growing up. He has been back for 5 years, practicing the family's secret arts, supplemented by the cultivation resources provided by the family. Even the poorest talent should not be E-rank. Mo Yuru scoffed. Where do you expect me to find out? Is it not merely his own incompetence? A complete waste of family resources. An eldest sister, do not lecture me upon your return. Focus on your own matters. What good is mere talk? You were only somewhat warm to him during the few days after his return. Have you spoken more than 10 sentences to him since? Mo Bingming found herself momentarily speechless at her sister's retort. She indeed had not shown substantial concern for Mo Yingchen. Yet in her heart, as the eldest daughter of the Mo family and a prodigy in cultivation, she believed her foremost duty was to diligently cultivate and secure greater influence for the family. As for caring for her younger brother, there were others at home, were there not? The second and third sisters were present. Their parents were also at home. Moreover, there were so many servants. Where's my younger brother? Have him come to see me. Mo Bingming instructed Mo Yuru. Entirely oblivious to the impropriety of summoning Mo Yingchen as if he were merely a servant of the Mo family, always at the ready for her beck and call. Who knows, that brat is always in and out of sight. Mo Yuru replied nonchalantly. Mo Bingming's brow furrowed deeper as she turned to the butler standing at the side, instructing him to find Mo Yingchen. The butler respectfully bowed and departed, his footsteps light as he traversed the corridor, vanishing around the corner. Mo Bingming stood by the window, her gaze penetrating through the neatly trimmed rose bushes, looking into the distance. Mo Yuru remained languidly sprawled on the sofa, the crisp sound of crunching potato chips resonating in the tranquil living room. As time ticked away, the butler had yet to return. Just as Mo Bingming frowned, preparing to send someone to urge him, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. The butler rushed back into the living room, flustered, followed closely by a visibly anxious maid. Miss. It's dreadful. The butler's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat, his voice trembling. I've inquired with all the household staff. The young master hasn't returned home for 2 days. Moreover, all his belongings are missing. Mo Bingming whirled around, her gaze sharp as a knife directed at the butler. What were you all doing? He took so many things, and not one of you noticed? The butler hung his head, unable to speak, his hands nervously rubbing together. Yet the maid beside him couldn't restrain a quiet mutter. With just those 2 pieces of clothing and an old backpack, where could he have gone? Mo Bingning furrowed her brow, not comprehending her words, and turned her gaze towards the maid. What did you say? The maid, frightened, trembled and immediately lowered her head, silenced. Just then, a respectful voice from outside announced, the third young lady has returned, bringing back so many things. Allow me to assist you. The villa's doors slowly creaked open, and a wave of strong perfume wafted in. Mo Schweder strode into the living room in her striking red-soled high heels, accompanied by a male servant laden with various bags. Today, she donned the latest dark green ensemble from Luyun Pavilion, the exquisitely tailored fabric accentuating her perfect curves. A platinum necklace from Xinghue Workshop adorned her neck, featuring a thumb-sized blue spirit stone that shimmered with a mysterious glow under the light. On her wrist was a limited edition watch from Shiguang Pavilion, its face carved from moonstone, with ancient runes outlined in fine gold thread. Her earlobes were embellished with teardrop-shaped earrings from Manhwaedit Pavilion, each set with a rare pink star stone that highlighted her jade-like complexion. Each piece of jewelry was worth a fortune. This entire outfit alone equated to a decade of an ordinary person's salary. Place everything on the coffee table. Mo Schwerer casually instructed, gesturing, and the maid promptly arranged over 20 shopping bags neatly on the table. The logos of Luyun Pavilion, Xinghue Workshop, and Shiguang Pavilion glimmered under the light. Elder sister. Upon spotting Mo Bingning, Mo Schwerer's eyes brightened as she affectionately rushed over. However, Mo Bingning coldly sidestepped her embrace. Elder sister, what's wrong? Mo Schwerer asked, tilting her head in confusion, sensing the strange atmosphere in the room. The butler leaned closer to her ear and whispered a few words. Is that all? Mo Schwerer shrugged dismissively. Where could that brat possibly run off to? He spends all day living off the family, wasting resources. With his meager skills, he wouldn't survive long outside before returning to beg for the family's support. With a wave of her hand, she began to ascend the stairs in her high heels. You all take your time to ponder. I'll head upstairs to remove my makeup. I'm exhausted after a day of shopping. Her voice gradually faded, leaving only the crisp sound of her heels behind. Mo Bingning remained rooted in place, her brow furrowed. With a cold, piercing gaze, she turned to the butler. Lead the way, let us check on my younger brother. The butler trembled, quickly bending to comply. Mo Euro elegantly followed suit, a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. The butler guided them through the lavishly decorated foyer, but suddenly veered towards a side room at the staircase. Mo Bingning's brows knitted tighter. I instructed you to take me to my brother's room. Why have you brought me here? The butler kept his head down, unable to meet Mo Bingning's sharp gaze. The maid pulled a rusty key from her pocket, her fingers trembling slightly. Miss, this is the young master's room. The key was inserted into the lock, producing a harsh scraping sound. With a click, the decrepit wooden door creaked open. A musty odor, mingled with dampness, rushed forth. Mo Bingning's pupils dilated sharply. Before her lay a cramped space of less than 10 square meters. In one corner stood a rusted iron bed, adorned with only a yellowed thin blanket. A crooked coat rack leaned against the wall, devoid of any clothing. A battered desk pressed against the wall bore 2 cracks from years of use. Mo Bingning stepped into the room, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. Her meticulously shaped brows slightly furrowing. Is this truly his room? Her hand brushed over the desk. Even my restroom is larger than this. Mo Euro stood at the doorway, her body rigid. The young master of the Mo family resided in such a place? Mo Bingning turned, her eyes like daggers aimed at the butler. Explain. Cold sweat trickled down the butler's brow, his voice quavering. When the young master first returned, the family held a grand feast for 3 days. And all the rooms were occupied. The master said to find him a temporary place to stay, and he has remained here for all these years. Mo Euro gasped, incredulous. But he never complained all these years. Mo Bingning clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. She recalled the gentle smile that graced Mo Yingchen's face each time he saw her, the way he silently stood in the corner, watching the family's back. So he lived in such a place. So he endured this kind of life. And she, as his sister, had never cared. Retrieve all his belongings. Mo Bingning's voice was icy. The maid promptly opened the drawer beside the bed. Inside lay only a few tattered textbooks and a nearly depleted pencil. Nothing else. Mo Bingning picked up one of the textbooks and flipped through it. On the title page, the name Mo Yingchen was neatly inscribed. The handwriting was elegant and strong, exuding resilience. He didn't even have a proper room. Mo Bingning's voice turned hoarse. Yet none of us ever inquired where he lived. Closing the textbook, a flicker of guilt crossed her eyes. Search for him. We must bring him back. Mo Bingning turned decisively and exited the cramped room. She could not bear to look at that confined space again. She could not confront this stark reality. What she had always perceived as concern was merely a pathetic self-deception. The butler and maid exchanged glances, too fearful to speak. Mo Euro took one last look at the dim room before following Mo Bingning out. Her graceful steps lost their rhythm. Who would have thought that the youngest master of the Mo family resided in such a sunless corner, and that they, as his elder sisters, had never inquired about him all these years? Mo Bingning returned to the center of the living room, her gaze landing on the pile of shopping bags that Mo Schwerer had left on the coffee table. Each piece was valuable, carefully chosen. Yet now, these expensive garments appeared utterly absurd. Suddenly, she grasped the meaning behind the maid's earlier words. Her younger brother's room was in such a dilapidated state. How could he possibly have amassed so many clothes? Mo Euro. Mo Bingning's voice was as frigid as ice. Is this your way of caring for our brother? Mo Euro bit her lip, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. How was I to know it would turn out like this? She retorted defiantly, her tone laced with stubbornness. The family sends him money every month. Can't he manage on his own? Besides, you've often returned home over the years. Why didn't you notice? Mo Bingning stood frozen in place. Her younger sister was right. Had she not also been the same? Each time she returned home, she was so engrossed in her own training that she never truly cared about her brother's life. Mo Bingning slowly settled onto the sofa, massaging her temples. The garments strewn across the coffee table pricked at her eyes. Gather these clothes. She waved her hand dismissively. Send them to the charity organization. Inform Meishuet to refrain from purchasing such items in the future. Her wardrobe is nearly bursting at the seams. The maid promptly stepped forward to tidy up. Mo Bingning leaned back against the sofa, closing her eyes. The slender figure of her younger brother flickered in her mind. He always quietly stood in the corner, facing everyone with a gentle smile, never complaining, never lamenting. The living room fell into a profound silence. Chapter 11. Home? Which home? The living room remained enveloped in an eerie stillness. No one spoke. Mo Bingning opened her eyes, gazing at the overcast sky outside. It had begun to drizzle, the raindrops tapping lightly against the glass. After a moment, the butler hurried into the living room. Found him. The school organized a novice dungeon today. The young master must be at school. Mo Bingning stood upright and strode outside. I shall go find him. She glanced back at Mayuru, who wished to follow. You need not accompany me. Remain here and reflect. With that, she opened the villa's grand door, forcefully pushing aside the umbrella the butler offered. A dark purple aura enveloped her, shielding her from the falling rain, preventing a single drop from touching her garments. Mayuru suddenly soared into the air, heading directly towards Yingchen's school. The raindrops traced crystalline arcs in the air. Mo Bingning's figure pierced through the curtain of rain, advancing towards Subei no One high school. The dark purple protective shield made her stand out starkly against the gloomy sky. Her gaze was as cold as ice, yet her heart surged with tempestuous emotions. Subei No. 1 High School soon came into view. In the central square of the campus, a colossal teleportation portal emitted an ethereal blue glow. Hundreds of students gathered around the portal, whispering among themselves. Mo Bingning descended from the sky, landing before the portal. Her entrance ignited a flurry of excitement among the crowd. Heavens, who is that? They flew in. I don't know who they are, but they must be someone significant. Flying is a feat only a third-tier practitioner can achieve. In Subei City, the number of flying practitioners is exceedingly rare. That dark purple protective aura. Could it be the shadow sorceress Mo Bingning? The eldest daughter of the Mo family? Why has she come to our school, seeking Mo Yingchen? The students' murmurs rose and fell. Mo Bingning maintained a frosty demeanor, scanning the crowd for her brother's silhouette. Miss Mo, what brings you here? A resonant voice resounded from afar. Principal Li Zuojiang, shimmering with a faint golden light, approached from the direction of the administrative building. Although his speed was considerably slower than Mo Bingning's, it still drew gasps of admiration from the students. Principal Li, Mo Bingning inclined her head slightly. I am here to find my brother, Mo Yingchen. Li Zuojiang's expression momentarily froze. Mo Yingchen. He quickly glanced towards the teachers maintaining order in the square. Teacher Chen Yun approached the two. Mo Yingchen is currently in the dungeon. Mo Bingning's brow furrowed slightly. Since when did he enter? Approximately 20 minutes ago. Chen Yun replied. A flicker of confusion crossed Li Zuojiang's eyes. Mo Yingchen had always been low-key at school. He had never encountered families seeking him out. The sudden appearance of Mo Bingning was indeed unexpected. Then I shall wait for him. Mo Bingning stepped aside, leaning against a large tree. The rain was diverted by her protective aura, creating a peculiar barrier around her. The students dared not approach, merely observing the legendary shadow sorceress from afar. Li Zuojiang remained silent, floating beside the teleportation portal to maintain order. As time ticked away, suddenly, the portal emitted a violent surge. Someone is coming out. The students' attention was instantly captivated. A figure emerged from the portal, a slender young boy, wielding 2 black handguns, impeccably clean and unblemished. It was Mo Yingchen. Mo Bingning's pupils constricted sharply. A gunslinger? My younger brother has unexpectedly chosen such a fundamental profession? Mo Yingchen seemed to sense his sister's presence. He turned, his gaze meeting Mo Bingning's. The warmth in his eyes remained, accompanied by a faint smile, as if her sudden appearance did not surprise him in the least. Elder sister, he greeted softly. Mo Bingning's eyes fixed intently on the dual guns tucked at his waist. His nonchalant demeanor and casual posture starkly contrasted with the image of her brother, who always quietly stood in the corner, gazing at her with fervent eyes. When did you awaken your gunslinger profession? Mo Bingning's voice was tinged with a hint of dryness. Yesterday, Mo Yingchen replied casually, absent-mindedly touching the guns at his waist. Choosing not to elaborate on his profession, It was advantageous that others misjudged his vocation. One can never have too many trump cards. Come home with me. Ultimately, Mo Bingning managed to utter this single command. Mo Yingchen raised his gaze toward the distant dark clouds. The rain continued to pour, splattering against the ground and creating countless droplets. Home? Which home? A gentle smile graced his lips. If you mean the villa in the south of the city, I'm afraid that is not my home. Mo Bingning's pupils constricted, fixating on her brother before her. His features remained delicate and kind, his tone still soft. Yet, those words struck her ears like shards of ice. The surrounding students held their breath, their gazes flitting back and forth between the siblings. Young brother, how can you say such a thing? Mo Bingning furrowed her brow, her tone laced with reproach. Even if we have been somewhat neglectful, that is still your home. Home. Mo Yingchen chuckled lightly. A place that has never offered me warmth, that has never cared about my well-being, is worthy of being called home? He raised a hand to touch the guns at his waist. 13 years ago, I grew up in an orphanage. When you found me, I thought I had finally found a family. I worked so hard to integrate with you all, proud to have such exceptional sisters. Alas, I was mistaken. Mo Bingning's expression shifted. The rainwater flowed over her protective aura, refracting into a purple halo. What do you mean by that? A flicker of anger passed through her eyes. Throughout her life, she had always been the favored daughter of heaven. When had anyone dared to speak to her in such a tone? Where else would you live if not at home? Mo Bingning questioned coldly. For all these years, I have provided you with living expenses without fail. You live outside, spending the family's money. Can you truly never return home? Mo Yingchen suddenly laughed, his expression filled with derision. Living expenses. He shook his head gently. Elder sister, go back and ask the person in charge of that matter. Over the years, when have I ever received a single cent from the family? Every penny I've spent, I have earned through my own efforts. Mo Bingning was taken aback. She suddenly recalled the dilapidated stairwell compartment where her brother lived, damp and dark, with even the most basic furniture absent. In hindsight, she felt a surge of unwillingness to continue questioning. What about the cultivation resources provided by the family? Her voice weakened. Family secret techniques, she halted mid-sentence, her voice trailing off. Why have you stopped? Mo Yingchen's gaze turned frigid. Continue. A shiver ran through Mo Bingning. Her brother had awakened the lowest E-grade talent. Such a talent was a disgrace in the Mo family. Yet, talents could be enhanced through secret techniques and cultivation resources prior to awakening. If even the monthly living expenses were neglected, then the cultivation resources and family secret techniques he had likely never received at all. She raised her gaze to her brother. The youth still wore a gentle smile. Yet that very smile sent a chill through her heart. She opened her mouth to speak. No need for explanations. Inform those at home that I, Mo Yingchen, owe them nothing, not a single coin. Furthermore, I kindly request that they cease to intrude upon my life henceforth. With that, Mo Yingchen turned to leave. Wait. Mo Bingning reached out, attempting to grasp her brother's arm, only to falter and let her hand drop helplessly. His silhouette gradually blurred in the rain. Mo Bingning stood rooted to the spot, silent for an extended moment. Raindrops pattered against the protective barrier, producing a faint sound. Chapter 12. Wilderness Training. Upon returning to the hotel, Mo Yingchen felt an unexpected sense of ennui. The unanticipated visit from Mo Bingning at school caught him off guard, something that had never happened in his previous life. Moreover, her expression clearly indicated that she had unearthed something significant. A wave of irritation washed over Mo Yingchen, prompting him to shake his head in frustration. It mattered not. Whatever she had discovered was inconsequential. In this lifetime, he would not allow such matters to sway him. He would never forget how he had been treated by these so-called family members. At the tender age of 14, Mo Bingning returned from her wilderness training. Knowing that his elder sister cherished sweet and sour spare ribs, he toiled for a month, performing menial jobs to buy the ingredients and, following a recipe, prepared the dish. He braved the biting wind, waiting at the city gate, eager to ensure that his sister could savor it the moment she returned. Yet, all he received in return was a cold, dismissive, "What are you doing here? The servants can handle such tasks. You should focus on your training and studies instead of daydreaming." At 15, he strolled with classmates, passing by the Mo Corporation, which was under the management of his second sister. He boasted to his friends, earning envious glances. However, when Mo Euro emerged from the company and caught sight of him, it was as if she did not recognize him at all. Her gaze was frigid, and she completely ignored him. The classmates who had just expressed envy now erupted in ridicule. "It seems your second sister doesn't even know who you are." Mo Yingchen abruptly stood up, forcefully interrupting his memories. Those were but relics of the past. Such occurrences would not transpire again. Having been granted a second chance in the loot system, he was resolute in his goal, to level up and break through. He yearned to stand atop the world and behold the vistas that sparked the fervor of countless professionals. Well, time to sleep and regain my strength. Tomorrow, I shall venture beyond the city. As dawn broke, sunlight cascaded upon the fleet of buses before the first high school. Students boarded in succession, each face a blend of excitement and trepidation. Mo Yingchen occupied a window seat, gazing at the rapidly passing buildings. The convoy approached the city gates, where the garrison troops stood in formation, awaiting their arrival. A commanding officer, clad in uniform, strode forward. Students of First High, I am Commander Li Zhang. His piercing gaze swept across each youthful visage. You are about to step beyond the city walls and embark on the true path of training. Remember, you not only represent First High, but also the future of Subi City. Each battle in this wilderness will forge your souls, and every drop of sweat will nurture your future. A spark ignited in the student's eyes. Yingchen silently observed it all. In his previous life, he too had listened with eager anticipation to this very speech. Regrettably, he had ultimately returned with the main group after merely slaying a few monsters within the safety zone during his training. This time, he was determined to rewrite that narrative. The commander gestured, and the city gates creaked open. The heavy doors slowly lifted, and the wind of the wilderness rushed in. The buses streamed out through the gates. Classmates, Chen Yun addressed them from the front of the bus. This 7-day training is crucial. It serves as your final sprint before the national examination, determining your chances of entering your desired university. But remember, any advancement is predicated on survival. Each year, students perish during training. I do not wish to witness such tragedies befall you. The students nodded gravely, their expressions serious. Yingchen lightly tapped his fingers against the windowsill, fully aware that Chen Yun spoke the truth. In his previous life, 3 students from their class had perished in the wilderness during training. After 2 hours of travel, the convoy finally reached the designated training area, a vast expanse of desolation. In the distance, remnants of crumbling walls were faintly visible, relics from the world before the apocalypse. Disembark and assemble, Chen Yun commanded, and the students exited in an orderly fashion. The wild wind whipped up clouds of dust, forcing Yingchen to squint. This was indeed the place. His memories were flawless. His gaze shifted northward. That direction should lead to the location of the Necromancer's treasure, which had only been discovered a year later in his previous life. The Necromancer would become his junior in the next cohort, soaring to greatness after obtaining the treasure. Years later, during a monster tide, he single-handedly led countless undead in defense of a city, evoking a re-evaluation of the Necromancer profession worldwide. Chen Yun continued outlining precautions. Each group will receive a locator. Press the red button if you encounter danger, and we will arrive immediately to assist. Remember, do not stray from the designated area. Assemble here punctually in 7 days. Yingchen accepted the locator, fully aware of its ineffectiveness. Signals in the wilderness were notoriously unstable. By the time real danger struck, it would be too late. Dismissed. Numerous students began to form their own teams, preparing to explore the wilderness. Yingchen, choosing solitude, declined Yan Jiping's invitation and set off toward the north. This Yingchen truly knows how to put on a show. He pretends to solo the novice dungeon, and now he walks off alone again. Indeed, the wilderness was unlike a dungeon. In a dungeon, one could stand still to avoid monsters, but in the wilderness, standing idle could invite an attack. Let him show off. We'll form our own team. Perhaps after this training, we may never see him again. Unperturbed by the chatter behind him, Yingchen reached a secluded spot, summoning for skeletons. His objectives for this training were straightforward. First, to level up, striving to reach the pinnacle of level 9 in the 0 tier. Second, to acquire the Necromancer's treasure. His choice of the Necromancer class was significantly influenced by the existence of this treasure. It would be splendid if he could obtain a suitable vessel and ascend a tier directly. Yet, he understood that this notion was somewhat unrealistic. In this world, professionals could not level up infinitely, each tier capped at level 9. Upon reaching level 9, one needed to find an appropriate vessel to integrate with in order to advance. The strength of the vessel influenced the enhancements gained upon promotion, and the attributes obtained upon leveling up thereafter varied accordingly. It was rumored that those who advanced using S-grade vessels could experience attribute boosts of 8 to 9 times. Not to mention, higher-grade vessels were said to possess unique abilities. But that was a discussion for another day. For now, he was devoid of resources. One step at a time. Chapter 13. Ordinary skeletons are cannon fodder as the sun dipped low in the west. Its dark red rays bathed the ruins of the decaying city. Yingchen fixated on the corpse of a dog-headed captain lying on the ground, crimson blood saturating the cracked earth. A system prompt materialized in his mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying an elite-level target. You have looted the attribute, Gluttony, D. Gluttony, D enhances digestion of energy from food during consumption, with a very slight probability of increasing attributes. Yingchen furrowed his brow in contemplation. He recalled the chieftain of the dog-headed tribe, a formidable being endowed with an S-class talent for gluttony. This chieftain, through his extraordinary ability, consumed various high-energy foods daily, elevating his fundamental attributes to an alarming degree. When the human forces launched their assault on the Orc realm, this chieftain posed a significant challenge, ultimately requiring the intervention of 4 beings of equal caliber to bring him down. Yet now, the plundered entry was merely of D class. Could it be that entries possessed the potential for advancement? Shaking his head, Yingchen temporarily quelled his burgeoning curiosity. Whether they could evolve was a matter for another day. First, he needed to merge the entry. Naturally, Yingchen would undertake the fusion himself, as the skeletons were incapable of consuming anything. Dali and Taiwei stood vigilantly by his side, while Master Yi and the other two skeletons dispersed to maintain a watchful guard. With his eyes shut, Yingchen commenced the melding of the entry. A warm current flowed within him. Fusion complete. Upon opening his eyes, he sensed subtle changes within his body. There seemed to be no remarkable sensation, which was to be expected. How much impact could a D-class entry realistically have? He glanced upward at the sky, where the dark crimson sun was nearing its descent below the horizon. The wilderness at night was fraught with peril. He needed to find a place to rest. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted a dilapidated building not far off, appearing relatively intact. He led the four skeletons towards it. The decayed wooden door creaked open, sending dust swirling into the air. Inside, the furniture had long succumbed to rot, leaving only a few metal artifacts that still barely retained their shapes. Yingchen instructed the skeletons to guard the entrance while he sought a relatively clean corner to sit down. Reflecting on the day's achievements, he noted that he had vanquished numerous ordinary monsters and had risen to level 4 of Tier 0. Regrettably, encounters with elite monsters had been scarce, resulting in only a singular D-class entry being plundered. Nonetheless, this was understandable. The creatures in the wilderness were deployed through interdimensional rifts, unlike the concentrated presence found in dungeons. To expedite his progression and acquire more entries, it seemed he would need to devise alternative strategies. As night deepened, moonlight filtered through the shattered windows. Yingchen retrieved some rations from his backpack and took a bite, only to find it tasteless. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Now that he possessed the gluttony entry, perhaps he should test its effects? Closing his eyes, he focused intently on the process of chewing. It indeed felt different from before. The energy contained within the food was absorbed more thoroughly. Though the effect was slight, it was sufficient to confirm that this entry was not entirely without merit. After finishing his rations, Yingchen leaned against the wall and began contemplating his next course of action. According to his memory, the Necromancer's secret treasure lay approximately 20 kilometers to the north. However, with nightfall upon him, it would be prudent to wait for dawn before setting out. At that moment, Dali suddenly issued a warning. Yingchen immediately became alert, rising from his corner with a handgun in each hand. What was happening? Dali faced the door, sensing movement in the darkness. Under the moonlight, a massive silhouette gradually approached. It was a gargantuan lizard, over 3 meters in length, its scales glinting coldly in the moonlight. An elite. Yingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a creature was at least of elite status. Yet, engaging in battle at night posed significant disadvantages. Should he attack regardless? As Yingchen hesitated, the lizard had already spotted them, its crimson eyes fixated intently on him. There was no choice now. Yingchen raised his handguns. Dali, draw its fire. Master Yi, look for an opportunity to engage closely. Taiwei, cover Master Yi. The 4 skeletons sprang into action. Dali brandished his boar tusk bone knife and charged directly at the lizard. The creature opened its cavernous maw, sharp teeth glimmering ominously, and lunged at Dali. He raised his knife to block, metal clashing against teeth with a shower of sparks. Seizing the moment, Yingchen fired several shots at the lizard's eyes. Thanks to the eagle eye entry, his bullets struck true, eliciting a pained roar from the lizard as it thrashed its head violently. Its thick tail swept towards them, and Taiwei raised his shield to protect Master Yi. The impact sent Taiwei flying, but created an opportunity for Master Yi, who advanced and delivered a powerful punch to the lizard's jaw. The creature's head jerked upward, prompting Dali to capitalize on the moment. He brought the boar tusk knife down with great force. The lizard let out a chilling scream, blood gushing forth. However, such damage was insufficient to claim its life, only serving to incite its ferocity. Its massive body writhed violently, casting off the skeletons, and it lunged toward Yingchen with its gaping maw. Remaining calm, Yingchen steadied his aim with the handguns. Bone spikes erupted from the ground, piercing the lizard's abdomen and momentarily halting its advance, deepening its wounds. A dark red aura enveloped the lizard. Now was the moment. Yingchen unleashed a flurry of gunfire at the creature's eyes. With the enhancements of the eagle eye and increased long-range damage, the bullets found their mark with precision. The lizard's body gradually succumbed, collapsing to the ground. Congratulations, host, for slaying an elite-level target. You have plundered the entry. Night Vision, C. Night Vision, C enhances visibility in dark environments. Yingchen smiled. Although this entry was merely C-class, it would prove invaluable for nighttime combat. The rewards were promising. However, he found himself questioning whether his luck had been exhausted by his rebirth, as he had slain 2 elite monsters, yet had not obtained a single piece of equipment. He spread his sleeping bag on the wooden floor against the wall and exhaled deeply. As for kindling a fire for warmth, this was the wilderness. Countless textbooks warned of the tragedies that ensued when one attracted monsters with fire. Being an academic achiever, Yingchen would naturally not commit such a blunder. After the earlier encounter with the lizard, the night had grown deep. The moonlight streamed through the broken windows into the room. The skirmish had drained considerable energy, leaving his body slightly sore, yet his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. The skeletons scattered throughout the room stood guard, with Dali at the door wielding his boar tusk knife. Taiwei leaning against the wall with his rock shield at the ready, and Master Yi crouched by the window, prepared to spring into action. The other two skeletons were stationed outside, ready to draw fire should an ambush occur, as they hadn't been endowed with entries and would be of little consequence if they fell. Yingchen closed his eyes, intending to sleep. Chapter 14. Have the unscrupulous media tricked me again? As Yingchen closed his eyes, preparing to rest, a sudden thought flashed across his mind. He abruptly opened his eyes and slapped his forehead in realization. How could he have been so foolish? The habits from his past life as a gunman had clouded his judgment. Now that he had transitioned into a necromancer, these skeletons required no rest. Previously, in the city, there had been no monsters to slay. But now, he found himself in the wilderness, teeming with creatures. This was an excellent opportunity for experience farming. With this revelation, Yingchen immediately sat up. Dolly, Master Yi, take the ordinary skeletons out to hunt. Keep the range within 5 kilometers. If you encounter any elite-level monsters, or above, return immediately to report. The two skeletons complied and departed. Taiwei, stay here to protect me. Taiwei stood silently, shield at the ready. Yingchen reclined once more, listening to the sound of the skeleton's footsteps fading away. 8 hours later, Yingchen gradually awoke, rubbing his bleary eyes. Although the sleeping bag beneath him was rudimentary, a night devoid of dreams had afforded him a fair rest. The Iron Guard remained steadfast, holding his shield in a vigilant stance against the wall. The previous night had passed without disturbance, indicating that the skeletons had not encountered any creatures of elite rank or higher. This was to be expected, as they had cleared a significant number of monsters during their relentless advance yesterday, especially annihilating the fierce elite lizard in the vicinity of this abandoned house. Based on his previous life's experiences, Yingchen was aware that monsters exhibited a certain tacit territorial division. It was uncommon for multiple formidable beings to inhabit the same area concurrently. He took out his water flask and sipped, utilizing the morning light to survey his temporary sanctuary. What? You wonder why I slept for so long? Brother, slumber is a wondrous affair. Yingchen had few indulgences, and luxuriating in sleep was undoubtedly among them. Moreover, scientific studies have proven that young individuals should ensure they attain 8 hours of sleep daily. Yingchen was quite diligent in this regard. You might argue this is a martial world where sleep is a waste of time for cultivation, but if I cannot even indulge in rest, what significance does cultivation hold? What meaning is there in life? As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted that all the skeletons had returned, save for one ordinary skeleton, which must have perished during the hunt. Yingchen nonchalantly summoned another. Skeleton warriors are merely expendable. Upon checking his status panel, he discovered an increase of 30 in experience points. How delightful. Do you comprehend the joy of idle leveling? It's a dream for many the lethargic. Yingchen tidied his simple belongings, eager to continue his journey. The twilight sky was laced with a chill. The skeletons lined up behind him, following the path cleared during last night's patrol. Along the way, occasional small monsters darted from the grass, swiftly dispatched by Dolly and Master Yi. The terrain ahead grew increasingly damp and muddy. Yingchen squinted, scrutinizing the surrounding landscape. According to his memory, this area should be near their destination. The air was thick with a stench of decay, as shattered bones lay scattered in the muck, partially concealed by overgrown grass. The skeletons raised their weapons warily, prepared for any sudden developments. Yingchen slowed his pace, meticulously searching for potential clues. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the silence. 3 putrid zombies clawed their way out of the mire. Dispose of them, Yingchen commanded calmly with a wave of his hand. Dolly and Master Yi surged forward, quickly engaging the zombies in combat. The Iron Guard positioned himself protectively in front of Yingchen. The battle concluded within mere minutes. Yet Yingchen noted that these zombies were more formidable than the creatures they had previously encountered. Intriguing. A smirk tugged at his lips as he pressed onward. The deeper they ventured, the more undead beings appeared. Corpses and skeletons emerged from all directions, each exhibiting greater ferocity than the ordinary monsters. Even a wraith manifested itself. Yingchen felt a surge of delight. This was a clear indication that he was headed in the right direction. Reports from his previous life had mentioned an unusual gathering of undead in this swamp, which had caused quite a stir. However, by the time officials arrived to investigate, the phenomenon had vanished, leaving only a fortunate adventurer who claimed to have acquired some treasure, though the specifics were shrouded in ambiguity. Yingchen was convinced that this was no coincidence. He continued leading his team in search until he finally discovered his target in a relatively open area. It was a gray-black boundary stone, standing half a person's height, its surface adorned with mysterious patterns radiating a faint energy pulse. This is the place. Yingchen gazed at the boundary stone, cursing inwardly. Those unscrupulous media outlets. This was the second time he had been misled. The last time involved the Hell's Fury team leader. Did they not verify the authenticity of their reports before publication? Fortunately, it appeared that the matter of the treasure was indeed legitimate. Otherwise, Yingchen would have been quite exasperated. Previous reports had made no mention of the boundary stone's existence. Clearly, Either the media had oversimplified the process of obtaining the treasure for sensationalism, or that fortunate adventurer had concealed crucial information. What they described as directly acquiring a treasure was actually through the boundary stone that opened the secret realm. Yingchen cursed silently as he approached to examine the boundary stone closely. The surface patterns glimmered faintly, seemingly awaiting a trigger. He closed his eyes, gently channeling his mental energy into the boundary stone. A subtle tremor coursed through it. Suddenly, the patterns on the stone erupted into blinding light. A faint tearing sound resonated in the air as a translucent veil unfurled before the boundary stone. A portal. Yingchen's heart raced. Yet he knew time was of the essence. With his current mental strength, he could maintain the portal for merely a few minutes. And secret realms activated by boundary stones were often one-time opportunities. Should he miss this chance, re-entry would be nearly impossible. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all the skeletons into the summoning space without hesitation and stepped into the shimmering veil. A dizzying sensation enveloped him. When his vision cleared, he found himself in an entirely different scene. A dark, lightless underground passage extended into the depths, devoid of any illumination. Thankfully, he had acquired night vision abilities yesterday. Otherwise, he would have been forced to light a torch. The air hung heavy with a faint aura of death, making it an ideal environment for a necromancer. Yingchen summoned his minions to explore deeper. At the moment Yingchen activated the portal, an unusual spatial fluctuation rippled through the swamp. Not far away, a mysterious figure clad in a black cloak suddenly lifted his head, piercing gaze cutting through the shadows. The aura of the secret realm is intriguing. The voice of Lai was dry yet laced with excitement. As a royal of the Shadow Realm, he was acutely sensitive to spatial fluctuations. According to Shadow Realm tradition, all prodigies must enter the human domain for training upon reaching adulthood, as the beings of the Shadow Realm excel in various assassination, stealth, and shadow abilities. The prodigies had long been a nightmare for the new generation of human heroes, with countless aspiring champions falling prey before they could rise. In an instant, Lai vanished from his location, reappearing within the shadow of a withered tree 10 meters away. His movements were eerie. Each shift was precisely aligned with the densest shadows. This was the renowned Shadow Realm royal ability, Shadow Traversal. He leapt between tree shadows, stones, and shrubs, like a ghost moving silently. Each traversal brought him closer to his target, while simultaneously allowing him to keenly sense the source of the spatial fluctuation. When he finally arrived near the boundary stone, he could only observe a translucent veil, trembling slightly. Yingchen's figure had long since vanished within. The edges of the veil began to exhibit fine cracks, and the energy fluctuations grew increasingly unstable. Time was running out. Lai swiftly assessed the situation, fully aware that this indicated the imminent collapse of the temporary portal. Without a moment's hesitation, he melded into the shadows, crossing through the precarious veil at the last possible moment. As the space distorted, the portal thundered and collapsed, leaving no trace of its existence within the darkness of the swamp. Chapter 15, Assassination from the Shadow Realm. Yingchen stepped into the dark cavern, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the vast emptiness. The surrounding air was chillingly cold, and the aura of death intensified. Suddenly, a subtle tremor rippled through the ground. A skeletal arm, emaciated and rotten, burst forth from the earth, exuding a stench of decay. Monsters to slay. Yingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Dolly brandished his boar tuskbone knife and charged forward, the blade slicing through the air. The 5 minions surged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon the newly risen skeleton. As the battle commenced, the entire passage seemed to come alive. More skeletons crawled forth from the depths below, their hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie green light. Kill, commanded Yingchen. The formidable bone blade swung through the air like a tempest, each strike imbued with astonishing strength. The growing bravery attribute was activated, and his power surged ever higher. Yingchen stood at the rear, firing his Type 92 pistol with relentless vigor. Bullets sliced through the darkness, illuminating the night with fiery glimmers as they struck the enemy's vital points with precision. The effects of Eagle Eye and enhanced range damage blended seamlessly together. Waves upon waves of skeletons surged forth, as if an endless tide. Yet this suited Yingchen perfectly. The passage was so narrow that only 2 skeletons could charge at him simultaneously. The Iron Guardian stood resolutely in front, wielding a shield that blocked their advance thoroughly. The more he fought, the more exhilarated Yingchen became. This place was indeed a sanctuary for leveling up. With each skeleton he vanquished, his experience steadily climbed. Time flew by as the battle raged on for several hours. Yingchen's level had ascended to rank 0, level 5. Finally, the last skeleton fell, and tranquility returned to the passage. Yingchen stretched his muscles, a lingering smile gracing his lips. Just a bit more, and he could have reached level 6. This location was truly an exceptional training ground. After clearing the battlefield and collecting a few discarded items into his storage space, Yingchen cautiously stepped out of the cave, greeted by a breathtaking sight. A circular stone plaza, approximately 50 meters in diameter, lay before him, its surface covered in mottled gray slabs, each edge riddled with fine cracks. In the center stood a damaged stone pillar, overrun by eerie black vines. Surrounding it were 6 pitch-black passageways, each mirroring the cave he had just traversed. Faint sounds of bones scraping echoed from within, suggesting that more skeletons could emerge from the darkness at any moment. For a fleeting instant, Yingchen felt an overwhelming urge to turn back and clear out every creature lurking within those caves. What a thrill it would be. Yet, he reminded himself that there were more pressing matters at hand. Levels could be gained at any time. He strolled towards the center of the plaza, his keen gaze sweeping across his surroundings. One passageway caught his attention, unlike the others, which were devoid of light. The walls of this corridor were densely carved with mysterious runes. Each rune emitted a faint glow, flickering uncertainly in the dark. A subtle distortion in space rippled around Yingchen, tightening his heart with a sense of impending danger. Suddenly, a glinting dagger shot forth from his shadow. Behind the dagger loomed a dark figure, as if materializing from the void. Were there others here? Yingchen's pupils constricted. His body instinctively darted sideways to evade. But it was already too late. At that critical moment, the closest Iron Guardian sprang into action. The skeletal warrior's eye sockets blazed with flickering soul flames, and its bone blade whirled like a storm. Whoosh! The sharp tusk-like bone blade sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Yinglai's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. A mere skeleton dares to obstruct me? He intended to withstand the blow and strike directly at Yingchen's vitals. The bone blade crashed against Yinglai's shoulder, producing a dull thud. The combined power of innate strength and growing bravery unleashed an astounding force. Yinglai's expression changed abruptly. The impact far exceeded his expectations. As if a small mountain had crushed him, agony surged through him, prompting him to activate his racial ability. His form instantly became ethereal, dissolving into a wisp of shadow. Such a powerful skeleton. Yinglai's voice echoed in the darkness. He retreated further into the shadows, reassessing his strategy. Yingchen gripped his dual pistols tightly, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings. The Iron Guardian immediately raised its shield, forming a protective barrier alongside the other skeletons. Come out. Yingchen called out in a low voice. Silence was his only response. The rune's faint glow danced upon the walls, casting eerie shadows. Each shadow could conceal an enemy. Yinglai's voice rang out again, laced with a hint of mockery. Interesting, I didn't expect to encounter a somewhat capable necromancer here. But do you think these skeletons can protect you? Yingchen chuckled coldly. To kill me, you have a long way to go. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. Yinglai's figure suddenly emerged from the left shadow. The dagger in his hand shimmered with cold light, aimed directly at Yingchen's throat. Master Yi reacted instantly, his bone fist soaring towards Yinglai. The latter flickered, vanishing into the shadows once more. In the next moment, he struck from the right. The Iron Guardian's bone blade swept across, repelling this attack. This cycle continued, as Yinglai darted between shadows, perpetually seeking an opening. Each of his attempts was thwarted by the combined efforts of the skeletons. Yingchen stood at the center, his Type 92 pistol poised and ready to fire. The Eagle Eye attribute activated, locking onto Yinglai's every reappearance. Yet the opponent's speed was too swift, always vanishing before he could pull the trigger. Quite skilled. Yinglai's voice carried a note of admiration. But you won't be able to hold me off for long. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly descended from above. The dagger tore through the air, aimed at Yingchen's head. Bang! Yingchen had anticipated this, firing his pistol upwards. The bullet blazed through the darkness. Yinglai was forced to interrupt his attack, his figure flashing to evade. However, this time, his movement appeared somewhat clumsy. What's the matter? Afraid to face me directly? Yingchen taunted. Yinglai's cold laughter echoed in the darkness. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I'm merely wearing you down. I refuse to believe you can defend against every single strike. Yingchen's heart sank. The adversary spoke the truth. This stalemate was decidedly unfavorable for him. A swift resolution was imperative. He steeled his mind, acutely attuned to every subtle shift in the environment. The soul flames within 5 skeletal warriors burned fiercely. Come on. Let me see how strong the genius of the Shadow Realm truly is. Yinglai's voice held a hint of surprise. You know me? With the ability to shift between physical and ethereal forms combined with unique shadow traversal, if I couldn't recognize you after years of study, it would be a waste of my education, Yingchen scoffed. Since you know my identity, you should understand you have no chance of winning. Your kind are destined to be mere prey for the great Shadow Clan. Is that so? Then let us see. Such audacity. Yingchen suddenly raised his hand, pulling the trigger toward the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck the floor, sending sparks flying. The rune's glow was illuminated by the flames, scattering the shadows. Yinglai's hiding place was instantly revealed. Found you. Both the Iron Guardian and Master Yi struck simultaneously. The bone blade and bone fist converged upon him. Yinglai had no choice but to reveal himself to counter. The dagger clashed with the bone blade, sparks erupting. Master Yi's fist followed closely behind. Yinglai twisted his body, narrowly evading. Yet Yingchen's bullets had been lying in wait. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the cave. Blood blossomed across Yinglai's chest. Damn it! He staggered backward, his form once again becoming ethereal. But this time, his speed was noticeably diminished. Yingchen smirked coldly. So-called genius of the Shadow Realm. Is that all you have? This time, his taunt received no reply. After waiting a long while, Yingchen failed to reappear. Clearly, he intended to seek another opportunity to ambush. Yingchen, feeling helpless, turned his gaze toward the rune passageway. Chapter 16. A dedicated training ground for necromancers? There was no choice but to continue deeper into the passage. After all, this trial only lasted 7 days, and the treasure was tantalizingly close. He was unwilling to relinquish either of these opportunities. Thus, only one option remained: to brave Yingchen's ambush and seize the treasure. And as for this so-called genius of the Shadow Realm, he had already experienced firsthand that he was nothing to fear. The ancient runes adorning the walls emitted a faint blue glow. This time, Yingchen opted to have Dali closely positioned at his left side. The bone dagger poised for action, while the other 3 skeletons maintained vigilance both ahead and behind. An indistinct low growl of zombies echoed from the depths ahead. Raising his hand, Yingchen aimed his dual pistols into the corridor's depths. Illuminated by the rune's radiance, he discerned several zombies staggering towards them, their decaying flesh peeling away from their bones. All skeletons, save for Dali, charged towards the zombies, commencing their assault. As Yingchen fired precise shots, he pondered the recent skirmish with Yingchen. Undead creatures truly posed a formidable challenge for assassins, particularly elites like Dali who were imbued with special attributes. Tireless and fearless, Dali's reaction time was astonishingly swift. In that initial ambush by Yingchen, the adversary's dagger had neared his throat before he could even react. Yet, Dali seemed to have anticipated the trajectory of the attack, his bone dagger sweeping across in an instant, forcing Yingchen to abort the strike. This almost instinctual combat response left Yingchen both surprised and impressed. Had Dali been even half a second slower, Yingchen would have felt the chilling breeze of the dagger slicing through the air against his neck. He understood well that had it not been for Dali's timely intervention, he likely would not have survived that first strike from the being of the Shadow Realm. The perils within the corridor extended far beyond mere zombies. Yingchen soon identified the faintly shimmering rune traps upon the ground. Something was amiss ahead. He signaled the skeletal warriors to halt. The runes on the floor flickered ominously, glowing with a foreboding red light. The Iron Guard, brandishing a rock shield, stepped forward. And as soon as his foot landed on that particular tile, the runes flared to life with blinding crimson light. Boom! A pillar of fire erupted from the ground, and the Iron Guard swiftly raised his shield, the flames crashing against it with a deafening roar. Yingchen noted that the Iron Guard's skeleton had turned a fiery red from the heat, yet its robust attributes allowed it to withstand the onslaught. As the flames subsided, the Iron Guard's bones remained scorched, with signs of melting evident in several places, but the dark yellow runes upon it flickered, channeling the earth's pulsating energy to rapidly mend its wounds. As they progressed, they encountered traps of poisonous gas, steel spikes, and falling rocks. Yingchen's strategy for dealing with these traps was rather straightforward. He sent ordinary skeleton warriors to trigger them, sacrificing them only to summon more. When his mental energy waned, the Iron Guard bore the brunt. Should it falter, it would simply pause to recuperate, allowing the earth's pulse to heal its injuries. These traps proved to be immensely beneficial. Yingchen observed the notifications of his experience points soaring, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Each trap triggered rewarded him with considerable experience points, leaving him somewhat baffled. Experience points were typically accrued through absorbing energy, with monster slaying being the most common method. Yet, how could triggering traps also yield experience? Confused, he opted to relish the unexpected gain. In a brief span, he ascended to level 6, with the experience bar continuing to rise swiftly. This trap-laden corridor was a lethal threat to other professions, yet for him, the Necromancer, it became an exceptional training ground. Continue onward, Yingchen commanded, maintaining a vigilant stance. A sense of unease began to swell within him. Throughout their journey, he remained on high alert for any signs of Yingchen lurking in the shadows of the passageway, above the ceiling, or in any potential blind spots. Yet, Yingchen never materialized. In Yingchen's understanding of assassins, silence equated to danger. Yingchen was undoubtedly observing his every move from the shadows, searching for the most opportune moment to strike. His gaze diligently swept the surroundings, his keen eyes capturing even the minutest disturbances. He could discern the dust floating within the shadows, yet Yingchen's presence eluded him. This only solidified his belief that the adversary was patiently awaiting the perfect opportunity. When next they crossed paths, it would surely be a thunderous strike. Unconsciously, Yingchen touched the spot on his neck where the dagger had grazed him, still feeling the lingering chill. He gestured for Dali and the Iron Guard to draw closer, ensuring he would not be exposed to any blind spots. This stifling anticipation was far more suffocating than a direct confrontation. He understood that when Yingchen next revealed himself, it would be with lethal intent. The corridor opened up ahead, revealing an ancient stone altar standing majestically at its center. The altar was octagonal, adorned with esoteric runes, with a spellbook emitting an eerie blue glow placed at its heart. The surrounding ground was littered with stark, white bones, haphazardly scattered like a macabre tapestry. The scent of decay hung heavily in the air, enveloping the area in a shroud of death. Yingchen cautiously approached, his gaze scanning the vicinity with vigilance. The Iron Guard endily flanked him on either side, keen to thwart any sudden ambush by Yingchen. He reached for the spellbook, a chilling surge of necromantic energy coursing through his fingertips. As he opened the yellowed pages, his eyes swiftly traversed the ancient script. With each word he absorbed, his gaze grew increasingly luminous. This was a ritual that would forge a deeper connection between necromancers and the realm of the undead. By sacrificing bones upon the altar, one could channel the powers of the necromantic realm into the caster, thereby reducing the mental energy required to sustain the undead. This is precisely what I need. Yingchen mused, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He increasingly felt that the entire secret realm was a trial ground for necromancers. From the initial skeletal adversaries in the caves to the experience gained from the traps in the corridor, and now to the necromantic affinity ritual. Even the forthcoming treasures of the necromancer seemed tailor-made to facilitate rapid growth for novice necromancers. Yingchen commanded the skeletal warriors to gather the surrounding bones around the altar. As for himself, he would rest and remain vigilant against Yingcheng's potential assault. According to the ritual's requirements outlined in the spellbook, the bones clashed together, producing a crisp sound as they formed an eerie circular array around the altar. Once the final bone was positioned, Yingchen slowly stood at the altar's center. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to chant the ancient language of necromancy. The eerie blue spellbook radiated an otherworldly glow, causing the pile of bones to tremble slightly. The ritual was officially underway. A soul-chilling cold engulfed him, and Yingchen gritted his teeth, bracing himself against this formidable force. As the ritual reached its climax, he felt an unprecedented closeness to his skeletal companions. The mental energy required to summon the undead was halved. Yingchen clenched his fists, feeling the surge of power within him. This meant he could now double the number of undead he controlled simultaneously. Unfazed, he refrained from immediately summoning his full quota. He intended to catch Yingchen by surprise. Chapter 17. Forcing him to kneel at the family ancestral hall. In the spacious living room of the Mo family villa, a conversation was underway. Yet, every individual perched upon the sofa appeared weighed down by tension. Yingchen's three sisters, Mo Bingning, Mo Yuro, and Mo Shuer, displayed a range of expressions. Mo Bingning's cold beauty and pride were particularly pronounced at this moment. She slightly raised her head, her gaze sharp as a blade, seemingly scrutinizing each person present. Mo Yuro, on the other hand, wore a slight pout, her fingers lightly drumming against the armrest of the sofa, betraying a hint of impatience. Meanwhile, Mo Shuer idly twirled her long hair, seemingly indifferent to the reason behind Mo Bingning's sudden assembly of everyone. At the center sat Mo Kuei, his demeanor impassive, hands folded upon his knees, exuding an air of authority. Their stepmother, Yurian, sat nearby, a smile gracing her lips, though her eyes glimmered with a hint of cunning, occasionally glancing at Mo Kuei with a sense of secret satisfaction. All the principal members of the Mo family were gathered, except for Yingchen's half-brother, Mo Yingfeng, who was attending university. Mo Kuei spoke with evident displeasure, slowly articulating, "Bingning, what could be so urgent? Your mother and I are on vacation. So why the insistence on our immediate return?" Mo Bingning lowered her gaze slightly, her fingers gently caressing the edge of her teacup. Her voice tinged with a hint of repression. "My brother has left. He will not return." "What?" Mo Kuei abruptly stood up, his expression darkening in an instant. "What has happened to Fenger? Where has he gone?" Yurian immediately grasped Mo Kuei's hand, her demeanor one of concern. "Darling, do not be agitated. It is not Yingfeng." Mo Bingning coldly shot a glance at Yurian, enunciating each word. "It is Yingchen, your youngest son." Mo Kuei's expression relaxed immediately, returning to the sofa, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, that rascal. What has he done now to stir up trouble again?" Yurian covered her mouth with a laugh, feigning innocence. "Do not speak so. After all, he is still a child of the Mo family." "Bingning, what exactly has transpired? Please, enlighten us." The Mo family consisted of 5 children, 3 daughters, and Mo Yingchen, born of Mo Kuei and his original wife. Years ago, turmoil engulfed the Mo family, affecting all of Subnorth City, and it was during this chaos that Mo Yingchen's biological mother perished. The newborn Mo Yingchen was lost amidst the turmoil. Following this, Mo Kuei's then lover, Yurian, ascended and brought forth their son, Mo Yingfeng. Mo Bingning disregarded Yurian, her gaze fixed intently upon her father. Her voice was icy yet suppressed. "Father, have you visited Yingchen's room in all these years? Why would I go to that boy's room?" Mo Kuei leaned back on the sofa, impatiently tapping the armrest. Mo Bingning set down her teacup, her eyes sharp. "Are you aware that my younger brother has been living in the storage compartment beneath the staircase in the back hall?" "Storage compartment?" Mo Kuei frowned, evidently not comprehending his eldest daughter's words. "The small compartment under the staircase where the maids store the brooms," Mo Bingning clarified, word by word. Mo Kuei sat upright, incredulous. Absurd. Who allowed him to reside in such a place? What is the butler doing? Urian's expression shifted slightly, and she hurriedly interjected, "Oh, boys can endure a bit of hardship. It's a form of training for him." Mo Bingning coldly interrupted, "Is this your stance?" "No wonder, Yingchen." Bingning. Mo Kue barked, his voice firm, "Mind your tone." Yet Mo Bingning pressed on, "Training? Why does Yingfeng not require such training? Why must he have only the best of everything throughout his life? The finest room, the best food, the most superior cultivation resources?" Mo Kue slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. How can that good-for-nothing Yingchen be compared to Fenger? Do not think I am unaware. He awakened an E-rank trash talent. What a waste of the family's resources over the years." In truth, as the head of the Mo family, Mo Kue was not lacking in intelligence. Upon hearing Urian's remarks, he had already begun to grasp the situation. However, he chose not to expose it in front of the children, opting instead to uphold Urian's dignity. Moreover, Mo Yingfeng was renowned as a genius, having been accepted into the nation's prestigious institution, Jingwu University, the previous year. Thus, Mo Yingchen's situation was of little consequence to him. Had it not been for official personnel discovering Mo Yingchen's blood relation to the Mo family and the media's extensive reporting, he would have scarcely thought of searching for his younger son over the years. Mo Bingning's knuckles turned white as she gripped the teacup tightly. "Father, I visited the school to find my younger brother. He stated that he has not received even the slightest resource all these years." The living room fell into an eerie silence. Mo Kue furrowed his brow, glancing at Urian. Her smile faltered, but she quickly resumed her demure facade. "Darling, I am doing this for our Fenger." She delicately tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze flitting about. After all, Yingchen did not utilize any family resources while he was in the orphanage, and his foundation is poor. I figured it would be best to concentrate all resources on Fenger. Urian spoke softly, as if recounting an inconsequential matter. "And you see the results. Fenger has achieved so much." Mo Bingning abruptly stood, the teacup rattling in her grasp. Resources withheld. What of the family's secret techniques? The monthly allowance? None of these were provided to him. Urian's expression finally faltered. "Such trivialities. How could I possibly remember?" Her voice had begun to waver. Mo Euro, who had remained silent for a long time, could no longer contain herself. She had not anticipated that Mo Yingchen had received not a single shred of family support throughout the years. It seemed evident that Urian was responsible for this. This was unacceptable. If Urian dared to mistreat Mo Yingchen today, she could very well turn her hand against Mo Euro tomorrow. Elegantly seated upon the leather sofa, she tapped her fingers rhythmically against the armrest. "Aunt Yin, you are rather biased, are you not?" Mo Euro's lips curled into a slight smirk, her tone laced with sarcasm. "And to articulate such a thing so shamelessly? I must say, I am impressed." Urian's countenance darkened immediately. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Mo Kue swiftly adopted a stern demeanor, asserting his authority as the head of the Mo family. "Enough. This matter ends here." He straightened in his seat, exuding an air of unassailable authority. "Isn't that boy the one who said he wouldn't return? How audacious of him to sever ties with the family." Mo Kue scoffed. "Fine. Let us see how long he can endure. When he can no longer withstand it, let him kneel before the family shrine and apologize." At this, Mo Kue cast a meaningful glance at Urian. "An apology means we are still family. The resources that should be given must still be provided." Urian nodded in agreement, but a glimmer of smugness flickered in her eyes. After all, Mo Yingchen had awakened an E-rank talent. His future was undoubtedly bleak. The resources meant nothing to her now. Mo Bingning clenched her fists and strode out of the living room. She realized that such empty words held no value. In this household, no one had ever genuinely cared for Mo Yingchen's well-being. Even she, as his sister, had only just discovered that her brother resided in such a deplorable condition. As this realization washed over her, an inexplicable wave of guilt surged within Mo Bingning. An apology? Or kneeling at the shrine to apologize? She thought of Mo Yingchen's resolute demeanor from a few days prior, and unease began to unfurl within her heart. Chapter 18. Soul Fury on the other side. Mo Yingchen, after several days of progress, finally stood at the edge of the secret realm. Gazing at the golden light atop the platform and the massive hellhound below, which was fixated on him, he felt a surge of complex emotions stir within his chest. For so many days, the secret realm had been teeming with minor monsters, yet for some inexplicable reason, he had yet to encounter a single elite monster or seize a single loot item. Now, finally, it had arrived. The hellhound's crimson eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light amidst the darkness, drool dripping from its sharp fangs. Heavy iron chains bound it before the platform, clanking noisily each time it attempted to lunge at Mo Yingchen. He squinted, carefully sensing the hellhound's soul fluctuations. Fortunately, it had not yet reached the first tier. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He had finally waited for a worthy prey to seize. Beside him, Dolly, Iron Guard, and Master Yi had already assumed combat positions, while 5 ordinary skeletal warriors gripped their weapons, poised for attack. Indeed, after so many days of slaying monsters and the high density of minor creatures within the secret realm, Mo Yingchen had already reached level 9 of Tier 0. Currently, He openly summoned a total of 8 skeletons, with an additional 8 skeletons concealed within the summoning space. It is meant for the elusive assassin known as Shadowrend. To speak frankly, even Yingchen himself was taken aback by the rapidity of his advancement. Historically, returning to school after 7 days of training to partake in the grand examinations, achieving levels of 7 or 8 was already considered quite commendable. Those reaching level 9 were a rarity, while first-tier individuals, they were typically the unrivaled prodigies ranking among the top in their respective provinces. He merely lacked a suitable vessel, and upon his return, he hoped to procure a superior one for further ascension. The mere thought of the vessel left Yingchen feeling somewhat helpless. Time was too constrained. The vessels he was aware of, ones that could be obtained, were not feasible to acquire within such a short span. That would have to be addressed later. For now, he would settle for finding a reasonably good vessel for his initial advancement. After all, with the Plunder System at his disposal, he felt somewhat reassured. Yingchen took a deep breath, the white bone pendant in his hand glimmering with an eerie light. At his command, the skeletal legion surged forth towards the Hellhound. The Iron Guard led the charge, his rock shield protecting his vital points. Dali followed closely behind, his tusked bone blade gleaming with a chilling light. Master Yi adeptly flanked from the side, his bony fists poised for action. The Hellhound let out a thunderous howl, spewing forth searing hellfire from its maw, instantly incinerating an ordinary skeleton. Undeterred, the remaining skeletal warriors pressed on, continuing their assault. The Iron Guard braced against the flames, his shield glowing red-hot from the heat. Dali seized the moment, leaping into the air to strike the Hellhound's head with his bone blade. The Hellhound swiftly recoiled, its claws swiping and shattering another skeleton into fragments. Master Yi capitalized on the opportunity, raining down bony punches upon the Hellhound. The dull thuds echoed throughout the secret realm. The Hellhound howled in agony, thrashing about in an attempt to dislodge Master Yi. Yingchen stood at a distance, his Type 92 pistol firing relentlessly. Each bullet, enhanced by the Plunder System, struck precisely at the Hellhound's critical points. However, the hide of this first-tier creature was remarkably resilient, with bullets leaving only shallow marks upon its surface. Increased damage. Yingchen barked, unleashing a skill. A dark red glow enveloped the Hellhound entirely. Dali's eyes gleamed with a fierce crimson light as his battle rage skill activated. The surrounding skeletal warriors intensified their assault. The Hellhound, besieged, began to falter, yet its counterattacks were equally ferocious. Its claws swiped again, reducing 2 more ordinary skeletons to dust. The relentless hellfire continued to spew forth, warping the very air around them. Yingchen's expression grew grave. He could sense the chaotic power brewing within the Hellhound. Should it erupt, the consequences would be dire. A swift resolution was imperative. Bone spikes. Yingchen gestured, and the ground erupted with a multitude of sharp bone spikes. They pierced the Hellhound's limbs, pinning it in place. Dali seized the opportunity, bringing his tusked bone blade crashing down towards the Hellhound's neck. Master Yi and the remaining skeletal warriors joined the fray. The Hellhound emitted a pained roar, its body igniting in a fierce blaze. The scorching heat distorted the air around them. In the end, 2 ordinary skeletons were reduced to ash by the intense heat. Yet Dali, the Iron Guard, and Master Yi remained steadfast, relentlessly attacking the Hellhound with bones, fists, and shields. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yingchen's eyes. His Type 92 pistol continued to fire at the Hellhound's vital spots. With the damage enhancement effect, each bullet inflicted immense agony upon the beast. Finally, with a piercing howl, the Hellhound collapsed. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Hellhound. Plundered attributes. Hellfire, B. Soul Fury, A. Hellfire, B. Inflicts additional burning damage with Hellfire. Soul Fury, A. Increases attack by 100 upon activation and absorbs the opponent's soul power to heal wounds with each attack. Duration, 10 minutes. Please integrate these attributes in the attribute library. Yingchen exhaled deeply, glancing at his 3 ace subordinates. Although he had lost 5 ordinary skeletons, acquiring 2 powerful attributes was already worthwhile. More importantly, he still had 8 concealed skeletons within the secret realm, sufficient to confront any potential dangers ahead. Not to mention, Yingchen discovered a flicker of blue light beneath the Hellhound, an equipment drop, and of blue quality. Hell Short Blade, blue, increases attack speed by 20, with attacks inflicting minor hellfire burning. He stowed the equipment away. After bestowing the attributes upon Dali, Yingchen's gaze fell upon the golden glow atop the platform. A smile crept across his lips. Treasured artifact, here I come. Just then, Shadowrend, who had been lurking in the shadows for several days, noticed that only 3 special skeletons remained while the rest had perished, and he could no longer contain himself. A shadow suddenly darted through the darkness. Yingchen's pupils constricted, instinctively leaping backward. The elevation in his level allowed him to barely react to Shadowrend's movements. With a swish, a sharp dagger sliced through the air, grazing his clothing. At last, you've arrived, Shadowrend said, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Only 3 skeletons left. Let us see if you can stop me this time. Before his words had fully faded, Shadow Ren melted into the shadows. Yingchen's eyes narrowed. He raised his Type 92 pistol instantaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The bullet struck precisely where Shadow Ren had just stood. Yet, all that remained was a wisp of illusory afterimage. Shadow traversal. Yingchen swiftly dodged to the left. A cold glint flashed past his neck. Shadow Ren's attack once again missed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. Not bad. His voice echoed in the space, making it difficult to discern his location. Chapter 19, Bloodline of the Shadow Realm Royalty. Remain vigilant. Yingchen commanded Dali, the Iron Guard, and Master Yi to form a defensive formation. Shadow Ren's laughter resonated chillingly in the darkness. Do you think these 3 skeletons can stop me? They can't even grasp my shadow. No sooner had he spoken, a shadow, like a venomous serpent, darted from beneath Dali's feet, aiming directly for his vital points. The Iron Guard reacted swiftly, his rock shield intercepting the attack. With a sharp clang, sparks flew as Shadow Ren's figure vanished once more into the shadows. A gleam of determination flashed in Yingchen's eyes. Dali, activate Soul Fury. Dali erupted in a crimson glow, his tusked bone blade entwined with frenzied soul energy. His entire skeletal frame vibrating with power. Shadow Ren, hidden in the dark, emitted a surprised sound. What is this? In the next moment, Dali pivoted violently, his bone blade slicing through the air towards every shadow where Shadow Ren could hide. With a thud, a deep gash erupted on Shadow Ren's chest, hellfire igniting and searing the wound. Shadow Ren was forced to reveal his form. Impossible. How can a mere skeleton warrior possess such power? And what kind of ability is this? Shadow Ren's disbelief was palpable. Yingchen sneered. Did you think this was all I had? He snapped his fingers. Boom. 8 hidden skeletal warriors suddenly emerged from the summoning space, encircling Shadow Ren in an instant. The skeletons brandished their weapons, their eyes glowing with eerie blue ghost fire, forming a flawless encirclement. What? You were hiding this many? Shadow Ren's expression shifted dramatically as he attempted to slip back into the shadows. However, this time, Dali's heightened perception in his frenzied state had locked onto the scent of the burning hellfire emanating from Shadow Ren. The tusked bone blade struck with unrelenting force against every shadow where Shadow Ren sought refuge. The other skeletal warriors continued to compress his escape routes, their weapons swinging to seal off all avenues of retreat. Finally, in a moment of miscalculation, Dali's bone blade struck heavily against Shadow Ren's shoulder. A piercing scream echoed throughout the secret realm. Shadow Ren's face turned as pale as a sheet, a frenzied glint in his eyes. Damn it, monster! You monsters! Suddenly, he erupted in a blinding radiance, declaring, let us perish together. A tremendous explosion resonated within the secret realm. 8 ordinary skeletons and the unsuspecting Master Yi were reduced to fragments amidst the blast, and the shadowy figure of Yingli dissipated as well. Congratulations, host, for slaying the Shadow Realm's royal prodigy, Yingli. Acquired attributes: First Strike Critical, B. Shadow Traversal, A. And Reality Shift, B. First Strike Critical, B. Guarantees a critical hit on the first attack when the target is undetected. Shadow Traversal, A. Allows the consumption of mental energy to traverse freely within the range of shadows. Note that the body must be in a phantasmal state during traversal. The physical form cannot pass through. Reality Shift, B. Enables the consumption of mental energy to shift the body between physical and ethereal states. Shadow Realm Royal Bloodline. S. Acquire the legacy of the Shadow Realm's royal lineage. Please proceed to the attribute library for fusion. What? This is exhilarating. An S, an A, and 2 BS? Such a bounty. Truly, one can expect no less from a prodigy chosen by the Shadow Realm to undergo trials among humanity. Yingchen cast a final glance at the deceased Master Yi, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. Nevertheless, despite the heavy losses, the acquisition of such formidable attributes was indeed worthwhile. The innate talents of the Shadow Realm's royalty were undeniably fearsome. Yingchen contemplated the newfound attributes. The First Strike Critical must be a talent awakened by Yingli himself. Moreover, Shadow Traversal and Reality Shift are innate abilities possessed by the royal lineage of the Shadow Realm. Reality Shift enables the Shadow Clan to render their bodies into nothingness, evading attacks. Coupled with Shadow Traversal, it grants extraordinary agility. Fortunately, everyone's levels are low now, and their mental energy is insufficient. If they were to mature, however, for now, these talents belong to me. What does this S-grade Shadow Realm royal bloodline signify? Yingchen pondered, still perplexed. Let us proceed to investigate that treasured artifact. With excitement radiating from his countenance, Yingchen stepped toward the elevated platform. A golden light pulsated in the palm of his hand, exuding a disquieting aura. The air within the secret realm grew thick, rendering even breathing laborious. Yingchen's fingertips trembled slightly, and as the light flickered in his palm, an ancient amulet gradually materialized. The surface of the amulet was etched with enigmatic patterns of death, vividly depicting skulls and scythes. Yingchen's pupils constricted sharply as the system's notification echoed in his mind. Death God Amulet, Gold, Treasured Artifact. Once used, it will activate upon placement in the storage space. The owner may choose any skill to learn, transcending their current level. This is simply Yingchen's breath quickened, his body trembling with exhilaration. In his previous life, that necromancer rose to prominence solely through this. For any profession to obtain this treasured artifact signifies a transformative leap in power. But for a necromancer, this is nothing short of divine. What does it mean to learn skills across levels? It means he can now acquire a first-tier skill. The first-tier necromancer summon is on an entirely different level from the 0 tier. Haha. Yingchen laughed heartily, his mirth echoing throughout the vast secret realm. Dolly and Iron Guard stood silently by, awaiting their master's command. Would you like to use the Death God amulet? Use. Without hesitation, Yingchen activated it. The golden amulet instantly transforming into motes of light that entered his body. An arcane power coursed through him, as if breaking some form of restraint. You may select one first-tier skill to learn. Yingchen took a deep breath and began to browse the list of first-tier skills. Summon Skeleton Archer. Summon Wraith. Bone Armor. Corpse Explosion. Summon Zombie. Blood Control. Summon Wraith. Yingchen glanced at the attributes recently acquired from Yinglai. Without hesitation, he made his choice. A torrent of vast knowledge surged into his mind. The summoning array for the Wraith, its control methods, and other esoteric knowledge were instantly imprinted in his memory. Yingchen promptly began to cast the spell, his fingertips deftly tracing complex necromantic runes in the air. Dark, purple strands of magical energy danced in the void, gradually weaving into a six-pointed star summoning array. At the center of the array, a thick concentration of death energy coalesced, flowing like ink. Spirits from the netherworld. Heed my call. Yingchen murmured the incantation, and the summoning array erupted with a ghostly blue light. The death energy surged violently, gradually coalescing into a translucent, phantasmal figure. The Wraith's form was neither entirely human nor entirely formless, its upper half retaining a humanoid shape while its lower half transformed into ethereal mist. Its eyes flickered with chilling blue flames, surrounded by an aura of cold death. Master. An ethereal wave of consciousness resonated in Yingchen's mind, carrying with it a chill from the netherworld. Chapter 20. Wraith, Phantasmal Stab. Aside from the still unclear effects of the Shadow Realm royal bloodline, Yingchen endowed the Wraith with the attributes recently acquired from Yinglai. He also bestowed upon it the dagger dropped by the Hellhound. Wraith, Phantasmal Stab. Level, First Tier. Level 1. Attributes, Reality Shift, B. Shadow Traversal, A. First Strike Critical, B. Weapon, Hellblade Dagger, Blue. Strength, 66. Agility, 72. Constitution, 66. Spirit, 72. The Wraith floated in midair, its translucent form continuously twisting and morphing, showcasing its unique abilities. Ethereal form. As an inherently ethereal being, it is unbound by physical terrain. Scream. Unleashes a soul-piercing scream, impacting surrounding foes and potentially inducing a state of fear. First Strike Critical, B. Guarantees a critical hit on the first attack when the target is undetected. Shadow Traversal, A. Allows the consumption of mental energy to traverse freely within the range of shadows. Note that the body must be in a phantasmal state during traversal. The physical form cannot pass through. Reality Shift, B. Enables the consumption of mental energy to shift the body between physical and ethereal states. Powerful. These attributes on the Wraith are far more compatible than on the Shadow Beings. Shadow Beings are corporeal and must rely on Reality Shift to become ethereal and evade attacks while traversing shadows. However, maintaining the Reality Shift requires mental energy. Thus, despite Yinglai appearing graceful, effortlessly traversing shadows, the mental strain was considerable. After all, one must first activate Reality Shift and then sustain that state to execute Shadow Traversal. Now, my Wraith faces none of these dilemmas. Its natural state is ethereal, making it impervious to ordinary physical attacks. It merely needs to enter a corporeal state at the moment of striking. Not to mention, it can utilize Shadow Traversal at will. Yingchen nodded in satisfaction, casting his gaze over Dolly and Iron Guard. While these two skeletal warriors also possessed attributes, they were utterly incomparable to a first-tier Wraith. Just the six-fold increase in base attributes across tiers was beyond their reach. However, they still held their own value. Dolly possessed the ability for Soul Rage, while Iron Guard was an exceptional defensive warrior. Moreover, they would gradually grow stronger alongside his own progress. It is a shame about Master Yi. Let us depart. It is time to leave this place. Yingchen turned and began to walk toward the entrance of the secret realm. He had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly halted. The runes that enveloped the entire secret realm continued to emit a ghostly blue light. An energy still flowed toward the elevated platform. Something is amiss. Yingchen frowned, scrutinizing the runes on the ground. From the cave entrance to here, the runes were spread across every corner, leading directly to the top of the elevated platform. Initially, he believed these runes were nourishing the treasured artifact atop the platform. Yet now that the artifact had been taken, the energy from the runes still flowed. This is highly suspicious. Yingchen circled the elevated platform slowly, meticulously examining every detail. At last, his gaze fixated on the raised platform where the treasure was to be retrieved. Li and Yingchen exchanged a signal, and Li immediately dashed forward, swinging his bone dagger down with great force. Crack! A fissure appeared on the surface of the elevation. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yingchen's eyes. Indeed, it was as he had suspected. Iron Guard, Phantom Stab, attack. The three subordinates instantly launched their assault. Iron Guard fiercely struck with his shield, while Phantom Stab swiftly thrust with his dagger, and Li swung his bone dagger with abandon. The fissure expanded, spreading like a web. Boom! The entire platform trembled violently. Yingchen stumbled, struggling to regain his balance. Crack! Crack! More fissures spread at an alarming rate. This is bad. Yingchen's expression changed dramatically. There was no time to evacuate as the platform collapsed with a thunderous crash. Yingchen and the two skeletal warriors plummeted into the abyss, while only Phantom Stab, utilizing his ethereal form, hovered in midair, diving after them. The howling wind roared past his ears as Yingchen fought to maintain consciousness during the descent. Surrounding him was an impenetrable darkness, leaving him unaware of where he was headed. Splash! Several splashes echoed simultaneously. Yingchen felt a chill seep through him as icy water encased him from all sides. In the darkness, he desperately swam upward, the burning sensation in his lungs intensifying. After a few seconds, he finally broke the surface, gasping for air. The sound of bones clashing reached his ears as Li and Iron Guard had already crawled ashore. Phantom Stab floated above, emanating a ghostly blue light that illuminated the dim surroundings. Thank goodness it was water. Yingchen swam to the edge, still shaken. Had it been solid ground below, that fall could have cost him his life. He stood up, wringing out the water from his clothes, and surveyed his surroundings. In the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply. The sight before him left him speechless in shock. A colossal altar stood at the center of the underground space, forged from a mysterious black metal. The altar's surface was adorned with intricate runes, each line pulsating with an eerie dark red glow. Countless strands of energy converged from all directions, resembling veins that spread across the entire dome. All energy ultimately flowed toward the blood pool at the altar's center. Within the blood pool, a massive heart throbbed rhythmically. Thump, thump, thump. The deep heartbeat echoed throughout the vast underground chamber. The surface of the heart, covered in dense runes, flickered with each beat, emanating a palpable pressure that sent chills down his spine. Detection of unknown grade item. Heart of the Reaper, immediate evacuation advised. The system's alert resonated in Yingchen's mind. Detection of unknown grade item. Heart of the Reaper, immediate evacuation advised. Detection of unknown grade item. Heart of the Reaper. Immediate evacuation advised. The repeated alerts displayed an unprecedented level of caution from the system. The Heart of the Reaper. Yingchen narrowed his eyes. The name invoked memories of the legendary angel's heart, the sacred treasure of the Holy Light Church. Each generation's chosen one would attempt to integrate the angel's heart into their being. Those who succeeded would become the next pope. And only upon death would the angel's heart detach itself. Yingchen's gaze was fixed intently on the heart within the blood pool. If he could utilize it as a vessel, a mad thought flickered in his mind. He cautiously approached the altar, his skeletal warriors following closely behind. Suddenly, the ground surrounding the altar split open, and a dozen skeletal warriors emerged from the depths, armed with long swords. Their eyes blazed with ghostly green flames. Fixating intently on Yingchen and his companions. Guardians, Yingchen scoffed. Li, Iron Guard, Phantom Stab, eliminate them. The three subordinates charged toward the foes. Li wielded his bone dagger like the wind, effortlessly shattering opponents with each strike. Iron Guard raised his shield to block attacks for his comrades, while Phantom Stab wove through the enemy ranks, silently reaping lives with his dagger. Seizing the opportunity, Yingchen continued his advance toward the altar. Chapter 21. Heart of the Reaper. The heartbeat from the blood pool grew louder, reverberating like thunder against Yingchen's eardrums. As he drew closer, a powerful oppressive force enveloped him. Yingchen felt an icy chill grip his entire being. Every step became increasingly arduous. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, inching forward. At last, he reached the edge of the blood pool. Observing closely, the runes on the Heart of the Reaper became even clearer. These runes formed a complete formation, continuously absorbing energy from the surroundings. This must be the source of the entire secret realm's energy. Yingchen meticulously examined the trajectory of the runes. Suddenly, the heartbeat of the Heart of the Reaper quickened, and a wave of immense pressure emanated from it. Yingchen stumbled, nearly falling into the blood pool. He steeled himself against the oppressive force, each step causing his bones to creak. The veins in his arms bulged, and cold sweat cascaded down like rain. The heartbeat of the Heart of the Reaper intensified, the deafening thumps almost tearing at his eardrums. Gritting his teeth, he extended his trembling right hand. The moment his fingertips brushed against the Heart of the Reaper, an indescribable chill washed over him. Yingchen felt as though he had plunged into an eternal ice cavern, every cell in his body freezing. Yet, his consciousness was clearer than ever. Advancement. He commanded with his mind. Detection of usable vessel. Heart of the Reaper, initiate fusion. The system's alert rang in his mind. Confirm. Without hesitation, Yingchen affirmed. Warning. Heart of the Reaper is an unknown grade item. The risks of fusion as a vessel are extremely high. Confirm? What excessive chatter, even at this moment. Yingchen cursed silently. His body was on the verge of collapse. He needed to complete the fusion swiftly. Confirm. With the second confirmation, the system's light erupted brilliantly. The runes on the surface of the heart of the Reaper flickered as the heart gradually faded into the radiance. The blood within the pool lost its source of energy, surging forth like a wild stallion. Countless streams of blood rushed toward Yingchen. The terrifying pressure made breathing difficult. Just as the blood was about to engulf him, the item Plunder System unleashed a blinding light. A translucent halo enveloped Yingchen, repelling the deluge of blood, which relentlessly swirled around the halo, gradually forming a blood-colored cocoon. Yingchen felt his consciousness fading. It was as if countless knives were slicing through every inch of his flesh. The excruciating pain compelled him to unleash a pain scream, yet soon he lacked the strength to even cry out. His consciousness plummeted into darkness. In the distance, Li and the skeletal warriors, who had been battling fiercely, abruptly halted their actions. Sensing their master's troubled state, they rushed to his aid. However, the enemies would not grant them that opportunity. A dozen guardian skeletons brandished swords and pursued them. Li raised his bone dagger, fiercely charging forward. Iron Guard followed closely, his rock shield blocking the enemy's attacks. Phantom Stab transformed into an afterimage, darting back and forth through the enemy ranks. The three skeletal warriors stood resolutely in the path leading to the altar. At that moment, the entire underground space shook violently. Enormous rifts tore open in the air. With the loss of the Heart of the Reaper as the energy source, the entire secret realm began to collapse. The fissures widened, and an abyss of darkness spread forth. Everything was being consumed. The next instant, a tremendous pull swept Yingchen and his skeletal warriors into the void. Once the secret realm had completely vanished, Yingchen lay motionless on the ground at the entrance, devoid of movement. The blood that had enveloped him also disappeared entirely. The halo surrounding him flickered once before vanishing as well, leaving only Li and Iron Guard silently guarding his side. The phantom assassin lay concealed in the nearby shadows, ever vigilant. As the night gradually enveloped the earth, Yingchen exhibited no signs of awakening. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest bore testament to his continued existence. Deep within the realm of the undead, a colossal hall of bones stood majestically. The towering walls, constructed from countless desiccated remains, emanated an eerie green phosphorescence. A chilling aura permeated the grand chamber. Suddenly, an ancient voice reverberated throughout the hall. The Heart of the Reaper has vanished? Before the echo of the words faded, a tempestuous wind surged forth. A figure cloaked in black robes, a lich, burst into the hall from beyond its threshold. An aura of death enveloped him, and his formidable presence rendered the air itself heavy and stagnant. Should anyone present have measured the lich's power, they would have been astonished to discover that he was a peak-level 8th-tier powerhouse. "My lord, you have awakened?" The lich intoned respectfully, kneeling before the ancient voice. In the void, the voice resounded once more. "I sense the disappearance of the Heart of the Reaper." The lich trembled. Disbelief etched across his features as he raised his gaze. "This is impossible. The Heart of the Reaper is a sacred artifact of our realm, constantly traversing through the trials of the undead, absorbing energies from various realms." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Moreover, it is guarded by an endless sea of blood. Anyone attempting to seize the heart would be instantly crushed to dust by the pressure of that sea. Even you, my lord, as a 9th-tier being, could not extract the heart from the trials." The voice inquired, "Where has the trials been situated recently?" "In the human realm, my lord. I, along with other lords, recently joined forces to investigate. The energies are nearing completion, and it was scheduled to be returned during the Tianjiao trials 2 years hence," the lich replied cautiously. A profound silence descended upon the hall. Moments later, a terrifying mental wave erupted, piercing through the barriers of realms to reach the human world. "The trials have been shattered." The furious roar echoed throughout the chamber. "It must have been the humans who employed some means to seize my realm's sacred artifact." Before the words could dissipate, a figure materialized from the void. It was a skeleton, as pure and white as jade, exuding a breath so powerful it was suffocating. "All forces of the undead realm, be on high alert. Should the humans fail to return the sacred artifact, let them experience the calamity of the undead." In an instant, the skeleton appeared at the edge of the realm. Raising a hand, it slashed through the void, causing the space to shatter like glass. Unleashing vast amounts of energy, it executed multiple spatial jumps, traversing immeasurable distances to arrive at the border of the human realm. The eerie green aura of death surrounded it, leaving permanent fissures in the void with each step. The overwhelming pressure of a 9th-tier powerhouse made the very fabric of space tremble. At that moment, as the skeleton crossed into the human realm, a blinding sword light erupted from the ancestral ground. The light pierced the heavens, tearing through the sky and illuminating the entire domain. A figure soared upon a sword, traversing miles in an instant. A middle-aged man clad in plain garments, his black hair billowing in the wind, was enveloped in a fierce sword aura, exuding an astonishing brilliance from every pore. The sword intent surged, invoking a resonance from the very heavens. It was the human protector, the 9th-tier sword immortal, Gaoyang. Chapter 22. Ascendancy. Why does a visitor from the undead realm dare to intrude upon the territory of humans? Gaoyang hovered in midair, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unassailable authority. The skeletal king's eyes flickered with ghostly flames, the aura of death thickening around him. Human sword immortal, surrender the heart of the Reaper, and I shall withdraw immediately. The heart of the Reaper? Gaoyang frowned slightly. I know not of what you speak. The skeletal king's voice turned icy and sinister. Feigning ignorance? The heart of the Reaper is a sacred artifact of our realm, and it suddenly vanished from the human realm moments ago. Surely, it was your kind that employed some means to seize it. Gaoyang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, sword energy radiating from him. What nonsense! Why would we humans covet the sacred artifacts of another realm? If we truly desired it, we would take it with honor. If you have intruded upon our realm without cause, I implore you to depart swiftly, lest I show you no mercy. The skeletal king let out a cruel laugh. If you do not return the artifact, I shall unleash my undead army to trample the human realm. As the words left his mouth, an overwhelming wave of death energy erupted, manifesting as a horde of skeletons. A glint of cold light flashed in Gaoyang's eyes. You seek death. He raised a finger, and the sword light surged forth. In an instant, countless strands of sword energy intertwined, obliterating the skeletal army and reducing them to dust. The skeletal king's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated Gaoyang's strike to shatter his necromantic powers. Truly deserving of the title of Sword Immortal. Yet, he declared, if the sacred artifact is not returned today, the undead realm shall not relent. Gaoyang stepped forward, the sword energy coiling like a dragon. I shall say this one last time, depart at once. Otherwise, prepare to witness just how sharp my sword truly is. The space trembled beneath the weight of his sword energy, as though it might collapse at any moment. The skeletal king, sensing the terrifying sharpness, involuntarily retreated a step. He understood the horror of the sword immortal. Should he unleash his full power, even space could be cleaved asunder. I shall spare you this time. However, should you fail to return the artifact in due haste, the armies of the undead will surely raise the human realm. With a final threat, the skeletal king vanished into the void. Gaoyang watched him depart, his brow furrowed. The sudden disappearance of the heart of the Reaper and the skeletal king's arrival suggested something amiss. He turned to gaze deep into the human realm, seemingly lost in thought. With a flicker of light, he returned to the ancestral ground of the humans. A command was issued. All clans, be on alert for a full-scale invasion from the undead realm. Nearby, in the wilderness of Subei City, Yingchen lay on the ground, slowly opening his eyes. The blinding sunlight instinctively prompted him to raise a hand to shield his eyes. Iron Guard and Great Strength swiftly sensed his awakening through their soul link and hurriedly gathered around him. Breathing a sigh of relief, Yingchen looked at the two skeletons guarding him. Great Strength bore the marks of battle, with multiple cracks adorning his bones. Iron Guard, however, appeared unscathed, likely having fully restored himself through the vibrations of the earth. Scattered around them were numerous monster corpses, remnants of those who had attempted to ambush him while he lay unconscious, only to be vanquished by the combined efforts of Great Strength, Iron Guard, and the Phantom Assassin. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Yingchen propped himself up, feeling a lingering dizziness. Scanning his surroundings with his mental energy, he spotted the Phantom Assassin lurking in the distant shadows. Thanks to you, Yingchen murmured softly. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, the transferee has leveled up by 1 tier. Please select a specialization direction. Before him, a multitude of branching options materialized. Summoner specialization, death specialization, curse specialization, bone specialization, blood specialization, each a path previously traversed and proven viable by predecessors. Inscribed within the transfer system by the laws of the world, Yingchen fell into contemplation. He possessed the unique trait of dual souls, allowing him to master 2 branches simultaneously, a rare advantage indeed. The summoner specialization is a must, he thought to himself. His skeletal army was already taking shape, with Great Strength, Iron Guard, and the Phantom Assassin exhibiting remarkable potential. If he could continue to enhance his summoning abilities, the future looked bright. What should be the second choice? Yingchen's gaze oscillated between death specialization and bone specialization. The death specialization excelled in close combat, utilizing the power of death to enhance oneself, while the bone specialization resembled traditional mages, relying on bone magic for offense and defense. This one it is. Yingchen's eyes sharpened as he made his decision. I choose summoner specialization and bone specialization. Selection successful. Please select a first-tier skill. Yingchen felt a surge of nervousness. The most critical moment had arrived. What is the greatest limitation imposed upon practitioners in this world? Pose this question to 100 individuals, and 99 would answer the skill slots. Upon successfully transitioning, every individual would receive 3 skills. Upon advancing to the first tier, they would gain 2 first-tier skill slots, and the 0-tier skill slots would expand to 4. After advancing to the second tier, one will obtain 2 Tier 2 skill slots, while the Tier 1 skill slots increase to 4, and the Tier 0 skill slots expand to 8, and so forth. As for the skills themselves, I regret to inform you that the class transition system only provides skills upon each advancement. Once the skill slots are expanded, one must seek out skill books to learn new skills independently. Consequently, fierce debates regarding the combination of skills have persisted among various prestigious academies. Although Yingchen can currently specialize in 2 branches simultaneously, the lack of additional skill slots could prove to be quite awkward. Please select 2 skills from the summoning specialization and 2 from the bone specialization. Incredible. Indeed, the S-grade dual soul is not as simple as it seems. Even the skill slots have transformed into 2 separate specializations for individual use. Yingchen cast a glance at the skill slots. Regrettably, the number displayed for the Tier 0 skill slots was 4, failing to double like those of Tier 1. He focused his attention on the skills provided by the system. In truth, there were not many options available, as the system offered primarily basic skills. The truly formidable, even outrageous skills generally require skill books or legacy stones to acquire. From the summoning specialization, he chose to summon phantoms and skeleton archers. From the bone specialization, he selected bone armor and bone spear. Selection successful, the system finally fell silent. Since awakening, Yingchen had finally found the time to examine his attribute panel. How much could he possibly enhance, bearing the death goddess heart? An item whose grade even the system could not ascertain? Name, Yingchen. Class, Necromancer. Tier 1 Carrier, Death Goddess Heart, Red. Attributes, Firearm Enhancement, E, Dual Soul, S. Eagle Eye, C. Ranged Damage Enhancement, C. Gluttony, D. Night Vision, C. Equipment, Bone Pendant, Green. Death God Amulet, Gold. Level, Tier 1, Level 1. Strength, 100. Agility, 100. Constitution, 100. Spirit, 270. Tier 0 Skills, Skeleton Summon, Damage Amplification, Bone Spike, Skeleton Enhancement, Equipment Skill. Tier 1 Skills, Skeleton Archer Summon, Phantom Summon, Bone Armor, Bone Spear. Death God S Heart, read a treasure from the Necromancer realm, currently in a self-sealed state, gradually unsealing as the owner's strength increases. Current abilities, Spirit Awakening, Soul Domination. Spirit Awakening, a passive skill that automatically grants intelligence to the summoned undead creatures, enhancing their wisdom and potential to comprehend skills. Soul Domination, instantly absorbs the souls of all summoned creatures to enhance oneself, lasting for 30 minutes. Note, summoned creatures whose souls are absorbed enter a dormant state and cannot be summoned again for 24 hours. Chapter 23. Who Dares to Oppose? Phantom Stabber teaches you a lesson. What the hell? A 1010-fold basic attribute increase. This is going to take off. Yingchen had spent 10 years in his previous life gathering knowledge, yet he had never heard of a class transition that could yield a 10-fold attribute boost upon advancement. The most powerful known enhancement was the Angel S Heart from the Holy Light Church, which provided a 9-fold increase. Following that, the heirs of ancient royal families or the top-tier sects could achieve an 8-fold boost. For ordinary individuals like Yingchen in his previous life, the typical enhancement upon advancement was merely 5-fold. Not to mention, the 2 skills currently granted by the Death God S Heart were unparalleled. Spirit Awakening allowed his summoned creatures greater potential. While he had yet to utilize Soul Domination, it was evidently a devastating skill. Yingchen then called up Phantom Stabber's attributes. Phantom Stabber. Level, Tier 1, Level 1. Attributes, Illusion Transition, B. Shadow Shuttling, A. First Strike Critical, B. Weapon, Hell Short Blade, Blue. Increases attack speed by 20. Attacks inflict slight hellfire burn. Strength, 66. Agility, 72. Constitution, 66. Spirit, 72. Skills, Phasing Scream. TSK. The attributes of Phantom Stabber, once considered formidable, now seemed trivial in comparison to his own. Just his spirit attribute alone nearly matched the total attributes of Phantom Stabber. Through several days of exploration, Yingchen had also discerned the drawbacks of the Necromancer's summoned creatures. The most significant issue was the lack of free attribute points upon leveling up. When a class transitioner is at Tier 0, each level up grants a point to each attribute and 2 free attribute points. Only after reaching Tier 1 do the attributes grow automatically based on the carrier. However, summoned creatures only receive an increase of 1 point to all attributes with no free attribute points. While it may seem minimal, with only 2 points per level, it must be noted that during class transitions, attributes are multiplied. 2 points per level translates to 18 points at Tier 1, even at the lowest 5-fold increase. That amounts to a disparity of 90 attribute points. Although the skeletons, enhanced by attribute modifiers, are now stronger than the average base class, and even rival rare classes, To compare them to hidden classes is absurd. After all, I am a necromancer. Why would I pit one of my minions against a class transitioner? Isn't it better to overwhelm them with numbers? Sigh. No clear direction. Oh no. The major examination. Yingchen hurriedly retrieved his locator from storage. This device, while not particularly reliable for its positioning function, did serve as an accurate timepiece. The blue light screen illuminated, displaying the time information. Thankfully, it was the 7th day, and he had time to spare. Yingchen exhaled in relief. Time to return and regroup. Yingchen took the lead, striding ahead. With his current attributes, he no longer needed to send out iron guards as scouts. With a jest, he could eliminate monsters on his own, and their entire team would definitely not survive a direct encounter. To put it simply, he felt a bit invincible. After taking a few steps, he noticed that the skeletons awakened by Spirit Awakening and Phantom Stabber indeed exhibited some differences. For instance, the Iron Guard was now continually accelerating, eager to rush ahead of Yingchen to fulfill its role as a shield warrior. However, Phantom Stabber left him somewhat puzzled. It lurked in the shadows at the rear of the team, eyes fixated on Yingchen with an almost insatiable yearning. Yingchen felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, this awakened spirit won't have any peculiar tendencies, will it? Just as he was lost in thought, already resolved to return Phantom Stabber to the summoning space for safety when he slept, a wave of mental energy emanated from Phantom Stabber. Shadow blood. Shadow? Blood? What does that mean? Yingchen suddenly halted in his tracks, his eyes lighting up. Bloodline of the Shadow Realm royal family. After a moment's hesitation, he recognized that this was the second S-grade attribute he had acquired since his rebirth. He had already experienced the might of dual soul and understood its formidable, unparalleled nature. Capable of overturning the entire cultivation framework, it was unlikely that this Shadow Realm royal bloodline would be any weaker. However, with Phantom Stabber gazing at him with such longing, Yingchen, under the pressure of its desperate gaze and his own unease, ultimately decided to bestow this S-grade attribute upon Phantom Stabber. Yingchen extended his hand, and a dark energy coalesced in his palm. Phantom Stabber trembled as it drew near, irresistibly captivated by this potent force. When the energy made contact with Phantom Stabber's form, a surge of black light enveloped it, and its soul began to transform, becoming more slender and elegant. A violet ethereal flame ignited within its eye sockets, while shadowy wisps danced around its form, barely perceptible. Yingchen sensed a formidable aura surging forth from the body of the Phantom Stinger, as if it had unlocked a long-buried power. He promptly accessed the attributes panel of the Phantom Stinger to observe the alterations. Spectre, Phantom Stinger. Level, Stage 1, Level 1. Attributes, Reality Phantom Conversion, B. Shadow Traversal, A. First Strike Critical, B. Bloodline of the Shadow Realm Royalty, S. Weapon, Hellish Dagger, Blue. Strength, 88. Agility, 232. Constitution, 88. Spirit, 152. Skills, Phasing Whale. Yingchen's gaze sharpened. He was astonished that a mere attribute could bestow such a substantial enhancement upon the Phantom Stinger. He began to grasp the significance of this bloodline. This essentially redefined the very essence of the Phantom Stinger. Its current attributes were evidently augmented in accordance with the characteristics of a creature from the royalty of the Shadow Realm, boasting high foundational stats and an 8-fold advancement multiplier. Indeed, Yingchen felt compelled to retract his earlier remark about the Necromancer only being capable of group attacks. Who dares to dispute this? Step forward. Even counting hidden professions, the Phantom Stinger shall teach you a lesson. The S-rank attributes were undeniably extraordinary in their potency. In high spirits, Yingchen raced towards the assembly point with his 3 companions, aware that time was of the essence. Otherwise, he would surely miss the gathering. What would transpire if I were to choose my own Shadow Realm royal bloodline? Would it reset my attributes? Would I receive an 8-fold enhancement in accordance with the Shadow Realm royalty, or would I continue to benefit from my own 10-fold multiplier? Such uncertainties plagued his mind. Chapter 24. Your words are unbearably insulting. The winds of the wilderness howled, stirring up dust that obscured the horizon. Yingchen gasped for breath as he pressed onward. Behind him trailed 2 skeletons and a specter. Dali wielded a boar tusk-bone knife. Tai Wei bore a rocky shield, and the Phantom Stinger gripped the hellish dagger. He had refrained from summoning ordinary skeletons due to their insufficient agility to keep pace with him. Time was running short, and urgency consumed Yingchen. He understood that if he missed the final assembly time, an endless wilderness filled with unknown dangers awaited him. In the distance, a cluster of tents became faintly visible, marking the site of the gathering. A glimmer of hope flickered in Yingchen's eyes, quickening his stride. At the assembly point, Chunyun repeatedly checked his watch. His brow furrowed in concern. His gaze swept the area, hoping to catch a glimpse of any students who had yet to return. However, all that greeted him was the desolate landscape. 5 minutes remaining, Chunyun murmured, his voice tinged with resignation. At that moment, a figure approached briskly. It was the leader of the school-organized rescue team, wearing a grave expression. Mr. Chun, the situation is not optimistic. The leader's voice was low and somber. For students from your class have not returned, 3 of whom have been confirmed dead. Chen Yun's heart sank, his complexion paling instantly. Only Yingchen remained unaccounted for, as his locator had shown no signal. The leader continued, "What shall we do? You must decide as the class advisor." Chen Yun took a deep breath. Forcing himself to remain composed, he turned to face his students, his voice trembling slightly. "Classmates, the situation is somewhat unusual. Yingchen has yet to return. Let us wait a little longer." As his words fell, a chorus of derision erupted within the classroom. "Wait for what? He is just a useless waste." Indeed. He opted for a trash profession when he could have chosen a hidden class. He deserves this. "Teacher, we cannot jeopardize the safety of the entire class for one person." Mocking voices echoed, filled with disdain for Yingchen. Yingchen could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet. "Do you all possess no conscience? Yingchen is our classmate." His voice brimmed with anger. "If it were you left behind, how would you feel?" Yet, Yingchen's words garnered little response. The majority of his classmates continued to clamor for immediate departure. Time ticked away, and the surrounding classes began to leave in succession. The assembly point grew increasingly desolate and perilous. The students' agitation escalated. "Teacher, we truly cannot wait any longer. Yes, most of the other classes have already departed. If we linger, we might encounter danger." Chen Yun glanced at his watch, torn by inner conflict. "We shall wait for another half hour. If Yingchen has not arrived by then, we will leave." His tone carried a hint of resignation, yet also a firm resolve. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Yingchen remained absent. The last class waiting also departed, leaving only Chen Yun and his remaining students. "Teacher, the time has come," someone prompted. Chen Yun sighed deeply, a flicker of anguish in his eyes. "Very well, let us depart." He gestured for the driver to start the vehicle, feelings of guilt weighing heavily upon him. The vehicle slowly lurched forward, the tires crunching over the gravel. Inside, some students engaged in idle chatter, while others gazed vacantly out the window. Yingchen leaned against the window, disheartened, his gaze aimlessly sweeping over the desolate wilderness. Yingchen had ultimately failed to appear. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A distant silhouette was racing towards them, and behind it seemed to follow 3 peculiar figures. He rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the 3 figures had vanished, leaving only one figure sprinting towards them. "Could it be that I'm imagining things?" Yingchen murmured to himself. As the distance closed, the outline of the figure became clearer. Yingchen leapt to his feet, excitement coursing through him as he shouted, "Stop the bus!" Quickly, the driver, startled by the sudden exclamation, hastily slammed on the brakes. The modified bus screeched to a halt, and everyone turned to look in the direction Yingchen pointed. A figure was indeed charging toward them, dust swirling at its feet. As the figure drew near, they finally recognized the face of Yingchen. His visage was caked in dirt, beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, and his clothes were drenched. His chest heaved, clearly having run a considerable distance. Yet, his gaze remained resolute, and a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips. When Yingchen finally reached the side of the bus, he leaned against his knees. Gasping for breath, Yingchen hastily opened the door, exclaiming with joy, "Yingchen, you made it." "I'm sorry for being late," Yingchen replied softly to Chen Yun, his voice laced with regret. Chen Yun exhaled in relief as he watched Yingchen board, a smile of gratitude spreading across his face. "At last, one has returned." "It's all right, your return is what matters." Yingchen raised his head, his deep-set eyes scanning the faces of all those aboard. He straightened up, steadied his breath, and spoke in a calm manner. "I apologize for keeping everyone waiting." His tone was no different from when he spoke to Chen Yun. Yet an indescribable sense of pressure enveloped the students. They found themselves instinctively falling silent, some even feeling a chill run down their spines. Reflecting on Yingchen's previous portrayal as a mere underachiever, they suppressed their unease. "Acting like a master, are we? Just a waste. Humph, the useless one has finally arrived. Because of you, we've had to wait here for so long. Do you have any idea how much time you've wasted for everyone?" The sounds of mockery and scorn rose in a chorus, while Yingchen kept his head down, uninterested in engaging. Yingchen could no longer contain himself, shouting, "Enough! It is truly remarkable that Yingchen has returned, yet you still dare to speak of him in such a manner?" Yingchen lifted his head, a flicker of warmth flashing in his eyes. He inhaled deeply, surveying the surrounding classmates. "I understand that I have taken up your time, and for that, I sincerely apologize. However, your words are utterly contemptible." With that declaration, Yingchen unexpectedly drew a firearm and discharged 3 shots at Chunlei, who had been the most vocal in his derision. Chunlei, taken aback by Yingchen's audacity to act here, was momentarily rendered speechless. As the echoes of gunfire faded, he incredulously examined himself. Not injured, rising to his feet, he turned to find 1 bullet lodged above his head and 2 more near his ears. 3 bullet holes gaped ominously in the backrest of his chair, each less than a centimeter from his head. Had any of those shots strayed, even slightly? Chapter 25. Tomorrow at 8, on the life and death platform, I shall await you. Chen Yun's expression fluctuated between stormy and calm as he hastened to Yingchen's side. "What do you think you are doing?" Chen Yun questioned in a hushed tone. Yingchen had already holstered his weapon, reclining back into his seat with an air of nonchalance, as if the earlier harrowing scene was merely an illusion. He raised his gaze, his eyes as tranquil as still water. Education. The brevity of his response left Yun momentarily speechless. He glanced around, noting the suffocating silence in the carriage. Everyone held their breath, fearful of becoming the next target. Chun lay slumped in his seat, his complexion as pale as parchment. The 3 bullet holes near his ears yawned like gaping maws, poised to consume him at any moment. Yun took a deep breath, suppressing his indignation. Do you understand what you are doing? You are toying with the lives of your classmates. A faint smirk graced Yingchen's lips, revealing a hint of derision. A jest? The words they hurled at me moments ago were the true jest. Yun found himself at a loss for words, unable to refute the sentiment. Indeed, those cutting remarks were far more injurious than a few bullets. He sighed, turning to address the other students. You have gone too far. It is already a tremendous challenge for Yingchen to return. How can you treat a fellow classmate in such a manner? We are all members of the human race and should stand united. What are you doing now? Must you heap scorn and disdain upon your classmates? Does belittling others serve to elevate your own stature? Have you squandered all those years of education? As his words concluded, the carriage fell into a profound silence. Yun surveyed the timid classmates with satisfaction before redirecting his gaze to Yingchen. Yingchen, while the student's treatment of you is indeed unacceptable, you cannot resort to firing upon them. Your targets should be the monsters, the other races, not your classmates. Listening to Yun's admonishment, Yingchen could hardly contain himself. This old class monitor is commendable, displaying great responsibility. Yet, he often strives to maintain an illusion of impartiality. When mediating conflicts among classmates, he tends to administer equal punishment, regardless of the circumstances. Their words should be aimed at the true monsters, the other races, not at me. This was merely a warning. Should there be a next time, I will shoot directly at the head. I am uncertain if there will be consequences for my actions. But one thing is clear, should I strike a classmate in the head, it appears none among us will survive. Having spoken, Yingchen closed his eyes, leaning back against his seat, clearly disinterested in further discourse. Yun, observing Yingchen's formidable demeanor, shook his head in resignation and returned to his seat. The carriage was enveloped in an eerie silence, the only sound being the rumble of the modified bus engine. Everyone remained lost in the weighty implications of Yingchen's earlier words. Chun Lei involuntarily shivered, sensing that should he dare to mock Yingchen again, the bullets would indeed find their mark upon his own head. Yingchen's consciousness descended within, a virtual interface unfurling in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to level 2. The Death Goddess talisman has been reset. Please select the level 2 skill you wish to imprint. Yingchen's spirits lifted. Indeed, the cross-dire summon he had initially considered his trump card, the Spectre, had faltered before even a day had passed, allowing him to ascend to level 1. Now, it was time to select a new level 2 skill. He carefully examined the skill list. Naturally, he would opt for a summoning type. The choice between summoning zombies and summoning skeletal mages left him in a quandary. Zombies possessed formidable physicality and terrifying regenerative abilities, making them exceptional warriors. Conversely, skeletal mages could provide him with long-range magical support, enhancing tactical flexibility. Had he been limited to selecting only one of these skills upon advancing to level 2, Yingchen would undoubtedly have chosen the skeletal mage, as he truly lacked for melee combatants. However, circumstances had changed. He was now summoning a creature from a higher tier. A damage-dealing zombie was far superior to a skeletal mage, which relied on explosive bursts yet lacked endurance. After considerable deliberation, Yingchen ultimately chose to summon zombies. Level 2 skill. Summon zombie has been successfully imprinted. The system notification echoed in his mind, and a slight smile graced Yingchen's lips. Although summoning was impractical within the confines of the bus, he was eager to test this new skill. The bus gradually came to a halt at the city gates. And as the doors swung open, a cacophony of sounds surged in like a tidal wave. Yingchen disembarked, greeted by a scene of unparalleled commotion. Countless parents anxiously clustered at the gates, craning their necks in search of their children. Some were jubilant, while others wept openly. A mother tightly embraced her son, who had just disembarked, tenderly caressing the bruises on his face, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's all right, she choked out repeatedly. Not far off. A boy, clutching his arm, wailed in his father's embrace. Dad, I never want to go to that place again. Yingchen silently observed the scene, a tinge of bitterness swelling within him. He scanned the crowd, his gaze flitting over faces marked by joy or concern. Just as in his previous life, not a single soul had come for him. A self-deprecating smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Whether in this life or the last, certain truths remain immutable. He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to look away. Just as he prepared to depart, a scornful voice called out from behind. Yingchen. It was Zhao Hao. Turning around, Yingchen beheld Zhao Hao standing there with an air of arrogance. Don't forget about the life and death platform tomorrow. I'll be waiting for you at 8 in the morning. Zhao Hao's eyes glinted with disdain. Yingchen nodded calmly. I understand. He turned away. Memories of his previous life flooding his mind. Zhao Hao, the so-called genius propped up by his family's resources, had not ventured beyond the confines of the camp during the 7 days of wilderness training. He had merely relied on the Zhao family's collective resources to absorb cultivation materials for an entire week within the camp. By now, he should have reached level 0. Level 9. Once he returns home tonight, the Zhao family will undoubtedly have prepared a vessel for him. Yingchen clearly recalled that in his previous life, Zhao Hao returned from training the day after his ascension to level 1, astonishing countless classmates and teachers. The media flocked to him, eager for interviews. The entire city of Subei buzzed with discussions about such a prodigy emerging from their midst. The Zhao family capitalized on Zhao Hao's newfound fame, aggressively seeking sponsorships. Yet, a few months later, the truth struck like a heavy hammer upon everyone's heads. Zhao Hao, during an adventure outside the university, succumbed to his cowardice and lack of combat experience, ultimately losing his life. To make matters worse, he had also inadvertently caused severe injuries to a classmate who had been on his team, another young master from an unknown city, who naturally would not take the matter lightly. He directly disclosed the matter to his family, who subsequently alerted the media, causing the incident to explode into public discourse. In the aftermath, Zhao Hao was exposed as someone whose entire cultivation level was merely the result of resource accumulation. The online community erupted in outrage, vehemently condemning him. The unspoken rule of this world is that one cannot solely rely on resources to elevate their rank. After all, the world is fraught with instability and countless external threats loom ominously. What humanity requires are combat-ready practitioners, not delicate blooms nurtured in greenhouses. Thus, regardless of their stature, even the most prominent families exercise restraint when it comes to providing cultivation resources. At the very least, one would never encounter a situation like Zhao Hao's, where an individual entirely devoid of combat experience relies solely on resources. Chapter 26, Second-Tier Zombie. In this life, it seems you are intent on provoking me even in your final months. As Yingchen reminisced about the events surrounding Zhao Hao, he continued his steady stride towards the equipment market in Subei City. He needed to dispose of the worthless gear acquired from the wilderness and secret realms, while also seeking suitable new equipment. The entrance to the equipment market loomed ahead, bustling with a throng of people. Various vendors shouted their wares, and the air was thick with the scents of metal and leather. Yingchen paid little mind to the numerous stall owners, choosing instead to enter a distinguished shop known as Wanbaozhai. This establishment boasted considerable strength and had branches in nearly every city within the Dragon Kingdom of humanity. Conducting transactions here assured one would not be swindled. He made his way directly to the counter, disregarding the curious gazes of surrounding customers. I wish to sell some equipment and materials, Yingchen stated in a calm tone. The attendant behind the counter nodded with a smile, expertly retrieving the identification instrument. Yingchen produced the pelts from wilderness monsters, bone powder from secret realms, and the teeth of ghouls, among other materials. Accompanying these were several pieces of white-quality equipment, which the attendant regarded as mere refuse. The attendant swiftly assessed the items and quoted a price, 520,000 Federation coins. How does that sound? Yingchen nodded slightly. This price was within his expectations. Though slightly lower than what he could earn from a stall, it saved him time and effort. For combat practitioners, earning money was this effortless, provided they were willing to take risks. In just 7 days, hundreds of thousands could be made with ease. However, expenses were also considerable. Upon receiving the funds, Yingchen began browsing the shop's merchandise. His gaze lingered in the weapons section. The 92 pistol no longer suited him. With his significantly enhanced mental power, his spell damage far surpassed that of the pistol. Yet, a backup weapon was still essential, just in case. Sir, would you like me to recommend something? A young attendant approached. Yingchen glanced at him and replied coolly, show me your more powerful pistols. The attendant's eyes lit up as he promptly presented several uniquely designed pistols. This is our latest arrival, Wrath of Thunder, a modified Desert Eagle. Yingchen meticulously examined each firearm, his fingers gliding over the cold metal surface. As a seasoned gunslinger from his previous life, he was well aware of the power each pistol possessed. Ultimately, he selected 2 modified Desert Eagles. These 2 will suffice, Yingchen stated succinctly. Since they were merely ordinary pistols and not magical items, despite the modifications, they were not overly expensive, costing only 100,000. The attendant joyfully packaged the items and inquired, do you need any other weapons? Do you have any weapons that can amplify magical effects? Indeed, take a look at this staff, he dutifully recommended. Yingchen shook his head, I do not require a staff. The reasoning behind this choice was simple, times have changed. In this era, unless a staff possessed exceptionally outstanding attributes, or if one were a pure stationary artillery mage, few would opt for a staff as their primary weapon. Other professions rarely choose a staff. The advancements in enchanting and gem-setting techniques have enabled various weapons to enhance magical effects. It is no exaggeration to say that, Provided one has the necessary materials, a high-level enchanter could imbue 2 pistols with magical amplification effects without compromising their normal firing capabilities. Is that not far more appealing than any staff? Of course, this only applies to lower levels. If one truly possessed a high-grade, exceptional staff of purple or gold quality, then I would retract my statement. Wielding it would surpass that of lower-tier weapons. As Yingchen scanned the array of weapons, his attention was suddenly captured by a tang knife. The blade was elongated, exuding a faint green glow. He grasped the hilt, and an unusual surge of power coursed through him. This knife, Yingchen murmured to himself. The attendant, noticing his interest, immediately began to expound. Excellent taste. This is a green-quality tang knife. The blade is exceptionally sharp, crafted from specially treated materials, making it ideal for slashing. The blade is also enchanted with enhancement runes, increasing magical attack power by 5. Yingchen lightly swung the knife, the blade slicing through the air with a soft hum. I'll take it, he decisively declared. The attendant beamed with delight, calculating the total. The 2 modified Desert Eagles cost 100,000, while the tang knife amounted to 300,000. Yingchen paid without hesitation, securing the tang knife at his back. His past experiences taught him that weapons must always be within reach. Danger often arrives unannounced, and storage spaces are not always reliable. Muscle memory provides the fastest response. After settling the bill, Yingchen strode out of Wanbaozhai and returned to the hotel. Upon entering his hotel room, he placed the tang knife and pistols on the table. He surveyed the surroundings, confirming the room as safety before slowly closing his eyes. His mental energy surged like a tide, probing for the scent of death. A miasma of decay permeated the air. The ground began to tremble, as though something were about to break through the surface. Yingchen opened his eyes, his pupils glimmering with an eerie light. He extended his hand, palm upwards, as if to welcome something. A summoning array materialized on the floor. A decayed hand emerged from the array, followed by its arm and the rest of its body. A corpse, its flesh a sickly hue, stood before Yingchen. Hollow eye sockets flickered with ghostly blue flames. Yingchen scrutinized the zombie, recently summoned from the netherworld. A smile creeping upon his lips. Not bad, stronger than I anticipated, he murmured. The zombie let out a low growl, seemingly responding to its master's praise. Yingchen examined the zombie's attributes, a flood of information rushing into his mind. Zombie. Level. 2 Tier 1. Strength. 816. Agility. 588. Vitality. 816. Mentality. 588. Skills. Steel Bones. Corpse Poison. Life Drain. Steel Bones. Passive skill, granting the zombie formidable defense. Corpse Poison. Normal attacks will inflict corpse poison. Life Drain. Biting a blooded creature allows the zombie to absorb blood to recover injuries, while having a chance to permanently enhance its own attributes. Such strength, truly deserving of the 2nd tier. One can only say, the Death God's amulet is invincible. It has granted Yingchen, a novice 1st tier necromancer, the combat prowess of a 2nd tier warrior. Chapter 27. 1st tier Zhao Hao, dazzlingly explosive. In recent days, Xia Yunqi has endured a tumultuous emotional roller coaster. The awakening of her S-class talent should have filled her with ecstatic joy, yet it became complicated due to a singular decision. She vividly recalls that day when she proposed to Yingchen the dissolution of their engagement. Let us terminate our engagement. Her voice was chillingly indifferent. Yingchen's reaction, however, was entirely unexpected. He merely nodded calmly. All right. Just like that, with a single, simple word. It felt as though the bonds forged over many years between them had been severed. Xia Yunqi stood frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. She had anticipated that Yingchen would cling to her as he had in the past, yet he responded with such decisiveness. This stark contrast stirred an unusual emotion within her. Initially, Xia Yunqi believed that Yingchen was merely posturing. However, in the days that followed, Yingchen indeed did not seek her out again. The sudden absence of the figure that had once been her constant companion left her with an inexplicable sense of emptiness. She found herself involuntarily reminiscing about the past, the silhouette of Yingchen holding an umbrella for her, the sight of him preparing breakfast. These details, once taken for granted, now stirred ripples in her heart. Xia Yunqi endeavored to dispel these chaotic thoughts through her training, assuring herself that it was merely the discomfort of a disrupted habit. Yet, a voice deep within questioned, is it truly so simple? As the days of rigorous training approached, Xia Yunqi chose to embark on this journey alone, determined to prove her independence. Yet reality struck her hard. While preparing supplies, she realized her ignorance of many details. In the past, Yingchen had meticulously arranged everything, food, medicine, equipment, considering every aspect. Now, she comprehended the profound thoughtfulness behind what had once seemed trivial. Biting her lip, she suppressed the pang of bitterness within her. She was reluctant to admit just how much she missed the person she had once deemed a burden. The process of training proved to be more arduous than she had anticipated. Whenever faced with adversity, she would instinctively glance back, as if Yingchen might appear behind her, just as he had for all those years. Yet, Upon regaining her senses, she found only the chilling whisper of the wind. Though she understood that, given Yingchen's talent, his presence would not have aided her, this solitude allowed her to genuinely grasp the significance of his existence. Finally, the training concluded, and Yingchen returned to the city gates earlier than expected. Her family awaited her arrival, pride radiating from their smiles. Yingchen, truly the pride of our Xia family. With S-level talent, your future is boundless. The accolades echoed in her ears, yet they brought her a sense of discomfort. As she surveyed her surroundings, she witnessed heartfelt embraces, tears, and genuine concern among other ordinary families. The heartfelt joy they expressed starkly contrasted with what she felt. Yingchen suddenly realized that her family cared more about her talent and future than about her as a person. This realization stirred a bitterness within her. She mechanically engaged with her family's pleasantries, her gaze unconsciously searching for that familiar silhouette. Yingchen had not returned. The thought ignited an inexplicable anxiety within her. She was supposed to head home directly with her family, yet inexplicably lingered at the city gates. As time passed, her heart raced with each figure entering the city. At last, she spotted that familiar figure. Yingchen walked in, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Yingchen held her breath, awaiting his eyes to settle upon her. However, his glance merely brushed past her, as though she were a stranger. The sensation of being overlooked inflicted a sharp pain in her heart. She opened her mouth to call out to him, yet found herself devoid of the courage to speak. Yingchen strode away, his silhouette gradually vanishing into the crowd. Yingchen stood rooted, her heart a tumult of emotions. She could not fathom why she felt so deeply affected, why she experienced such profound disappointment. This complex emotional turmoil propelled her to the life and death platform. Even if only to gaze from afar, it sufficed. She knew Yingchen would undoubtedly appear there. He had always been a man of his word. Yingchen continually reassured herself that she was destined for the most prestigious academy in the capital. With Yingchen's talent, he would likely only be able to find a mediocre institution in the vicinity of Subei City, relying on the connections of the Mo family. Henceforth, their paths would diverge, ultimately belonging to different worlds. Cherish the present moment. Even a fleeting glance would suffice, for after university, they might never meet again. As dawn broke, the area around the life and death platform in Subei City was already abuzz with activity. Students flocked in droves, vying for the best vantage points. The air was thick with a mingling of tension and excitement. In the distance, Yingchen sat cross-legged, her cool gaze sweeping over the raucous crowd. Since the day Yingchen had agreed to ascend the platform, Zhao Hao had been relentlessly touting the event throughout the school, fearful that Yingchen might back out. Now, the entire senior class was abuzz with anticipation for the approaching spectacle. Do you think that waste of space will dare to show up? Who knows? But even if he does, what can he do? He'll just get beaten by Zhao Hao. After all, he will definitely be humiliated. Even I could easily overpower that waste. Yingchen. The real question is whether Zhao Hao will actually kill him. Surely not. After all, Yingchen is still the young master of the Mo family. Zhao Hao wouldn't completely disregard the Mo family's face, would he? Whispers of speculation rippled through the crowd, echoing like waves. As the clock struck 7:30, Zhao Hao strode confidently from the throng. Each step he took sent ripples through the gathered students. He leaped upon the life and death platform, landing with poise at its center. Standing tall, he raised his awakening staff, which emitted a faint blue glow. The pressure of his first-tier prowess was deliberately unleashed, sweeping over the audience, sending shivers down the spines of the students still at the 0 stage. Zhao Hao's eyes sparkled with arrogance and confidence, a smirk playing on his lips. Yingchen, do you dare to come? His voice boomed like thunder. The onlookers erupted into a frenzy, expressions of shock evident on their faces. Heavens! Zhao Hao has actually broken through to the first tier. That's incredible. A true prodigy has emerged among us. This is such a waste. What does Yingchen need to face a first-tier opponent for? Poor Yingchen. How will he beg Zhao Hao for mercy? Gasps and discussions surged like a tidal wave throughout the crowd. Even the usually composed Yingchen couldn't help but feel astonished. Her gaze fixated on Zhao Hao, struggling to comprehend how he could have advanced to the first tier so swiftly. Sensing the awe directed towards him from all sides, Zhao Hao swelled with pride. He raised his staff, unleashing a beam of blue light into the sky. In the distance, Yingchen scoffed. Zhao Hao's antics, aside from being a flashy display of spiritual energy, served little purpose. However, upon confirming Zhao Hao's advancement to the first tier, concern for Yingchen began to gnaw at her. At that moment, a middle-aged man in an impeccably tailored suit hurried past the vicinity of the life and death platform. He frowned as he surveyed the throngs of students, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. Just as he prepared to leave, a cool voice interrupted. Butler, Missouri. The middle-aged man turned at the sound, spotting a striking young woman approaching swiftly. Miss Xia? Butler, Missouri inclined his head slightly. What brings you here? Yingchen's expression grew serious as she relayed the unfolding events to Butler, Missouri. His complexion shifted dramatically, his voice trembling. What? Young Master Mo is set to face young Master Zhao on the life and death platform? And young Master Zhao has already reached the first tier? His hands unconsciously clenched, knuckles whitening. Taking a deep breath, Butler Missouri stifled his rising panic. Thank you, Miss Xia, for informing me. I shall return to report this immediately. With that, he turned and hurried away, nearly stumbling in his haste. Xia Yunqi watched Butler Mo's receding figure, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over her. She mused that if the Mo family were aware of this situation, they would surely come to Mo Yingchen's aid. Yet, she couldn't help but feel puzzled by the urgency in Butler Mo's departure. Wasn't there a phone for communication? Is it absolutely necessary to rush back for a report? Yet, at this moment, Butler Mo's heart was engulfed in a tempest of conflicting emotions. As he sped down the road, he cursed vehemently within his mind. Damn that Xia Yunqi, meddling in affairs that do not concern her. So what if that useless Mo Yingchen has met his demise? Why must she inform me about the life and death arena? I must have drawn the short straw, having to venture near that cursed place today. Butler Mo's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his eyes brimmed with anxiety. Now that I am aware of this matter, if I fail to report to the family, and something truly happens to that good-for-nothing Mo Yingchen, the blame will undoubtedly fall upon me. At the entrance of the Mo family estate, the butler arrived, breathless and panting. Cold sweat glistened on his forehead as he leaned against his knees, gasping for air. Just then, a tall figure emerged from within the doors. Miss, the butler exclaimed, straightening up hurriedly. Mo Bingning frowned, eyeing the disheveled butler. What has caused you to be in such a state? The butler wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke in a hurried whisper. Miss, something grave has occurred. The young master intends to face the Zhao family heir in the life and death arena. Mo Bingning's pupils constricted. The life and death arena? Are you certain? Her voice rose sharply. The butler nodded repeatedly. Moreover, Zhao Hao has already achieved first-tier status. What shall we do? Mo Bingning's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. My little brother, how could he dare agree to such a challenge? Her fingers unconsciously clenched the fabric of her sleeve. The butler cautiously gauged Mo Bingning's expression. Miss, should we? Mo Bingning raised her hand, cutting him off. I will inform father. You may attend to your duties. The butler, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, bowed deeply. Yes, I shall take my leave. Hiding around the corner, the butler wiped the cold sweat from his brow. At least he had reported the matter. The young lady had permitted him to leave, and from then on, it was no longer his concern. Mo Bingning hurried toward Mo Kuei's study. Inside, Mo Kuei was engrossed in documents pertaining to the family's enterprises. Father, Mo Bingning gently knocked on the door. Come in. As she entered, she found her father focused intently on the papers before him. What is it? Mo Kuei asked without lifting his gaze. My brother intends to confront Zhao Hao in the life and death arena. With a sharp crack, Mo Kuei's pen slammed onto the table. What did you say? He exclaimed. Abruptly looking up, Mo Bingning reiterated, adding, moreover, Zhao Hao has already reached first-tier status. Mo Kuei shot up from his seat, causing the desk to shake. That scoundrel. Who does he think he is, daring to challenge someone of first-tier, Zhao Hao's caliber? He is tarnishing my name. He is bringing disgrace upon the Mo family. A good-for-nothing who cannot stay put at home, running off to face others in the life and death arena? Does he wish to ruin our family's reputation? And now that Zhao Hao is indeed first-tier, isn't this even more humiliating? He will merely become a stepping stone for Zhao's fame. Mo Bingning stood to the side, hesitating for a moment. Father, should we not find a way to prevent this duel? Mo Kuei whirled around. Have you lost your mind? His voice boomed like thunder. No one can force another onto the life and death arena. This is undoubtedly that scoundrel's own decision. The Mo family has our pride. We cannot interfere in the life and death arena. Mo Bingning bit her lip. But Zhao Hao could very well kill Yingchen there. Mo Kuei paused. If that scoundrel dies, then so be it. Before he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something. After all, he is still one of us. Mo Kuei took a deep breath. Zhao Hao should not kill him. You must go to the life and death arena now. After their duel, bring that scoundrel back. If he is not seriously injured, let him kneel before the ancestral shrine and reflect on his actions. Mo Bingning pressed her lips together tightly, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. Yes, father. She turned and swiftly exited the study. As she walked down the corridor, Mo Bingning reflected on her father's words, a wave of bitterness washing over her. Throughout her life, Yingchen had been like a ghost in their home. Even now, at this critical juncture of life and death, her father remained utterly indifferent. She quickened her pace, racing toward the life and death arena. The clock struck 8. It was evident that Mo Yingchen was late. Isn't that obvious? She thought. The duel is at 8. One must rise by 7 to prepare. It's not like we have classes. Who wakes up at such an hour for no reason? Anyway, there's no rush. Let Zhao Hao wait. Zhao Hao stood proudly on the life and death arena, surveying the crowd around him. A cold smirk played on his lips, his eyes glinting with disdain. It seems that worthless fool dares not show up, he taunted. Laughter and agreement rippled through the surrounding students. Zhao Xiao is right. How could that Mo Yingchen have the audacity to come? Indeed, a trash with an E-grade awakening. He probably hasn't even reached level 0, tier 3. And dares to duel against the first-tier prodigy Zhao Xiao? I reckon he didn't come because he heard Zhao Xiao had reached first tier and was too scared to face us. Zhao Hao reveled in the flattery, his heart swelling with pride. He raised his hand, signaling for silence. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Zhao Hao, am a man of my word. Since that fool dares not appear, I declare myself the victor of this duel. Though I have never stepped onto the life and death arena, I ask you all to bear witness. From now on, that garbage Yingchen's life is mine. Chapter 29, The Resurrection of the Undead. Xia Yunxi sat cross-legged at the edge of the crowd, her expression a blend of complex emotions. She felt both relief and disdain. The fact that Yingchen did not arrive eased her heart. Even if he had, he could never match Zhao Hao's first-tier prowess. He would only suffer a one-sided beating, possibly even lose his life. Yet, she felt a tinge of contempt for him. Is he incapable of fulfilling even the promises he made? Suddenly, a commotion erupted within the crowd, hushed whispers echoing. All eyes turned toward the entrance of the life and death arena. A tall figure strolled leisurely toward them, his gait relaxed. As if taking a casual walk, he ambled along, yawning openly, exuding an air of utter fatigue. The newcomer was none other than Yingchen, clad in a sleek black outfit that appeared both lightweight and durable, hugging his tall frame. 2 Desert Eagle handguns were holstered at his waist, their grips glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the sun, emanating a chilling aura of lethality. Slung across his back was a pitch-black Tang Dao, faintly glowing with an eerie green light. The blade radiated an imposing coldness, exuding a fierce killing intent, as if poised to draw blood at any moment. As he approached, the crowd instinctively parted, creating a clear path for him. Some faces registered shock, clearly taken aback by his unexpected arrival. Others wore expressions of schadenfreude, as if they foresaw his impending defeat. Yingchen paid no heed to the reactions around him, his gaze fixed intently on Zhao Hao. A smirk growing more pronounced on his lips. He ascended the steps to the platform, his demeanor transforming into something sharp and formidable. The murmurs around him ceased abruptly, and all eyes were riveted upon Yingchen. Zhao Hao's expression darkened, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Yingchen, you finally decided to show up. Zhao Hao glared coldly at him, putting on a facade, carrying a gun and a broken sword. Do you think that just because you have a blade, it enhances your close combat skills? Yingchen lazily lifted his head, glancing at Zhao Hao. Oh, so you were waiting for me? My apologies, I overslept. A hint of mockery laced his tone, further darkening Zhao Hao's expression. The surrounding students began to murmur among themselves. Isn't this Yingchen too arrogant? Who does he think he is? Zhao Xiao has already broken through to the first tier, yet he dares to be so audacious? Unperturbed, Yingchen leisurely ascended the life and death stage, turning to face Zhao Hao. All right, here I am. Weren't you eager for a duel? Let us commence. His tone was casual, as if discussing a trivial matter. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Zhao Hao's eyes as he swiftly approached the referee, pointing at Yingchen. Senior, this is the Yingchen who is to duel with me today. The referee nodded, stepping to the center of the life and death stage, casting a profound glance at the shadow beneath Yingchen's feet. Since both parties are present, the duel shall now begin. The rules are simple. Life and death are in the hands of fate. You may employ any means necessary until one side is declared the victor. Wait. Yingchen's voice suddenly interrupted the referee, who was about to raise the protective barrier. Xiao to Xiao. You seem to have forgotten that there are stakes involved in our life and death stage. My first-tier skill book, if you please. Zhao Hao retrieved a skill book from his storage space and tossed it to Yingchen. There is no first-tier skill book, only this 0-tier one. However, its value is something you, a scholar, should certainly appreciate. Even ordinary second or third-tier skills do not compare. Yingchen caught the skill book and glanced at it. Reanimation of the undead. 0-tier skill, capable of transforming corpses into undead summons, with strength determined by the corpse's power prior to death. Note, cannot be used on corpses of a higher level than oneself. It was indeed the rare skill of a necromancer, reanimation of the undead. Zhao Hao was not mistaken. This skill book was exceedingly precious, and it was largely due to this book that necromancers earned the moniker disasters. This skill differed from the typical summoning of a necromancer. As long as there were sufficient corpses, there was no limit to the number of summons. Yet, similarly, the resurrected entities could not enter the summoning space. The rarity of this book was such that many necromancers had advanced to higher tiers without ever finding it. What's the matter? Yingchen, are you dissatisfied? Satisfied. Let us begin. Yingchen reluctantly tossed the skill book to the referee. Naturally, he was pleased. Zhao Hao had no inkling that Yingchen was, in fact, a necromancer, which was why he offered such a prized skill book. He was now apprehensive about Zhao Hao possibly reneging on the deal. The referee waved his hands, and an energy barrier rose around the life and death stage. From this moment onward, none could leave until a victor was determined and declared. On the stage, Yingchen and Zhao Hao stood facing each other, tension thickening the air. Yingchen lazily stretched, as if awakening from slumber. He slowly drew his dual pistols, tossing them lightly in his palms. The cold metallic sensation jolted him to attention. Zhao Hao scoffed, his awakened staff glowing ominously with dark energy. A waste is but a waste. You think you can challenge me with mere guns? A smirk played on Mo Yingchen's lips, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Xiao to Xiao, you ought to choose your words carefully. You may not be aware, but there exists a profession known as the gunslinger. One of the most numerous vocations in the world. Your words could offend all gunslingers. I, however, am indifferent. I merely wonder if those formidable high-tier gunslingers can tolerate your insult. Before his words could settle, Mo Yingchen's figure vanished like a specter. In the next instant, 2 deafening gunshots erupted. Zhao Hao's pupils constricted, instinctively swinging his staff to block. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. The bullets were deflected by the staff, narrowly grazing Zhao Hao's ear, the searing air stinging his cheek. Shock coursed through Zhao Hao. He had not anticipated Mo Yingchen's marksmanship to be so precise. With a roar, he enveloped himself in swirling black mist. Slow, an invisible force field radiated from Zhao Hao, encircling him. Mo Yingchen felt his limbs grow heavy, his movement stifled. Yet, a flicker of disdain sparkled in his eyes. With a swift twist, he executed an astonishing roll, even in this sluggish state. His gun barrels traced elegant arcs in the air as bullets rained down like a tempest. Chapter 30. Gun Combat Technique. The gun combat technique is a core skill of the gunslinger specialization, a foundational cornerstone of the entire gunslinger discipline. Although Mo Yingchen was not a gunslinger in this life and lacked skill enhancements, these movements and techniques had been etched into his muscle memory after a decade of practice. Zhao Hao hastily swung his staff to block, yet several bullets grazed his sleeves, blood trickling down his arm. Gasps erupted from the audience. Disbelief etched on their faces as they witnessed the unfolding battle. Is this really that useless Mo Yingchen? His marksmanship is astounding. Zhao Xiao has been driven to such a state? Whispers of astonishment filled the crowd, many voices expressing their amazement. Chunyan stood among them, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Yingchen, his brows furrowed tighter, an expression of incredulity crossing his features. Is this the gun combat technique? Chunyan murmured, his voice laden with shock. A student standing beside Chunyan overheard his muttering. Gun combat technique. The one that blends ranged and melee combat. Renowned for its flamboyance in mid-range battles? The core skill of the entire gun combat technique system? Impossible. Yingchen is only 0 tier. How could he master such profound techniques? Yet, the elegance of his movements suggested countless hours of rigorous training, flowing with natural grace. On stage, Zhao Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fury igniting in his eyes. Dark orb. Several pitch-black energy spheres materialized and hurtled toward Mo Yingchen. A glimmer of contempt flickered in Mo Yingchen's eyes. He weaved through the dark orbs like a dancer performing a graceful waltz. Each turn and leap perfectly evaded the attacks, while his desert eagle roared in his hands. Bullets collided with the dark orbs, exploding in midair, brilliant sparks illuminating the entire life and death stage. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth. He had not anticipated Mo Yingchen to be so formidable. Though relying merely on guns, he rendered Zhao Hao's magical attacks entirely ineffective. Clenching his staff, he charged at Mo Yingchen, the staff carving a black arc through the air as it descended toward him. Mo Yingchen was unfazed by Zhao Hao's attempt to strike him with the staff. Others may not know, but as a reborn individual, he was well aware. In his previous life, Zhao Hao had chosen the specialization of a demon monk in the first tier, a branch that relied on dark elements to enhance physical combat. Moreover, the awakened staff's material was exceptional. Using it as a cudgel was, frankly, perfect. Not to mention the enhancement skills of the demon monk specialization, when unleashed through the staff. Their effects would amplify. As for why Zhao Hao had refrained from using his first-tier demon monk skills against him, who could say? Perhaps he felt unworthy? Mo Yingchen chuckled, advancing rather than retreating, lowering his body to slip past the staff. Simultaneously, his left desert eagle pressed against Zhao Hao's abdomen. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as Zhao Hao was pushed back 2 steps, blood spewing from his mouth. Mo Yingchen remained in position, the gun still smoking. His expression was relaxed, as if everything that had transpired was merely a casual affair. What a pity, Xiao to Xiao. Your equipment is quite impressive. That inner armor must be of at least blue quality, wouldn't you say? The audience below was rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. They widened their eyes, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. The once derided waste, Mo Yingchen, had astonishingly subdued the first-tier prodigy, Zhao Hao, while wielding a firearm. This was a complete upheaval of their understanding. Chen Yun's expression grew exceedingly grave. His gaze swept back and forth over Mo Yingchen, as if attempting to penetrate the enigma of this mysterious student. The mastery of gunplay displayed was nothing short of remarkable. Chen Yun murmured to himself, his voice laden with disbelief. Could it be that he has also ascended to the first tier? No, that cannot be. Even if he were at the first tier, mastering such profound techniques in such a short span of time was implausible. Yet, the fluidity of his movements suggested countless repetitions, honed to perfection. Chen Yun's heart brimmed with uncertainty. Inside Zhao Hao's chest, rage surged like a wild beast stirred from slumber. His face contorted with fury, eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. This was meant to be his stage, his meticulously orchestrated entrance. He should have descended like a lofty king, effortlessly crushing the worthless Yingchen. But reality had dealt him a stinging blow. The bullet had pierced through his carefully constructed defenses, sending shockwaves through his very core. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth, a bitter reminder of the humiliation he had just endured. Zhao Hao clenched his teeth, nails digging deeply into his palms. He could not accept such an outcome. The calm visage of Yingchen had transformed into an object of his loathing. That languid gaze, that disdainful smile, ignited a wrath in Zhao Hao that craved to rend him apart. How dare you, worthless scum, resist? Zhao Hao roared inwardly. Wasn't it better to submit to humiliation? Why must you disrupt my plans? His pride bled, trampled by the weight of defeat. Yingchen, are you not the sharpshooter? Zhao Hao's cold voice cut through the air, tinged with mockery, his eyes glinting with cunning. Isn't your skill commendable? Yingchen merely raised an eyebrow, offering no reply. He regarded Zhao Hao with quiet patience, as if awaiting his next move. Zhao Hao's smile grew increasingly sinister. Then let us see how you fare against my blindness technique. His voice suddenly escalated, laced with madness. I shall witness how you aim when deprived of sight. No sooner had the words left his lips than a dark flash emanated from Zhao Hao's fingertips, coiling around Yingchen's eyes like a venomous serpent. The audience below erupted in a cacophony of murmurs and speculation. This is the end for Yingchen. I told you Zhao Xiao was unperturbed for a reason. He was merely biding his time. A blindness technique, regardless of how skilled Yingchen was. He would be powerless against Zhao Xiao without sight. Some reveled in this turn of events. Others lamented, yet all believed the battle had reached its inevitable conclusion. However, Yingchen merely blinked, unfazed. The blindness technique was no stranger to him. As a sharpshooter, he was acutely aware of the terrifying potential of this ability. It was the nightmare of all marksmen, capable of rendering the most precise shooter helplessly blind. Yingchen sensed a magical wave brush past him, yet his vision remained unclouded, the surroundings unchanged. The efficacy of the blindness technique hinged upon the user's mental prowess exceeding that of the target. Otherwise, it would fail to manifest. Chapter 31. The dark cloak. A slight smirk danced at the corners of Yingchen's mouth, a look of derision gracing his features. It appeared Zhao Hao had misjudged the situation. He chuckled inwardly. Did he truly believe I am still at the 0 tier? To employ the blindness technique against me? Yingchen possessed unwavering confidence in his mental strength. As a necromancer who had attained a tenfold attribute enhancement, he could not fathom a peer surpassing him in mental fortitude. Yet, Yingchen felt no obligation to enlighten Zhao Hao. He simply raised his firearm, his form shifting gracefully, maintaining the elegant and precise shooting posture he had previously adopted. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire reverberated once more upon the life and death stage. The bullets flew towards Zhao Hao with unerring accuracy. Zhao Hao's face reflected sheer disbelief. His eyes bulged, mouth agape, a visage of utter shock. How is this possible? He muttered, bewildered that Yingchen could still see. The audience below was similarly thrown into a frenzy, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and confusion. Could it be that Yingchen's mental power surpassed that of Zhao Xiao? How could this be? Zhao Xiao was a first-tier prodigy. Had they been mistaken? Was the blindness technique ineffective? Amidst the murmurs of uncertainty, a self-proclaimed astute observer suddenly proclaimed, I have it. It must be his equipment. His voice brimmed with confidence, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. Yingchen must possess equipment that grants immunity to the blindness technique. This theory quickly gained traction among the crowd, nods of agreement rippling through them. So that's it. Yingchen must be extraordinarily lucky to have such rare gear. Yet, almost immediately, derisive voices rose again. A waste is still a waste. Zhao Xiao may appear to be at a disadvantage, but that is merely due to being caught off guard. He simply looks down upon using first-tier skills. Indeed, Zhao Xiao is merely toying with him. Once he gets serious, Yingchen won't stand a chance. The audience buzzed with their predictions of Yingchen's impending defeat. However, the battle on the life and death stage was far from over. The gunfire from Yingchen continued unabated, each bullet striking with pinpoint accuracy. Zhao Hao scrambled to evade, his expression growing increasingly sullen. The bullets thudded against his form with a dull thump, but the blue armor he wore shimmered faintly, absorbing much of the damage. His countenance was stormy, eyes ablaze with rage. Thanks to the full set of blue gear provided by his family, he had managed to avoid serious injury. These were meticulously prepared by his family to ensure his invincibility in this contest. His reluctance to employ first-tier skills stemmed from their family's desire to publicize his prowess afterward, showcasing Zhao's family as the progenitors of a prodigy. After all, a first-tier prodigy should not need to resort to high-tier spells against a zero-tier waste, lest they become the laughingstock. But now, he found himself cornered. Though the bullets could not truly harm him, each one stripped away his dignity. Damn it! Zhao Hao gritted his teeth, fists clenched. You are forcing my hand. He roared to the heavens, unleashing the dark energy within him. A cloak as dark as pitch materialized around him, enveloping his form. Yingchen thought to himself, at last, the dark cloak has come. The core skill of the demon monk specialization. Squinting, he steadied his weapon. From the moment he stepped onto the life and death stage, he had anticipated this moment. The audience below erupted in uproar. What is this skill? Such a powerful dark aura. Yingchen stood among the crowd, solemnly explaining. This is the specialization skill of the hidden profession, the great dark mage, Dark Cloak. His gaze flitted back and forth between the two combatants. Yingchen has no chance now. If Xiao Hao had chosen a spellcasting specialization, Yingchen might have had a slim chance due to his firearm advantage. But the demon monk branch is different. It excels in physical and melee prowess. The defensive capabilities of the Dark Cloak alone are beyond what Yingchen's dual pistols can breach. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. Cloaked in darkness, Xiao Hao surged toward Yingchen like a demonic deity. With each step, the ground trembled. Yingchen retreated, his dual pistols roaring once more. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets struck against the dark robe, creating ripples that dissipated into the void. Yet none could penetrate the delicate veil of energy that enveloped him. Xiao Hao approached with a malevolent grin, his eyes glimmering with the delight of vengeance. Where can you flee now? Yingchen remained silent, continuing to shoot and evade. His movements were elegant and fluid, akin to a dance of death. Yet, it was evident to all that he had succumbed to utter despair. Whispers among the audience surged like waves. Indeed, a zero tier is merely a zero tier. No matter how skilled the marksmanship, it is all in vain. This is the chasm that separates the gifted from the worthless. Xiao Hao's onslaught intensified. The staff in his grasp swirled with dark energy, each strike leaving an afterimage in the air. Everyone believed that although Yingchen could still evade for the moment, he could not maintain this for long. Do you think yourself strong? Xiao Hao taunted as he pressed the attack. You are merely floundering with a modicum of cunning. Today, I shall unveil to you what true power entails. Yingchen remained mute, yet his gaze grew increasingly frigid. This expression unnerved Xiao Hao inexplicably. It was not the look of one on the brink of defeat. Rather, it resembled that of a predator observing its prey. However, Xiao Hao quickly dismissed this unsettling feeling. He held the upper hand. What was there to fear? It was over. Xiao Hao gripped his staff tightly, the dark energy within him roiling and surging. The power stimulated by the darkness surged through his entire being, igniting every nerve ending with raw energy. His pupils constricted suddenly, muscles swelling under the influence of the dark force. Veins bulged, twisting beneath the surface like serpents. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength. Speed, reflexes, power, every physical attribute was pushed to its limits. A glint of madness flickered in Xiao Hao's eyes as he prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Intending to extinguish this farce once and for all, the staff traced a black arc through the air, aimed directly at Yingchen's head. This strike contained all his might, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Yingchen's pupils constricted as he discerned the unmasked intent to kill reflected in Xiao Hao's gaze. This was the genuine glint of someone intent on bringing about his demise. Time appeared to freeze in that instant. Should this blow land, no zero tier would escape death. Chapter 32. It seems you have all misunderstood something. The audience below held their breath, the zero-tier spectators unable to keep pace with Xiao Hao's sudden acceleration. They merely glimpsed a flash of dark radiance enveloping Xiao Hao. In the next moment, the staff sliced through the air, accompanied by an ominous whistle, hurtling toward Yingchen's face. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Yingchen's mouth. In a flash, his Tang Dao was drawn from its sheath, glinting with a chilling edge. Clang! The sound of metal colliding erupted on the stage of life and death. The staff met the Tang Dao, sparks flying. Xiao Hao's lethal strike was deflected by Yingchen with astonishing speed. The staff halted a mere 10 centimeters from Yingchen's head, unable to advance further. The crowd erupted in uproar. Yingchen stood among them, his expression grave. As one of the few capable of discerning the actions of both combatants, he recognized the deadliness of Xiao Hao's blow. Without time to ponder how Yingchen had countered Xiao Hao's fatal strike, Yingchen called out, concerned for his student. Xiao Hao, you and Yingchen are students of the same tier. There is no need to resort to murder. But his voice was drowned out by the cacophony of the crowd. Neither combatant heard the warning. Their gazes intertwined, one filled with murderous intent, the other as cold as ice. You wish to kill me? Yingchen's voice was frigid. And what of it? This is the stage of life and death. Even if I were to slay you, I would bear no responsibility. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. The Mo family cares not for you. If I were to kill you, I would not fear any retribution from them. Yingchen slowly sheathed his Tang Dao upon his back, the blade making a crisp sound as it met its scabbard. The fleeting glimmer of cold light vanished. He regarded Xiao Hao with a dispassionate gaze, as though looking down upon an ant. This expression ignited a tempest of fury within Xiao Hao, yet he felt an inexplicable twinge of unease. The air on the stage of life and death thickened, the audience holding their breath, awaiting the next turn of events. Yingchen's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. Indeed, this farce ought to conclude. He had grown weary of Xiao Hao, who offered him no surprises. With zero combat talent and an utter lack of experience, he merely bulldozed ahead with his first-tier attributes and basic monk skills. Utterly tedious. Yingchen slowly raised his right hand, palm directed at Xiao Hao. This sudden gesture left everyone momentarily stunned. Xiao Hao, wary, fixated on Mo Yingchen's hand, hesitant to act rashly. The audience exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. He has sheathed his weapon. What does this mean? Could it be that he intends to concede? Perhaps, given the evident disparity in strength. Yet, had he not just deflected Zhao Hao's lethal strike? Mo Yingchen scanned the crowd, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Here, I shall clarify two matters. Silence fell instantly over the entire arena. First, it seems you have all been under a misapprehension. I have never claimed to be a marksman, nor have I ever professed to be one. I am a necromancer. As his words concluded, he waved his hand lightly. A skeletal warrior materialized on the stage of life and death, its stark white bones shimmering with an eerie glow under the sunlight. The audience erupted into chaos. What? A necromancer? Mo Yingchen is a necromancer? What nonsense is this? When did necromancers become such adept marksmen? What of his previously dazzling gunplay? Zhao Hao let out a cold laugh, suppressing his astonishment. What of being a necromancer? Like a marksman, it is merely one of the most basic professions. Do you truly think you can thwart me with this pitiful zero-tier skeleton? A flicker of amusement danced in Mo Yingchen's eyes. This leads me to the second matter I wish to address. Advancing to the first tier is not as challenging as you might believe. I happen to be a first tier as well. As his words resonated, a wave of spiritual energy erupted from within him. The distinctive aura of a first-tier practitioner enveloped the arena in an instant. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Impossible. Mo Yingchen is also a first tier? Wasn't he only of E-tier talent? How can this be? The shock reverberated through the crowd. The one whom they had mocked and derided countless times, the one who had awakened the most rudimentary E-tier talent, had surpassed them in strength. Zhao Hao's countenance darkened ominously. He glared at Mo Yingchen, his murderous intent intensifying. Even if you are a first tier, what of it? In the face of absolute strength, all else is but a fleeting illusion. Mo Yingchen shook his head lightly. Do you still not comprehend? From the very beginning, you possessed no chance of victory. Because. His gaze sharpened suddenly. You are simply unworthy to be my opponent. Before his words had fully left his lips, he waved his hand once more. The skeletal warrior lunged fiercely toward Zhao Hao. Its stark white bones glimmered in the sunlight, and its hollow eye sockets glowed with an eerie red light. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth, gripping his staff tightly. Seeking death, he bellowed, dark energy coalescing at the tip of his staff. The skeletal warrior charged, its cold, sharp bone sword aimed directly at Zhao Hao's throat. Zhao Hao swung his staff to block, the sound of metal clashing ringing out. He stepped back, sweeping his staff to shatter the skeletal warrior's ribcage. Zhao Hao looked up at Mo Yingchen, ready to mock him, but Mo Yingchen spoke first, his voice tinged with amusement. Young Master Zhao is quite formidable. With just a few strikes, he has shattered my skeletal warriors. Allow me to summon 2 more for you to practice against. As the words left his lips, 2 figures materialized around Zhao Hao. If you still find this too effortless, I shall conjure 4 more. The voice of Mo Yingchen suddenly turned frigid, sending a shiver down Zhao Hao's spine. If 4 are insufficient, then I shall summon 8. If 8 prove inadequate, then let it be 16. I am eager to see just how long young Master Zhao can endure. Zhao Hao's gaze darkened, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The skeletal warriors launched their assault once more, their bone swords glinting ominously. He wielded his staff, unleashing a surge of dark energy. One skeletal warrior after another was obliterated, only for new ones to continuously emerge. 2, 4, 8. An unending tide of skeletal warriors encircled Zhao Hao. Mo Yingchen stood at a distance, unable to suppress a yawn. This Zhao Hao is truly pathetic. To contend with him, there is no need to summon skeletal archers or wraiths. Merely the most basic skeletal warriors suffice. Not to mention the fact that he need not even call forth the mighty phantoms. He seems entirely ignorant of the fundamental tenets of battling a necromancer. Does he not realize he ought to directly attack the necromancer's corporeal form? What is the point of engaging with mere skeletons? Is he unaware that the necromancer can continually summon more? Chapter 33. Young Master Zhao, you truly do ramble on excessively. Were Zhao Hao to know Mo Yingchen's thoughts, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of curses. Does he truly believe Zhao Hao is a fool, lacking even this basic knowledge? Yet the scenario he now faces is far from trivial. He has encountered first-tier necromancers before, and his family possesses their own. A basic class necromancer could never hope to match him, to say nothing of the fact that he could unleash a shadow surge, targeting the necromancer's form directly, potentially obliterating him in an instant. After all, their prowess is primarily invested in their summoned minions. The corporeal form possesses only marginally higher attributes, hardly surpassing that of a level 0. But this Mo Yingchen is different. They have fought before. When Mo Yingchen refrained from summoning skeletons, relying solely on his corporeal form to battle, Zhao Hao could scarcely touch him, even when employing his Shadow Surge's lethal strike, which was effortlessly deflected. He now found himself in a precarious position. Should he refrain from attacking Mo Yingchen, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of skeletons. Yet attacking Mo Yingchen proved futile. Damn it! Zhao Hao ground his teeth in anger, swinging his staff to shatter a skeletal warrior. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Mo Yingchen's mouth. What is this, young Master Zhao? Are you fatigued? Perhaps you would like to take a breather? Veins bulging on his forehead, Zhao Hao seethed. Yingchen, don't be so arrogant. If you have the capability, engage me in a direct confrontation. Yingchen simply shook his head. Why would he engage in a direct confrontation with you? Do you truly believe you are worthy? Those three simple words struck Zhao Hao's heart like a heavy hammer. A flicker of madness passed through his eyes. Shadow surge. Dark energy erupted within him, his muscles tensing, his aura surging. He charged recklessly towards Yingchen. Yet, after just 2 steps, he was obstructed by the skeletal warriors. Get out of my way, Zhao Hao bellowed, brandishing his staff. But the skeletal warriors continued to surge forward, unrelenting. With every one he shattered, new ones took their place. The duration of the shadow surge was limited. A sense of despair began to swell within Zhao Hao. He finally comprehended that he had fallen into Yingchen's trap from the very beginning. This was far from a fair battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Yingchen toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, slowly tormenting him. You have no chance of victory, came Yingchen's voice. Zhao Hao's eyes burned with fury. Impossible. He frantically swung his staff, shattering skeletal warriors. Yet soon the shadow surge's time expired. Panting heavily, sweat drenched his garments, while the skeletal warriors continued their relentless advance. It is over. Yingchen spoke softly. The skeletal warriors surged forward. Zhao Hao could no longer muster the strength to resist. The iron blade sliced through the air, leaving a trail of wounds upon him. Blood stained the arena. Zhao Hao could no longer hold on. The words "I concede" escaped his lips, striking a heavy blow to the nerves of the spectators below. The first-tier prodigy Zhao Hao, the one with an A-grade awakened staff, the hidden class, the great dark mage, has been defeated by Yingchen. The arena fell into a chilling silence. Everyone grappled with the weight of this revelation. Xia Yunqi looked at Yingchen with newfound admiration. He had never truly abandoned his training. His absence over these past days was to catch up to her. He achieved this. He could indeed be this exceptional. Now that he too was first tier, surely he would attend the university in the capital. Does this not suggest that there remains hope for us? A flicker of anticipation surged within Xia Yunqi. Fortunately, these thoughts remained internal, for otherwise, Yingchen would undoubtedly have been astonished by the depth of her inner monologue. How absurd to think of following in your footsteps. How preposterous to believe there is hope. Get as far away as you can. The referee, having heard Zhao Hao's concession, turned his gaze towards Yingchen. The victor had been determined, yet the decision of the triumphant Yingchen was needed to dissolve the energy barrier. Who needs your concession? Yingchen's words echoed as if from the depths of hell. Zhao Hao, while fending off the skeletal warriors' attacks, responded. He was not entirely devoid of fighting spirit. However, he understood that even if he fought desperately, he could not escape being dragged to his demise by Yingchen's skeletal minions. Were this not the arena of life and death, he could simply unleash his power and flee. Yet that energy barrier confined him within, leaving no hope of escape. Yingchen, you had best understand that I am of the Zhao family. If you kill me, the Zhao family will undoubtedly seek vengeance, and your life will be forfeit. Yingchen rose from his seat, idly digging at his ear. The previous battle had been so tiresome that he retrieved a chair from his bag and sat, watching Zhao Hao combat the skeletal warriors. Young Master Zhao, you truly do ramble on excessively, Yingchen began, but before he could finish, Zhao Hao, witnessing Yingchen's indifferent demeanor, felt a tidal wave of despair and panic wash over him. A flicker of madness crossed his eyes as dark energy swirled around him, and he forcibly activated the shadow surge once more. Gripping his awakened staff tightly, he surged forth, clearing a path through the surrounding skeletal warriors, charging towards Yingchen. Just then, a ripple emanated from the shadow beneath Yingchen's feet, and a spectral figure emerged silently. Phantom Strike, wielding the Hellblade. It darted through the air like a wraith. The blade sliced through the atmosphere, leaving a crimson line across Zhao Hao's neck. Blood gushed forth, staining the arena floor. Zhao Hao's eyes widened in horror as the awakened staff slipped from his grasp. He clutched at his throat, his hands futilely attempting to staunch the flow of blood seeping through his fingers. His body swayed, then collapsed heavily to the ground. The awakened staff dissipated into a cascade of blue light. The young master of the Zhao family, Zhao Hao, has perished. Even in the face of death, he remained oblivious to the futility of his words, unaware that he should conserve his strength. Yingchen's final words were slowly articulated. Zhao Hao's body transformed into motes of light, 3 unseen rays drifting towards Yingchen. Congratulations to the host for defeating an elite-level target, acquiring the following negative traits. Disliked. Good for nothing, and prodigal son. Disliked. E more susceptible to becoming a target of others' attacks when under assault. Good for nothing. E stamina consumption increased by 50. Hunger depletion rate accelerated. Prodigal son. E training speed reduced by 30. Combat will diminished. Please proceed to the traits repository for fusion. Yingchen gazed at these 3 negative traits, his mind buzzing with disbelief. He had speculated that tangible awakenings might not be susceptible to the plundering of attributes. However, he could never have anticipated that this worthless entity could be the source of 3 such attributes. What purpose does this contraption serve? Is it merely a source of discomfort for oneself? Chapter 34. You must trust the master. This item indeed suits you well. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization sparked in Yingchen's eyes. Wait, this loathsome object possesses a passive taunt skill? After confirming the description of the loathsome attribute once more, Yingchen wryly bestowed the attribute upon the Iron Guardian. The Iron Guardian is not intended to harm you at the behest of the master. You must trust the master. This truly is fitting for you. The adjudicator approached to confirm Zhao Hao's demise, handing over the wager of necromancy to Yingchen. The energy shield was activated. The fate was sealed. Yingchen stood upon the stage, his right hand gripping the necromancy skill book. Black energy flowed from his fingertips, weaving into delicate shadows that enveloped the tome. The skill book gradually transformed into motes of light in the air, as a profound knowledge surged into his mind. Yingchen's palm hovered over Zhao Hao's corpse, suspended in midair, with black energy swirling at his fingertips. Necromancy. The energy, like invisible threads, began to entwine around Zhao Hao's body. A strange aura permeated the air, reminiscent of whispers from the abyss, sending chills down one's spine. Zhao Hao's body began to tremble, his skin taking on a pallid hue. His joints emitted faint cracking sounds, akin to ancient gears slowly turning. His eyes gradually opened, glinting with a light foreign to the living. Zhao Hao's limbs began to move, initially stiff and mechanical. With a few adjustments, the motions became increasingly fluid. Yingchen instinctively sought to call forth Zhao Hao's attribute panel. Unlike other summoned beings, it was not accessible at will. Zhao Hao lacked an attribute panel. Did he? Yingchen murmured. This was hardly auspicious news. The absence of an attribute panel implied an inability to bestow attributes. Yet, the thought was swiftly cast aside. Numerous summoned beings awaited their attributes. If the resurrection could not provide them, so be it. Yingchen glanced at Zhao Hao, chuckling to himself. The clever gamble of using the necromancer's skill as a wager had ultimately backfired on Zhao Hao. Even in death, he remained under Yingchen's control, unable to find peace. Yingchen descended the arena with measured steps, his dark attire flowing gently, the sound of his footsteps resonating with clarity in the deathly silent square. The crowd parted like a tide, none daring to meet the frigid gaze of his eyes. The recent scene of brutal slaughter, coupled with his indifferent demeanor, compelled everyone to instinctively retreat, clearing a direct path for him. Leave my young master's body. A furious roar erupted from the back of the crowd, reverberating through the air. A dozen black-clad guards from the Zhao family surged forward, weapons clutched tightly. A hint of derision flickered in Su Mofeng's eyes. The rules of the life and death arena dictated that fate was determined by the heavens, and the victor could dispose of the vanquished at will. He pointed at the corpse on the ground, a cold smirk creeping across his lips. This corpse now belongs to me. I shall dispose of it as I please. Whether to chop it into pieces for the dogs, or to fashion it into a puppet, the Zhao family has no authority to interfere. Panic flickered in the eyes of the Zhao guards, their faces turning ashen. The metallic scent of blood still lingered in the air. They watched helplessly as their young master lay lifeless on the life and death arena. The prodigy, cultivated with the Zhao family's resources, had fallen just like that. Their original plan to trample upon Su Mofeng's steps on the life and death arena was utterly shattered at the very first move. Cold sweat beaded on the palms of the guards, chilling to the bone. The rules of the life and death arena were inviolable. They could not intervene. Yet, the furious roar of the Zhao family patriarch echoed in their minds. They could almost envision his bloodshot eyes. The sound of heavy breathing was particularly pronounced in the stillness. No one dared to explain this harsh outcome. The Zhao family patriarch, Zhao Hao's father, would likely not entertain their explanations. In the silence, an aged voice pierced the air. What are you afraid of? Behind the guards, an elderly man with snow-white hair strode forward. His black robe billowed without wind, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. The patriarch is on his way. All of you, advance. The old man's voice was as sharp as a blade. They must subdue him before the patriarch arrives. His hand landed heavily on the shoulder of a nearby guard. A bunch of useless fools. The Zhao family has wasted its resources on you. The old man's furious shouts reverberated around them. You are all of first-tier strength. Have you let a mere boy intimidate you? An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air. The guards gripped their weapons tightly. At the old man's command, their eyes flashed with resolve. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed as a dozen shadows surged forth. The cold wind carried a murderous intent, the blades reflecting a frosty gleam in the sunlight. Yingchen stood motionless, his gaze sharp as a blade. The aura around him suddenly coalesced. A chilling, killing intent seeped from his very bones. A slight smile graced Yingchen's lips as he reversed his hands, two desert eagles materializing in his palms. The metallic bodies gleamed coldly under the sunlight, their barrels aimed resolutely forward. In the instant the triggers were pulled, flames erupted. The deafening gunfire resounded across the life and death arena. Bullets tore through the air, leaving behind a silver trail. Blood erupted from the shoulders of the two guards leading the charge. The powerful impact caused them to falter momentarily. Yet, such injuries clearly could not deter them. Their advance remained unimpeded. The remaining guards' eyes gleamed with ferocity, their pace quickening. Yingchen raised his wrist, and Zhao Hao's corpse surged forth from behind him. Zhao Hao's fist struck toward the chest of the nearest guard. The guard, intent on countering, suddenly froze, his pupils dilating as he recognized the identity of the corpse. The weapon in his hand became immobile in midair. Zhao Hao's fist ruthlessly struck the guard's vital point. Perhaps it was due to his death that Zhao Hao felt no fear. After death, his combat spirit surged, each punch aimed at the vital points. The guards hesitated before the body of their young master. Zhao Hao's onslaught became increasingly fierce, each strike infused with lethal intent. The guard's movement slowed considerably. Each punch from Zhao Hao's corpse struck true. He was no longer the young master. What were you hesitating for? A guard's furious shout sliced through the air. The guard beside him displayed a ruthless glint in his eyes, murmuring, "Young master, forgive me." In a flash of cold light, a long knife severed Zhao Hao's calf. Yingchen's brow furrowed tightly, the pressure suddenly intensifying. The combat capability of Zhao Hao's corpse was alarmingly weak, despite being of the same first tier. It could not withstand even a single blow from the earnest guards. He pushed off the ground, his figure retreating rapidly. His hands traced an arc in the air, summoning a skeletal archer and a wraith from thin air. The skeletal archer's arrows shot forth like thunder. The wraith's anguished wail reverberated through the air. Following closely was a multitude of skeletal warriors materializing. Chapter 35. While first-tier beings may be deemed prodigies, how shall Yingchen be classified? Although the guards' momentum was indeed hindered, they maintained their charge. Their eyes glinted with icy malice, their steps synchronized. Yingchen's heartbeat quickened. The news of the Zhao family patriarch's impending arrival echoed in his mind. The rules of the life and death arena were sacred and inviolable. Yet, a father who had lost his beloved son could act in unpredictable ways. Life is but a singular journey. He did not wish to gamble on this. Yingchen's pupils constricted, a wave of killing intent surging within his chest. A swift resolution was paramount. Departing swiftly was the optimal choice. Summon the zombies. Yingchen's voice resonated deep and powerful, the air around him beginning to distort, forming a tremendous shadow. As the zombies gradually took form, a stifling atmosphere swiftly enveloped the entire venue. The towering figures of the zombies loomed like iron towers, their muscles as hard as cast iron. Their gaping maws unleashed deep growls that reverberated through every corner. Their eyes, hollow and devoid of emotion, brimmed with murderous intent. The hearts of the guards tightened involuntarily, their steps slowing as if weighed down by an unseen force. Despite the furious shouts of the white-haired elder ringing in their ears, the guards could only brace themselves and move forward. Yet, when the zombie took its first step, all semblance of resistance appeared utterly futile. Each punch carried the force of thunder, effortlessly sending the guards flying. The relentless assault crashed upon them like a tidal wave, tossing them aside like mere straw. In a matter of moments, the brutal scene was left with only wails and bloodstains. The elder's face turned ashen, disbelief filling his eyes. He had anticipated that sheer numbers would be sufficient to overpower Yingchen, yet he had not foreseen that Yingchen commanded such a formidable summoned creature. Yingchen stood quietly to the side, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes. Was this a necromancer? One man against a dozen guards. Yingchen was undeniably powerful. That zombie was akin to a reaper on the battlefield. The guards could hardly approach before being struck down. Such strength explained why he dared to accept the challenge of life and death. It seemed Zhao Hao was courting his own demise. This zombie was clearly a Tier 2 summon. How had Yingchen managed to summon it? With such a creature, Yingchen's power likely exceeded the bounds of Tier 1. A high school senior, yet to graduate, already at Tier 2? The onlookers were left agape, astonished. During the major examination, only possessing Tier 1 strength allowed one to become a prodigy. Now, Yingchen's combat prowess had transcended to Tier 2. What was this? A monster? Silence engulfed the arena. All eyes fixated upon him. Each student present felt a tumult of emotions within. In their gaze, Yingchen appeared as a figure of unattainable grandeur, exuding an aura that instilled fear. The figure of Steward Zhao darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, racing towards Yingchen. His speed was akin to lightning, crossing several meters in an instant. Yingchen's pupils constricted, an overwhelming sense of pressure washing over him. This was the might of a Tier 2 powerhouse. The zombie stood protectively before Yingchen, its massive form resembling an impenetrable wall. Steward Zhao unleashed a powerful punch, the air slicing through with a sharp hiss. The zombie retaliated with its own iron fist, the two forces colliding midair. A shockwave surged outward, sending dust swirling from the ground. The zombie's body swayed slightly. Yet Steward Zhao remained steadfast. How dare a mere zombie impede my path? A flicker of disdain crossed Steward Zhao's eyes as he shifted positions, appearing at the zombie's flank. His fists rained down like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with astonishing might. Though the zombie possessed a formidable skeletal frame, it still paled in comparison to a Tier 2 powerhouse. Yingchen furrowed his brow, promptly commanding the skeleton archers and specters to launch their assault. Arrows soared through the air, specters shrieked, weaving an impenetrable web of attacks. Steward Zhao was compelled to divide his attention, his movements slightly lagging. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie swung its massive fist towards Steward Zhao's chest. Zhao sidestepped, yet was grazed, stumbling back 2 steps. What a splendid collaboration. The murderous intent in Steward Zhao's gaze intensified, his momentum surging. His speed escalated once more, a flurry of punches pushing the zombie back repeatedly. Observing this, Yingchen immediately directed the skeleton warriors to swarm the attack. Dozens of skeletal warriors brandished their weapons, encircling Steward Zhao from all directions. Zhao scoffed, unleashing tremendous power through his fists and feet. The skeleton warriors were shattered one by one, fragments of bone flying in all directions. Yet, the seemingly endless tide of skeletal warriors replenished their ranks as if they were inexhaustible. The zombie seized the moment to launch a ferocious offensive, its toxin-laden fists relentlessly striking. Despite Zhao's formidable strength, he gradually felt overwhelmed. The arrows from the skeleton archers and the relentless assaults from the specters further drained his energy. Damn it! This kid's summoned creatures are too well coordinated. Zhao's heart seethed with resentment, yet he found himself powerless. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily dispatch any summoned creature. But against such a multitude, he could only focus on defense. Yingchen stood at a distance, coldly observing the entire spectacle. What does it matter if he is tier 2? As long as this war of attrition continues, victory shall ultimately belong to me. Yingchen. Zhao Qianquan's furious roar erupted from above, the oppressive aura of a tier 3 powerhouse instantly enveloping the arena. The air thickened, the ground trembled. The head of the Zhao family, Zhao Qianquan, finally made his appearance. Yingchen raised an eyebrow, a smirk of derision curling his lips. This battle truly seemed endless. First, the Zhao family subordinates, then Steward Zhao, and now the family head himself. Did they truly believe they could wear him down? Did they think Yingchen was a soft persimmon, easily manipulated? The flames of battle surged within him, the thirst for blood crystallizing in his gaze. Since the Zhao family wished to engage in a war of attrition, he would gladly oblige. What could a tier 3 do? Yingchen gently brushed his fingers over his heart, where the pulse of the Reaper's heart throbbed. The power of soul manipulation surged within him, coalescing at his heart. This was his final trump card, his most potent lethal move. With his resolve solidified, he prepared to confront Zhao Qianquan in a battle to the death. The head of the Zhao family personally intervening against a mere high school senior who had yet to participate in the major examination would surely become a subject of ridicule. The voice of Mo Bingning rang out, clear and cold, laced with disdain. Her gaze was razor-sharp, aimed directly at Zhao Qianquan as if to cleave him in two. Do you think the Mo family lacks strength? How dare you attack my brother in plain view? Zhao Qianquan's expression darkened, his furious voice rumbling like thunder around them. It was your Yingchen who killed my son. The rules of the life and death arena are well known to your Zhao family. What? Has the family head grown so old that he has forgotten such matters? Do you require me to refresh your memory? Mo Bingning's words were like icy blades, piercing Zhao Qianquan's heart. Chapter 36. Tier 3 is not that formidable after all. Zhao Qianquan was left speechless, his indignation boiling within him, difficult to contain. I witnessed it with my own eyes. It was Zhao Hao who sought to bring about the demise of my Yingchen, forcing him to retaliate. Mo Bingning pressed on, her voice like a biting wind. Are the Zhao family free to act with impunity, allowed to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps? Her tone grew increasingly assertive, unyielding. Or do you believe that in this Subei city, the Zhao family can wield unchecked power? Mo Bingning's gaze turned frosty, filled with provocation and disdain. Shall I, a mere girl, challenge the head of the Zhao family on this life and death arena? The atmosphere around them froze instantaneously, tension permeating the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Zhao Qianquan's gaze darted between Mo Bingning and Mo Yingchen. In the distance, the guard tower stood tall in the morning light. The elite guards, having received word, released their spiritual energy. An invisible pressure surged from that direction, so heavy it was suffocating. This power weighed down upon Zhao Qianquan. His shoulders sagged slightly, his chest rising and falling. Today, the Zhao family had indeed broken the rules. Moreover, from the looks of it, he had lost the opportunity to kill Mo Yingchen. It would be better to consider an alternative plan. I can leave. Zhao Qianquan's voice was hoarse. His gaze fell upon the body of Zhao Hao on the ground. But I must take my son's remains with me. Zhao Hao lay on one knee, fingers tracing lines in the earth. Zhao Qianquan's eyes crinkled with age, his face aging a decade. Mo Bingning turned her head, her cold gaze directed at Mo Yingchen. Mo Yingchen, expressionless, raised his right hand. He gently flicked his wrist. The skill of resurrection from the dead was instantaneously dispelled. A wisp of black mist withdrew from Zhao Hao's body, and in that fleeting moment, all vitality drained from him. His lifeless form fell heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The Zhao family solemnly bore Zhao Hao's corpse away, an atmosphere of sorrow hanging palpably in the air. Mo Yingchen cast a sidelong glance at Mo Bingning, his eyes revealing a hint of estrangement. Come home with me, Mo Bingning asserted firmly. One of her objectives today was to bring Mo Yingchen back to the Mo family. I recall having told you that is not my home. Mo Yingchen replied in a flat tone. Mo Bingning furrowed her brows slightly, her voice tinged with a sense of helplessness. You're not even going to call me sister now? Mo Yingchen remained silent, his gaze drifting towards the horizon. After all, I saved you. Why were you so rash as to kill Zhao Hao? Mo Bingning's voice suddenly rose. Fortunately, I arrived in time, had I not. Do you have any idea what might have transpired? Zhao Qianquan is a third-tier practitioner. With a single strike, he could have taken your life. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? Her words left Mo Yingchen in turmoil. She always wielded her favors to dictate and scold others. Indeed, he was grateful for her timely arrival, which spared him considerable trouble, but that did not mean he could endure her casual reproaches. Mo Bingning, now and in the future, remained steadfastly self-centered. Seeing him silent, Mo Bingning assumed Mo Yingchen was intimidated, and her lips curled into a slight smirk. Are you afraid now? Even at this moment. You are not absolutely safe. Zhao Qianquan could claim your life at any moment. Return home. Only there can you be truly protected. I am capable of protecting myself. Mo Yingchen asserted resolutely. Let go of your anger. We have overlooked you all these years. Mo Bingning softened her tone. But is this really the time for your recklessness? A third-tier practitioner is beyond your means to confront. If anything were to happen to you, what would become of the Mo family's reputation? Her unintentional words pierced Mo Yingchen's heart, shattering his last defenses. So it was merely for the sake of the Mo family's reputation, was it? He hesitated no longer, turning to leave, his fingers lightly brushing against his chest. His voice drifted out. A third-tier practitioner is not as formidable as you may think. Mo Bingning had intended to forcibly escort him home, but Mo Yingchen's words, uttered with such conviction and composure, instilled a measure of trust in her regarding his abilities. Momentarily stunned, she realized Mo Yingchen's figure had vanished around the street corner. With a sigh, she turned to retrace her steps homeward. Mo Bingning stood at the center of the Mo family hall, her gaze sweeping over Mok and Mo Yuru. My younger brother has already reached first tier, Mo Yuru gasped. Her eyes wide, lips slightly parted, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. Mo Koei raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. So soon? Mo Yuru's voice trembled slightly. Mo Bingning nodded, a smile curving her lips. Not only that, but his prowess has already attained an ordinary second-tier level. By what means do you ascertain this? Mo Koei lightly drummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair. Today, I witnessed it firsthand. He battled against the second-tier steward of the Zhao family without falling behind. Mo Bingning's eyes sparkled. Had it not been for Zhao Qianquan's intervention, the Zhao steward would have surely been worn down by my younger brother. I believe the Mo family should not overlook any talent. With such capabilities, my brother could undoubtedly become the pride of our generation. The pressing matter now is to bring my brother back to the Mo family as swiftly as possible. The hall fell into a brief silence. Sunlight filtered through the window panes, casting mottled shadows on the floor. A gleam of brilliance flickered in Mo Koei's eyes as he suddenly threw back his head and laughed heartily. Excellent. Excellent. Truly, my son is unmatched. He rose, pacing back and forth. Last year we had Mo Feng, and this year we have Mo Chun. It seems our Mo family shall once again shine brilliantly in this year's grand examination. Mo Bingning's brow furrowed. But my brother has yet to return home. Humph. He is merely a child throwing a tantrum. Mo Koei waved dismissively. Once the grand examination concludes, I shall personally go to retrieve him. Surely, he will not deny his father this courtesy, especially if it means sparing him from punishment in the ancestral hall. Mo Bingning wished to speak further, but Mo Koei raised his hand. No need to say more. It is settled. Once the grand examination concludes, I shall go to fetch him. With that, Mo Koei strode out with an air of confidence. Mo Bingning watched her father's retreating figure, recalling the cold, distant gaze of Mo Yingchen. She murmured softly. Could it really be that simple? Glancing at Mo Yuru, she too departed. As the sun gradually dipped towards the west, the hall was left with only Mo Yuru. Her slender fingers gently caressed the rim of her teacup, the image of Mo Yingchen surfacing in her mind. A glimmer of resolve sparkled in her eyes. If anyone in the family understood Mo Yingchen best, it would undoubtedly be her. That stubborn younger brother would never return home simply due to a reprieve from punishment. If that were the case, perhaps this could be the opportunity she had long awaited. A knowing smile graced Mo Yuru's lips. As ripples danced across the surface of her teacup, shadows deepened in her eyes as sunlight filtered through. Chapter 37. A request for aid, a desire to rest. In the examination hall of the third year of high school, Mo Yingchen sat in class. The sound of his pen scratching across the test paper filled the air. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a soft golden glow upon the pages. The tribe structure of the goblin kin is organized by family units, each led by a chief, and his pen moved swiftly across the paper. The goblins' vulnerability lies in their sensitivity to light and their low intelligence, making them susceptible to deception. Yet his writing remained neat and powerful. When encountering Shadow Realm creatures, the first priority is to ascertain their level and type. Next, one must be cautious of the characteristics of Shadow Realm beings to avoid being drawn into their domain. The classroom resonated only with the subtle sounds of pen against paper. Yingchen's eyes darted rapidly over the test, checking every detail. He set down his pen gently, a confident smile gracing his lips. Rising, he submitted his test to the invigilator. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the quiet classroom. This knowledge was mere childish play for him. After all, prior to his awakening, he had been the most outstanding student in the academy, a renowned academic prodigy. Do you understand? Yingchen gazed towards the blackboard at the front of the classroom. Unfortunately, the written test accounted for only 30% of the total score. His fingers tapped lightly against the desk, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. Otherwise, with my capabilities, achieving the top score in the province would be a breeze. Sunlight filtered through the window, casting dappled shadows across his face. He stood to stretch his limbs, the heart of the Reaper pulsing gently in his chest. 180 skeletal warriors lay in wait, 2 skeletal archers poised with arrows drawn, while 2 phantoms roamed in the shadows. These summoned entities would serve as his allies in the examination. He recalled the content of the grand examination from his previous life. The images in his memory were as vivid as if they had occurred yesterday. If the content were the same, a cold smile crept across Yingchen's lips. There lay an enormous opportunity within. Thousands of examinees gathered at the center of the examination ground, each face etched with gravity. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting mottled shadows upon the earth. Yingchen stood amidst the crowd, his icy gaze fixed straight ahead. A thunderous sound shattered the silence, and a brilliant beam of light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire expanse. Several figures ascended slowly from within the light, their formidable presence stifling. Yingchen scrutinized the formidable beings from the ancestral lands of humanity, silently calculating their levels of strength. This scene was transmitted to each examinee's eyes through the power of the laws of heaven and earth. A resounding voice echoed through the air, "Pray for humanity. May the laws of heaven and earth provide the examination questions and enhance our clan's combat strength." Before the words faded, dark clouds gathered ominously. The heavy clouds swirled, forming a massive vortex. An invisible pressure descended from above, causing many to falter. The heart of the Reaper throbbed within Yingchen's chest, and the summoned skeletal warriors began to stir restlessly. A colossal illusory realm stone materialized from the clouds. At its center, the light of a portal shimmered brightly. Every candidate felt an intrinsic connection to the portal. With but a single thought, they could enter its embrace. The formidable subjects of the grand examination had remained unchanged, consistently revolving around the conquest of hidden realms. This was the most equitable means of assessment, wherein every vocation could find its space to shine. The laws of heaven and earth would impartially evaluate each individual's performance. Healers could mend the gravely wounded, warriors could charge into the fray, and even those of the mundane professions could radiate brilliance. Yingchen recalled the remarkable feats of several architects who had ventured into the hidden realms in teams years prior. They transformed the dungeons through their architectural prowess, converting the monster-infested instances into a thrilling tower defense game. An examination that spanned over 20 days saw the monsters wailing under their relentless bombardment. In the end, a few architects collectively claimed the top honors. Yingchen closed his eyes, his mental energy penetrating the portal as he ventured into the unknown hidden realm. This was a capability shared by all candidates, to gather information from within the hidden domain prior to entry. His consciousness drifted through the eerie mist, seeking the pinnacle of a distant mountain range. The fog hung thick like a heavy curtain, enveloping the entire scene, with only sporadic beams of light piercing through the clouds. His awareness settled upon a Gothic castle, its spires piercing the heavens like daggers. The castle's black stone walls bore witness to countless storms of history, now marred and battered. The grand entrance stood firmly shut, its ruins emitting a ghostly glow that exuded an aura of dread. Suddenly, Yingchen opened his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing within. His heartbeat quickened. This scene was a perfect reflection of his memories. The vampire's castle, the examination site of this life, had undergone no alterations due to his rebirth. With determined steps, Yingchen approached the portal. Behind him, a familiar voice called out, "Chenzi, take me along, I wish to rest." Yingchen glided over in his wheelchair. Yingchen halted, turning to face this mischievous friend he had not seen for several days. "Great master, you have become a legendary figure at our school. My father has long recognized your extraordinary talent. Please take this old man along." Yingchen grinned widely. "Let us go," Yingchen replied, a slight curve of amusement gracing his lips. The scoring rules of the hidden realm were fair and just. Bringing someone along would not affect his own results. On the contrary, it presented with an opportunity to achieve a higher score. "My son, how filial you are." Yingchen's eyes sparkled. "I have prepared a surprise for you." As Yingchen gazed at that infuriatingly cheerful face, a warm current surged within him. Memories of youthful banter resurfaced, granting him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Yet, this warmth shattered in an instant. Yingchen waved, and a graceful figure emerged from the shadows. "Xia Yunxi." A chill enveloped Yingchen entirely. He shot Yingchen a cold glare. Yet, Yan Jiping remained unfazed by Mo Yingchen's frosty demeanor. He leaped from his wheelchair, wrapping an arm around Mo Yingchen's neck. "Brother, this is for your own good," Yan Jiping whispered. "She used to look down on you. Now that you possess such strength, when better to seize the opportunity." Mo Yingchen's lips twitched. This friend mistakenly believed his newfound power was to win Xia Yunqi's favor. Xia Yunqi slightly raised her chin, a hint of arrogance in her gaze. She cleared her throat softly and feigned nonchalance. "Xiaoyan asked me to take him along. I considered that bringing someone into the examination would impact the scoring, so I reluctantly agreed." Her eyes lingered on Mo Yingchen for a moment before continuing. "You could join us as well." Xia Yunqi's heart raced, beads of sweat forming in her palms. She silently prayed that Mo Yingchen would comprehend her intentions. Having articulated her thoughts so plainly, he surely could not remain unmoved. She endeavored to maintain her composure, awaiting his response. A subtle smile crept at the corners of Xia Yunqi's lips, brimming with confidence that Mo Yingchen would acquiesce. Chapter 38. He merely seeks to attract my attention. Mo Yingchen stood before the portal, his hands nestled within the pockets of his black trench coat. A glint of cold light flashed in his profound gaze as it swept over Xia Yunqi, his demeanor frigid and piercing. He slightly turned, his shoulders taut and resolute. "No." The two syllables escaped his lips, low and calm. This rejection pierced the air, directly striking Xia Yunqi's eardrums. The triumphant expression on her face froze instantaneously. Her fingers curled unconsciously, turning pale at the tips. Cold sweat trickled from her palms, sliding down her wrists. Her pupils constricted slightly. A flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. A suffocating pressure surged within her chest. Her lips trembled gently, yearning to articulate something, but no sound emerged. Shock, resentment, and fury roiled within her heart, intertwining in a tumult that threatened to engulf her. "What did you say?" Xia Yunqi's voice trembled in the air. Her fingers unconsciously gripped the hem of her clothing. Mo Yingchen slowly turned his head. His dark pupils radiated chill. His icy gaze swept over Xia Yunqi. The air thickened for a moment. His tightly pressed lips conveyed resoluteness. There was no need for any explanation. Yet Xia Yunqi refused to relent. She lifted her chin, striving to infuse her tone with calmness and pride. "How can a grown man be so petty? Is it merely because I didn't personally invite you to form a team? Don't be ridiculous. If you're dissatisfied and feel I haven't valued you enough, I hereby extend a new invitation to team up, if that suffices." Her words flowed quickly, as if to mask her inner unease. "What do you mean by personally inviting? Are we not discussing the same matter? Did I not express myself clearly? No is a word that should be understood. There can be no ambiguity." How had she not noticed Xia Yunqi's lack of intelligence in the previous life? Mo Yingchen's gaze remained frosty, piercing Xia Yunqi's countenance. His voice was devoid of warmth. "I do not wish to enter alongside you." Xia Yunqi's mind blanked instantaneously. "Impossible." Her sharp voice echoed across the vast space. Memories of the past 5 years flickered through her mind. The figure of the boy who had always followed her fading into obscurity. The warmth of the coffee he had offered her, his silhouette shielding her from the rain, and the perpetual tenderness in his gaze. All these images shattered before her. Clenching her lip until it bled, she convinced herself he was merely playing a game of emotional manipulation. This had to be his new tactic. She forced a smile. A rigid expression that never reached her eyes, her voice unnaturally bright. "What are you sulking about?" Mo Yingchen's pupils narrowed, his gaze sharp as a blade. His icy stare swept across Xia Yunqi's face, leaving a trail of chill in its wake. He turned away, striding toward the portal. The sound of his boots striking the ground echoed crisply. His tall figure cast a long shadow in the light. Xia Yunqi's fingers gripped her skirt tightly, the silk fabric crumpling beneath her grasp. Her nails dug deep into her palms, sending waves of pain coursing through her. The color drained from her face, only to be replaced by a flush of heat. Mo Yingchen. She gritted her teeth, her voice emerging from the depths of her throat. The tremor in her tone reverberated through the empty hall. Mo Yingchen's footsteps remained steady and resolute, his pace unwavering. Yan Jiping, seated in his wheelchair, widened his eyes in disbelief. He scratched the back of his head, the short hair pricking against his palm. "Chenzi, this is rather disrespectful, isn't it?" he murmured. His gaze fixed on Mo Yingchen's retreating figure, his thoughts drifting back to the past. Over the past 5 years, the image of Mo Yingchen catering to Xia Yunqi's every whim flashed before him. The entire school knew that Xia Yunqi was the goddess in his heart. Yet at this moment, Mo Yingchen's demeanor was chillingly cold, instilling a sense of dread. Yan Jiping's wheelchair wheels turned, emitting faint sounds of friction. He caught up with Mo Yingchen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Chenzi, are you being excessively serious?" he ventured. "Although that girl Xia Yunqi can be a bit proud, she is not a bad person." Mo Yingchen's leather boots halted on the marble floor. He turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade. "My time is exceedingly precious. I do not wish to squander it on meaningless individuals and matters." Each word was laced with an icy sting. Yan Jiping's smile froze upon his face. He touched his nose and let out a soft sigh. "Very well, as you wish." He relinquished his attempts at persuasion. Xia Yunqi stood rooted in place, her eyes fixated on the flickering blue light of the portal. Her nails dug deep into her palms, leaving crescent-shaped imprints. Yingchen, you will regret this, she thought, a fire of anger igniting within her. An inexplicable bitterness surged in her heart. The gentle youth from her memories had vanished, replaced by a cold and unfamiliar silhouette. Her pride was bleeding. A tumult of complex emotions roiled within her chest. Yingchen closed her eyes, her lashes quivering slightly. The sound of her deep breaths echoed in the silent hall. He merely seeks to draw my attention, she consoled herself. Though the words felt hollow, I will not fall for his tricks. She lifted her chin, feigning composure. In less than 10 seconds, the light flickered, and the figures of Yingchen and Yingchen solidified once more before the portal. The temperature in the hall seemed to drop suddenly. Yingchen's heart raced, her fingers unconsciously loosening their grip on her skirt. She silently rejoiced at not having lost her composure earlier, a proud smile curving her lips. Indeed, I was correct. Yingchen is merely employing a strategy of retreat to advance. By not taking the bait, he returned in defeat. Yingchen strode forward with steady steps, the sound of his boots clashing against the marble resonating throughout the expansive hall. Yingchen, seated in his wheelchair, tapped his fingers rhythmically against the armrest. Yingchen raised her chin, her gaze infused with a hint of arrogance. Yingchen, with his tang knife slung across his back, stood beside her, his stature as upright as a pine. An awkward tension hung in the air. Yingchen cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Yingchen, shall we proceed together? A slight smirk played at the corners of Yingchen's mouth, a glimmer of pride flashing in her eyes. Since you have so earnestly invited me, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. She feigned modesty. Yingchen's gaze was profound, his expression impassive. The three of them stepped once more into the portal, the blue light enveloping them. A refreshing wave of regulatory information surged into their minds. This exploration of the secret realm requires a minimum of 3 individuals to form a team. Yingchen's pupils contracted sharply, her smile freezing in an instant. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze piercing like a blade directed at Yingchen. So, am I merely here to make up the numbers? Her voice was as cold as ice. Yingchen's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. He had forgotten the stipulations from the previous life. Yingchen scratched the back of his head, the wheels of his wheelchair turning. Well, isn't it better to have more hands on deck? Now, enough talk. Let's prepare for battle. We are already in the secret realm. Chapter 39. Your 2 summons are surprisingly strong? Before the trio lay a foreboding forest shrouded in mist. Towering trees with dense foliage obscured the sky, while the fog wove between their trunks like a heavy curtain. A winding path meandered ahead, flanked by overgrown grass, revealing the uneven ground beneath. In the distance, the silhouette of a castle atop a mountain peeked through the haze. The air was thick with humidity, and the dew on the leaves swayed gently in the breeze. The damp earth beneath emitted a faint scent of decay. Yingchen, with his tang knife at his back, stood at the forefront of the group. His gaze was steely, piercing like a beacon. Yingchen sat in his wheelchair, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest. Yingchen stood beside him, a slight smile gracing her lips. Her sword still drawn, her eyes glimmering with caution. Yingchen glanced sideways at Yingchen, his eyes sharp. He nodded subtly, despite her prideful demeanor. Her combat prowess was undeniably commendable. She held her sword with precision, her steps steady and powerful. The tip of her sword was slightly elevated, a swirling aura of sword energy encasing her, with glacial flames flickering along the blade. The essence of the solar sword immortal radiated from her unreservedly. Furthermore, if Yingchen's senses did not deceive him, this girl had likely already reached the first tier. Yingchen turned his attention to Yingchen, his brow furrowing deeper. The sound of the wheelchair traversing the ground irritated him. With your health intact, why must you rely on this contraption? Yingchen's eyes lit up as his fingers swiftly manipulated the controls on the armrest. The wheelchair transformed instantly, mechanical arms extending from its sides. Treads unfurled from beneath the wheels, covering the ground. Behold, this is a multifunctional all-terrain wheelchair. Yingchen's lips twitched in annoyance. Too slow. I'm the healer. I can just stay back. Yingchen lounged comfortably against the backrest. Comfort is paramount. Yingchen slapped a hand to his forehead, exhaling a resigned sigh. Well, with him leading the way, I suppose I need not worry about his safety. Yingchen's gaze swept over the ominous woods. This time was a critical assessment. How they performed would influence their scores, and now was not the time to conceal their abilities. He resolved to unleash his full potential in this secret realm. Save for the soul manipulation and skeletal specialization, which were difficult to explain. Slowly, he raised his right hand. An invisible necromantic wave surged forth instantaneously. With a resounding boom, 2 skeletal figures materialized before the trio. The strong man towered at 2 meters tall, wielding a jagged bone knife that glinted ominously. The Iron Guard, robust in physique, held a rock shield in hand, resembling a moving fortress. As for the illusionary stabber, it remained perpetually concealed within his shadow. Yingchen gazed at the strong man and the Iron Guard, her eyes widening in astonishment. Your 2 summons are surprisingly powerful? A subtle smile crept across Yingchen's lips. And the show is just beginning. He raised his hand once more. 2 skeletal archers, a wraith, a tier 2 zombie, and 180 neatly arranged skeletal warriors appeared in an instant. Yingchen whistled. Wow, with this lineup, who would dare provoke us? A strange wind swept through the forest. The leaves rustled as if whispering secrets. In the darkness, countless pairs of green eyes quietly opened. The battle was about to commence. The thick canopy obscured the moonlight. Yingchen stood resolutely at the forefront, each step firm and assured. The strong man and the iron guard flanked him, their bones creaking softly. Xia Yunqi's sword glimmered with a frosty sheen in the darkness, her keen eyes scanning the surroundings. The wheels of the wheelchair crunched over the dry leaves, while Yingchen sat with his hands folded comfortably over his legs, exuding an air of serenity. A chilling wind swept through the grove, the leaves rustling ominously. A sharp wail shattered the silence, piercing each eardrum. A swarm of ebony bats swooped down from above, their wings stirring a foul wind. A glint of cold light flickered in Yingchen's eyes as he raised his right hand. The 2 skeletal archers immediately took their positions, their bowstrings taut with a resonant hum. The arrows shot forth, tracing elegant arcs through the air. Xia Yunqi flicked her wrist, the tip of her sword carving a silver arc. The glacial flames erupted forth, tiny ice crystals forming in the air. The swarm of bats was instantly encased in ice, shattering upon impact with a crisp crack. Yingchen nodded silently, admiring Xia Yunqi's stance. The howls of wolves echoed from the depths of the forest, low and menacing. 3 massive wolves sprang from the shadows, their claws glinting ominously in the moonlight. Yingchen issued a clear and commanding order. The iron guard raised its shield forward, the rock shield emanating a formidable presence. The strong man gripped his bone knife tightly, hellfire dancing upon its blade. The wolves collided with the shield, producing a deep, resounding thud. The strong man's blade sliced through the wolf's fur, igniting the hellfire in an instant. The werewolf lunged at Yingchen, its fangs bared menacingly. A glimmer of cold light streaked through the air as Xia Yunqi positioned herself protectively in front of him. The frigid ice flames repelled the werewolf, filling the atmosphere with a chilling aura. Focus on your command. Her voice rang out, cool and resolute. The tip of her sword pointed directly at the werewolf's throat, radiating an icy brilliance. Yingchen paused momentarily, then nodded slightly, redirecting his attention to orchestrating the skeletal army. 180 skeletal warriors formed a square formation, encasing the entire team within their ranks. Yingchen, seated in his wheelchair, intermittently cast healing spells. Continue. I'll provide support. The battle intensified further. Xia Yunqi engaged in a fierce duel with the werewolf, her sword flashing with brilliance. The relentless ice flames gnawed away at the werewolf's physique. Dali, growing ever more valiant, felt his strength surging. The iron guard remained steadfast, their shields absorbing impact after impact. Yingchen's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly raised his hand. Bone spike. Sharp bone protrusions erupted from the ground. The werewolf, caught off guard, was pierced in the leg. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yunqi's sword glimmered, and the werewolf's head soared into the air. The other 2 werewolves roared in fury upon witnessing this. Dali unleashed his soul frenzy, his assault becoming increasingly ferocious. The iron guard drew strength from the earth's pulse, their defense unyielding. Gradually, the battle subsided. The 3 werewolves lay slain in pools of blood. The vampire bats suffered heavy casualties, the remaining ones fleeing in panic. Xia Yunqi sheathed her sword and exhaled deeply. These creatures were far stronger than anticipated. Yingchen observed the slight pallor of her face, a flicker of concern rising within him. The difficulty of the Great Examination's secret realm adjusts dynamically according to the participant strengths. With 2 first-tier warriors in their team, the enemies they faced were naturally more formidable than those encountered by ordinary candidates. The strength of those 3 first-tier werewolves was the best testament to this. Correspondingly, their scoring would be higher. Such a design is quite reasonable, as the Great Examination serves as a selection process. Allowing first-tier warriors to run rampant in a 0-tier secret realm would utterly fail to reflect true strength. Just as Yingchen was about to explain, his pupils suddenly constricted. Be careful. A low warning shattered the silence. A pitch-black shadow darted swiftly towards Xia Yunqi from behind. Chapter 40, Vampire Hunter. Yingchen flicked his wrist, the sharp whistle of his Tang Dao slicing through the air. A flash of cold light severed the shadow in response. A vampire bat lay on the ground, split in 2, its dark red blood seeping into the earth. Xia Yunqi turned around, her eyes shimmering with an unusual light beneath the moon. Thank you, she said, her voice cool, yet imbued with warmth. Yingchen returned his Tang Dao to its sheath, gently shaking his head. The power of necromancy surged as 3 werewolf corpses rose anew. Let us proceed, he commanded calmly. The team embarked on their journey once more, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the tranquil forest. Yingchen, seated in his wheelchair, contemplated the 2 figures ahead. The dense woods gradually thinned, revealing more open ground. In the distance, the silhouette of an ancient castle emerged under the moonlight, exuding an aura of mystery. The moonlight bathed the castle's massive stone brick exterior. The trio stood before the heavy oak doors, the iron door knocker covered in mottled verdigris. A grating creak reverberated through the still night air as the heavy door creaked open, releasing a wave of decayed wood mingled with a faint scent of blood. Xia Yunxi stepped forward into the threshold, but her wrist was seized. Yingchen's long fingers gripped her slender wrist tightly. He shook his head, gesturing for her to look to the side and ahead. A solitary watchtower loomed in the moonlight. Let us investigate that first. His voice was low and resolute. Memories flickered in his mind. Beneath that watchtower lay a hidden passage leading directly to the castle's arsenal. A heavy rune-etched door completely isolated the arsenal from the castle's interior. Countless candidates had overlooked this location, mistaking it for an uncharted area, until the secret was accidentally uncovered by a few persistent adventurers after the secret realm solidified into an ordinary dungeon. Among the treasures within the arsenal lay a nightmarish entity, Yingchen's target for today. Inside the watchtower, an eerie stillness prevailed. The walls were thick with moss, remnants of time's passage. Moonlight filtered through narrow arrow slits, casting silvery patterns upon the ground. Yingchen's gaze scanned meticulously, examining every stone brick. His fingertip brushed against a protruding stone. Here, he stated decisively. Xia Yunxi and Yin Jiping approached, their eyes fixating on a stone brick inscribed with runes. Yingchen placed his palm over the runes, infusing it with his mental energy like a gentle stream. The runes glowed a ghostly blue, and the ground rumbled as it slowly cracked open, revealing a staircase. Watch your step, he cautioned in a steady tone as he descended the staircase. The air was damp and biting, the stone steps cloaked in thick dust. At the end of the passage, a torch flickered quietly, casting dancing shadows. A middle-aged man stood at the center, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the three. Young ones, have you come to vanquish the vampire count? Yingchen remained silent, slowly drawing his tang dao. The blade gleamed with a cold light, slicing through the darkness. Xia Yunxi frowned slightly. Yingchen, at his command. The skeletal warriors surged forward in an instant. Yin Jiping, unleash your all-in. Yingchen suddenly instructed. Huh, isn't that meant for allies? Yin Jiping was taken aback. He instinctively checked the description of his talent, suddenly realizing it doesn't specify it can only be used on allies. Yin Jiping raised his hand, unleashing his talent. A golden light enveloping the vampire hunter like sacred fire. All in. Increases the target's ability to recover from damage with each attack, but simultaneously renders them vulnerable, doubling all damage taken. Instantly, the hunter's aura turned frenzied, a dark red glow wrapping around him like blood, sending chills down the spine. You seek death. The hunter roared, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. He swung his long sword with sudden ferocity, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling glimmer, aimed directly at Yingchen. In that moment, his speed was akin to lightning, transforming into a blurred afterimage. Yingchen's pupils constricted, and with a deft sidestep, he evaded the strike narrowly, his form gliding back like a specter. However, the hunter did not relent, his longsword continuing its relentless assault. The blade's energy crashing toward Yingchen like a torrential storm. Each strike was suffocatingly swift, each cut accompanied by a shriek that tore through the air. In the shadows, the figure of the phantom appeared silently behind the hunter, the hellish dagger flickering with ghostly blue flames, tracing a graceful arc aimed straight for the hunter's back. Yet, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, the hunter twisted his body in an uncanny manner, countering the attack with his sword at an improbable angle. Clang! The short blade clashed with the long sword, the sharp sound of metal reverberating through the hall, sparks flying. Upon witnessing this, Xia Yunxi's form flickered, her longsword erupting with blinding cold light, the ice flames entwining around the blade, the temperature plummeting. Her swordplay flowed like water, her movements ethereal like a dance. Yet her blade was as sharp as steel. The hunter faltered slightly, a thin layer of frost forming on his arm, the cold seeping through his veins, slowing his movements. With a cold huff, the hunter stomped the ground, causing the stone tiles beneath him to crack instantly. His figure shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, lunging toward Xia Yunxi with his long sword sweeping horizontally, the sword energy crashing toward her like a tidal wave. Xia Yunxi's pupils constricted, her form retreating swiftly, her sword slicing through the air with a flash of cold light, colliding head-on with the hunter's sword energy, erupting in a deafening roar. Just then, a massive zombie surged forth from the shadows, charging at the hunter with overwhelming force. The hunter's long sword swept across, the sword energy like a rainbow, striking brutally at the zombie's chest. The zombie exhibited no inclination to evade, allowing the sword aura to carve deep gashes into its body, from which dark, putrid blood seeped forth. Yet, its relentless assault did not waver. Its claws, imbued with the venom of the undead, lunged fiercely toward the hunter's chest. The hunter staggered back several paces, his leather armor torn asunder, revealing a wound that oozed blood. A flicker of concern crossed his face as he glanced down at his injury, his brow furrowed, the venom of the undead. As the poison coursed through him, his movements became noticeably sluggish. However, in that fleeting moment of lethargy, his eyes blazed an even deeper crimson, as if the very blood within him had begun to boil. He let out a roar that pierced the heavens, entering a brief state of frenzied rage, his speed and damage escalating dramatically. His longsword was wielded like a tempest, the blade's aura intertwining chaotically, forcing both Xia Yunqi and the zombie to maintain their distance. In this state of fury, Yingchen's gaze sharpened, and he murmured, "Phantom Strike, take action." The figure of Phantom Strike melded once more into the shadows, its ability to traverse the darkness allowing it to materialize behind the hunter like a wraith. Simultaneously, Phantom Strike raised its dagger high, hellfire igniting upon the blade, radiating an aura of annihilation as it aimed for the hunter's vulnerable back. Chapter 41. Did it turn purple? The hunter sensed the lethal intent approaching from behind and spun around abruptly, his longsword thrusting toward Phantom Strike with blinding speed. Yet, Phantom Strike's form flickered, vanishing into nothingness, causing the hunter's blade to strike only air. In the next instant, Phantom Strike materialized at the hunter's side, its dagger piercing accurately into the hunter's flank, causing blood to erupt forth. The hunter roared in fury, sweeping his long sword toward Phantom Strike, but once again, Phantom Strike evaded effortlessly, dissolving into the ether. The hunter's movements grew increasingly sluggish as the poison and blood loss sapped his strength. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Yunqi unleashed a blinding radiance from her longsword, an icy flame coursing along the blade, transforming into a cerulean sword aura that cleaved toward the hunter. The hunter attempted to parry, but his actions were delayed, allowing the sword aura to strike his left arm with precision, instantly freezing it solid. The zombie let out a low growl and lunged once more at the hunter, its claws aiming for his chest. This time, the hunter was too weak to defend himself. The claws pierced through his ribcage, tearing flesh and sinew as he staggered back, blood pouring from the gaping wound, his complexion waning to a pallid hue. How could these injuries be so dire? The hunter gasped for breath, a flicker of defiance igniting in his eyes. He remembered the talent skill that Yan Jiping had unleashed upon him at the onset of the battle. Realization dawned upon him, and as his body swayed, he finally collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Phantom Strike seized the last opportunity, thrusting its dagger once more, this time striking true into the hunter's heart. The hunter's body shuddered violently, his pupils dilating. His lips trembled, seemingly attempting to utter something, but ultimately only managed to voice a single word. Why? Yingchen regarded him coldly, offering no response, merely a frigid gaze to bid farewell to this formidable adversary. As the hunter fell, Yingchen felt the system's notification echo in his mind. Congratulations, host, for slaying an elite target and for acquiring the following attributes. Little luck, see a minuscule chance to deal a critical hit upon attack. Relentless hunt, and when the target's health falls below a certain threshold, attacks have a chance to deliver a fatal blow. Wrath of Vengeance, be each successful parry against an enemy attack accumulates rage, enhancing one's strength and resilience. Please proceed to the attribute library for fusion. 3 luminous cores, visible only to him, emerged from the hunter's lifeless form, hovering in the air. With a mere thought, Yingchen drew the 3 cores into his palm. Closing his eyes, he quietly attuned himself to the pulsating power of the cores within his grasp. A thread of sanguine light surged from his palm, emanating from the core of Relentless Hunt. The crimson glow pierced through Phantom Strike's ethereal form, sending ripples across its being. The surface of the hellish dagger became adorned with scarlet patterns, exuding a chilling aura. A dark red radiance swirled around the iron guard, embodying the core of Wrath of Vengeance. Fiery patterns danced along the surface of the iron guard's bones before vanishing without a trace. The final core, Little Luck, emitted a faint glow. Yingchen cast a glance at the similar attributes already possessed by Dali, deciding to set that matter aside for now. There were more pressing issues at hand. The hunter's blood spread across the ground, saturating the air with a heavy scent of iron. The battle concluded far more swiftly than anticipated. Yan Jiping's talent had played a pivotal role, yet the narrow corridor had undeniably hampered the summon's effectiveness. Most of the skeletal warriors had perished in their initial charge, unable to engage further. Ultimately, it was the combined efforts of the zombie, Phantom Strike, and Xia Yunqi that secured the kill. Xia Yunqi gazed at the fallen hunter's body, a flicker of astonishment crossing her features. Unconsciously, her fingers brushed the hilt of her sword, replaying the battle in her mind. Though the 2 special skeletal warriors possessed only first-tier strength, their coordination was impeccable. What truly unsettled her was the performance of the ghostly assassin. Its phantasmal form flitted through the shadows, each strike lethally precise. Such agility and lethality had transcended the limits of first-tier beings. Even more daunting was the imposing zombie itself, with the inherent power and defense of a second-tier summon. Combined with its steel-like fortitude, it was akin to a mobile fortress. Her gaze shifted to the skeletal archers and the wraiths standing behind them, as well as the skeletal warriors continuously summoned by Yingchen. Xia Yunqi had witnessed Yingchen's prowess in the arena of life and death, yet she had believed her own strength to be on par with his. The hidden class of the fiery sun sword saint. coupled with her S-class talent of the icy flame, should have allowed her to stand tall among her peers. She even felt confident in challenging second-tier foes alone. However, the battle before her had shattered her pride utterly. The shadowy transitions of Phantom Strike were elusive, while the towering zombie resembled an unyielding bastion. Yingchen merely stood there, orchestrating this legion of the undead. Yunchi tightened her grip on the hilt, her knuckles whitening. She came to the stark realization that she was no longer his equal. Beneath the moonlight, Yingchen's silhouette appeared particularly solitary. Yunchi scrutinized that figure, an avalanche of questions surging within her. How had this man achieved such strength in merely a few days? Approaching the corpse of the vampire hunter, she reached out to examine it. Night Stalker, blue leather armor. Dropped by Vampire Hunter Reed, agility 15, endurance 12, shadow resistance 20, evasion 5. Vampire Slayer's blade, purple longsword. Dropped by Vampire Hunter Reed, strength 20, attack speed 10. Restores 5 health upon hitting an enemy. Deals 30 additional damage to vampire-type enemies. Yingchen's gaze fixated on the equipment strewn across the ground. A slight twitch at the corner of his eye. Is this what it means to turn purple? Yunchi, truly, is the chosen one. Her class is hidden. Her talent is unparalleled, and even her equipment drops of superior quality surpass those of others. The purple quality longsword emitted a faint, icy luminescence. Yunchi turned, her gaze lingering on Yingchen's face for a moment. How do you intend to distribute this equipment? Her voice was soft. Her eyes drifted to the side, where Yingchen slouched in his wheelchair, yawning repeatedly, appearing drowsy. With regard to this lethargic figure, she chose to ignore him entirely. Yingchen pondered for a moment, his fingers gently tapping against his thigh. The Vampire Slayer's blade will belong to you, while I shall keep the Night Stalker. He turned his gaze toward Yingchen. When suitable equipment for you drops next time, I will compensate you then. Yingchen lazily waved a hand, not even lifting his eyelids. Yingchen promptly donned the leather armor. He opted to conceal his appearance. To be frank, the gear was quite unsightly. Chapter 42, The Emergence of the Demon Blade. The soul-devouring blood edge. He turned and strode towards the stone wall at the end of the passage. The sound of his boots scraping against the ground echoed throughout the expansive stone cavern. Moonlight streamed through the fissures above, casting mottled shadows that danced upon the floor. The surface of the stone wall was conspicuously engraved with a cross-shaped indentation. He fitted the cross into the recess, sealing it perfectly. The mechanism activated with a crisp, piercing sound. The wall split apart, revealing a profound abyss of darkness. A chilling, bone-deep aura surged forth. Yingchen gathered the eerie green flames of souls within his palm. The light illuminated the chilling scene. Inside the circular armory, hundreds of weapons were arrayed according to arcane formations. Most of the weapons lay shattered, rust-covered blades strewn across the ground. Emaciated corpses lay strewn about, their blood long since drained. The remains of vampires, humans, and other races were intermingled in a grotesque pile. Dark crimson stains spread across the floor, leading to the center of the armory. A blood-red long knife hovered in the air. Its blade, deep crimson, resembled congealed blood. Its sharp edge radiated a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Yunchi gasped in surprise. Yingchen, seated in his wheelchair, rarely displayed such a serious expression. What an eerie and sinister artifact. System prompt. Unique hidden space detected. Significant item fluctuations detected within. Please proceed with caution. Yingchen was taken aback, looking up at Yingchen. Chenzi, did you hear that? The system prompt? The system actually provides such warnings? Indeed, Yingchen replied cautiously. The last time a system prompt appeared was when they encountered the Heart of Death. The zombie and Phantom Spike stood vigilantly beside Yingchen. Dali and Iron Guard gripped their weapons tightly, poised for action. Yingchen advanced with caution, scrutinizing the corpses on the ground. The level of decay indicated they had been there for many years. Strangely, the bodies remained intact. Suddenly, Yunchi called out a warning. The scent of blood pervaded the air. The blood-red long knife quivered, its patterns glowing with radiance. The bloodstains on the ground lit up, outlining a complete formation. Scarlet light flooded the armory. A powerful suction erupted from the long knife. The corpses trembled violently. Within the desiccated veins, the remaining blood transformed into a mist, rushing toward the long knife. With a clang, the long knife fell to the ground. Yingchen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness I wasn't deceived this time. He gestured for Yunchi and Yingchen to remain in place. Yingchen stepped forward to examine. Soul-devouring blood edge, red demon blade. Attributes, none. Soul absorption. Each time this weapon successfully kills an enemy, it permanently absorbs one attribute from the enemy, enhancing the user. Curse of blood. The owner of this weapon is perpetually drained of blood by it, until death. Yingchen's eyes sparkled with excitement. This soul-devouring blood edge was precisely the treasure he sought. It was the greatest opportunity within this secret realm. In his previous life, this demon blade only emerged 6 months later. Its brilliance attracted countless individuals yearning for power. The stench of blood lingered, chilling to the bone. Even knowing they would ultimately be drained to husks, many still rushed forward. Those of mediocre talent, in pursuit of a chance to grow stronger, were willing to pay the ultimate price. Yingchen recalled vividly that the curse of this blade was exceedingly terrifying. Its rate of life absorption remained constant, regardless of strength. It could drain an entire body of blood within 7 days. The crimson blade seemed to shimmer with the struggles of countless lost souls. Eventually, the authorities dispatched elite forces to suppress it. The demon blade was sealed deep within the official treasury. This calamity that swept through humanity finally came to an end. Later, powerful beings traced back through history, discovering that the tale of the vampire castle was indeed a true occurrence. The vampire hunter's wife had been slain. In pursuit of vengeance, he uncovered the method to forge the demon blade from ancient tomes. He secretly prepared for over a decade outside the vampire castle. Yet, he was ultimately discovered and killed by the Count just before the blade was completed, his efforts in vain. When the laws of the human realm captured fragments of history, they inadvertently brought the soon-to-materialize demon blade into the secret realm. A week before his death, Yingchen overheard several scholars discussing methods of utilizing the demon blade. They found that as long as the user had no blood, it was possible to evade the curse. This was precisely why Yingchen was so eager to obtain the demon blade. His skeletal summons had no blood by nature, thus immune to the curse. A glint of cold light flashed in Yingchen's eyes. He raised his hand, signaling Dali. Go, retrieve that knife. The eerie green flames danced within Dali's eye sockets, and his heavy bones creaked. Yingchen sat tensely in his wheelchair, gripping the armrests tightly. Chenzi, be careful. Xia Yunqi gripped her longsword, the cold gleam shifting along the blade. Dali strode forward with steady steps, his bony claws slowly reaching for the blood-red long knife. The bloodlight erupted instantaneously. The scarlet glow coiled around Dali's bones like a serpent. The demon blade trembled, a piercing hum reverberating through the cavern. The light coursed through Dali's body, searching for traces of blood. The hum rose sharply, and the demon blade struggled violently. Dali remained motionless, his bony claws firmly gripping the hilt. Bloodlight erupted from the point of contact, splattering everywhere. After a moment, the demon blade gradually calmed. The bloodlight retracted, and the humming ceased. Dali turned, securely holding the blade. Yingchen leaned in for a closer inspection. The blade remained blood-red, yet no longer emanated a sinister aura. A system prompt sounded in his ears. Soul-devouring blood edge has recognized its master, binding to the skeletal warrior, Dali. A smile curved Yingchen's lips. Yingchen slumped in his wheelchair. You scared me to death. Xia Yunqi sheathed her sword. This knife is too sinister. Yingchen nodded. It will drain the user's blood. He deliberately concealed the true nature of the absorption attribute. In this lifetime, he intended to stifle that calamity in its infancy. However, my skeletal warrior has no blood, thus naturally immune to the curse. Yingchen suddenly understood, so that is how it is. Such a sinister artifact must be handled with caution. Dali gazed down at the demon blade, feeling the power it contained. A satisfied expression flickered in Yingchen's eyes. With the soul-devouring blood edge, Dali would undergo a qualitative leap. Every time he killed, he would gain the enemy's attributes, and the skeletal form perfectly circumvented the curse of blood. Outside the examination hall, countless parents and teachers were gathered, all eagerly awaiting to see if their familiar names would appear on the scoring leaderboard beside the illusory realm stone. Suddenly, the leaderboard shimmered, and 3 names surged to the top of the ranking for the Highland Province. First place, Yingchen, score 400. Second place, Xia Yunqi, score 370. 11th place, Yingchen, score 320. The crowd outside erupted in a frenzy. Anxious parents squeezed in front of the illusory realm stone. Teachers stared intently at the leaderboard. The surface of the illusory realm stone rippled. 3 names suddenly leapt onto the Highland Province leaderboard. Chapter 43. Their homeroom teacher would surely awaken with laughter. Yingchen. For 100 points? A teacher exclaimed. They just entered not long ago. What on earth did they do to earn such a score? Another teacher clenched his fists. Xia Yunqi. 370 points, as expected of the Xia family's heiress. Gasps of admiration arose from the crowd. Yingchen also made it into the top 11. Remarkably, these 3 children were from the same school. Their homeroom teacher would surely awaken with laughter. Isn't that the youngest son of the Mo family who was found? Someone frowned. I heard he grew up in an orphanage. Such extraordinary talent. He just entered, and he has already scored 400 points. That is a record-breaking achievement. The Mo family has struck gold. Murmurs of discussion arose. Within the secret realm, Yingchen knelt on one knee, pressing his palm against the cold corpse of the hunter. Dark necromantic energy surged from his palms, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. He retracted his hand, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. A second-tier corpse exceeds my current capabilities. Xia Yunqi gripped the sword at her waist tightly, scanning the dimly lit corners with wary vigilance. Yingchen advanced his wheelchair closer to Yingchen, urging, let us depart, Chenzi. This place is ill-suited for prolonged stay. Yingchen nodded in agreement. Moonlight filtered through the shattered stained glass windows, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. The trio returned to the grand entrance of the castle. The imposing doors were adorned with intricate carvings. Though the doors stood ajar, the interior remained shrouded in obscurity. As they stepped inside, the ominous click of mechanisms echoed behind them. The doors slammed shut with a thunderous boom, completely sealing off the outside light. This was the reason Yingchen had previously barred Yunchi from entering. They found themselves in a castle hall, where the damp, chill air enveloped them. The soaring ceiling was embellished with elaborate Gothic patterns. 12 crystal chandeliers hung suspended, flickering with dim candlelight. A heavy red carpet extended to the hall's end, embroidered with golden filigree. Marble columns stood majestically on either side, each entwined with decorative vines. The resounding thud of the closing doors reverberated through the vast chamber. Emerging from the shadows were a dozen vampire thralls, their crimson eyes fixated intently on the entrance. The stench of decaying blood permeated the air. Sharp fangs glimmered ominously. They emitted a piercing shriek and lunged frantically toward the three. Their elongated claws slashed the air with a chilling glint. The hall echoed with the shrieks of the vampire thralls, sharp and jarring. Yingchen tightened his grip on the Tang Dao, its blade gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Li, Tai Wei, assumed the front line for defense, he commanded in a low voice. Huan go test the strength of these vampire thralls. Two skeletal warriors advanced with heavy strides, rushing to the forefront. Huan Si's silhouette flickered like a wisp of smoke, elusive within the shadows. Xia Yunxi's sword radiated a pale blue glow, enveloped in frigid ice flames, exuding an aura of extreme cold. Yan Jiping, seated in his wheelchair, summoned a radiant holy light from his palm, warm and bright. Chenzi, there are quite a number of these vampire thralls, he remarked, concern lacing his tone. Yingchen's expression remained impassive as he raised his hand to summon two skeletal archers. Fire, he issued a concise command. Bone arrows sliced through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistle. Huan Si wielded a hellish dagger, weaving through the enemy ranks, each strike finding its mark with precision. Li and Tai Wei stood shoulder to shoulder, their soul-devouring blade and rock shield forming an unyielding front line. The vampire thralls charged, their claws screeching against the shield. Tai Wei remained steadfast, the shield absorbing the onslaught. Li swung his bone blade in a sweeping arc, its sharp edge rending flesh from bone. Xia Yunxi's swordplay was fierce, the icy flames sweeping across the battlefield. Three vampire thralls were instantly encased in ice, only to shatter moments later. Yan Jiping's holy light flickered continuously, enveloping his comrades in a warm healing aura. The three werewolves Yingchen had resurrected earlier joined the fray, their claws shredding through enemies. The zombies emitted deafening roars as they charged into the enemy ranks, their powerful arms easily tearing apart vampire thralls, blood splattering everywhere. The rhythm of battle flowed seamlessly, everything under control. However, as time passed, an ever-increasing number of vampire thralls emerged from the shadows. These monsters seemed endless. Xia Yunxi furrowed her brow. Despite her sword chi having slain dozens of foes, she could not stem the tide of reinforcements. Chenzi, the enemy keeps respawning, Yan Jiping noted, sensing the anomaly. Yingchen's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. All doors were tightly shut. His eyes finally settled on the stone platform at the center of the hall. Yunxi, try that stone platform. Xia Yunxi nodded and swiftly approached the platform. The moment she stepped upon it, the sound of mechanisms activating echoed. With a click, the door at the hall's end began to creak open. The door is opening, Yan Jiping exclaimed. It requires someone to stand on the platform to unlock it. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yingchen's eyes. Just as Xia Yunxi was about to step off the platform, the door slammed shut once more. Someone must remain standing on it, Yingchen stated calmly. The three exchanged glances, their thoughts swirling. I will do it, Yingchen offered with resolve. However, worry flickered in Xia Yunxi's eyes. My summoned creatures can protect me well enough. You all go open the door. Yingchen's tone was unwavering. Xia Yunxi and Yan Jiping exchanged a look, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Yingchen ascended the platform, and the door swung open again. Xia Yunxi and Yan Jiping dashed toward the entrance. Countless vampire thralls lunged at them in a frenzy. Delete Tai Wei, protect them. Two skeletal warriors surged forward, weapons raised. Huan Si's figure darted through the shadows, his blades reaping lives. Zombies and werewolves forged ahead, tearing apart the enemies that obstructed them. The skeletal archers unleashed a steady stream of bone arrows, providing fire support for the team. Yingchen remained poised on the platform, directing with calm authority, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Finally, Xia Yunxi and Yan Jiping reached the door. Yan Jiping pushed with all his might, but the door remained immovable. Damn it. It's too heavy, he gritted his teeth and strained. Xia Yunxi stepped forward to assist, and together they managed to pry open a narrow gap. Chenzi, hurry. Yan Jiping called out loudly. Yingchen leaped down from the platform. The heavy door began to slowly close once more. Li Tai Wei, hold the door. The two skeletal warriors rushed forward, wedging their weapons into the door's crevice. Vampire thralls swarmed forth, their claws glinting ominously. Xia Yunxi's sword chi continued to cleave through the encroaching foes. Yin Jiping's holy light spell persisted in healing, maintaining the team's condition. Yingchen sprinted towards the door. The pursuing enemies closed in, their claws slicing through the air. Huan Xiai remained by his side, dispatching any approaching threats. Zombies and werewolves provided cover from behind, buying him precious time. The skeletal archers fired unceasingly, suppressing the enemy's advance. Yingchen finally reached the entrance. "Get inside," he commanded with urgency. Xia Yunqi and Yin Jiping swiftly slipped through the door. Yingchen followed closely behind. Da Li and Tai Wei hastily retracted their weapons. The heavy door slammed shut with a resounding crash. Chapter 44. I refuse to believe that any shield can withstand our relentless onslaught. Outside, the furious roars of the vampire thralls echoed. The three leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. At last, we made it through. Yin Jiping wiped the cold sweat from his brow. How did you discover the mechanism of the stone platform? Xia Yunqi inquired, glancing at Yingchen. That spot was too peculiar. It warranted a trial. Yingchen replied evenly. His gaze swept over the summoned creatures around him, a quiet lament escaping his lips. During the recent battle, he had transformed a dozen vampire corpses using necromantic resurrection. The newly birthed vampire thralls were formidable, each possessing the strength of a low-tier first rank. Alas, they were ultimately thwarted by the imposing door. The three werewolves suffered considerable losses in battle, their sharp claws having shredded numerous foes. Yet, only one remained, panting heavily, its fur matted with patches of blood. As they traversed the dim corridor, they pushed open a heavy wooden door. The stench of decay assaulted their senses, and countless bookshelves loomed like giants, reaching up to the ceiling. The flickering candlelight on the walls cast eerie shadows. A chill seeped up from the ground, sending shivers down their spines. Yin Jiping shivered, rubbing his arms to stave off the cold. Xia Yunqi gripped her sword with vigilance, her gaze sweeping across every corner like a hawk. Yingchen's attention lingered on the runes on the floor, his brow furrowing slightly. Suddenly, a heavy tome fell from above with a thud. Xia Yunqi instinctively recoiled, but the book opened midair, unleashing a beam of blue magical energy. Yingchen reacted swiftly, grasping Xia Yunqi's wrist and pulling her behind him. The beam struck the ground, leaving a charred pit that emitted wisps of smoke. The bookshelf trembled violently, and more ancient tomes broke free from their bindings, swirling through the air. Yin Jiping's voice quivered. These books are alive. Yingchen coolly commanded. Dali, Iron Guard, frontline defense. Huan Xiai, hold them back. The skeletal warriors charged forward, swords raised, while the Iron Guard lifted their shields to block the incoming spells. Xia Yunqi danced with her longsword, frigid ice flames coiling around the blade, sweeping through the air to freeze and shatter the flying books. A piercing shriek rent the air as a dark mass of bats plunged down from the ceiling. Huan Xiai instantly blurred, her figure flickering in the shadows. Hell's daggers flashing with cold light. Bats fell one after another, turning to ashes. The skeletal legion formed ranks, with bone arrows soaring through the air, piercing more of the fluttering tomes. Suddenly, Xia Yunqi noticed strange runes on the ground glowing ominously, and the trio leaped back. A pillar of fire shot skyward, a wave of scorching heat washing over them. Yin Jiping gritted his teeth. Damn traps. More runes illuminated in succession, flickering erratically. Yingchen's voice was steady. Follow my lead. The three cautiously navigated the traps. Suddenly, a shadow darted out from behind the bookshelf, revealing a vampire sorceress raising her staff. Dark shadow spells whistled through the air as zombies lunged forward, claws rending the sorceress's chest. More sorcerers emerged from the shadows, their magical energies weaving an intricate net. Scatter. Yingchen commanded. Dali activated Soul Fury, cleaving through the magical barrier with his soul-siphoning blade. The Iron Guard raised his shield to withstand the onslaught, accumulating his wrath. Huan Xiai flitted through the shadows, her daggers striking precisely at the sorceress's vital points. Xia Yunqi's icy sword energy roared like a dragon, freezing one sorceress solid. The skeletal legion spread out, advancing on the skeletal sorcerers, tightening the encirclement. Yin Jiping lay comfortably, sketching joyfully. The battle raged on for what felt like an eternity. And finally, the last sorcerer fell, silence enveloping the library once more. Shattered pages and lifeless bodies littered the ground. Yin Jiping wiped the sweat from his brow. At last. It's over. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed within the library, the air freezing into a solid chill that pierced to the bone. The figure of a woman cloaked in black emerged from the void, her dark robe billowing irregularly in the still air. Moonlight illuminated her pale skin, casting an eerie silver sheen, while her blood-red eyes glimmered with cruelty and madness. It was the vampire witch. Xia Yunqi gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, the frigid ice flames instantly enveloping the blade, crystallizing into frost. The witch waved her staff, casting dark purple curse spells that traced twisted trajectories through the air. Aimed directly at the trio. Yingchen's fingers flew through intricate seals, and bone armor coalesced into a shield before him, shimmering with mysterious runes. The cursed spells collided with the bone armor, producing a sound like shattering glass as cracks spread visibly. Xia Yunqi observed the bone armor before Yingchen, her brow furrowing. Curiosity evident on her face. Yingchen was clearly specialized in summoning. How did he come to possess this bone magic? But there was no time for her to ponder further. The witch's staff struck the ground, a flash of bloodlight revealing 3 blood magic puppets before her. A thick stench of blood pervading the space. Dolly, Iron Guard, block them. Yingchen commanded in a low voice. Dolly charged forward with the soul-siphoning blade. The Iron Guard closely following, his rock shield raised before him. Huanxi's figure darted through the shadows, her daggers slicing precisely at the puppet's joints. Xia Yunqi's icy sword energy and Yingchen's bone spear shot forth, only to be thwarted by the witch's suddenly unfurling magical shield. Dolly's soul-siphoning blade continued to hack at the puppets, the hellfire scorching their flesh with a sizzling sound. The Iron Guard's rock shield helped Dolly deflect puppet attacks, each successful block fueling his wrath, the shield's surface glowing red. Huanxi flitted back and forth in the shadows, her daggers leaving deep, bone-exposing wounds on the puppets. The skeletal archers rained arrows like a storm, while the skeletal legion pressed on, relentlessly assaulting the witch's defenses. Yet every attack against her was halted by a translucent shield. Damn, there's a magical shield. Yan Jiping's voice seethed with frustration. Never mind. Keep hammering away. I refuse to believe any shield can withstand our bombardment, Yingchen replied nonchalantly. Zombies surged forward, their claws incessantly clawing at the witch's shield, causing it to flicker with each impact. With their relentless assault, the shield's surface grew dim, a web of cracks spreading across its entirety. Now, a glint of determination shone in Yingchen's eyes. Concentrate fire. Let us obliterate her in one go. Xia Yunqi's icy sword energy howled forth, crystallizing ice in the air, the temperature plummeting to freezing. Yan Jiping gambled everything on his talent, enveloping the witch in his power, amplifying the might of Yingchen and Xia Yunqi's attacks in an instant. As the shield shattered, all assaults struck the witch with deadly precision. Amidst her piercing scream, she dissolved into a cloud of black mist, slowly dissipating. The 3 blood magic puppets collapsed to the ground, transforming into a pool of blood that spread across the floor. Yingchen reached for the mist, his palm glowing a deep crimson. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Chapter 45. Who can surpass us? Congratulations, host, for slaying an elite target and acquiring the entry, Forbidden Knowledge. Forbidden Knowledge. Be as one who frequently listens to forbidden knowledge, your magical power increases by 20. Special preference, female gender, attracted to females. Please proceed to integrate this entry into your library. What nonsense. Yingchen swiftly opted to merge the forbidden knowledge entry for himself. In the now quiet library, blood pooled on the ground. The air thick with the scent of blood and charred flesh. Moonlight streamed through the windows, casting a soft glow on the weary figures of the trio. Yan Jiping slumped in his wheelchair, breathing heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. This battle was incredibly arduous. Did you all see? I even stood up from my wheelchair, he exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his face. Xia Yunqi sheathed her long sword, her ice-blue eyes fixed on Yingchen. How did you know about the rune's positions? She inquired, her tone inquisitive. Yingchen adjusted his black attire, his expression calm. Just lucky, I guessed correctly, he replied dismissively. Xia Yunqi frowned slightly, her gaze lingering on where the bone armor had briefly appeared on him. She hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. Yingchen slowly stood, the dust clinging to his black attire glimmering in the moonlight. His long fingers brushed over his robe, sending dust swirling down. Once we have rested enough, let us equip our gear, he stated, his voice still composed. Yan Jiping's eyes lit up, raising his hand eagerly. Let me do it. His excited voice echoed throughout the library. As the light flickered, 2 pieces of equipment materialized in the air. Witch's robe, green spirit 5, stamina 3, spell crit chance 1. Blood curse skin, green healing effect 5, spirit 7. Yingchen's brow furrowed, a vein twitching on his forehead. He waved his hand, sending the 2 pieces of equipment arcing into Yan Jiping's arms. Not bad, but don't open it next time, he remarked. Yan Jiping clutched the gear, his lips twitching slightly. Got it, he replied, a note of dissatisfaction in his voice. Why is that? He recalled the purple and blue equipment Xia Yunqi had previously acquired, feeling increasingly aggrieved. I thought the gear from this secret realm was supposed to be of high quality. Why did it turn into 2 greens once it reached me? He muttered quietly, lamenting the stark disparity in equipment quality. The library fell into a brief silence. Meanwhile, the war horns had already sounded in the various examination sites across the Gaoyuan province. As examinees poured forth their sweat and blood, striving valiantly for their dreams. In the examination hall of Qingping City, the black-robed mage's staff radiated an ethereal blue glow. A colossal fiery magical wolf coalesced before him, the intense heat distorting the surrounding air. With unwavering determination, he resolved that a place among the top 10 was assured for him. In the testing grounds of Linjiang City, a woman clad in red gracefully wielded her dual swords, their sharp blades slicing through the air with a piercing sound. The body of a blood-sucking bat was cleaved in twain by the brilliance of her blades. dissipating into tendrils of dark mist. Is that all? She scoffed, flicking the blood from her swords with disdain in her gaze. Deep within the secret realm of the exam site in Gaowan City, 3 formidable figures stood shoulder to shoulder. The flames dancing upon their crimson battle armor illuminated the corpse of the final boss, the Vampire Count. The runes on the silver-white robes shimmered amidst the spatial fluctuations, while the runic armor beneath the black cloak glimmered with a faint metallic sheen. "We are undeniably the fastest team to conquer this challenge," declared the female mage with calm confidence. "With the 3 of us united, who could possibly rival us in Gaowan Province?" the fiery warrior proclaimed, hoisting his great sword with a beaming smile. "Isn't that right, Silent Flask?" he asked, casting his gaze toward the runic knight. The knight remained silent, turning to stride toward the exit. The blue equipment and treasure chests scattered across the ground appeared insignificant to their eyes. The trio vanished into the radiance of the secret realm's exit. Outside the secret realm, the square was teeming with people. The scions of prestigious families, clad in fine attire, stood distinctly apart from the ordinary candidates and their families. A massive light screen hovered at the center of the square, emanating a gentle blue glow. The numbers on the scoring leaderboard fluctuated incessantly, tugging at the heartstrings of all present. Suddenly, the leaderboard flickered violently. 3 names surged to the forefront. Ling Wei, 732 points. A gasp erupted from the crowd. Fan Yinlai, 731 points. Another wave of commotion followed. Zhong Mo, 730 points. Discussions erupted in a cacophony. The figures on the light screen gleamed brightly, reflecting upon every face. "Over 700 points? How outrageous," murmured the crowd, recognizing the legendary prowess of the top competitors from the provincial capital's elite school. With their combined strength, the other candidates stood no chance. The first place is certainly secured now. Indeed, they've left no opportunity for others. Voices echoed through the crowd. Some expressed envy, others jealousy, while many felt a deep-seated awe. The numbers on the light screen became ever more resplendent. The secret realm's portal burst forth with dazzling blue light. Ling Wei, Fan Yinlai, and Zhong Mo emerged from the radiance. The square erupted in exclamations, reverberating in every ear. "They've come out." The red-robed disciples of the Flame sect hurried forward, while the silver-robed mages of the cosmic Holy Land regarded them with reverence. The black-clad heirs of the Zhong family stood in solemn silence. Words of praise echoed, resonating throughout the square. "Truly the successors of the Holy Land, they are formidable. Zhong Mo is impressive as well. Although the Zhong family cannot compare to the cosmic Holy Land or the Flame sect, his strength is undeniably commendable. If Zhong Mo continues to grow, he will surely elevate the Zhong family to new heights." Zhong Mo maintained a stoic expression, his black cloak billowing without a breeze. Fan Yinlai stood tall, the flames dancing upon his fiery armor. Teachers from the school observed from a distance, their gazes cautious. The backgrounds of these 3 were formidable, either from the Holy Land or illustrious families. Each one was beyond reproach. Once the clamor of admiration subsided, a teacher cautiously approached the trio. "I suggest you take a moment to rest in the square," he advised in a hushed tone. According to feedback from candidates, the secret realms process is brief. The examination will conclude shortly. It would be prudent to await the final results before departing. With a dismissive snort, Fan Yinlai replied, "We completed the challenge the fastest. The others have either given up or are still lingering in the secret realm. Their scores cannot surpass ours. Yet." Ling Wei had already turned toward the resting area of the cosmic Holy Land. Zhong Mo silently returned to the Zhong family's ranks. Fan Yinlai shrugged nonchalantly and settled cross-legged among the disciples of the Flame sect. Chapter 46, The Undead Siege, the Vampire Count's Demise. At this moment, Yingchen and his companions had also ascended to the pinnacle of the castle. The stone steps at the top of the ancient fortress lay in a state of disrepair. Yingchen was the first to step onto the final stair. Following closely behind was Xia Yunqi, her longsword glinting with a chilling light under the moon. Yan Jiping took a deep breath and slowly rose from his wheelchair. On the opposite terrace, a tall figure stood silently. The Vampire Count's black cloak rustled in the night breeze, and his crimson eyes flickered with a sinister glow amidst the darkness. A rich scent of blood saturated the air. A smile crept across Yingchen's lips. "Let us proceed. This is our final battle." His voice echoed through the vast hall. At the castle's summit, moonlight poured through the shattered skylight. The Count's eyes gleamed with a blood-red intensity in the darkness, and the stench of blood emanated from him, thick enough to provoke nausea. "What a sumptuous feast," he mused, extending his tongue to lick the sharp fangs. A glint of cold light flashed in Yingchen's eyes as a cruel smile graced his lips. He raised his wrist, the sound of bones clattering rang out. Over 100 skeletal warriors rose from the ground, forming an orderly phalanx. 2 skeletal archers swiftly ascended the shattered stone pillars, drawing their bows to aim. The resurrected vampire mages dispersed, their magic coalescing in their palms. Gripping the soul-biting blood blade tightly, a formidable presence stood to Yingchen's left, while a heavily armored sentinel raised a rock shield firmly to his right. Zombies shuffled with heavy steps in the rear. green ichor dripping onto the ground with a hissing sound. The shadowy figure of the phantom stabber flickered between the moonlight and shadows, the hellish dagger gleaming with an eerie light. The Count surveyed the resurrected vampire mages and minions, letting out a cold laugh. Traitors. Death will bring an end to their suffering. Yingchen's tone remained calm. The Count's eyes blazed with fury, his fangs bared. Then let you all experience true death firsthand. His voice reverberated within the ancient castle. Before his words had fully dissipated, the Count's form vanished in an instant. A shadow flickered, and the vampire Count teleported to the center of the skeletal formation. Dark energy surged from him, sweeping outward. Several skeletons disintegrated into fragments under the force, scattering into the air. Attack! Yingchen's icy command sliced through the night sky. Over 100 skeletons brandished their weapons, charging forth in a frenzied assault. The archers drew their bows, arrows slicing through the air toward their target. The vampire mages conjured shadow magic, forming black orbs of energy in the sky. The Count's figure danced among the throng of skeletons, the sound of his claws scraping against bone resonating sharply. Fragments of shattered bones flew in every direction, and fallen skeletons piled into mounds. A sneer curled at the Count's lips. You overestimate yourselves. A flash of cold light darted through the moonlit night. Yingchen's longsword, enveloped in frigid ice flames, aimed directly at the Count's heart. The Count sidestepped deftly. Yet, Yingchen abruptly relinquished her grip on the sword, which bizarrely altered its trajectory mid-air. Sword control technique. Under Yingchen's manipulation, the sword relentlessly pursued the Count. He evaded 3 times, but still felt the blade's energy graze his shoulder. Coldness seeped through the wound, ice crystals rapidly forming upon his shoulder. A flicker of surprise crossed the Count's eyes, intriguing. Suddenly, he flung his arms wide, his cloak billowing without wind. A swarm of bats erupted from the seams of his cloak, their piercing cries shattering the silence. The phantom stabber emerged abruptly from the shadows, the hellish dagger glistening with a ghostly green light under the moon. The sharp blade tore through flesh, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone across the Count's chest. First strike critical. The Count bellowed an earth-shattering roar. Damn it. Blood-red energy coalesced around him, forming a protective shield. The phantom stabber's second strike was deflected by the blood shield, resonating with the sound of clashing metal. As the Count prepared to retaliate, 2 figures flanked him from either side. With great strength, the warrior wielded the soul-devouring blood blade, while the iron guard brandished a rock shield. The Count was compelled to retreat, evading the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, the zombie launched a surprise attack from the shadows. Its sharp claws aimed directly at the Count's vulnerable throat. In a moment of haste, the Count raised his arm to block, but the toxic venom infiltrated his bloodstream. His brow furrowed in concern. This was proving to be troublesome. In the next instant, his form transformed into a thick black mist, from which countless tendrils extended. The warrior swung the soul-devouring blood blade, severing every approaching tentacle. The iron guard's rock shield held firm, his fury building within. Yingchen's frigid sword aura pierced through the black mist, weaving through it with reckless abandon. The phantom stab flitted between the shadows, seeking an opportunity for a lethal strike. The poisonous miasma released by the zombie permeated the air, eroding the Count's vitality. Yingchen stood at the edge of the battlefield, poised to heal at any moment. Desperation surged. Yingchen's roar shattered the night sky. Divine light enveloped the vampire Count in an instant, golden radiance swirling around him. Yingchen's voice resonated like ice. It must come to an end. Dark red motes flickered upon the Count, marking the deepening wounds. Hundreds of skeletal warriors rapidly formed ranks, surrounding the Count in an impenetrable circle. The frigid sword aura carved through the air, leaving trails of frost upon the black mist. The phantom stab's silhouette danced in the shadows, the flickering flames of the hellish dagger illuminating the gloom. The warrior's eye sockets ignited with blood-red flames, the soul-devouring blood blade creating phantom afterimages with each swing. The iron guard burst forth with golden light, his rock shield crashing into the black mist. The zombie's claws glimmered with an eerie green light, each strike laced with deadly poison. The Count unleashed a deafening roar, the sound waves stirring violent gusts. The black mist erupted, revealing his battered form. His scarlet eyes flickered with madness. You shall all perish. His voice dripped with murderous intent. Blood-red threads shot forth from his fingertips, dense as a spider's web. Underneath the threads, skeletal warriors crumbled to dust, bone fragments swirling in the air. The bodies of the vampire mage and his minions were severed by the threads, turning to ashes. The vampire Count's eyes glowed with a crimson sheen, his malevolent allure surging like a tide. The air thickened with a chilling aura of death. Yingchen and Yingchen's expressions dulled in an instant. Yingchen stepped forward with purpose, his large hand gripping Yingchen's wrist, pulling her behind him. The warrior raised the soul-devouring blood blade, positioning it before Yingchen. The vampire Count emitted a piercing shriek that sent pain through the ears of all present. His figure transformed into a streak of black lightning, hurtling towards Yingchen. His razor-sharp claws tore through the air, aiming straight for Yingchen's heart. The Iron Guard's heavy footsteps thundered as his rock shield met the claws with a resounding clash. The metallic scrape piercing the silence. The phantom stab's silhouette flickered in the shadows. The hellish dagger struck true, plunging into the Count's back, blood splattering forth. The warrior's soul-devouring blood blade traced a sanguine arc. The zombie's fangs gleamed with a ghostly light, sinking viciously into the Count's neck. A wave of dark purple energy rippled from the Count's body, causing the air to tremble with a deep rumble. Chapter 47. The Blood Demon Transformation. The Iron Guard was hurled back, crashing heavily against the wall. The warrior and the zombie stumbled backward, carving deep furrows in the ground. The phantom stab's form instantaneously faded, transforming into a wisp of smoke. The Count's body began to swell, his bones cracking ominously. His skin turned pitch black, marred by grotesque patterns. Massive bat-like wings tore through his garments, shrouding the moonlight above. His claws elongated to a meter, dripping with corrosive venom. Yingchen's gaze sharpened. A solemn warning to remain vigilant. The transformed Count towered ominously, each step reverberating through the ground. His claws glinted with a chilling light. His speed so great it left only afterimages. The Iron Guard's rock shield was swatted aside, rendering him instantly incapacitated. The warrior swung the soul-devouring bloodblade, yet could not even graze the Count's garments. The phantom stab weaved through the shadows, but found no openings. The zombie's sharp claws scraped against the Count's skin, leaving not a single mark. Yingchen regained her senses, her sword bursting forth with a biting chill. The frigid sword aura tore through the air, yet dissipated into nothingness as it approached the Count. Yingchen's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his voice trembling. We cannot breach his defenses. Yet, Yingchen's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Everything is proceeding as planned, he murmured. The Count's massive form became unwieldy, his movements gradually stiffening, a bluish-purple hue creeping across his skin. The zombie's second-tier toxin finally took effect. The Count's speed plummeted, his motions noticeably sluggish. Yingchen's gaze sharpened, coordinated strike. The warrior's body ignited with hellish flames. The firelight danced upon the soul-devouring bloodblade, emitting a low hum. The Iron Guard roared as he charged, his shield gleaming with golden light. The phantom stab's dagger glimmered with a cold radiance. The zombie's venom dripped onto the ground, corroding the earth. Yingchen's sword entwined with icy flames. Yingchen's gaze was electric. In him, their combined assault rained down like a torrential storm. The Count's colossal form crashed to the ground, his defiant roar fading into weakness. The warrior's blade descended, piercing the Count's heart. The soul-devouring bloodblade consumed the Count's power, infusing it into the warrior. Moonlight spilled upon the ancient castle's shattered stone steps. Yingchen's black attire rustled ominously. It is over. Congratulations to the host for slaying an elite-level target, acquiring the following attributes: Knight Affinity, Innate Agility, and Cursed by Karma. Knight Affinity. All attributes increase by 50 when night falls. Innate Agility. See agility increases by 50. Cursed by Karma. A lifelong slaughter results in diminished fortune. Please proceed to the attribute library for fusion. He gently closed his eyes, disregarding the curse of karma, fully integrating the other two attributes into himself. Yingchen's gaze fixated on the corpse, a flicker of eagerness igniting within him. His outstretched hand hovered in the air, recalling his ill-fated luck, before retracting. He turned to Yingchen, anticipation brimming in his eyes. "Xia, the school bell. Please commence your performance." Yingchen's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of delight flashing in her eyes. Having been called the school bell since childhood, she was accustomed to the title. Yet, at this moment, addressed thusly in front of Yingchen, a sense of pride swelled within her. She gracefully stepped forward, her slender fingers gently brushing against the vampire Count's cold corpse. 2 items materialized. Noble Cloak, blue stamina 15, spirit 8. With a 10 chance to slightly restore spirit upon being attacked. Blood Demon Transformation, special skill, can be learned by undead beings. Upon activation, agility decreases by 50, while all other attributes increase by 200, lasting for 10 minutes. Yingchen's pupils constricted in disbelief as he beheld this scene. Was Yingchen not the illegitimate daughter of the goddess of fortune? How could such a skill book simply materialize? Not to mention the Count's most formidable transformation skill? However, this undead skill was clearly not intended for humans, unless one awaited higher ranks to alter their bloodlines. Yingchen and Yingchen's eyes were fixed upon Yingchen, awaiting his decision. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the linchpin of this makeshift party. Yingchen had little to contribute, being merely a slacker aside from that unique talent. Even the proud young lady, who always vied for first place, now awaited his command. Such was the transformation brought forth by strength. A sense of reflection welled up within Yingchen. In the depths of memory, the ever-rebellious Yingchen now unveiled an aspect of herself that Yingchen had never witnessed before. Give it all to Ziba. We managed to acquire quite a bounty. Yet he has only obtained 2 pieces of green gear. Yingchen turned to look at Yingchen, who subtly nodded, her delicate fingers playing with her hair. Yan Jiping rubbed his palms together, amusement lacing his voice as he declared, I've taken the equipment and the skill book, the rest is yours. Such a skill book could fetch a high price among advanced practitioners. Numerous individuals seek to transform their undead bloodlines, and it might well be sold for an exorbitant sum. Yingchen gazed at his childhood friend, a warmth blossoming in his heart. The pure friendship shared among youths remained untainted by any ulterior motives. Should this precious skill book emerge in future guilds, wouldn't it incite fierce competition? The Blood Demon Transformation skill book lay quietly in his palm. Yingchen furrowed his brow. The skill held no utility for him. He had no intention of becoming an undead entity. Selling it felt like a waste. If only his summoned creature could learn skills, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He swiftly opened his attributes panel, focusing on the accompanying skill of the Heart of the Reaper. Spirit Awakening. Passive skill automatically bestows intelligence upon the summoned undead creatures of the owner, granting them greater wisdom and the potential to comprehend skills. A glimmer sparked in Yingchen's eyes. Come here. He beckoned to the zombie, which trudged heavily before him. He extended the skill book toward it. The hollow eye sockets of the zombie flickered with an ethereal blue flame of the soul. An invisible wave emanated from the flame, causing the surface of the skill book to shimmer. Tiny specks of luminous energy danced in the air, and the skill book vanished from sight. It truly works? No wonder the system cannot determine its grade. The power of the Heart of the Reaper exceeded his expectations. From now on, you shall be called Blood Demon. Zombie, Blood Demon. Level, Rank 2, Level 1. Skills, Iron Bones, Corpse Poison, Bloodsucking, Blood Demon Transformation. Attributes, Slight. Available skill slots, 11. Could he only learn one skill? Or was it that he could only learn one at this stage? Yan Jiping remained absorbed in the joy of his new equipment, alternating between concealment and revelation, thoroughly entertained. Chapter 48. The Mo family educates with distinction. Could they impart a few words? Yet Xia Yunqi had noticed Yingchen's actions. Her pupils dilated sharply, and her throat felt parched. She fixed her gaze intently on the figure of the zombie. Could summoned entities learn skills? Coupled with the bone spells he had inadvertently used earlier, she suppressed the urge to inquire and chose silence, casting a deep glance at her former fiancé. After tidying up, the trio approached the teleportation portal, seeking out various exclusive secret realm treasure chests. Yingchen's hand glided over the icy surface of the chest, knowing that luck alone dictated its contents. Open. With a crisp click, the chest sprang open. Silvery light spilled forth, illuminating the faces of the three. At the bottom of the chest lay an exquisitely crafted ring. Ring of the Undead. Blue. There is a 15 chance that the next use of a Necromancer skill will not consume mental energy after using a Necromancer skill. Not bad at all. A flicker of surprise crossed Yingchen's eyes. He turned to see both companions retrieving their rewards from the chest. They exchanged smiles before stepping into the teleportation portal, enveloped by a blue radiance. A ripple coursed through the air, and the three figures vanished without a trace. In the examination hall of Gowan City, at the moment Yingchen and his companions defeated the vampire count, three names shone brightly atop the leaderboard. Ling Wei, Fan Yan, and Liaison Mo had been surpassed. First place, Yingchen, score, 997 points. Second place, Xia Yunqi, score, 956 points. Third place, Yan Jiping, score, 890 points. The onlookers outside the examination hall erupted into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Yingchen, Xia Yunqi, Yan Jiping? Who were these three? Never had they encountered such names. Students hurriedly pulled out their communication devices to search for information. There was no record of them in Gowan City's database. Impossible. How could anyone surpass Ling Wei? Not to mention that Ling Wei, Fan Yan, and Liaison Mo had all plummeted as well. It was clear that these three were a team. But they completed their tasks more slowly than Ling Wei. How could their scores be so much higher? The murmur of students echoed throughout the examination hall, with shock evident on every face. Doubtful gazes were cast toward the three glowing names on the leaderboard. Fan Yan leapt to his feet, striding toward the leaderboard. He gazed up at the flickering names, his pupils narrowing in disbelief. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, nails digging into the flesh of his palms. Impossible, impossible. His voice emerged hoarse and low. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, soaking his collar. The light of the leaderboard illuminated his contorted visage, stinging his eyes. We clearly performed our best, and we were the fastest. Raging emotions churned within his chest, nearly breaking free from his throat. He turned to face Zhong Mo and Ling Wei, both similarly rooted in place, their faces as pale as paper. The title of the strongest trio in Gowan City echoed in their ears. They had endured so much pressure for this examination. The expectations of their families and sects weighed heavily upon their shoulders. Forming a temporary team of the strongest three would invite scrutiny from others. Yet, for the sake of placing in the top three of the province, they had gone all out. They had prepared flawlessly, yet they were defeated by three complete strangers, whose school remained unknown to them. Fan Yan's teeth ground together audibly. Principal Zhang, I suspect there is something amiss here. I request that the school appeal to the human race's ancestral grounds for the secret realm footage of these individuals. Fan Yin suddenly turned, his gaze fixed intently on the principal. Principal Zhang furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze lingering on Fan Yin. They were the top-ranking school in the provincial capital and indeed had the authority to request footage of candidates' secret realms. However, such requests were typically reserved for research. Given the current situation, submitting this request would equate to questioning the fairness of the human race's ancestral grounds. In the plaza of Shubei City First High's examination hall, the clamorous voices of students erupted. They gathered in groups, engaged in spirited discussions. The conversations of parents resonated in the air. The Mo family's young man is truly remarkable. The head of the Li family approached with brisk steps. Mo Yingfeng claimed the top spot in the city last year, and this year, Mo Yingchen is poised to conquer the province. Another prominent family member smiled warmly. The Mo family educates their offspring well. I wonder if you might spare some time to gather and share insights? Principal Zhang also approached, rubbing his hands together. Mo Kuei raised his chin, a slight smile gracing his lips. A gleam of pride sparkled in his eyes as his chest puffed out slightly. The surrounding compliments lifted his spirits, and his smile blossomed even brighter. Mo Kuei had already begun to devise a plan in his mind. Once Mo Yingchen emerged, he must showcase him before the esteemed families, ensuring a splendid display. They're out. A wave of exclamations surged through the crowd. Xia Yunqi was the first to step through the portal, with her companions following closely behind. Mo Yingchen and Yin Jipeng appeared together, and as the tumult outside crashed upon them like a tidal wave, they paused momentarily. Mo Yingchen and Xia Yunqi quickly regained their composure, remaining unfazed. However, Yin Jipeng could not resist glancing back, his gaze falling upon the leaderboard, where the third position in the province was unmistakably his. In astonishment and exhilaration he could not contain spread across his face. He sat in his wheelchair, straightening his back and adopting an air of understated demeanor. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the approaching teacher, his tone remained composed. He endeavored to maintain a facade of indifference as he walked towards his parents. Yet, as he drew near, the joy within him became utterly uncontainable. He suddenly stood up from the wheelchair, bursting into laughter, his arms wide open as he embraced his parents tightly. His mother, Yen, enveloped him in her arms, tears streaming down her cheeks. Third in the province. My son has made it. Her voice trembled with excitement. Quickly tell me, how did you achieve this? Yin Jipeng opened his mouth, his throat tightening. His gaze flitted about uncertainly. Visions from the secret realm flashed through his mind, himself in the wheelchair, trailing behind Mo Yingchen while paddling through the waters. In the entire secret realm, he had only taken a gamble 3 times. Aside from that, it seemed he had truly done nothing at all. Wait, that is not right. He had pushed the door open. The corner of his mouth twitched, revealing an awkward smile. He simply could not bring himself to articulate the truth of his serendipitous success. Moreover, who would believe him? 3 skills, third in the province? Such pretentiousness. Yin Jipeng instinctively turned his head, casting a glance at the silhouette of Mo Yingchen. Chapter 49, The Quest for Supremacy. On Mo Yingchen's side, Mo Kuei, Mo Bingning, and several heads of prominent families had gathered before him. What brings him here? In my previous life during the major examination, he did not appear. Mo Yingchen gazed at his biological father, memories of the past surfacing unbidden. A slight, involuntary twitch played at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Chun, quite impressive. You have not brought shame to the Mo family. Truly, you are a worthy descendant of the Mo clan, deserving of our cultivation. Mo Kuei began to shower him with praise. Cultivation? What exactly have you cultivated in me? Oh wait, they did cultivate something. Without the 5 years of isolated living, without your constant disdain, he would not possess such resolve to sever ties with the family in this life. Indeed, the Mo family had played a role. At the very least, they had tempered his will. Mo Bingning stood quietly behind Mo Kuei. Upon hearing his words, her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Yet, in her heart, maintaining the family's prestige was paramount, and thus she refrained from voicing any rebuttal. Xiao Chun, come home to celebrate with your father, Mo Kuei said, a tender smile gracing his face. He stepped forward, his hand slowly rising to pat Mo Yingchen on the shoulder. However, Mo Yingchen subtly shifted his body, evading Mo Kuei's hand. Mo Bingning's pupils constricted suddenly, an ominous thought surging forth. Home. Mo Yingchen's voice was as frigid as ice. Family head Mo, if your memory fails you, I can remind you once more. His gaze was sharp as a blade. I have explicitly stated to Miss Mo Bingning that your place is not my home. He turned to Mo Bingning. Miss Mo, you are present. Perhaps you should confirm this once again. As his words fell, the air grew thick with tension, crystallizing into silence. Is there a story? Low murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. The heads of the prominent families cast piercing glances at Mo Kuei and his son, their eyes glinting with curiosity. Mo Kuei's hand froze midair, his pale fingertips trembling slightly. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the fury that surged within him. His peripheral vision swept over the mocking expressions of the surrounding family heads. Ha! He suddenly burst into laughter, the sound jarring against the stillness of the air. Yingchen is simply too excited to have achieved first in the province. He speaks without thinking. The heads of several families squinted their eyes, their lips curling into knowing smiles. They recognized that there was more to this than met the eye. However, due to the Mo family's stature and influence, no one wished to offend Mo Koei over such trivial matters. Thus, they all chuckled awkwardly in agreement. Mo Yingchen frowned, feeling increasingly agitated. The battles in the secret realm had drained him of too much energy, and he had no desire to engage in this pointless dispute. He shot Mo Koei a disdainful glance, his tone dripping with scorn. Kindly step aside. I have no interest in playing house with you, pretending that everything is well among us. He sidestepped Mo Koei and made his way toward the edge of the square. Behind him, Mo Koei's furious shout pierced the air. Sharp and grating. Mo Yingchen, do you even realize who you are speaking to? I am your father, your biological father. The blood of the Mo family flows through your veins. Without the Mo family's support, could you have achieved your current success? How dare you speak to me this way? Utterly ungrateful. Utterly ungrateful. Mo Koei's tone was harsh, his words like daggers aimed at Mo Yingchen's heart. He raised his hand, intent on striking Mo Yingchen across the face. Mo Yingchen regarded that hand with an impassive gaze. He stood still, awaiting the slap to fall. He was waiting for Mo Koei to sever the last remaining thread connecting him to the Mo family. Moreover, Mo Koei, merely a third tier? Is that really impressive? He, Mo Yingchen, had possessed soul control for quite some time, yet had never had the opportunity to put it to use. He would not mind testing the strength of this skill on Mo Koei. Yet, the slap never came. Several heads of families stepped forward to restrain Mo Koei. Family head Mo, why resort to anger? There are so many people here. Do not let the younger generation see this as a farce. This is your family matter. Handle it privately, away from the public eye. Mo Koei's hand fell helplessly, his gaze like a knife, fixated on Mo Yingchen's figure. A cold smile curled at the corner of Mo Yingchen's mouth. The Mo family bloodline. The debt of cultivation? His voice was icy and penetrating. My achievements are solely the result of my own efforts. His gaze swept over Mo Bingning, a hint of derision flashing in his eyes. Your Mo family has never provided me with even the slightest assistance. Presumptuous and arrogant. If your Mo family is so formidable, why not cultivate that pampered Mo Yingfeng into the top rank of the province? And yet you dare to speak so grandly here? With that, he had no more time to waste on idle chatter. As he turned to leave, Mo Koei's hand reached for the hem of his garment. Mo Yingchen shifted his gaze toward the center of the square. Principal Li, I am a candidate. The school has an obligation to ensure the safety of its students, correct? I need to rest. Please help me block these irrelevant individuals. Li Boyu, who had been engrossed in the spectacle, was suddenly called out. He rubbed his brow, a sigh echoing through the silent square. Esteemed family heads, please wait on the periphery. Do not disturb the students. For Li Boyu, these familial grievances held no significance. Mo Yingchen was his student and had achieved first in the province. That was sufficient. As for the Mo and Li family's matters, what did it have to do with him? Mo Koei was so enraged he trembled all over, flinging his sleeve as he departed. Mo Bingning, with a complex expression, cast a glance in Mo Yingchen's direction before following Mo Koei's footsteps out. Unnoticed by all, in the shadows at the edge of the square. Mo Euro had been closely observing this farce. Seeing Mo Koei leave in a huff, a look of vindication crossed her face. In the square, the setting sun cast a warm glow, painting the ground in hues of crimson. Suddenly, gasps erupted from the crowd, shattering the evening's tranquility. Mo Yingchen's name was called aloud, resonating like a heavy hammer, reverberating against the eardrums of all. It's done. Mo Yingchen has secured first place. Heavenly. This year, all 3 top ranks in the province belong to our Subei No. 1 high school. Mo Yingchen stepped forward, narrowing his eyes slightly as his gaze fell upon the distant leaderboard. His name was boldly inscribed at the top. The honor of Gaoyuan province was now firmly within his grasp. He exhaled softly, feeling the tension in the air gradually dissipate. The surrounding voices began to blur, as if everything was celebrating his victory. The top 3 positions were firmly occupied by the 3 of them, while the score of the 4th place diverged significantly from theirs. He understood that this disparity stemmed from the concealed map. The secrets of the Vampire Hunter and the Demon Blade had undoubtedly granted him an additional 200 points. Chapter 50, The Clash of All Races. The ancestral land of the human race loomed majestically, with ancient and grand architectural complexes standing tall amidst the clouds. Inside the main hall, the fragrance of sandalwood wafted through the air, where an elderly man with white hair sat solemnly at the center. His eyes were tightly shut, and his mental energy surged like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire hall. The tranquility of the hall was abruptly shattered by hurried footsteps. A young man rushed in, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. Elder He, the results of the grand examination are out, he said, his voice tinged with hesitation. Elder He's voice was deep and powerful. Speak plainly, what are you hesitating for? The first high school of Gowan City requests to view the secret realm footage of the top 3 from the Plateau Province. Elder He's brow furrowed, his voice suddenly rising. The Plateau Province? He let out a cold laugh. It's no wonder that talent has dwindled in the Plateau Province over the years. When their students fail to secure the top 3, They question the fairness of the examination. The secret realms randomly selected by the laws of heaven and earth are beyond their scrutiny. Sweat trickled down the young man's forehead as he quietly inquired, "Will the footage be made public?" Elder, he slammed his palm on the armrest, causing the teacup to clatter. "Publish it? Nonsense. Not only will it not be made public, but we will also issue an announcement in the name of the human ancestral land. State that the scoring for the top 3 in the Plateau province is absolutely fair and accurate. Let those who harbor ill intentions and contemplate devious schemes reflect on themselves." The young man nodded repeatedly and turned to leave. "Wait." Elder, his voice suddenly softened. "Who is the first in the Plateau province?" The young man flipped through the documents in his hand. Yingchen. A flicker of intrigue passed through Elder He's eyes. Yingchen? An interesting lad. Go on, go on. The young man bowed again and exited, his footsteps gradually fading away. The hall returned to silence, with only the lingering scent of sandalwood. The communication stone of the human ancestral land flickered with a ghostly blue light, as a message penetrated layers of space, reaching the Plateau province. The highest official of the Plateau province, Zhang Nankai, stood by the window, the communication stone in his hand radiating an icy aura. The principal of Gowan City First High School, Zhang Jian, stood behind him with his head bowed, cold sweat dampening his collar. "The grand examination has just concluded." Zhang Nankai's voice was as chilling as ice. "You possess quite the audacity." He turned, his gaze sharp. "Do you dare to question the fairness of the human ancestral land?" Each word carried an oppressive weight. Zhang Jian's throat bobbed, yet he could not utter a sound. "Speak." Zhang Nankai advanced, closing in. "You dare to question the grand examination?" He let out a cold laugh. "Now why the silence?" His voice dripped with scorn. Zhang Jian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "The 3 strongest from our school are Lian Zhong's Fan Yanlai, the Holy Land's Ling Wei, and the Zhong family, Zhong Yamo. They teamed up, but were robbed of the top 3 spots. The 3 families have united to pressure for the footage." Before he could finish, Zhang Nankai abruptly waved his arm. The sound of space fracturing echoed. A mere casual wave had triggered a rift in space. Yet Zhang Nankai remained unfazed, allowing the rift to slice through his arm without inflicting even a scratch on his clothing. "Is the Holy Land and the family that formidable?" A hint of disdain flickered in Zhang Nankai's eyes. "Go back and reflect at the grassroots level." He waved his hand dismissively. "You are unworthy of your position as principal." Yingchen sat in the redwood chair of the principal's office. Sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating his shoulder. Li Zhujiang's voice echoed in his ears. He frowned slightly, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. "So, every province's top 2 must participate in this clash of races?" Li Zhujiang shook his head, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. "Not just that. To be precise, the Holy Land, sects, and top-tier families all have quotas. You will be competing against all races in the trial ground, bringing glory to the human race." Yingchen shot him a cold glance. "I want to go." He stood up and walked towards the door. "I have a poor stomach. I cannot digest the grand visions painted by leadership. I am no longer a hot-blooded youth easily swayed by mere words. If it were to fight on the battlefield against foreign races, I would hasten to the front lines without hesitation. But this so-called clash of races, I have never heard of in my past life. Perhaps my previous level was too low to touch upon this realm. However, having been reborn, with the system in hand, there is no need to take such risks. Steady progress is the true path. What sort of bloody slaughter awaits in the gathering of the proud of all races in the trial ground? What I need now is to steadily improve. Such dangerous endeavors are simply unnecessary." Li Zhujiang stood behind Yingchen, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his dark eyes. The boy's mindset pleasantly surprised him. In the past years, too many exceptionally gifted students had fallen due to arrogance. Yet Yingchen was different. He maintained a clear mind while possessing formidable strength. This was the true demeanor of a prodigy. Dead geniuses serve no purpose for the human race. The trial ground of the myriad races harbors countless opportunities. Spirit herbs that enhance attributes, treasures that elevate skill levels, and even resurrection stones that allow rebirth after death. Yingchen's eyes brightened as he circled back inside the principal's office, gliding along the inner wall by the door. "Elaborate." Haha, Li Zhujiang chuckled, increasingly pleased with Yingchen's demeanor. "How had I not discovered such a talent among my students before? Cautious, yet not cowardly, ambitious, yet not reckless. At last, Subei First High School is about to produce a true talent. The trial ground for the myriad races opens once every decade, with each opening presenting a unique terrain. However, one thing remains constant. At the very center of the trial ground stands a trial tower, which every participant may challenge an unlimited number of times, receiving rewards based on the levels they conquer. Of course, challenging is not mandatory. For each time the trial ground opens, a plethora of treasures and spirit herbs await discovery, alongside many powerful inheritances that will manifest. Due to its once-every-decade occurrence and the requirement that participants must be under 18 years of age every time the trial ground opens, geniuses from all races vie fiercely for entry. Yingchen nodded thoughtfully. Observing Yingchen's mature demeanor, Li Zhujiang couldn't help but tease. "Are you certain you won't go? Then I will apply to the higher-ups to see if we can allocate the quota to the 3rd place." Yingchen hurriedly replied, Principal Lee, what are you saying? I was merely joking. Who am I? Yingchen. And who is Yingchen? A student of Subei First High School. Who is Yingchen from Subei First High School? A young man of the human race. I represent Subei First High School to compete against the myriad races and bring glory to the human race, unafraid of death. Chapter 51, Light and Shadow. Li Zuojiang laughed heartily, patting Yingchen on the shoulder. All right, unafraid of death is a bit much. Just don't bring shame to Subei First High School. Yingchen, somewhat puzzled, couldn't help but ask, Principal Lee. What do you mean by not bringing shame to Subei First High School? Has anyone from our school participated in the clash of races before? Does anyone among the myriad races even recognize Subei First High School? Li Zuojiang's forehead twitched. Get out. 7 days from now. The interdimensional flying ship heading to the trial ground will come to fetch you. Just be punctual at school then. With a joyful expression, Yingchen exited the principal's office and headed straight for the wilderness. He did not wish to squander any time. He had already wasted enough in his past life. In this life, he would not repeat the same mistakes. 6 days later, as the sun set, the sky was stained crimson, and Subei City was enveloped in a warm orange twilight. In the distance, the silhouette of Yingchen appeared at the edge of the horizon. Dressed in a black combat outfit and carrying a tang knife on his back, he was making his way towards the city. The fitted attire clung closely to his physique, accentuating the well-defined contours of his muscles, which bore the delicate scars, remnants of fierce battles fought. Yingchen's strides were steady and robust, with the gravel beneath his feet crunching softly. He did not venture deep into the wilderness, but instead hunted monsters on the periphery of the city, preparing for the impending clash among the myriad races. After 6 days of combat, coupled with experiences gleaned from the examination's secret realm, his level ascended to first rank. Third level. Upon reaching the first tier, the rate of experience acquisition noticeably diminished. The progression to the second tier, third tier, and beyond would only become increasingly sluggish, unless he managed to defeat formidable foes beyond his rank or hunt other races. The spoils of these 6 days were scant, aside from experience points. He had acquired only a few low-level attributes. Among these, 2 attributes were particularly noteworthy. Light Split Shadow. Each time a ranged attack is executed, an illusion is automatically triggered, possessing 5 of the subject's attack power. And Charged Fist. D. By remaining stationary to accumulate energy, one can unleash a punch amplified up to 10 times. The prospect of a charged fist, promising a 10-fold increase, was tantalizing. A skeletal warrior was chosen as the test subject. However, to achieve the maximum amplification, a 20-minute charge was required. No wonder it was merely a D-tier attribute. The chaos of battle allowed for no such luxury. Enemies would either flee or eliminate you before the time elapsed. Yingchen named this skeletal warrior Master Hua, honoring the legacy of Master Yi, and subsequently stored it within his summoning space to prevent its demise once more. The Light Split Shadow attribute brought him immense joy, leading him to discover a new function of his golden finger through this attribute. To his astonishment, 3 attributes sharing the same name could indeed be upgraded. The Light Split Shadow attribute was acquired from a creature known as the Night Owl Beast. At that time, the forest was teeming with these beasts, and he had not anticipated that they were all elite level. Upon uncovering the rules for attribute upgrades, Yingchen commanded his skeletal army to systematically eradicate every Night Owl Beast in the forest. As for the rewards, the basic attributes of the mighty wielder of the enchanted sword had now comprehensively surpassed Yingchen, the aberration with a 10-fold increase. Not to mention, he had also attained Light Split Shadow. Each time a ranged attack is executed, 2 illusions are automatically triggered, each possessing 50 of the subject's attack power. 2. Indeed, Yingchen had amassed 2 A-tier Light Split Shadow attributes, one for himself and one for the skeletal archer. Having personally tested magical attacks, he deemed them a form of ranged attack. In the city of Subei, night had fallen completely. A grand crystal chandelier radiated a soft glow, illuminating the entire hotel lobby. After tending to the spoils gathered from the wilderness over the past few days, Yingchen returned to the hotel. As he stepped through the entrance, the front desk attendant approached him, informing him that a lady had been waiting for him in the lobby for some time. Upon hearing this, Yingchen's gaze shifted towards the lounge area. There, he immediately spotted the familiar figure, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. Ro? What brings her here? A flicker of confusion washed over him. He recalled vividly that in his previous life, this elder sister had shown him nothing but cold indifference, to the extent that one could describe their relationship as akin to that of strangers. Perhaps it was due to her management of the Mo family's business, leaving her perpetually occupied and oblivious to his existence as a so-called waste. In Yingchen's memories, he had never witnessed Ro display even a hint of a smile towards him. As he pondered, Ro, seated in the lobby, also took notice of his arrival. She rose slowly, a smile blossoming on her face, a facade meticulously crafted, both standard and hollow, revealing a perfect arrangement of 8 teeth. "Little brother, you've returned," she said, her voice soft and sweet, shattering the silence of the lobby. "I've been waiting for you for several days now." She approached Yingchen with graceful, light steps, her professional attire accentuating her competent demeanor. You've worked so hard, heading straight to the wilderness to level up right after the exam. No wonder you ranked first in the province. Yuro reached Yingchen, expressing her concern, though there lingered a barely perceptible distance in her tone. Yingchen curled his lips in disdain, his gaze sweeping over her as he queried coldly, "How did you know I was staying here?" Yuro's smile remained unwavering, as if unaffected by his aloof demeanor. She replied matter-of-factly, "I am your elder sister. Is there something wrong with inquiring about my brother's residence?" Yingchen scoffed inwardly. Truly, she was the queen of the business world. Her ability to speak falsehoods with such ease was indeed remarkable. She exhibited no embarrassment for her prior neglect, instead presenting this feigned concern with an air of nonchalance. "Yingchen, since you ranked first in the province, of course, I must prepare a gift for you." As she spoke, Yuro retrieved a skill book from her exquisite handbag and extended it towards Yingchen. He accepted the book, his gaze falling upon the cover. Soul Burn, first-rank Necromancer skill that allows summoned entities to gain greater power at the cost of burning their souls for a short time. "It's a pity you've been away, heading straight to the wilderness. I had no choice but to wait here for several days." Yuro's voice gradually sank, her face revealing a hint of grievance. The once sharp glimmer in her eyes now shimmered with unshed tears, as if she had genuinely suffered a great injustice. Yingchen rolled his eyes, casually tossing the skill book back to her. Chapter 52. I cannot trust those who are indifferent even to family. The skill is commendable, but I will procure what I desire on my own. I need not your gifts. Moreover, I am unworthy of the second miss of the family's generosity. If you have nothing else to say, please take your leave." Yuro sensed the chill emanating from Yingchen and realized that if she did not clarify her intentions, he might truly turn to depart. With a bitter smile, she reflected on how she had never truly regarded this brother of hers, and now he, too, regarded her with disdain. "I wish to collaborate with you." Yuro inhaled deeply, articulating her purpose. Upon hearing this, Yingchen paused momentarily, turning to fix her with a piercing gaze. "Collaborate?" Yuro met his gaze with determination. "Indeed. I will provide resources to help you acquire equipment, skill books, and training materials. Any resources you require, I can supply. I can also serve as your agent, managing all your worldly affairs." She hesitated briefly before continuing. "All you need to do is publicly acknowledge me as your partner and showcase your talents." A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Yingchen's mouth as he scrutinized Yuro with amusement. "I believe I caught a glimpse of you stating that you would be my agent, not that of the family." Yuro's expression shifted, her face paling slightly as she clenched her jaw and retorted, "What difference does that make?" "A significant one." Yingchen advanced 2 steps closer, reducing the distance between them. He looked down at Yuro with an air of authority, his tone laced with an undertone of pressure. "If you were to sever ties with the family and establish a new company, would I not merely become a collaborator with your new enterprise?" Yuro was left utterly stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Yingchen, unable to fathom how he had seen through her intentions so easily. Yingchen sneered. How could he be unaware of Yuro's designs? In his previous life, as a mere waste, the partner Yuro sought had been Yingchen. Yuro would invest resources to assist Yingchen in managing worldly affairs, and Yingchen would publicly declare their partnership, just as Yuro had now suggested. Yingchen is a prodigious talent, having achieved the remarkable feat of ranking 4th in the province even without assistance in her previous life. Subsequently, she surged forward with unstoppable momentum, continuously shattering numerous records of the human race, earning the title of a leading figure among the younger generation. As the spokesperson for Yingchen, Yuro essentially exchanged resources for immense advertising impact. Once Yuro amassed sufficient capital, she would not hesitate to sever ties with the family and establish her own commercial empire. In her past life, Yuro's new company soared in Subei City, overshadowing all family enterprises. However, as Yingchen ascended to a high-level professional and entered the Shadow Realm, she gradually faded from public view, seemingly developing some conflicts with Yuro. Seizing the opportunity, other families united to suppress Yuro's company, ultimately leading to its bankruptcy. Yingchen interrupted his reverie, his tone indifferent. "Forget it, I'm not interested. You should seek someone else. Yingchen would suffice." His expression remained impassive, betraying no emotional fluctuation. To him, Yuro's proposal was merely another instance of manipulation. The experiences of his past life had taught him that his second sister was solely focused on self-interest, never genuinely concerned for him. Yingchen continued, "I cannot trust someone who is indifferent even to family." His gaze landed on Yuro's exquisite face, where her phoenix-like eyes revealed nothing but calculation. Indeed, he needed a worldly representative, yet it would never be Yuro. In his heart, he already had a candidate, one who had proven worthy of trust with his life in the previous life. However, that individual was now far away in the capital. As he contemplated their imminent reunion, a ripple of excitement and anticipation surged within him. "Little brother, are you really not considering it?" This proposal from your second sister only brings benefits, no downsides. Yuru, undeterred, stepped closer, her tone tinged with urgency. She endeavored to maintain her smile, attempting to persuade Yingchen. Yet, he merely turned to leave, raising his arm to wave dismissively over his head, the gesture unmistakably conveying his refusal. His silhouette was resolute, devoid of any lingering attachment. This world is truly extraordinary. Having been granted a second chance at life, he discovered that those he had desperately sought to please in his previous life were all driven by their own agendas, and he would never again tread the same path. Yuru watched him depart, her smile gradually fading, replaced by a brooding frown. As dawn broke, a pale light illuminated the sky, and a thin mist enveloped Subei Academy. Yingchen, carrying his belongings, strolled into the administrative building of Subei Academy. The windows lining the corridor were tightly closed, rendering the space eerily silent. The door to the principal's office was slightly ajar, and Yingchen gently knocked. "Come in," a deep voice resonated from within. Yingchen pushed the door open and immediately spotted Xia Yunqi standing by the window. Holding a long sword and dressed in a fitted white outfit, her posture was upright. Her long hair tied in a high ponytail, exuding an air of elegance. She gazed silently out the window, and upon hearing the sound, turned to face Yingchen, her cold gaze resting upon him. Li Zuojian, seated behind the desk, glanced at Yingchen and nodded. "You're here." "Yes," Yingchen replied, his gaze shifting to Xia Yunqi. Although her expression was tranquil, a glimmer of excitement flickered in her eyes as if something were drawing her in. Representing humanity, competing across realms. The allure of this declaration was indeed irresistible to passionate youths, and even the composed Xia Yunqi was no exception. Li Zuojian rose and approached the two. "Let us go, the time is nearly upon us." The three departed the principal's office, traversing the playground and following a winding path toward the back mountain. On either side of the path, various trees flourished, their branches lush and green. As sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. In the clearing at the back mountain, a massive slab of blue stone lay flat on the ground, surrounded by meticulously trimmed grass. Li Zuojian pointed to the blue stone. "We shall wait here. They should arrive shortly." He then stepped aside, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. No sooner had he spoken than the distant sky, akin to a tranquil lake disturbed by a thrown stone, began to ripple. The space warped, emitting a chilling sound of friction that grew increasingly louder. With a resounding crack, as though a mirror shattered, a pitch-black fissure suddenly appeared in the air and rapidly expanded. Fragments of space around the edge of the fissure scattered, dissipating into the atmosphere. Chapter 53, The seat you now occupy is mine. The fissure widened until it formed a gaping void, dark and profound, as if connecting to an unknown world. A colossal flying vessel gradually emerged from the abyss. The craft was entirely dark blue, adorned with intricate runes that pulsed with an eerie blue glow. The bow of the vessel was intricately carved to depict a great bird poised for flight, lifelike and ready to take off at any moment. Along its side, rows of massive thrusters expelled pale blue streams of energy, propelling the vessel forward smoothly. The interdimensional flying vessel, a unique transportation tool of the human race, could traverse space, freely navigating between different realms. Yingchen observed this scene, his gaze shifting slightly, inwardly noting, "It appears this trial site is indeed beyond the confines of human territory. Otherwise, they would not resort to employing such a vessel for transport." Yingchen, Xia Yunqi? A cool voice resonated from the vessel, echoing in the vast space. "That is us." Yingchen and Xia Yunqi responded in unison, their voices crisp and strong. As soon as the words left their lips, a gentle yet irresistible force lifted them from below. Yingchen felt his body lighten, slowly ascending, the sensation of weightlessness fleeting as his feet firmly landed on the deck of the vessel. He steadied himself, his gaze sharpening, silently admiring such exquisite control of spiritual power. He raised his eyes to scrutinize the woman before him. She was an ethereal beauty, seemingly untouched by the passage of time, possessing an air of mature elegance. Dressed in a flowing gown adorned with delicate lotus patterns, the fabric swayed gently with the breeze. Her long, dark hair was styled in a simple bun, secured with a white jade hairpin, with a few strands cascading down her shoulders, enhancing her ethereal presence. Her skin was fair and flawless, emanating a soft glow. Her features were striking, with deep-set eyes, a straight nose, and a slight smile gracing her lips, exuding an aura of serenity akin to an otherworldly fairy. The woman spoke, her voice cool yet tinged with warmth. "I am the leader of this expedition, named in Ryun. From the ancestral lands. We still need to gather the representatives from various sects. You may find a place to rest on your own for now." With a delicate wave of her slender, pale hand, the enormous interdimensional vessel came to life, its once dim runes now glowing vibrantly, illuminating the vessel in an eerie blue light. The space surrounding the vessel began to warp, forming ripples. The ripples intensified, eventually coalescing into a massive vortex. At the center of the vortex lay an abyss of darkness, unfathomably deep, as if leading to another unknown realm. The vessel gradually accelerated, its bow lifting slightly as it sailed toward the vortex's heart. The moment the vessel made contact with the vortex, a deep rumble echoed, shaking the surrounding space. In the next instant, the entire vessel vanished into the whirlpool, leaving behind a swirling black void. The void gradually shrank, ultimately disappearing entirely. As if nothing had transpired, tranquility enveloped the space once more. Yingchen found a spot along the edge of the vast deck and settled into a meditative posture. Yingchen stood still for a moment, contemplating, and eventually chose to sit not far from Yingchen. He furrowed his brows slightly, his recently closed eyes opening to cast a glance at Yingchen before he resumed his repose. The unknown challenges that lay ahead necessitated the preservation of his energy. In the boundless void, a colossal airship darted through the distorted dimensions like an arrow released from a bowstring. Within a mere 10 minutes, the vessel jolted violently. The surrounding space shattered like a fractured mirror, and the airship re-emerged beneath a canopy of azure sky. On the ground, 6 youthful figures exhibited signs of restlessness, frequently glancing upwards as if anticipating something. Unrean stood at the bow of the ship, gracefully waving her delicate hand once more. The airship radiated an ethereal blue light that enveloped the 6 individuals below, drawing them up onto the deck. Yingchen's indifferent gaze swept over the newcomers. They were either excited, anxious, or inquisitive, yet none of it concerned him. He turned his head to Enryun and inquired in a tone devoid of fervor. Are we to retrieve all the participants from the human race for the trial and head to the trial ground together? Enryun regarded him with a cool glance, her tone remaining frosty. This airship is solely tasked with fetching the trial participants from the Plateau province. Others will have dedicated personnel attending to them. Now that everyone is present, we shall depart immediately. You may find a place to rest. It will take approximately 2 days to reach the trial ground. Upon hearing that only participants from the Plateau province needed to be collected, Yingchen breathed a sigh of relief. The thought of gathering individuals from all provinces would have consumed an inordinate amount of time. It was far better to abandon such an endeavor and seek a place to level up instead. He closed his eyes once more, intending to delve into his lexicon. However, his thoughts were persistently interrupted. A tall red-haired man strode towards him, first casting a glance at Yingchen beside him, then fixing his gaze upon Yingchen. The red-haired man spoke with an unfriendly tone. You are Yingchen? Yingchen reluctantly opened his eyes, filled with confusion. He could not fathom why the attitudes of those around him had shifted so dramatically after his rebirth. In his previous life, he had been a solitary figure at school, with few willing to engage him in conversation. Yet in this life, when he wished for solitude, people were drawn to him like moths to a flame. Bingning, Euro. And now Yingchen. Strangers were approaching him to strike up conversations. He frowned, scrutinizing the red-haired man before him, and refrained from responding immediately. Seeing his silence, the red-haired man continued, If you choose not to speak, I shall take that as agreement. I am Fan Yinlai. He pointed assertively at the spot beneath Yingchen, his tone commanding. Do you know that you are currently occupying my seat? Yingchen felt a wave of annoyance. Why were these individuals so verbose? He could hardly be bothered to engage with such a person. Fine, you're right. I concede. Is that enough? If I can't engage with you, I can certainly avoid you. I'll give you this chance. If you bother me further, I might just let Dilly deal with you. With a resigned sigh, he stood up and shifted aside, relinquishing his original position. Here, it's yours. Yingchen's actions caused Yingchen, who had maintained her icy demeanor, to finally lose her composure, and she let out a soft laugh, breaking the heavy atmosphere on the deck. Chapter 54. What are you barking about? You. I wasn't referring to the seat, but to your place in the competition for the myriad races. That position was originally mine. Do you understand? Yingchen grasped the underlying meaning. This was a confrontation. Unable to restrain himself, he flicked his ear and retorted, What are you barking about? He snapped his fingers and continued, By the way, what did you say your name was? Fan Yinlai's fury surged. Had it not been for Enryun sitting directly in the middle, he might have succumbed to the urge to draw his sword and strike Yingchen. Gritting his teeth, Fan Yinlai enunciated each word deliberately. Yingchen lowered his head, as if in contemplation. I don't recall. Wasn't he the fourth one called Ling Wei? Which one are you? Fan Yinlai was on the verge of losing his temper. This Yingchen was infuriating beyond measure. Given the confines of the airship, he could not act on his rage. I am fifth, remember that. When we reach the trial ground, you'll see. With that, he turned on his heel and departed, fearing that if he lingered any longer, he would be driven to violence against Yingchen and subsequently tossed from the airship by Enryun. Only fifth? What a load of nonsense, came the delayed voice of Yingchen from behind. Fan Yinlai gritted his teeth, struggling to contain his rage. In the family estate of Subei City, a palpable sense of oppression hung in the air. The once busy servants now moved about in silence, their breaths barely audible. In recent days, several servants had faced dire consequences for minor missteps that provoked the head of the family, Koei, some dismissed, others facing far graver fates. The memory of one unfortunate soul who had been cast into the river for merely speaking out against Koei loomed ominously over them, instilling a deep-seated fear of becoming the next victim. Crash! The jarring sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the main hall, starkly interrupting the stillness of the estate. Two maids, carefully sweeping the floor, instinctively recoiled at the noise. One of the younger maids could not help but murmur, "Is this the umpteenth time? Even a family of great wealth cannot withstand such destruction, can they?" Sighing, she pondered the reason behind it all. The more experienced maid, usually sharp-witted, wore a frown. Lowering her voice in a conspiratorial tone, she remarked, "You still don't know? It's because of the young master." "Young master?" The younger maid looked bewildered. "I heard the young master topped the provincial examination this time." The head of the family went to fetch him, only to be sent back by the young master. "What?" The younger maid gasped, her mouth agape in shock, unable to comprehend. Unbeknownst to them, the boy they had spoken of had seamlessly transitioned into the role of the young master. In the main hall of the Mo family, Mo Kuei's face was ashen, his chest heaving with barely contained fury. Fragments of porcelain littered the floor, and a faint metallic scent of blood lingered in the air, evidence of a careless cut inflicted by the shards in a fit of rage. For the past few days, he had been in a state of unrelenting rage. He could not understand how his once obedient son, who had always bowed and scraped before him, dared to defy him so brazenly. Had he grown wings and chosen to disregard his father? Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from upstairs. Yingchen appeared at the top of the stairs, her face alight with an uncontainable joy as she hurried down. Mo Kuei, who had been brooding in silence, and the attentive Mo Schwerer beside him, exchanged surprised glances at her exuberance. "Master, Schwerer, wonderful news. Yingfeng is back." Yingchen's voice trembled with barely restrained excitement. "Yingfeng." The clouds of Mo Kuei's wrath parted instantly, giving way to a spark of elation. How did he return? Wasn't he studying at the capital university? Yingchen's eyes squinted into slits of joy as she rushed to Mo Kuei's side, her tone buoyant. "Yingfeng said he took on a training mission and happened to pass through Subei City, so he decided to come back and see us." "Excellent. Splendid." Mo Kuei repeated the word excellent twice, clearly revealing his elation. "Where is Yingfeng now? When will he be home?" He could hardly wait to reunite with the son who filled him with pride. In stark contrast, the disgraceful Mo Yingchen, his initial success was merely a fluke. Countless prodigies have come and gone. How can he possibly compare to my little Feng, who has always been a waste? Before the words could fully escape his lips, a sudden surge of spiritual energy descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Mo family estate. Mo Kuei, Yingchen, and Mo Schwerer simultaneously lifted their gazes. There, they beheld a tall and striking young man, whose back unfurled a pair of ethereal wings composed of energy, gracefully descending. The wings emitted a soft glow, illuminating the young man's handsome visage and imparting an air of divinity. As he touched down, the wings dissipated, and he approached Mo Kuei with measured steps, a confident smile adorning his face as he declared in a resounding voice, "Father, I have returned." Mo Kuei was overwhelmed with joy, rushing forward to clap Mo Yingfeng on the shoulder, exclaiming in admiration, "Excellent, excellent. It's wonderful that you've returned." He scrutinized Mo Yingfeng from head to toe, feeling that his son had matured and grown stronger since he left home a few months prior. This brought him immense gratification and pride. With a prodigious talent like Yingfeng in the Mo family, how could they not ascend to greater heights? As for that Mo Yingchen, a flicker of disdain crossed Mo Kuei's eyes. He had resolved to completely cast aside that rebellious son. Mo Kuei's gaze shifted to Mo Yingfeng's back, where the remnants of the wings still vibrated with residual energy. He swallowed hard, his voice quivering slightly. "Xiaofeng, have you truly broken through to the third tier?" A look of shock and disbelief was etched across Mo Kuei's face, for the third tier represented a formidable threshold for practitioners. Just a year ago, before his son departed for Kyoto, he had barely entered the first tier. A hint of pride curved the corners of Mo Yingfeng's lips as he replied with a touch of arrogance. "Father, who says only those at the third tier can soar?" His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing a trivial matter. Such narrow-mindedness was merely the ignorance of ordinary practitioners. The University of Kyoto was a place of great talent, housing numerous secret methods that could grant one the ability to fly prematurely. "By sheer luck, I have mastered one of those techniques." His face beamed with unrestrained pride, a manifestation of his self-assurance stemming from his own prowess. Upon hearing this, Mo Kuei was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a deafening laugh. He laughed so heartily that tears of joy welled in the corners of his eyes. "Ha! Excellent! Excellent! It appears that I have been woefully ignorant." Chapter 55. Recently, there has been an increasing number of buffoons. My son is indeed a prodigy. The joy on Mo Kuei's face was palpable, as if he had regained a decade of youth. "Quickly, come inside and rest. Tonight, let us celebrate with a few drinks in honor of your return." "Of course, father," Mo Yingfeng replied, though his gaze caught his mother Yingchen's knowing look. He understood immediately and followed her discreetly. Yingchen carefully closed the door behind them, turning to face her son, her eyes brimming with barely concealed excitement and pride. In just a year, her son had reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Such talent was astonishing. She lowered her voice and asked eagerly, "Xiaofeng, have you heard about that little wretch Mo Yingchen?" Mo Ingfeng chuckled dismissively, a hint of scorn in his tone. I've heard. He merely got lucky and ranked first in the province, so what? His demeanor was indifferent, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. What does being first in a mere province signify? Kyoto is the gathering place of national talents. Being the top of a province is hardly noteworthy here. Throughout this year, I have defeated numerous opponents, many of whom were provincial champions. His tone exuded an air of haughty superiority. Yurian nodded repeatedly, her face lighting up with a smile. Yes, my son is indeed exceptional. I know you think little of him. However, that boy has been quite the sensation lately, and I worry he may threaten your standing within the Mo family. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Mo Yingchen's sudden rise left her feeling uneasy. Upon hearing this, Mo Yingfeng let out a derisive snort, as if he had heard the greatest of jokes. Mother, your prolonged stay in the Mo family has narrowed your perspective. Do you not realize that, to me, the Mo family now seems as insignificant as dust? His tone dripped with disdain. However, you are right. What belongs to me, even if I cast it aside like old rags, is not for that Mo Yingchen to covet. His gaze sharpened, and his voice turned imperious. When Mo Yingchen arrives in Kyoto, I will make him understand that his paltry achievements are nothing more than the clumsy antics of a jester in my presence. I will make it abundantly clear that everything he takes pride in is merely childish play in my eyes. He will soon realize that before me, he is forever a worthless fool. Though Mo Yingfeng's voice was not loud, each word resonated with a chilling certainty. Yurian listened. A wave of inexplicable satisfaction surged within her, as if she could already envision Mo Yingchen appearing before her son like a wretched insect. With her son's talent and strength, Mo Yingchen was destined to be nothing more than a stepping stone beneath his feet. As the interdimensional vessel sliced through the layers of realms, it finally emerged from the void. Mo Yingchen stood upon the deck, gazing ahead at the towering canyon, which soared into the clouds like colossal pillars, majestic and awe-inspiring. Manhwaedit's voice echoed in his ears, announcing that the canyon below marked the periphery of the trial grounds for the celestial prodigies and was also the initial gift bestowed upon them by the trial grounds. He paused before continuing. Within the canyon, there are numerous alchemical creatures. Slaying them will yield energy cores. Absorbing these energy cores will convert them into experience points. Manhwaedit tantalizingly withheld further details, a mysterious smile gracing his lips, suggesting that the richness of experience points would be for them to discover on their own. Perhaps buoyed by the ease of impending tasks, he exhibited a rare touch of jest. Remember, you have only 7 days. After 7 days, all participants must reach the canyon center. At that time, the portal to the inner trial grounds will open. The portal will remain active for 1 day, so do not miss it. Manhwaedit's tone turned serious. Now, go forth, and may the human race prosper for all eternity. A gentle force enveloped Mo Yingchen and the others, gradually lowering them to the ground. The wild atmosphere surged like a tide. The cliffs on either side of the canyon towered into the clouds, unfathomably deep, even more breathtaking than the view from the vessel. Mo Yingchen stood in a corner, his deep gaze sweeping the surroundings, taking in the scene of disciples from various sects discussing and forming teams to explore. A waft of fragrant wind brushed by as Yunchi approached him, her cool voice breaking the silence. This time, I plan to act alone. Mo Yingchen raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining silent. What was this? An announcement? An invitation? He had not issued any request for a team. What significance did her solitary endeavor hold for him? Seeing Mo Yingchen's silence, Xia Yunchi turned on her heel and walked away, her back radiating stubbornness. She felt a sense of injustice. Why had Mo Yingchen's strength skyrocketed in just a few days, surpassing her? She possessed top-tier talent and was among the elite. From childhood through adulthood, she had always been at the forefront. Yet now, she found herself overshadowed by Mo Yingchen, and this was intolerable. The trial for celestial prodigies was her chance to prove herself. She was determined to reclaim her rightful glory and leave Mo Yingchen far behind. After Xia Yunchi departed, Mo Yingchen prepared to set out as well. Oh, kid, no one to team up with? Fan Yinlai approached with a sardonic tone. Mo Yingchen glanced up, shooting him a cold look, yet remained silent. Fan Yinlai burst into laughter. I've heard that the alchemical creatures here are formidable. You'd best be cautious not to meet an untimely end. See you at the center of the canyon. In his heart, he secretly plotted, when the time comes, I shall seize an opportunity to let you experience the searing flames of my blaze sect. How dare you insult me? As the crowd dispersed, only Mo Yingchen remained. Standing still in place, he helplessly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Recently, the number of buffoons has been increasing. Do they truly believe him to be a soft persimmon, easily manipulated? Or do they think his good temperament allows them to humiliate him at will? They are truly overstepping their bounds. Choosing a random direction, he stepped into the gorge. A chill, damp air rushed towards him. As if countless tiny ice needles pierced his skin, the wind howled in his ears, echoing like the wails of the damned. Occasionally, strange sounds intermingled, reminiscent of some unknown creature's low murmurs. The decayed leaves underfoot were soft. Each step felt like sinking into a swamp, exuding a pungent stench of rot that irritated his nostrils. An inexplicable sense of unease surged within him, as if he were being closely scrutinized by some malevolent gaze lurking in the darkness. Yingchen narrowed his eyes slightly, the heart of death pulsing faintly. A wave of mental energy radiated from him, causing the surrounding air to thicken. He keenly sensed that this gorge was not as tranquil as it appeared. A lurking danger was poised to strike. Was the entire gorge alive? A cold, sharp smile curled at the corner of Yingchen's lips, his eyes devoid of fear, instead brimming with exhilaration. Chapter 56. Can my human race not even enter the door? In the center of the gorge, the air was suffused with a faint metallic scent of blood. Many of the provincial prodigies who had arrived early were already present. At this moment, however, the members of the human race wore ashen faces, like frostbitten eggplants, their spirits utterly deflated. They gathered around a flickering passageway, deep within which lay the trial's teleportation portal that would open in 7 days. Yet, a towering figure loomed like a specter at the entrance, blocking all paths forward. The figure was shrouded in swirling dark mist, rendering its features indistinguishable. Only 2 crimson glimmers flickered in the darkness, akin to a gaze from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. The newcomer, a young human named Su-Won, hastily approached but was halted in his tracks by the oppressive atmosphere. He grasped the arm of a nearby portly boy, confusion lacing his tone. "Brother, what is happening? Why is everyone gathered here?" The portly boy wore a pained expression, sighed heavily, and pointed toward the ghostly figure ahead. "The entrance is blocked. The Spectre clan is being too overbearing." Su-Won followed his gesture, frowning deeply. "Blocked? What does that mean?" "The Spectre clan has sent a fellow named Guayu to guard the teleportation portal, allowing no one to pass. He has proclaimed that anyone who approaches shall die." The boy's voice was rife with indignation. Su-Won's heart sank. What kind of strength does this Guayu possess? Is there truly no one from our human race who can contend with him? The portly boy shook his head helplessly, pointing to a pale youth nearby who was coughing up blood. Just now, 2 experts from the sacred lands attempted to challenge him. Both were of high first-tier strength. One barely escaped with his life, while the other was slain by Guayu. The boy lowered his voice, his tone grave. "It seems this Guayu possesses at least second-tier combat prowess." Su-Won gasped in astonishment. "Second-tier strength? How can we possibly proceed? Is it true that my human race cannot even enter the trial grounds?" The portly boy clenched his fists in frustration. "Impossible. There are indeed second-tier prodigies among our human race, and even one right here." He paused, a hint of resignation in his voice. "However, the Spectre clan's incorporeal nature grants them immunity to physical attacks, and our second-tier expert relies solely on physical damage output." He clapped Su-Won on the shoulder, offering reassurance. "But do not worry, brother. Someone has already gone to inform another second-tier powerhouse. It is said that this powerhouse is a mentalist, capable of channeling their psychic energy through flying daggers for attacks, which should definitely counter Guayu." Su-Won nodded, still somewhat dazed. Just then, a commotion arose from the crowd. Someone shouted excitedly, "Yingchen! He has finally arrived." Another voice chimed in, brimming with anticipation. "I heard that Yingchen is already a top-tier first-level mentalist. If he unleashes his full strength, he can surely contend with second-tier foes." "Indeed. I am from Central Plains Province, adjacent to the city where Yingchen resides. I heard that before coming to the trial grounds. He even sparred with a second-tier expert from his family." The surrounding crowd was instantly captivated, pressing for details. What was the outcome? The Central Plains resident lowered his voice, feigning mystery. "Word has it that the second-tier guardian of their family conceded, claiming Yingchen's strength is beyond the reach of an ordinary novice second-tier practitioner." A wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. "Is that true? He is that formidable? Finally, we can redeem ourselves and teach that Guayu a lesson." Some voiced a more aggressive sentiment. "Teach him a lesson? I say we should eliminate that Guayu entirely. Let him witness the might of the human race." Yingchen stepped forward with measured strides, his gaze fierce and unwavering as he confronted Guayu, his tone icy. "A mere second-tier dares to act brazenly before my human race?" He paused momentarily, his voice laced with a chilling undertone. "Blocking the entrance to my people. Do you truly believe we are without champions?" Guayu let out a derisive laugh, dripping with disdain and mockery. "You humans are merely verbose." The last 2 who approached were the same, chattering incessantly, yet one was slain and the other fled. "Now you come, seeking to repeat their fate?" As Guayu's spectral flames flickered menacingly around him, he taunted, "Come, let me see if you possess the qualifications to stand before me." Yingchen did not respond immediately. Instead, he took a deep breath, attuning himself to the tense atmosphere surrounding them. This battle was a matter of dignity for the younger generation of the human race. He gradually closed his eyes, allowing his mental energy to surge forth like a tide, perceiving everything around him. He could sense the expectant gazes of the crowd, as well as the overwhelming pressure emanating from Guayu. He slowly opened his eyes, confidence gleaming within them. A cold smile gracing his lips. "You will come to regret this." A powerful wave of mental energy exploded from Yingchen, causing the air around him to seem to solidify. A gasp of astonishment emerged from the crowd. So strong. This mental energy has indeed surpassed the first tier. It appears Chun Jinxing was not boasting. His strength is genuinely formidable. Guayu's previously dismissive expression shifted to one of gravity. Interesting. His voice was low, tinged with surprise. It seems you are somewhat stronger than the previous two fools. Yet, that is where it ends. No sooner had Guayu finished speaking than his form transformed into a fleeting shadow, lunging towards Chun Jinxing. With a flick of his wrist, Chun Jinxing unleashed 3 gleaming blades that tore through the air with a piercing shriek, hurtling toward Guayu. These were 3 poisoned flying daggers, each gleaming with a ghostly blue sheen, inscribed with intricate runes, clearly not of mundane origin. The daggers, infused with his formidable mental energy, were almost tangible, twisting the very air around them. Guayu cackled ominously, his form suddenly blurring into a swirling cloud of indistinct black mist. The daggers pierced through the mist, striking only an illusion and producing an empty resonance. In the next instant, Guayu appeared behind Chun Jinxing like a wraith. In his pale hand, a flickering ball of ghostly green flame danced, exuding a nauseating sulfurous odor. The space surrounding the ghost fire warped ominously, as if ready to ignite at any moment. A mere parlor trick, Guayu's voice was chilling, reminiscent of the depths of the underworld. Chun Jinxing's heart raced. He spun around abruptly. His mental energy surged forth in an instant, coalescing into a semi-transparent shield before him. The shield shimmered with flowing runes, radiating a faint glow. The ghost fire collided violently with the mental shield. A piercing shriek echoed, akin to boiling oil meeting ice water. The shield trembled violently, its brilliance dimming in an instant. Chun Jinxing let out a muffled groan. A sweetness surged in his throat as a trickle of fresh blood welled up, which he forcibly swallowed back. Chapter 57. You human beings are nothing but a bunch of worthless wretches. Chun Jinxing felt a chilling, bone-deep force penetrate through his shield, invading his very being. As if his internal organs had been encased in ice. A gasp erupted from the onlookers. He held firm. Truly a powerful mentalist. Kill him. Avenge our fallen brothers. Taking a deep breath, Chun Jinxing suppressed the tumultuous blood and chi surging within him. A flicker of resolve flashed in his eyes as his mental energy surged once more. 8 flying daggers hovered around him, their blades gleaming with a chilling light, pointed ominously at Guayu. Each dagger was intimately connected to his mental force, an extension of his very body. This was merely the beginning. Clenching his teeth, his voice emerged low and hoarse. In the next moment, the 8 daggers transformed into streaks of light, shooting toward Guayu from all directions at peculiar and deceptive angles, like lightning. The daggers sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound that nearly sealed off all of Guayu's escape routes. A piercing shriek erupted from Guayu as ghostly flames surged around him. Countless ghostly flames danced in a whirlwind around him, swiftly forming a thick barrier of fire. The flames writhed, emanating a disconcerting surge of energy. The daggers struck against the barrier of ghostly flames. Clang, 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 clang. A series of rapid metallic clashes sent sparks flying. The barrier quaked violently. Though it barely withstood the assault of the daggers, it had become considerably thinner. The ghostly flames flickered erratically, as if they could extinguish at any moment. A glimmer of hope flashed in Chun Jinxing's eyes as he prepared to command the daggers for another wave of attack. Yet, Guayu suddenly moved. All the ghostly flames surged toward him, and in one swift motion, he swallowed them whole. The flames cascaded down his head, coalescing upon his ghostly claws. The Manhwaedit clan relied on these ghostly flames to execute physical attacks. With a sudden lunge, his speed was astonishingly swift, nearly turning him into a blur. In an instant, he appeared before Chun Jinxing. The ghostly claws, imbued with fierce wind, lunged toward Chun Jinxing's throat. The claws were incredibly sharp, gleaming like metal, seemingly capable of tearing through anything. Chun Jinxing's expression changed dramatically as he attempted to evade, only to find he had no time to react. Thud! The ghostly claws struck mercilessly against Chun Jinxing's chest. He was sent hurtling backward like a kite, with its string severed. Crash! He landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Coughing violently, Chun Jinxing spat a mouthful of blood, mixed with fragments of his insides, staining the earth beneath him. His face paled to a ghostly white, his chest caved in, and the sound of broken ribs was distinctly audible. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Chun Jinxing had been defeated. How could this be? He was a second-tier warrior. Indeed, he was. But the earlier simultaneous assault of the 8 daggers was a technique that even peak second-tier professionals would hesitate to face head-on. What use was it, when he was so easily vanquished by Guayu? Not even a single hair was harmed. Guayu's ethereal physique was an overwhelming advantage, although Chun Jinxing's mental energy could strike him. The physical damage from the daggers was nearly ineffective, merely whittling away at him with mental force. How could they fight back? Were they truly incapable of even entering the trial grounds? Despair spread throughout the crowd. Chun Jinxing struggled to rise, but his body felt utterly drained. His face was ashen, gasping for breath, each inhale jarring his chest wound and sending waves of agony coursing through him. Clutching his chest, he staggered backward. Guayu pressed forward relentlessly, a mocking smile upon his face, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. I told you long ago, you humans are all a bunch of worthless wretches. His voice was cold and cruel, slicing through everyone's nerves like a sharpened blade. Yingchen gritted his teeth, a flicker of unwillingness and despair in his eyes. He bore the excruciating pain and turned to flee back into the crowd. The throng parted instinctively, like startled birds, watching Guayu with terror and hopelessness etched in their eyes. Guayu stood in place, throwing his head back in a triumphant, maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was sharp and grating, piercing into the hearts of everyone present like countless steel needles. Fear and despair spread like a plague among the crowd. The air thickened, oppressive to the point of suffocation. The valley was suffused with the acrid scent of burning. Yingchen stood atop a pile of shattered metal debris, the tip of his tang dao dripping with a viscous black liquid. Clad in bone armor, 3 bone spears floated ominously behind him, poised for action. With a powerful swing of his soul-devouring bloodblade, he cleaved a leaking mechanical arm in two. The Iron Guard raised a stone shield to block the acidic spray from an alchemical spider. The acid corroded the rock shield, hissing as white smoke billowed forth. Phantom stab darted through the shadows, the hellish dagger slicing through the neck of an alchemical hound. Green blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. Eagle Eye knocked his bone bow, releasing 3 bone arrows that whistled through the air, piercing 3 alchemical flying insects and pinning them to the rock wall. Blood Demon let out a low growl, his claws shredding through the chest of an alchemical giant bear. Yingchen surveyed the battlefield. The conflict was nearing its conclusion. He raised his left hand, the skull on the ring of the undead rotating slightly. Clear the battlefield. His voice was low and frosty. The undead army began collecting spoils, dismantling the core components of the alchemical creatures. Mountains of energy cores radiated a ghostly cold light, casting a flickering glow on Yingchen's face. He settled cross-legged atop the mound, greedily absorbing the pure energy. Warm currents surged into his body, producing a soft hum as his power steadily escalated. The energy contained within these cores far exceeded his expectations, at least tenfold compared to the experience provided by similarly ranked beasts within the human realm. No wonder the elites from all races flocked to this trial ground. If the exterior was so bountiful, how astonishing must the interior be? The headmaster had indeed spoken the truth. Within this trial ground, experience was the least valuable commodity. Yingchen felt a surge of joy, though a twinge of regret accompanied it. If only he had encountered an elite monster, how delightful it would be to obtain 2 attributes. Little did he know. While others struggled to slay alchemical creatures one by one, he was effortlessly sweeping through them with his summoned army, achieving remarkable efficiency. Ling Wei, in a state of disarray, was fleeing desperately across the wilderness. At this moment, her clothes were tattered, sweat glistening on her skin, and her hair was disheveled. Behind her, a colossal magical doll pursued relentlessly, akin to a tenacious parasite. The metallic footsteps thundered like a storm, reverberating in her ears. Previously, she had teamed up with Fang Yanlai and another disciple from the Holy Land to hunt alchemical creatures, only to unexpectedly encounter a gigantic magical doll boss. The 3 had attempted to slay it, but the doll's terrifying strength crushed her companion into a pulp with a single punch. Chapter 58. My summoned minions are a bit violent. This magical doll was likely at least of intermediate second-tier strength. Seeing the situation turn dire, Fang Yanlai abandoned her and fled alone. Had she not been a spatial mage, adept at the art of escape, she would have surely met her demise. Dragging her weary body, she unleashed her final spatial transfer. Exhausted of spiritual energy, Ling Wei felt a wave of despair wash over her. The magical doll, however, continued its relentless pursuit, evidently locking onto her with some form of peculiar ability. Shadows of death loomed over her heart. She refused to accept this fate. Having relied solely on her grandmother since childhood, who scavenged scraps to raise her, she had finally been recognized for her spatial talent and admitted into the Holy Land. Her future illuminated with promise. She had believed that the road ahead would be smooth, allowing her to lead her grandmother to a good life. Little did she anticipate that her professional journey had only just begun. Was this truly the end? Van Yanlai, I shall haunt you even in death. Ling Wei's heart roared with fury, a tumult of despair and resentment intertwining within her. Yet she refused to surrender, summoning the last vestiges of her strength to flee towards the heart of the canyon. Each step felt as if she were traversing a razor's edge. Her heart raced, breaths came in gasps, and her lungs felt as though they were ablaze. She understood that the moment she could no longer run would be the moment of her demise. Having absorbed the energy core, Yingchen rose from the remnants. He dusted off the debris from his body and lowered his gaze to scrutinize the changes in his attribute panel. Name, Yingchen. Profession, Necromancer. Level, first tier, level 8. Other details omitted. The rapidity of his advancement startled even him. In merely 7 days of hunting, he had ascended several levels to reach first tier, level 8. It was time to seek a vessel and prepare for his promotion to second tier. The trial grounds of the myriad races were replete with treasures. Perhaps he would discover a suitable top-tier vessel there. Yingchen steadied his thoughts, leading his grand army of summons onward toward the canyon's center. The alchemical creatures along the way served as experience points for his elevation. As dusk descended, the sky was bathed in golden-red hues. The portal to the inner trial grounds would soon open. A resounding roar echoed, growing louder and more deafening. Yingchen turned his gaze towards the sound, spotting a massive figure approaching through the billowing dust. What could that be? He squinted, attempting to discern the shape. In front of the colossal silhouette, a slender figure was desperately running, her steps unsteady, on the verge of collapse. Clearly, she was utterly exhausted. Ling Wei, too, caught sight of the multitude of figures ahead, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Finally, there were others. They had survived. But as she drew closer and recognized the figures to be Yingchen and his skeletal legion, her hope shattered instantly, replaced by profound despair. She had expected a gathering of humans, yet it was this necromancer instead. Gritting her teeth, she summoned the last of her energy to shout, Yingchen, run. Do not follow me. The magic puppet has locked onto me. Yingchen recognized Ling Wei, the top scorer of the provincial examination in their past life, leaving a lasting impression on him. Yet afterward, he had heard nothing of her. Could it be that she had perished here in their previous life? However, given her warning, she must possess some decency. He might as well save her. Yingchen stood his ground, unyielding. Channeling his mental energy, he issued a command. The powerful skeletal warrior beside him advanced, gripping a demonic blade, with heavy, deliberate strides. Ling Wei was taken aback. Why wasn't he moving? Had he been struck dumb? In the next moment, she saw a skeleton step forward. No. Was he truly sending a skeleton to confront the magic puppet? Yingchen, this is madness. That puppet possesses mid-tier second-level strength. You cannot defeat it. Run. Ling Wei cried out in desperation. Yingchen's lips curled into a slight smile. A gentle expression gracing his features as he spoke for the first time. Understood. You should come watch carefully. My summoned creature can be a bit violent. So don't get hurt. Ling Wei, unable to run any longer, dragged her weary legs to Yingchen's side. She halted, resigning herself to her fate. If she could not escape, she might as well perish here. It was merely unfortunate for Yingchen, who could have fled but instead chose to send a skeleton to battle the magic puppet. Stealing a glance at Yingchen's profile, she mused, he is rather handsome, though lacking in intellect and overly arrogant. Alas, having a companion of humanity on the road to the underworld is a small comfort. In the distance, the magic puppet emitted a deafening roar, causing the ground to tremble as if it would shatter at any moment. The skeletal warrior stood resolute, waiting for the imminent clash. A fierce wind howled, kicking up dust and obscuring the world in a murky hue. The acrid scent of blood mingled with the burnt stench of alchemical creatures, inducing nausea. The puppet raised its massive fist, gathering the fury of thunder and wind, and struck down upon the skeletal warrior. The warrior remained steadfast, raising the soul-eater blood blade to meet the blow. Clang! The resounding clash of metal rang out, sparks flying, illuminating the darkened sky. The warrior was pushed back several steps. Deep grooves carved into the ground beneath its feet, debris scattering. It shook its skull but did not falter, charging once more at the puppet. Ling Wei's anticipated image of the skeleton being obliterated failed to materialize, and she stammered in disbelief. It had blocked it? How is that possible? The ensuing battle challenged her very understanding. The soul-eater blood blade clashed violently with the puppet's colossal fists, creating a cacophony that reverberated throughout the canyon. The warrior's bones emitted a grating sound, as if they might shatter at any moment. Yet, it pressed on relentlessly, each strike infused with primal force, seeming intent on tearing the magic puppet to shreds. As the combat raged on, the skeletal warrior's aura surged. A blood-red glow enveloped its bones, akin to hellfire igniting, exuding an overwhelming pressure. The speed of the soul-eater blood blade's swings intensified, transforming into a flurry of crimson afterimages that dazzled the eye. The magic puppet gradually found itself at a disadvantage, its body marred by intersecting gashes, dark, viscous liquids seeping from its wounds. Its rudimentary intelligence signaled an understanding of its inferiority against the creature before it. With a furious roar, the puppet gathered its energy into a singular point, unleashing a devastating beam toward the warrior. The warrior was hurled by the force, crashing heavily to the ground, its bones fracturing, debris scattering. Ling Wei's heart seized abruptly, as if gripped by an invisible hand, and breathing became a struggle. Instinctively covering her mouth, she stifled any sound, her fingertips trembling. Could this truly be the end? Chapter 59. How do you wish to repay? With your body? She turned to glance at Su Mofeng, seeking his reaction. Yet, what met her gaze was a face devoid of any emotion. Su Mofeng's calm eyes were fixed on the spot where the warrior had fallen. Just then, the scattered bone fragments began to tremble, the blood-red glow intensifying. The shattered bones reassembled, and the warrior staggered to its feet, resembling an immortal combatant reborn from the flames. Cracks marred its skeletal structure, yet within its hollow eye sockets burned an indomitable fighting spirit. The magic puppet lay motionless, its energy depleted from the previous strike. The warrior trudged toward the puppet, raising the soul-eater blood blade. its edge shimmering with the light of hellfire, as if delivering judgment from the underworld. Crack! The blade descended with a resounding crack, and the magic puppet emitted a reluctant roar, its massive form collapsing in a thunderous crash, reduced to ruins. Ling Wei stood frozen, her mind a blank slate, as if ensnared in a dream. A skeletal warrior had vanquished a mid-tier second-level magic puppet. She turned to Yingchen, her eyes brimming with disbelief and confusion. There was no aftermath. The magic puppet lay in ruins, metallic remnants strewn across the ground, and the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Ling Wei suddenly relaxed, darkness enveloping her vision, her delicate frame swaying before she ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Congratulations, host, for slaying an elite-level target and acquiring the attribute, Steel Bones. Steel Bones, B passive attribute, generates a metallic substance on the body's exterior, enhancing physical strength. Yingchen's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible arc. Without hesitation, he bestowed this freshly minted entry upon the ever-loyal Iron Guard. Immediately, a metallic sheen enveloped the Iron Guard, augmenting its already indomitable form with an added air of majesty, resembling an impregnable fortress of steel. Yingchen stepped towards the remnants of the magical puppet, his fingertips lightly grazing the dissipating purple glow. A peculiar surge of energy flowed into him, and a fragment of information materialized in his mind. Energy burst, special skill, gathers all bodily energy for a self-sacrificial strike, upon use. The body succumbs to a state of unconsciousness for 24 hours due to energy depletion. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Yingchen's eyes. This was, without a doubt, a bespoke skill tailored for the phantom stab lurking in his shadow. The skill slot of the phantom stab was still vacant, and this energy burst could seamlessly fill that gap, transforming into its ultimate weapon. As for the side effect of unconsciousness, Yingchen paid it no heed, for he could effortlessly resolve it by retracting the phantom stab into the summoning space. He handed the skill book to the phantom stab, who had emerged from the shadows, and the latter accepted it respectfully. Its form then vanished once more into the darkness, leaving only a faint aura of menace in the air. Yingchen surveyed the surroundings. The battlefield lay in ruins, the air thick with the acrid scent of blood and charred remains, assaulting his senses. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within, his gaze settling on the unconscious Ling Wei. At that moment, her pallid complexion and faint breaths, coupled with her long eyelashes that quivered slightly as if trapped in a nightmare, tugged at his heart. After a brief hesitation, he finally bent down and gently lifted her. The softness of her form drew near, and a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, stirring something within him. Finding a sheltered corner, Yingchen carefully laid Ling Wei down, ignited a campfire, and took a seat beside it, absorbing the ceaseless flow of energy cores from his summoned legion. In the deep of night, the crackling fire illuminated Ling Wei's face as she gradually regained consciousness. She slowly opened her eyes, bewildered as she scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. For a moment, her thoughts were muddled, leaving her uncertain of her whereabouts. Suddenly sitting upright, Ling Wei glanced around, her gaze ultimately landing on Yingchen, who sat cross-legged not far away. Instinctively, she parted her lips, but her dry throat could produce no sound. The prolonged flight and lack of water had rendered her throat painfully parched. Yingchen seemed to sense her movement, slowly opening his eyes to regard her calmly. Awake? A wave of mental energy resonated forth. The powerful guardian beside him immediately retrieved a water pouch from the ground and presented it to Ling Wei. She accepted it, and by the flickering light of the fire, she discerned that the skeletal figure offering her water was the very same one that had previously overpowered a second-tier magical puppet. Startled, her hand trembled, nearly causing the water pouch to slip from her grasp. A faint smile curved Yingchen's lips as he said, "Drink some water. There's food on the ground. Eat. And then you may leave." With that, he closed his eyes once more, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Ling Wei steadied herself, cautiously bringing the water pouch to her lips. She greedily sipped the sweet, refreshing water, soothing her parched throat. Subsequently, she picked up the food from the ground and nibbled on it delicately. An awkward silence hung in the air. After a moment's hesitation, gathering her courage, Ling Wei spoke. "May I accompany you?" Yingchen did not open his eyes, merely inquiring with a hint of detachment. "Accompany me? What purpose would that serve?" A blush crept onto Ling Wei's cheeks as she softly replied, "You saved my life, and I wish to repay you." At her words, Yingchen opened his eyes in surprise, a trace of amusement glimmering within them. "Repay? In this world governed by the law of the jungle, do you truly harbor such a naive notion?" With a smirk, he continued, "How do you intend to repay me? With your body?" Ling Wei's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "And no, I am a spatial mage. If you allow me to stay by your side, I assure you, I will be of use. I swear, I only wish to express my gratitude," she fervently explained, fearing that Yingchen might misconstrue her intentions. Yingchen fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "You, a fledgling first-tier spatial mage, believe you can assist me?" He cast a glance at the powerful guardian beside him, and the implication was clear. Ling Wei's spirit deflated. Indeed. What could she possibly offer in comparison to a skeleton capable of battling second-tier intermediate magical puppets? Suddenly, a spark ignited within her, and she exclaimed eagerly, I know of a place within the trial grounds where resurrection stones can be obtained. Yingchen's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. You know where resurrection stones can be found? Ling Wei nodded vigorously, yes. This was told to me by my master before I arrived at the celestial sanctum. There is a place within the trial grounds filled with magical arrays. Killing creatures on these arrays will cause their life force to be absorbed, and once enough is accumulated, resurrection stones can be harvested. Yingchen remained silent as he processed Ling Wei's words, analyzing their veracity. Her voice turned somber, tinged with indignation. These resurrection stones are monopolized by the alien races each time the trial grounds open. The lives sacrificed as offerings are forcibly taken, with humans constituting the majority. A chill shot through Yingchen's heart, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes. To use the lives of our human elites as offerings for resurrection stones? Do you know the exact location? His tone had turned icy. Yes, I can definitely find it. Ling Wei's voice brimmed with determination, her eyes sparkling with hope. Yingchen straightened his posture, stretching his limbs, producing a series of crisp sounds as his joints cracked. A powerful wave of energy suddenly radiated from him, rippling outward like a stone cast into water, sweeping through the surroundings. The summoned beings, engaged in a fierce battle against the alchemical creatures on the periphery, seemed to receive an unspoken command, pausing their search in unison. They turned, converging toward Yingchen like rivers flowing back to the sea. He awaited in silence, attuning to the gradually thickening aura of the undead surrounding him. Moments later, all summoned entities had returned to his side, standing steadfast like loyal sentinels. Turning to Ling Wei, a relaxed smile graced his lips as he said, Let us proceed. It is time to venture to the heart of the canyon. Excitement shimmered in Ling Wei's eyes as she nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Together, they strode onward, delving deeper into the canyon. As Yingchen and Ling Wei advanced side by side, they pushed through, making their way to the canyon's center. The vista suddenly opened up, revealing a distant throng. A temporary gathering of humanity in this locale. Groups of youths whispered among themselves, their faces etched with anxiety and tension, as if the oppressive atmosphere heralded an impending storm. Upon entering the encampment, they found several tents arranged in a semicircle, with makeshift stone chairs placed in a curved formation. Yet, the once proud human elites, possessing second-tier combat prowess, now wore expressions of dismay, the atmosphere heavy with despair. 3 among them bore visible injuries, their bandages stained with blood, a harrowing sight to behold. Pang Tianming from the capital was seething, slamming his palm onto the stone table. The resounding crash sent teacups rattling, spilling their contents. That vile ghost clan's Guayu has gone too far. His voice was deep, akin to a beast cornered and roaring. If only my elder brother Yang Kuan from the Holy Land were here, he would not allow such rampant behavior. Pang Tianming's eyes burned with fury, veins bulging at his temples, his spiritual energy surging yet finding no outlet, leaving him in a state of palpable frustration. Chun Jinxing clutched his chest, the excruciating pain of ghostly flames rendering his complexion ashen, beads of cold sweat trickling down. The ghost clan's attacks were insidious and treacherous, the accompanying ghostly flames nearly impossible to dispel, rendering even the priest's healing spells ineffective, and recovery was agonizingly slow. Gritting his teeth, he rasped, Where are the members of the Church of Light? Their holy light spells are the very bane of the ghost clan. A glimmer of hope mingled with despair in Chun Jinxing's tone. Pang Tianming despondently leaned against the back of his chair, letting out a long sigh that resonated with a sense of helplessness and self-reproach. If it were any other race, I would have long since vanquished them. Yet here I stand, thwarted by the formidable ghost clan, whose resistance to physical attacks renders my brute strength utterly ineffective. His gaze swept across the assembled prodigies, a flicker of hope glimmering in his eyes. Gentlemen, is there anyone capable of confronting Guayu? We, the human race, can no longer afford to lose face. The crowd exchanged glances, enveloped in a heavy silence, ultimately shaking their heads slowly, their eyes filled with despondency. Outside the tent, a group of young human boys gathered, their eyes alight with trepidation as they eagerly awaited news. Upon seeing the prodigies emerge, they rushed forward, bombarding them with questions. Brother Pang, what news? Is there anyone who can fight? One youth inquired anxiously, his voice quivering slightly. Indeed, esteemed seniors, we are nearly driven to madness. The portal hasn't opened, and even Guayu's blockade is of no avail. It is clearly a deliberate humiliation. Another boy, his face flushed with indignation, clenched his fists, knuckles widening. Exactly. Other races are laughing at us, pointing fingers. Our human dignity is in tatters. Their voices brimmed with anger, resentment, and humiliation. Listening to their discussions, Pang Tianming felt a tumult of emotions as he gazed into their expectant eyes, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Sighs rose from the crowd, despair washing over them like a tide, enveloping the entire camp. Must we simply allow Guayu to run rampant? A somber voice from the throng conveyed a profound sense of powerlessness, as if all strength had been drained from his being. Not necessarily, Suwon interjected. Having lingered at the gathering place for several days, our human race possesses at least 3 champions capable of besting Guayu, the holy maiden of the Light Temple, Eileen, the master brother of the wilderness, Yang Kuan, and the heavenly master sects Wang Yi. What's the use of saying that? Someone countered, disappointment and dissatisfaction evident in their tone. Where are they? None have appeared. Suwon's voice faltered, laden with worry and unease. I've heard they lost contact shortly after entering the outskirts of the trial grounds. And their communicators have ceased functioning. We know not what misfortune has befallen them. The atmosphere grew tense, as if the very air had solidified, stifling and oppressive. Even the distant chirping of birds seemed particularly jarring, amplifying the somberness and melancholy. Amidst the fervent discussions, an extraordinary phenomenon transpired. The sky suddenly tore open, and countless beams of light burst forth like swords piercing the clouds, soaring into the heavens. The portals exclusive to each race, leading to the trial grounds for the celestial prodigies, erupted into existence with a thunderous roar, capturing the attention of all. The radiance was blinding, the grandeur overwhelming, as though the very world was being illuminated. Yingchen and Ling Wei happened to arrive at the outskirts of the gathering just in time to witness this awe-inspiring spectacle. Yingchen turned his head, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he addressed Ling Wei. It appears we have arrived at precisely the right moment. Neither too early nor too late. Upon hearing this, Ling Wei's lips curled into a gentle smile, reminiscent of the serene spring breeze caressing the willow trees. Having traveled together through the night, the two naturally exchanged a few casual remarks. Ling Wei discovered that, despite Yingchen's seemingly cold demeanor, he was rather amiable, albeit occasionally displaying a hint of irreverence. Let us proceed, Yingchen said cheerfully, a teasing lilt in his voice. Who knows how vast this portal might be? We may need to queue for quite a while. Ling Wei's smile widened as she nodded lightly, and the two walked side by side towards the portal. However, as they drew closer, Yingchen sensed something amiss. The portal had opened, and logically, the human prodigies should have surged forward to seize the opportunity. Yet it was eerily quiet, with scarcely a soul in sight. This was illogical. Curiosity piqued, Yingchen scanned the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on a youth who appeared ready to leave. Chapter 61. To kill you, one stroke is all that is required. Yingchen swiftly approached, grasping the young man's arm with a hint of confusion. Brother, please pause. What is amiss? Hasn't the portal opened? Why do we not see anyone entering? The youth, who was none other than Suwon, had been lingering at the gathering for several days. Taken aback by Yingchen's sudden action, he sized him up, recognizing his earnest expression as indicative of someone newly arrived and uninformed of the situation. With a heavy sigh, Suwon explained, Alas, you are unaware. Our human race's portal has been blocked by the Ghost Clan for several days now, and no one has been able to resolve this predicament. Since you are new here, it would be prudent not to rush in. Find a place to rest first. He gestured towards a nearby corner, continuing, The portal is only open for a day. Our esteemed leaders should arrive soon. Once they deal with the Ghost Clan, it will not be too late to enter. Having spoken, Suwon intended to turn away. Blocked by the Ghost Clan? Yingchen mused, a frown creasing his brow as a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He disregarded Suwon's advice, quickening his pace towards the portal. At this moment, a considerable number of humans had gathered near the portal, forming small groups, whispering amongst themselves. Their faces etched with anxiety and helplessness. All awaited the emergence of a powerful figure capable of turning the tide, yearning to enter the trial grounds swiftly. Suwon, who had previously departed, now sat idly in the corner, his gaze darting towards the portal intermittently. When he spotted Yingchen heading straight for it, his expression morphed into one of alarm. He quickly rose, waving his arms, and shouted, Brother, why the haste? Come back and wait with me. Yet, Yingchen seemed oblivious to his shouts, his steps unwavering as he approached the portal. Before him, a figure shrouded in chilling ghostly energy hovered ominously in the air. It was Guayu of the Ghost Clan, blocking the portal. The ghostly flames dancing around Guayu exuded an icy aura that sent shivers down the spine. The gathered humans looked up, their eyes converging on Yingchen. Murmurs of speculation swirling around. Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He must be a newcomer, unaware of the dangers. Alas, another fool rushing to his doom. Why bother? Perhaps he is unwilling to see our race humiliated, seeking a desperate gamble. Various voices intermingled, brimming with skepticism, derision, regret, and admiration. Suwon, aghast, felt a pang of regret. He should have communicated the situation more clearly. Now, here was this reckless youth charging ahead. Guayu peered down at Yingchen, a cruel smile curling at his lips. With a tone dripping with contempt, he taunted, So? Another human ant has come to offer himself as a sacrifice? Yingchen remained unfazed, his expression tranquil as a still pond, slowly uttering 2 words, one stroke. Guayu blinked in surprise, seemingly unable to comprehend, and inquired with confusion, "What do you mean, one stroke?" Yingchen raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade. Locking eyes with Guiyu, he articulated each word with clarity. "To kill you, one stroke is all that is required." The declaration rang out with resounding clarity. Cutting through the silence like a clarion call, Guiyu paused, momentarily taken aback, but then erupted into uproarious laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. His laughter was piercing and filled with scorn. "Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. You, a mere human boy, not only a pathetic fool, but also a dreamer. Do you dare to boast that you can slay me with a single stroke?" His laughter crescendoed, his ghostly flames flaring violently, as if poised to pounce upon Yingchen and devour him whole. Yet, Yingchen stood resolute, unaffected by the mockery his aura contained, akin to a sword yet to be unsheathed, awaiting the moment to reveal its brilliance. The wind seemed to still in that very moment. As a palpable tension and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the air, Yingchen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a mental command, like an invisible thread, was deftly transmitted to the phantom stab lurking in the shadows. Without the need for hesitation, his voice resonated with a chilling depth, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss. He unleashed all his spiritual power in a decisive strike, ensuring a fatal blow. The figure of the phantom stab twisted and morphed within the darkness, silent and ghostly. It obeyed Yingchen's will, instantly activating its shadow traversal skill. Transforming into an ephemeral wisp of black smoke, it flickered in the void before appearing, like a specter, behind Guiyu. Guiyu was still lost in maniacal laughter, utterly unaware that the harbinger of death had stealthily approached. Surrounded by a malevolent aura, his visage was grotesque, akin to a fiend poised to devour its prey. However, just as he reveled in his arrogance, an overwhelming chill surged up his spine, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, he sought to evade, but it was too late. The phantom stab had already unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of energy, a flawless amalgamation of its strongest attack and a critical strike. It concentrated all its spiritual energy into the hellish short blade, which erupted in a dazzling azure glow, warping the very air around it. The phantom stab's figure was as swift as lightning, and the hellish short blade transformed into a piercing beam of cold light, plunging mercilessly into Guiyu's back. The sound of the blade searing through Guiyu's ethereal form echoed sharply in the stillness of the canyon. His maniacal laughter was abruptly silenced, and the savage expression on his face froze in disbelief as he glanced down at the azure blade piercing through his chest, his pupils constricting in shock. Boom! The violent surge of spiritual power detonated within Guiyu's body, tearing him apart like a rag doll. His piercing scream had not even escaped his lips before it dissipated into the wind. The once formidable aura that emanated from Guiyu extinguished in an instant, akin to a candle flickering out in the breeze. After delivering the fatal blow, the phantom stab paused momentarily. Yingchen, quick-witted, summoned it into the summoning space before it even hit the ground, as if it had never existed. The only remnants were the faint scent of charred flesh in the air and Guiyu's shattered corpse, proving that the harrowing spectacle was not merely a figment of imagination. Yingchen observed the scene with an impassive expression, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. "Congratulations, host, for slaying an elite-level target and acquiring the attribute, Ghost Clan Body, B, Madness, E. Ghost Clan Body, B disperses physical form, survives with an ethereal body, immune to physical attacks, while possessing the innate Ghost Fire ability. Note, damage from Holy Light, Exorcism, and similar attacks is doubled. Madness, E a mind that is somewhat deranged." Yingchen turned to glance at Ling Wei, beckoning her forward. Understanding the cue, she stepped up, and together they entered the portal. Chapter 62, The Arrival of the Three Great Figures at Just the Right Moment. In the wake of Yingchen's swift elimination of Guiyu, the once boisterous arena had descended into an eerie silence. The crowd stood agape, unable to fathom the direction in which Yingchen had vanished. The air seemed to still bear the weight of the pressure from that lethal strike, rendering it almost suffocating. After a brief pause, a wave of buzzing discussions erupted among the onlookers. What had just transpired? A woman clad in azure attire spoke with a tremor, clearly stunned by the recent events. I couldn't see the shadow. It was too fast." A burly man beside her stammered, his eyes still wide with shock. "Wasn't Guiyu supposed to be incorporeal? How could physical attacks possibly affect him?" Someone challenged, their tone laced with confusion and disbelief. The collective experience of Guiyu's tenacity was shared among the crowd. His elusive form had left many at a loss. Yet now, to witness someone dispatch him with a single blow was utterly revolutionary to their understanding. Who on earth could that be? A low voice inquired, tinged with reverence. Regardless of who they are, such prowess is indeed worthy of admiration. Another chimed in, their voice filled with envy and respect. Indeed, the trouble with Guiyu has been resolved. We should hasten to seek our fortunes, someone suggested, breaking the brief calm. Nods of agreement arose, and the glimmer of ambition reignited in their eyes. "Let us go," a voice called, and as if awakening from a dream, the crowd surged toward the portal once more. The sounds of footsteps and clashing weapons reverberated throughout the canyon. Yet, in each heart, the imprint of that figure and the thunderous strike remained. Not far off, Pang Tianming, propelled by a gust of wind, was closely followed by three silhouettes, darting toward the portal like arrows released from a bow. It was Eileen, Yang Kuan, and Wang Yi. Moments ago, the three prodigies of the human race had arrived simultaneously. Upon seeing the trio finally arrive, Pang Tianming embellished the tale of the ghostly ambush with fervor. The three listened, their tempers flaring with indignation. Eileen scoffed, her aura surging ominously. Pang Tianming, lead the way. I wish to see which foolhardy ghost clan dared to act with such insolence. Yang Kuan's fists clenched tightly, cracking knuckles echoing his resolve. How dare you obstruct our path? Today he shall face utter annihilation. Wang Yi, however, remained composed, his hands tucked into his robe as he stifled a yawn. The four sped towards the portal, only to find the scene before them bewildering. The once arrogant Guiyu had vanished without a trace, and before the portal, a throng of human trial participants surged into the testing ground. Pang Tianming scratched his head, utterly perplexed. What is going on? Did Guiyu flee? He was just here, boasting. He scanned the surroundings and beckoned a nearby lackey who was eager to report. Leaning in close, the lackey whispered, Young Master Pang, a human appeared just now, unfamiliar to us all. But their strength was astonishing. They cleaved Guiyu in a single stroke. Eileen, Yang Kuan, and Wang Yi exchanged glances, each feeling a twinge of confusion. The reality before them starkly contrasted with Pang Tianming's account. Just as they were pondering this, Suwen fortuitously passed by, catching sight of the trio. A smirk crept across his face as he mockingly remarked, Oh, are these not the three great figures? How delightful that you finally decided to show up. Your timing is impeccable. I wonder, did you hide away in the shadows until now, or did you just happen to arrive at this precise moment? With that, Suwen strode into the portal, leaving the three dumbfounded. Eileen's brows furrowed, her teeth lightly biting her crimson lip, igniting a surge of indignation within her. Yang Kuan's expression darkened, his eyes narrowing as he clenched his fists tighter. Meanwhile, Wang Yi's gaze flickered, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing, a smile playing on his lips. What is the meaning of this? Yang Kuan muttered under his breath, bewildered as to why they were being so inexplicably mocked. Is it a crime to have spent a few extra days in a secret realm? Eileen took a deep breath, suppressing her anger, and spoke in a low tone. Let it go. There is no need to engage with him. Our immediate concern is entering the trial grounds. According to the intelligence we gathered in the secret realm, this trial may prove more complex than anticipated. The undead seem to have premeditated their actions, with their sights set squarely on our human race. Yang Kuan's expression grew serious at her words. Indeed, the undead are determined to stir trouble. All participating undead will stop at nothing to unite and unleash a calamity upon our kind. This is nothing short of madness. We must prepare swiftly, otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Wang Yi fell silent for a moment before speaking, his voice low yet resolute. Let us move forward. Discussing this is futile. We shall meet force with force and water with earth. If it truly comes to an irretrievable point, then one should seek out a more comfortable place, dig a pit, and bury oneself, as a means of justifying one's existence. As the words fell, the three no longer hesitated, their figures flickering before vanishing into the portal. Days later, deep within the trial grounds of all races, in an ancient ruin, Ling Wei gazed at the imposing figure of Yingchen, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, difficult to articulate. At his feet lay a lifeless body, exuding a potent aura of demonic energy, yet devoid of vitality. It was none other than the strongest prodigy of the younger generation of the Law Demon clan, Prince Yao Han. Is this how it ends? Ling Wei's cherry lips parted slightly, her voice tinged with disbelief. Although the Law Demon clan was not a top-tier faction, this Prince Yao Han was a genuine young sovereign. How could he have so easily fallen to Yingchen's hands? In the time spent alongside Yingchen, her perspectives had been continuously reshaped, her understanding upended. He was a necromancer, summoning legions of the undead, surpassing the capabilities of ordinary necromancers by more than double, wherever his undead army marched. It was as if a swarm of locusts had passed, leaving not a blade of grass behind. No creature could escape the fate of being reaped. He was a necromancer, specializing in summoning, yet adeptly wielding bone magic. Ling Wei had witnessed with her own eyes as pale bone flames danced at his fingertips, coalescing into a sharp bone spear that pierced the skull of a formidable foe with terrifying swiftness. The bone spear carried the chilling essence of death, instilling fear in those who beheld it. He was a necromancer, commanding a host of summoned beings, each formidable and uniquely gifted. Ling Wei silently recalled the names and abilities of those summoned entities. Da Li, immensely powerful, akin to a moving fortress, sweeping through thousands. Tai Wei, unmatched in defense, indestructible, safeguarding the realm. Huan Xi, ghostly in form, a lethal strike, evading all defenses. Shui Mo, bloodthirsty and frenzied, thriving in battle, growing ever more valiant. Yingchen, perceptive to the minutiae commanding the battlefield from miles away. These names were indeed fitting. Chapter 63, Spell Solidification S. A faint smile unconsciously graced Ling Wei's lips. Unbeknownst to her, she had begun to appreciate Yingchen's dark sense of humor. Suddenly, she jolted back to reality, privately vexed. Spending too much time with this fellow had caused her to grow somewhat lax. No, she must remain vigilant. The trial grounds were fraught with peril, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irrevocable consequences. However, with such an overwhelming legion of undead sweeping through, a sense of security enveloped her. Ling Wei took a deep breath, detecting the faint metallic scent of blood in the air. The subtle stench of decay lingered at her nostrils. A unique aroma of the undead. The low, resonant growls of the undead army echoed in her ears, provoking a sense of trepidation. The chill of the surrounding air, infused with an eerie energy, made her shudder slightly. Even so, an inexplicable sense of calm surged within her. With Yingchen present, it seemed that all crises could be averted. Ling Wei turned her head to glance at the tall figure beside her, clad in black robes that billowed around him. His countenance was stern, enveloped in a thick aura of death. At this moment, he was bent over, seemingly examining the body of the Prince Yaohan. Sunlight filtered through the cracks in the ruins, casting a long shadow at his feet, as if it were a messenger from the underworld, exuding an immense sense of oppression. Ling Wei's heart fluttered, igniting an unexpected reverence within her. Congratulations, host, for slaying an elite-level target and acquiring the following attributes: Spell Solidification, S. Spiritual Power Reduction, A. And Bad Luck, E. Spell Solidification, S. The attribute owner may choose any defensive spell to solidify upon each breakthrough in rank, merging with their essence for permanent effect. Spiritual Power Reduction, A. Each of your attacks will cause the target's spiritual power to dissipate, with a maximum reduction of 1/10 of their total spiritual power. Bad Luck, E. Recent events are unfavorable. Beware of potential calamities, and exercise caution in your words and actions. Yingchen regarded the body of the law demon before him, a hint of helplessness etched across his brow. For reasons unknown, the law demon had launched an unprovoked attack upon entering the ruins, only to become a mere courier delivering warmth to him in the end. Alas, the ability of necromantic revival could not yet be utilized. The foremost objective of these alien prodigies upon entering the trial grounds was to break through to the second tier, while he, Yingchen, remained stagnant at the first tier. It seemed he must hasten to find a suitable vessel. A pang of envy surged within Yingchen. These alien beings required no effort to slay monsters. They merely needed to immerse themselves in cultivation to enhance their strength. Their breakthroughs did not rely on vessels, but were instead a testament to their racial gifts. If his thoughts were to be known to the myriad races, he would surely be met with scorn and condemnation. The reason humanity was viewed as a thorn in the side of the dominant factions was precisely because they possessed a method of cultivation that was unattainable to other races. Other races could only rely on the slow accumulation of practice to grow stronger, while humanity could rapidly enhance their power through the slaying of monsters and foes, a veritable cheat. Other races had their talents predetermined at birth, and every time a genius emerged, the entire clan would regard them as a treasure. Humanity, however, could utilize acquired vessels and a diverse professional system to wield ever-changing abilities, even defying fate itself. This was nothing short of a blatant challenge to the laws of heaven and earth. A self-deprecating smile graced Yingchen's lips as he gently shook his head. With a single thought, Yingchen activated the newly acquired Spell Solidification, S, and Spiritual Power Reduction, A, attributes. Host has acquired the attribute Spell Solidification, currently at first tier. Please select a defensive spell for solidification. Bone Armor. Without a moment's hesitation, Yingchen focused on the thought in his mind. This was the only defensive skill he currently possessed, leaving him with no alternative. Selection successful. Bone Armor has been solidified. Yingchen immersed himself in the surging waves of energy enveloping him. He nodded in satisfaction. His previous conjecture had indeed been correct. S-level attributes were akin to the power to defy fate. The spell solidification was no different. Once solidified, the bone armor became an invisible layer of armor, providing eternal protection around him. What once required active invocation had now transformed into passive defense. Just imagine, should he progress to the 9th tier, obtaining 9 layers of passive defensive spells, it would be nigh impossible for anyone to shake him. Wait a moment. Yingchen's gaze flicked to Ling Wei, who was engrossed in examining her equipment nearby. He discreetly activated the bone armor skill once more. In the next instant, an uncontrollable thrill surged within him. Yes, just as he had anticipated, the solidified skill did not hinder the casting of active skills. This meant he could now attain dual defenses, one of which was permanent. A subtle smile crept across Yingchen's lips. Dispelling the actively invoked bone armor, he then tested the effects of spiritual power reduction. Its potency was indeed astounding. With just 10 successful strikes, it could drain any opponent's spiritual power, rendering them utterly incapable of combat. Of course, this skill had its limitations. It was only effective when directly striking the target's body, while attacks against shields or similar defenses proved ineffective. Yingchen instinctively cast a glance at the lifeless body of the law demon on the ground. Brother, rest in peace. Thank you. Suddenly, an ancient ruin collapsed with a thunderous roar. Amidst the swirling dust, a graceful figure soared into the sky atop a radiant flying sword, like a startled phoenix taking flight. The figure was none other than Xia Yunxi, her aura now fierce and commanding, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. It turned out that she had inadvertently discovered a hidden alchemical creature manufacturing plant on the outskirts of the trial grounds. Within the factory, mechanical arms swung and conveyor belts whirred to life. Countless alchemical beings were being incessantly produced like products on an assembly line, and were precisely distributed to various locations within the canyon by a spatial furnace. Witnessing such a spectacle, Xia Yunxi felt a tremendous shock within her heart, struggling to believe her own eyes. The factory was devoid of any human presence, save for the cold, tireless machinery that operated with an eerie sense of order. Cautiously, she explored the surroundings and, upon confirming the absence of danger, allowed herself a slight relaxation. Despite her thorough search, she could not ascertain who or what divine entity had constructed the factory. However, by a twist of fate, she stumbled upon the storage location of the energy core. Elated, she sat cross-legged, fervently absorbing the core's energy until her cultivation reached the pinnacle of the first tier, at which point she ceased her efforts. Upon emerging from her seclusion, she rushed into the trial arena just as the portal was on the verge of closing. Once inside, through a series of fortuitous events, she unexpectedly obtained an ancient flying sword from another relic site. Refining it into a vessel, her cultivation surged, propelling her directly into the second tier. If Yingchen were to learn of Xia Yunxi's exploits, he would likely lament the missed opportunity. Were he to slay this humanoid lucky charm, he could undoubtedly seize a plethora of fortuitous attributes, such as the Child of Destiny. Chapter 64. Beauty lasts not beyond 3 seconds. Xia Yunxi soared through the skies on her sword, her garments billowing elegantly, lost in the euphoria of her breakthrough, when suddenly a crisis struck. Several towering giants, each exceeding 3 meters in height and possessing sinewy muscles, appeared as if summoned from thin air, encircling her completely. These giants bore grotesque visages, each wielding a massive rock, and with a thunderous roar, they hurled their boulders skyward, raining them down upon Xia Yunxi. Startled, she hastily maneuvered her flying sword in a frantic attempt to evade the onslaught. Alas, her fledgling mastery of sword control was insufficient, and she was struck by several boulders, causing her form to sway precariously. She struggled to suppress the surging blood within her body, managing to stabilize herself as she descended cautiously. Her gaze fixed warily upon these unwelcome guests, the savage blood giants. Xia Yunxi furrowed her brows, her voice cold as she queried, "What do you intend to do?" The giants erupted into a cacophony of thunderous laughter, their boisterous mirth causing the surrounding rocks to tremble. "What do we want? Little girl, why not come along with us willingly?" Naturally, Xia Yunxi refused to surrender. Gripping her flying sword tightly, she summoned her spiritual energy, preparing to engage in combat with the giants. Her movements were agile, and with the prowess of the second tier, she managed to inflict serious injuries upon several of them. However, at that moment, a resounding tremor erupted from the distance, shaking the ground and sending dust and stones flying. A giant clad in heavy armor, brandishing an enormous shield, charged toward her with astonishing speed, resembling a human tank. Each of his steps left profound imprints in the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath him, a fearsome display of might. His long-distance charge propelled him to a terrifying velocity, carrying with it an overwhelming force of destruction. Even more bizarrely, this charge seemed to possess a locking effect. Xia Yunxi felt an invisible force ensnare her, rendering her utterly immobile. Alarmed, she sensed an impending disaster, yet could do nothing but watch as the giant barreled toward her. With a resounding crash, Xia Yunxi was sent hurtling backward like a kite, with its string severed. She struck the ground violently, feeling as though her bones shattered upon impact. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed her, plunging her into darkness as she nearly lost consciousness. Struggling to rise, she found herself utterly powerless, unable to move even a muscle. A group of giants swarmed her, binding her with specially designed ropes that suppressed her spiritual energy, treating her like a captured prey, and brutally dragging her away. Brother Man is strong. Even a second-tier human cannot withstand his charge. Truly the mightiest among our tribe's younger generation. Ha! Early second tier? Merely an ant. The giant known as Brother Man laughed triumphantly, his voice booming like thunder, causing the surrounding trees to tremble. He puffed out his chest proudly, declaring, "We of the Savage Blood Tribe are one of the mightiest races across the realms. How can mere second-tier human trash withstand my blow? Brothers, let us seize this opportunity to crush the spirits of the Shadow Clan and the Hell Tribe, and claim the Resurrection Stone Altar. Quickly gather sacrifices. Once we have enough, we shall slay them to obtain the Resurrection Stone." The giants roared with excitement, their voices reverberating through the canyon. Xia Yunxi, being dragged along, felt her complexion pale, her heart filled with despair and indignation. She could hardly believe that she had just achieved a breakthrough only to find herself in such dire straits. The echoes of the giant's laughter rang in her ears, and as her body was roughly dragged along, the friction against the ground sent waves of searing pain coursing through her. The stench emanating from the giants filled her nostrils, causing her to feel nauseous. A chill gripped her heart. Was she truly destined to perish here? Yingchen lifted his gaze to see Ling Wei standing atop a dilapidated building, surveying the terrain. Amused, he called out, "Hey, Miss Ling. Is this really the place you were so certain you could find? You've been leading me around this cursed place for days. At this rate, someone will have taken the resurrection stone." Ling Wei, upon hearing his voice, felt the spatial power around her shimmer, and in the next instant, she vanished from the rooftop, reappearing directly before Yingchen. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she sheepishly mumbled, "How was I to know the terrain would change every time the trial arena opened? My master only provided me with a general direction and the topographical features surrounding the altar. I need some time to scout. It's not like I intended to lead you in circles." She paused, then added with newfound confidence, "Besides, you haven't left empty-handed either." As she spoke, she pointed a delicate finger toward the equipment that Yingchen had hidden from view. Instinctively, he glanced at the items he had concealed. Flashing cloak. Purple increases the wearer's magical resistance by 20, with the skill, Flash. Flash, upon activation, allows instantaneous movement to any location within a 2-meter radius. Cooldown, 1 hour. Yingchen's lips twitched slightly. Yes, there's been some gain. His tone was filled with resignation, yet he added, "But I'm not the only one who has gained, am I?" He raised a hand, pointing at Ling Wei, his voice tinged with accusation. "How can you say that? In all these days, I've only managed to snag this one piece of equipment. Just look at yourself. You're practically armed to the teeth, shimmering in purple light. Blinding my eyes. Are you deliberately flaunting your gear to mock my bad luck?" Ling Wei was indeed enveloped in an array of various purple-tier equipment, glowing and shimmering, forming a stark contrast to Yingchen's meager collection. The items seemed almost alive, pulsating with a disquieting energy, and he could even hear a faint buzzing sound emanating from them. Ling Wei was momentarily taken aback by Yingchen's words, suddenly realizing that her equipment was indeed all on display. Sticking out her tongue in a moment of realization, she apologetically said, "Oh dear," in my excitement. "I forgot to hide my gear. I promise I'll be more careful next time." As she spoke, she hurriedly attempted to conceal the radiance of her equipment. However, that dazzling brilliance seemed to have already etched itself deeply into Yingchen's memory, causing him to feel a pang of regret. Ling Wei playfully stuck her tongue out, her voice barely above a whisper, "Don't be mad. I can always spare you a couple of pieces of equipment to make amends." At her words, Yingchen felt a surge of anger, nearly choking on his own frustration. "Spare me a couple? Pray tell, which piece would you part with? The one that extends spatial sensing to the horizon? Or perhaps that robe that doubles the power of spatial magic? Your entire ensemble practically screams Ling Wei exclusive. And you dare to say you'll share? What would I do with it? Sell it for scraps?" As they bickered, a rustling sound echoed from the distance. Chapter 65. Ling Wei, there seems to be something amiss with your mind. Yingchen furrowed his brow, poised to command the army of the undead to charge forward, but was interrupted by Ling Wei, who was probing the spatial fluctuations nearby. "I believe I have found a clue." Yingchen paused in surprise. "What clue?" Ling Wei pointed in the direction from which the sound emanated, her tone resolute. "Over there. A few blood giants are dragging along 3 humans and 1 demon." Yingchen's eyes suddenly sparkled, reminiscent of stars that burst forth in the night sky. "Is that true?" Ling Wei nodded gently. "Indeed. After so many days of wandering, we have finally grasped a lead. In this trial ground of myriad races, encounters with alien beings typically result in either mutual indifference or relentless conflict. It is illogical to have them downed and yet dragged away. These creatures are most likely headed towards the altar of resurrection." With a flicker of thought, Yingchen withdrew the vast army he had summoned, leaving behind only a handful of low-tier minions resurrected after their recent demise to serve as scouts. For 2 days, Yingchen and Ling Wei carefully trailed the blood giants, now concealed beneath a hillside, observing the resting giants from a distance. Yingchen's forehead throbbed with tension as he lowered his voice, laced with a hint of exasperation. "Is this what you consider leading the way? The direction we've taken is utterly misguided. Had we not fortuitously encountered these blood giants, we might have wandered for a lifetime without finding the altar." Ling Wei's cheeks flushed as she buried her head low, resembling a startled quail. She felt a sense of grievance as well. After all, the terrain here was akin to a labyrinth. The blood giants moved with heavy steps, causing the earth to tremble beneath them. They dragged the bound humans and demon, their figures stark against the desolate wilderness. Hours later, a towering structure emerged on the horizon, its silhouette menacing against the dim sky. The blood giants tossed their captives into the edifice like discarded rags before hastily departing, evidently in search of more offerings. The altar, no doubt, lay within that very building. Ling Wei gazed ahead, her brows knitting together with a hint of concern. What shall we do now? She understood Yingchen's prowess, from her observations over the past few days. This young man likely possessed the strength to sweep through the entire trial ground of myriad races. In a realm where second-tier beings were considered top-tier, the formidable summoned creatures were beyond the capability of the younger generation to withstand, except for the leaders of the few unfathomably powerful dominant races, whose true strength remained unknown until confronted. All other obstacles would pale before him. The blood giants? They were hardly worthy of the title of dominators. Yet, even if he were capable of charging in, he could not do so recklessly. Surely, there were numerous human captives inside. If they provoked those within and they retaliated in desperation, taking the hostages down with them, would they not become the scapegoats of humanity? Even though these individuals were doomed regardless of their intervention, who could say for certain? If one were to come to rescue and fail to extract them, leading the enemy to execute them, the blame would rest squarely on one's shoulders. Such is the harsh reality of this world. Yingchen pondered briefly before his gaze fell upon Ling Wei. Do you have the confidence to infiltrate? Ling Wei bit her lip lightly, hesitating for a moment before nodding. I can. However, I fear I may not be able to rescue those inside. There are at least second-tier warriors stationed there. A slight smile curled on Yingchen's lips. As long as you can enter, that is sufficient. I will conceal Huan Ci within your shadow to protect you. You need only to ascertain the situation inside. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Ling Wei's sparkling eyes as she inquired. Then why not simply send Huan Ci in directly? It should be safer in its stealth. Yingchen's breath hitched, as if something were lodged in his chest. And he sighed in exasperation, pressing his forehead. He realized that interacting with this seemingly aloof yet adorably naive young woman would inevitably lead to frustration. Taking a deep breath to suppress his annoyance, he explained, Huan Ci is an undead creature, and its intelligence is limited. This is one of the weaknesses of the undead army I command. Although endowed with the heart of the Reaper, granting it more sentience than ordinary summoned beings, it still falls short of human intellect. It can only exhibit a degree of autonomy and make simple judgments. To send Huan Ci to scout? That would be akin to expecting a stone to bloom. It could certainly execute its tasks beautifully if commanded to kill. Oh, Ling Wei exclaimed in realization, her head nodding lightly. Feeling the presence of Huan Ci nestled within her shadow, she patted her chest, her tone resolute. Fear not, benefactor. I assure you I will complete the task. In a mere moment, the space rippled, and Ling Wei's form reappeared. Yingchen's gaze settled upon her, signaling her to report on the internal situation. Ling Wei inhaled deeply, her speech steady yet unable to conceal her shock. On the altar, there are at least 100 of my fellow humans bound. What is the number of blood giants? Yingchen inquired, his tone as calm as water. Ling Wei's expression grew serious, her voice low. Indeed, the blood giants live up to their reputation. There are dozens of first-tier warriors and even 3 second-tier warriors, 1 intermediate and 2 beginners. This likely does not represent their full strength, as the majority of their main force is likely out hunting for more sacrifices. Upon hearing this, Yingchen raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Only 3 second-tier warriors? Ling Wei was momentarily taken aback, realizing the disparity in strength between herself and this prodigy. Despite still being at the first tier, his combat prowess was extraordinary. To him, intermediate second-tier warriors were likely no more significant than ants. She began to doubt whether even the most exceptional second-tier elites could stand against him. Yingchen's gaze turned to Ling Wei, his voice low as he asked, is there a way to unravel the ropes binding them? Ling Wei's lips curled into a confident smile. Those are spirit-binding ropes. Ordinary means are unlikely to affect them. She playfully winked, her tone laced with pride. However, before my spatial cutting, even the sturdiest material would be as fragile as paper. Yingchen, upon hearing this, stretched his body, a soft crack resonating through his bones. A playful smile danced on his lips as he considered the implications. That simplifies matters. I will surround this area and create some commotion to draw out our 2 targets. You and Huan Ci will once again infiltrate. It will assist you in eliminating the remaining blood giants, while you focus solely on rescuing the captives. Ling Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement, her joy palpable as she nodded fervently, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, resembling a ripe peach. Chapter 66 Reinforcements from the Human Race. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yingchen's eyes. Let us proceed and confront this so-called noble race, these self-proclaimed blood giants. With his words lingering in the air, he took the lead, stepping forward. Behind him, his mental energy surged, conjuring forth skeletal warriors that swiftly formed into an orderly formation, their eerie bones reflecting a chilling luminescence. Loyal subordinates like Dali, Blood Demon, and Eagle Eye followed closely, their presence merging with Yingchen's to create an oppressive atmosphere that was suffocating. Xia Yunqi, relying on the keen perception of the radiant sun sword immortal, sensed an unusual fluctuation in the air. Spatial fluctuations? Is there a spatial mage among us? Xia Yunqi glanced upward, noticing that the 3 second-tier giants guarding the altar exhibited no signs of abnormality, seemingly oblivious to the disturbance. A flicker of anticipation surged within her. Could the newcomer be reinforcements from the human race? Above the altar, the atmosphere was heavy as lead, the very air seeming to halt in its flow. Yingchen pondered silently within her heart. Regardless of the circumstances, she must be thoroughly prepared. She could not allow herself to be so constrained, to surrender willingly and become a sacrificial offering to the resurrection stone. Should no one come to her aid, she would expend her last ounce of strength to carve a bloody path to freedom. She slightly turned her head, her gaze falling upon the equally bound Fang Yinli beside her, ensnared by the spirit ropes. In a barely audible whisper, she remarked, "It seems that someone is approaching." The expression of despair that had graced Fang Yinli's face was instantly replaced by overwhelming joy. His voice trembled slightly as he inquired, "Someone? Who is it? How did you perceive it?" Yingchen furrowed her delicate brows, signaling him to lower his voice to avoid alarming the monstrous blood giants guarding them. She softly explained, "Just now, I seemed to catch a faint trace of spatial fluctuations." Fang Yinli's mind raced as he blurted out, "Spatial fluctuations? Could it be Ling Wei?" Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, the joy on his face ebbed away like the tide, replaced by a profound sense of helplessness and bitterness. What difference would it make if Ling Wei were to arrive? Previously, when he had teamed up with Ling Wei against a second-tier magical puppet, they had barely escaped with their lives. Now, Fang Yinli's gaze shifted toward the three imposing blood giant sentinels nearby, their terrifying presence palpable. 3 second-tier powerhouses. This was certainly beyond Ling Wei's capability to contend with. He could only hope that Ling Wei would swiftly return to the human gathering place and rally reinforcements. Perhaps by uniting the strength of the human race, they might find a glimmer of hope. He silently prayed that Ling Wei would grasp the gravity of the situation and refrain from acting recklessly. Outside the altar, a sudden uproar erupted, shattering the previously oppressive silence. Yingchen led his team, surrounding the hidden structure with unyielding fervor, their swords drawn and tension palpable. "Blood giants, come forth and face your doom." Yingchen's voice was as cold as the biting winter wind, slicing through the ears of every giant present. Beneath his feet lay the bodies of 2 towering giant patrolmen, their blood still warm, a gruesome sight in the dim light. On the altar, the second-tier, mid-level giant, Shi Yao, who had been resting against a stone pillar, abruptly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping across the surroundings like that of a hawk. His eyes lingered momentarily on the other 2 second-tier giants before finally settling on a slightly leaner giant. "You, come with me and ascertain the truth." Shi Yao's voice was deep, imbued with an undeniable authority. The 2 giants moved in unison, their heavy footsteps causing the ground to tremble as they advanced toward the altar's exit. "Who dares to intrude upon the territory of the Blood Giant clan and disturb our peace?" Shi Yao's voice boomed like thunder, resonating throughout the open space. Yingchen winced, having to clear his ears, his brow furrowing at the giant's booming voices that threatened to rupture his eardrums. "Since when has the trial grounds of all races become the exclusive domain of your Blood Giant clan?" Yingchen retorted, his tone laced with mockery. Shi Yao's gaze fell upon Yingchen, and upon realizing he was human, the tension in his demeanor relaxed. It was a well-known fact that humans were generally weak at lower tiers. Consequently, the vast majority of sacrifices upon this altar were humans. "Ha ha ha, humans?" Shi Yao laughed heartily, his voice dripping with disdain and contempt. "An ant that has yet to step into the second tier dares to speak so boldly before me? You must be tired of living, coming here to seek death. Just so happens, I am in need of a few more sacrifices for this altar. Consider yourself one." With a sinister grin, Shi Yao charged toward Yingchen, each step imbued with tremendous force that made the ground tremble. Yingchen's lips curled into a cold smile as he waved his right hand lightly, a shadow darting past. The blood demon, with its towering form, stood resolutely before Shi Yao like an immovable iron tower. Shi Yao's advance halted, his smile frozen before he erupted into even more derisive laughter. "I thought you were something significant, but it turns out you are merely a foolish human, daring to come here to meet your end. You think a mere zombie can stop me? Surely, you must have woken up on the wrong side of the bed last night, your mind muddled." Shi Yao's voice was filled with scorn. He had no regard for the blood demon. To him, a zombie was merely an insect he could crush with ease. The blood demon, its hollow eye sockets glowing with a ghostly green light, remained silent, simply standing still, awaiting Yingchen's command. Yingchen regarded Shi Yao with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He was eager to witness just how capable this arrogant giant truly was. A chilling aura emanated from Yingchen, causing the temperature around him to plummet as if one had stepped into an ice cellar. He lightly snapped his fingers, the crisp sound starkly contrasting with the tense atmosphere. "Blood demon, let him witness what true power entails." Yingchen's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. Upon receiving Yingchen's command, the green light in the blood demon's eye sockets intensified, a violent aura erupting from its form. It let out a guttural roar that reverberated like a demon's wail from the depths of hell. The blood demon's muscles began to swell, veins protruding, its already imposing stature becoming even more formidable. Its skin darkened to a deep crimson, adorned with eerie patterns that exuded a disconcerting aura. A rich scent of blood permeated the air, inducing nausea. The blood demon entered its transformation state, significantly enhancing its strength and defense, though its agility took a substantial hit. It took heavy strides toward Shi Yao, each step causing the ground to quake violently, reminiscent of an impending earthquake. The smile on Shi Yao's face finally vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Chapter 67. Instant kill of the second tier. Shi Yao could sense that the zombie before him was no longer a mere existence he could dismiss. Behind Shi Yao, several first-tier blood giants had assembled in formation, and he signaled another second-tier giant to remain on guard while he charged directly at the blood demon. Inside the altar, spatial ripples began to undulate, and Ling Wei's enchanting figure reappeared. Xia Yunqi's attention sharpened significantly, her senses heightened as her gaze instantly locked onto Ling Wei's position. Ling Wei was momentarily taken aback, surprised that her spatial transition had been detected, a tightness forming in her chest. Fortunately, the other party was human. Had they been an enemy, it would have been troublesome. She let out a soft sigh of relief, raising her hand to pat her chest, then signaling Xia Yunqi to be silent. At this moment, most of the blood giants had been lured outside, leaving only one second-tier giant and 10 first-tier giants within the altar. Ling Wei harnessed the power of space, enveloping her delicate form within it, cautiously concealing herself as she moved forward. Fang Yanlai, too, noticed Xia Yunqi's unusual demeanor. Following her gaze, he caught sight of Ling Wei stealthily advancing. His heart jolted. Was it truly Ling Wei? Considering the fierce battle underway outside, he speculated that this must be the human reinforcements. However, the numbers were likely few. Otherwise, why would they resort to such a feint? Fortunately, the external conflict had indeed drawn away the majority of the guards. Just as a flicker of hope ignited within Fang Yanlai, it was swiftly doused like a splash of cold water. Even if they had been lured away, what did it matter? The human reinforcements were evidently insufficient. Otherwise, how could Ling Wei have come alone? He was well aware of her capabilities. How could she possibly contend with the second-tier guards? As Fang Yanlia's thoughts spiraled into uncertainty, Xia Yunqi's hopeful gaze remained fixed on Ling Wei as she steadily approached the second-tier guard. Upon reaching her designated position, Ling Wei froze momentarily, feeling somewhat flustered. The distance was indeed sufficient. The illusion strike could be unleashed here, guaranteed to be lethal. Yet, Yingchen had not instructed her on how to command the illusion strike. Ling Wei began experimenting with various methods, striving to communicate with the illusion strike. As Fan Yanlai and Xia Yunqi observed Ling Wei's peculiar behavior, they exchanged bewildered glances. Utterly perplexed, what could she possibly be doing? Ling Wei, with her delicate fingers, pointed towards the second-tier giant one moment, then mimicked a throat-slitting gesture with resolute intent, only to subsequently lift her elegant foot and feign a kick towards the enemy, as if she aimed to send him flying. Despite her various attempts at gestures and stances, the phantom assassin remained silent and unresponsive. This was due to Yingchen having neglected to inform the phantom that it was to heed Ling Wei's commands. He had merely issued a directive to protect her. Witnessing Ling Wei's helplessness, Xia Yunqi felt a surge of anxiety and confusion, yet found herself utterly powerless. Upon the altar, Ling Wei was consumed by urgency, trying every method available, yet she still could not command the phantom assassin. Frustrated, she stamped her foot, inadvertently stirring the nearby blood-desolate giant. Who goes there? It bellowed, its voice akin to thunder, reverberating in Ling Wei's ears. Its large, bell-like eyes swiftly locked onto her position. Seizing a massive boulder, the giant hurled it towards her with tremendous force. The stone, propelled by a fierce wind, whistled through the air, as if it sought to obliterate anything in its path. Ling Wei's pupils dilated. Faced with this sudden onslaught, she instinctively activated her spatial shift. In an instant, she vanished from her original spot, reappearing several meters away, narrowly evading the boulder's assault. The stone crashed to the ground, creating a deep crater, with debris scattering and dust swirling into the air. However, the blood-desolate giant was undeterred. It once more locked onto Ling Wei's figure, its massive frame launching forward like an out-of-control war chariot, each step causing the ground to tremble, as if the entire altar cried beneath its weight. Ling Wei felt an invisible force binding her, rendering her body rigid and immobile. This unforeseen development plunged her heart into despair. Xia Yunqi, witnessing this scene, was equally startled. She recognized this very force. It was the same strange ability that had previously defeated her. To her astonishment, the blood-desolate giant wielded it as well. The paralyzing sensation of being unable to move was vividly etched in her memory, as she watched Ling Wei on the brink of collision with the giant. Xia Yunqi could almost foresee the tragic aftermath of such an impact. In that critical moment, an eerie ripple suddenly surged beneath Ling Wei's feet. The shadow twisted, and a dark silhouette silently emerged, a phantom assassin, having sensed Ling Wei's peril. It approached the unguarded blood-desolate giant like a harbinger of doom. Wielding a hellish dagger that glimmered with a chilling light, flickering with faint crimson flames, the whispers of hellfire. The phantom assassin flickered, appearing behind the giant with ghostly swiftness. Soundless and lethal. With the cold blade poised at the giant's vulnerable neck, it struck with ferocious intent, infused with the power of a critical hit. The weapon sliced through the air with a barely audible hiss, carrying the scent of death. A resounding thud shattered the silence. The second-tier giant collapsing to the ground mere steps from Ling Wei, its eyes wide open, pupils dilated, already lifeless. From within the shadows, the phantom assassin flickered like a specter, darting mercilessly to claim the lives of the remaining 10 first-tier giants within the chamber. Each appearance was accompanied by the extinguishing of a life, as relentless and efficient as the Grim Reaper wielding his scythe. Fan Yinlai stood in stunned silence, his mind a blank slate. What manner of ability was this? He could hardly believe his eyes. The Ling Wei who had fought alongside him mere days ago now possessed such terrifying power? To dispatch a second-tier giant and cleave through first-tier foes with such ease was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be some formidable summoning spell? He recalled Ling Wei's earlier peculiar movements. Perhaps they were part of the special ritual to activate this summoning. Xia Yunqi narrowed her beautiful eyes, fixating on the flickering silhouette in the shadows, a sense of familiarity washing over her. That figure, that aura, she felt as though she had encountered it before. Yet, uncertainty gnawed at her. After all, this figure's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, capable of effortlessly slaying second-tier warriors. Could it be the assassin summoned by Yingchen? A fleeting thought crossed her mind, only to be dismissed. Impossible. Yingchen's summoned entities could never possess such overwhelming prowess. She shook her head, casting aside the absurd notion. On the altar, an unexpected transformation occurred, akin to thunder rumbling in a clear sky, shaking the hearts of all present. Those who had been tightly bound by spirit-restraining ropes now lifted their heads, gazing towards the sudden turn of events. The first sight that met their eyes was the colossal second-tier giant crashing to the ground, its massive frame landing with a resounding thud that seemed to tremble the very earth. What followed was a series of jaw-dropping spectacles. One by one, the first-tier giants fell. Like wheat being harvested, utterly defenseless, they scarcely had time to utter a cry before meeting their demise. The air grew thick with the faint scent of blood, mingling with the already potent aura of the blood desolate, creating an overwhelmingly nauseating stench. Ling Wei flickered into view, withdrawing the shroud of hidden spatial power, revealing her delicate figure to the onlookers. She gracefully landed upon the altar, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Cheers erupted from the crowd, filled with relief and exhilaration at their unexpected salvation. "It's our kind. It's our kind come to rescue us," cried a young man, his voice trembling, tears streaming down his face, tears of joy and hope. "I knew it. I knew they wouldn't abandon us. How could they ignore so many of us suddenly disappearing?" A boy clenched his fists, his voice choked with emotion, pounding his chest, as if to release the pent-up fear and despair of recent times. "Huh. It's our people again. Our unity is truly beyond praise." Another laughed joyfully, his voice brimming with pride. In stark contrast, the remaining alien captives, who had held on to a flicker of hope, now gazed despondently, their spirits crushed. Their faces were etched with loss and despair, as if all strength had been drained from them. They understood that unless it was their own kin coming to their aid, anyone else arriving would merely transfer them from one prison to another. No one could resist the allure of the resurrection stone, the coveted treasure sought by all beings. They were simply being transformed from offerings to the blood-desolate giants into offerings to the human race. Ling Wei's slender fingers danced gracefully, the power of space coalescing at her fingertips. She shaped it into invisible blades, slicing through the spirit-restraining ropes binding her fellow compatriots. The ropes snapped with a soft pop, akin to the breaking of heavy shackles. The restrained humans regained their freedom, relief flooding their faces as they emerged from their ordeal. When Ling Wei approached Fan Yinlai, her movements momentarily faltered, a flash of memory reminding her of the moment he had abandoned her. Biting her lip, she silently reminded herself, the greater good, the greater good. Fan Yinlai, too, felt a surge of embarrassment, having recently committed the unthinkable act of leaving Ling Wei to escape alone. His gaze flickered, unable to meet hers. Though he felt a sense of relief, better to endure embarrassment than to lose one's life. His eyes scanned the ground littered with the fallen aliens, still bound by spirit-restraining ropes, utterly motionless. All eyes turned to Ling Wei, awaiting her command. Ling Wei found herself in a quandary, unable to fathom the thoughts swirling within Yingchen's mind. She was uncertain whether he required these alien beings as sacrifices for his resurrection stone. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke. "The battle rages outside. We must first lend our assistance. As for these alien captives, let them remain here for now. Bound by the spirit-binding rope, they pose no threat, and we shall decide their fate later." The others nodded in agreement, rallying behind Ling Wei as they surged out of the building. Outside, Yingchen stood resolute, his gaze fixed intently on the fierce clash between the Blood Demon and Shi Yao. The Blood Demon, lacking any bestowed attributes, found itself woefully inadequate against Shi Yao, the formidable second-tier intermediate blood giant. It could only rely on the cover of the surrounding skeletal warriors, struggling to hold its ground, with offense scarce and defense abundant. The situation precarious. Yingchen understood that this was not the opportune moment for a powerful strike. The situation inside the building remained uncertain, and hasty actions could alert the enemy, placing the human captives in jeopardy and rendering him passive. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the distant building, shattering the tense stalemate. Yingchen's eyes brightened as he beheld Ling Wei and Xia Yunqi walking side by side, leading the rescued human compatriots, who poured out of the building like a tidal wave. With a weight lifted from his heart, Yingchen felt no further hesitation. His mental energy spread like a web, enveloping the battlefield, as a chilling command reverberated within the minds of every summoned creature. Attack with full force. In an instant, all summoned beings seemed to break their shackles, their ferocity unleashed as they lunged fiercely at the enemy. The rescued humans joined the fray, their eyes ablaze with the flames of vengeance, striking back at the blood giants. Dully let out a mighty roar, abandoning his previous opponent, and charged toward Shi Yao like a heavy war chariot, fighting alongside the blood demon. The alliance of these two titans intensified the pressure on Shi Yao. Dully wielded the soul-devouring blood blade, each strike infused with the power to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Meanwhile, the blood demon darted around Shi Yao, using its transformation skill to assist in exploiting weaknesses. Shi Yao's once proud defenses began to show cracks under the relentless joint assault of these two formidable foes. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Each collision between Dali and Shi Yao erupted with deafening noise, causing the very ground to tremble. The soul-devouring blood blade emanated an eerie red glow, and with each swing, a tempest of blood and chaos followed. Shi Yao roared in fury, yet struggled to withstand Dali's onslaught. At last, after a violent clash, Shi Yao's massive form crashed to the ground. The soul-devouring blood blade plunged deep into his heart. The crimson light of the blade surged, voraciously siphoning Shi Yao's life force and attributes, nourishing Dali in the process. Witnessing Shi Yao's grim demise, the remaining blood giants were overtaken by fear. Their morale shattered as they discarded their weapons and fled in disarray. The human survivors pursued relentlessly, bringing down the fleeing blood giants, some slain on the spot, while others were captured alive. Only a handful of blood giants continued to resist, their eyes blazing with madness as they attempted a final struggle. Dully advanced with heavy steps, closing in on these defiant foes, each step echoing like a death knell in their hearts, suffocating them with dread. Facing these irrational adversaries, Dully felt no pity. He swung the soul-devouring blood blade with precision, severing their legs, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. The skeletal warriors dragged the remaining blood giants to the altar, awaiting Yingchen's decree. As the battle concluded, the air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with corpses and severed limbs. In the interior of the altar, Yingchen stood with his hands clasped behind him, surveying the scene from a height, his gaze profound as if capable of piercing through all illusions. He pondered how to deal with the alien captives seized by the blood giants. Some of these beings were filled with terror, others with profound despair, while a few appeared utterly numb. Ling Wei stood quietly nearby, resembling an adoring disciple, her eyes brimming with admiration as she watched him intently. Below, Xia Yunqi bore a complex expression, her heart tumultuous. Waves of shock surged through her, each crest crashing against her consciousness. She had previously entertained suspicions upon glimpsing the figure in Ling Wei's shadow, but had dismissed them. However, witnessing Yingchen leading the undead creatures outside the altar unraveled all mysteries. That ghostly figure could only belong to the elusive Yingchen. How could he be so powerful? Xia Yunqi's heart churned with turmoil. Why, despite having stepped into the second tier, could she not match his pace? An indescribable sense of defeat washed over her, leaving her feeling disheartened and lost. At that moment, the human survivors gradually returned to the altar, their relief palpable as they struggled to regain composure amidst the cacophony of voices. Who is this master? His strength is unfathomable. Indeed, did you see? That skeleton defeated the second tier, Shi Yao, with sheer force. Such power is astonishing. I believe this master has at least reached second tier intermediate, possibly even second tier advanced. Nonsense. No one could slay Shi Yao without second tier advanced strength. Stop arguing. While this master is formidable, Ling Wei is no ordinary person either. Did you not see her summon that figure to rescue us? One human recalled the scene, shivering involuntarily. What was that being? It was like the embodiment of death. Utterly terrifying. The room full of blood giants was slaughtered within moments. Yingchen's gaze swept over the fallen blood giants. His voice resonated with a low, unyielding authority. How many of your kin entered this time? A previously defiant blood giant spat defiantly, his eyes aflame with hatred, refusing to answer Yingchen's inquiry. Instead, he bellowed. You better release us quickly. Our kind has already sent a signal. Within half a day, all our brethren will return here. We are led by Lord Wild, a peak second-tier powerhouse. You rabble stand no chance against him. His words detonated like a bomb among the crowd. A peak second-tier powerhouse. Half a day? Does that mean we have no chance to escape? It's over. We're doomed. What should we do? Are we truly to perish here? We've only just been saved. No. I refuse to die. I am still young, with a bright future ahead. Why was I captured and not someone else? The humans plunged into despair, terror spreading like wildfire. Their faces etched with panic. They envisioned their own gruesome fates at the hands of the blood giants, trembling uncontrollably. An oppressive atmosphere hung heavily in the air. Suddenly, a voice broke through the tension like a stone cast into a still pond, proposing boldly, "Lord Mo, let us fight side by side and carve a bloody path. You lead, and we will follow closely, choosing a direction to break through. Even if Lord Wild is formidable, he may not catch all of us." As soon as the words fell, dissent arose, a voice infused with reason countering. "This plan is unwise." The act of unified movement was overly conspicuous. The tribe of the blood giants had always dwelled in a tribal manner, where hunting and tracking were essential skills possessed by each warrior. Should we choose to act collectively, we would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit from them. Shortly thereafter, another individual proposed a contrasting perspective. "In my view, dispersing and fleeing is the optimal strategy. I refuse to believe that the savages can split themselves to pursue all of us." Upon hearing this, immediate dissent arose. "Have you forgotten how you ended up in this dire situation? Do you think the savages are merely solitary beings? They have an entire race gathering in the trial grounds, at least a couple of hundred strong, while we are but a handful. Can we truly escape?" Silence enveloped the crowd as various suggestions were swiftly dismissed, and a palpable sense of despair took hold. The feeling of having the chance for rebirth only to be plunged back into the shadow of death was suffocating for each individual. Whispers of complaint began to surface. Though their volume was low, their clarity unmistakable. "Had we known this would happen, we should not have slain that stone Yao. We should not have killed any of the blood giants left behind, as at least there would have been room for negotiation." Indeed, with the enemy reinforcements now arriving, vengeance was imminent. Were we not courting our own demise? It was no wonder that the reputation of Yingchen was obscure and unknown. It appeared that his actions lacked prudence. This time, he had been excessively reckless, disregarding the consequences as he unleashed a massacre. These scattered murmurs sliced through the air like sharp blades, silently cutting. Yingchen absorbed every word, maintaining an expression of calmness, yet he took mental note of each speaker, intending to settle accounts later. No matter the location, there will always be individuals devoid of self-awareness. They seemed never to have contemplated that without slaying those blood giants. How could they liberate themselves from bondage? Did they expect to persuade those barbaric beings with mere words? How utterly laughable. Fortunately, such voices were in the minority. The majority remained focused on how to confront the current crisis. They either whispered amongst themselves or furrowed their brows, seeking a glimmer of hope. Yingchen turned back, his gaze sweeping over the sprawled blood giants on the ground, his voice low yet resolute. "I shall give you one last chance. Reveal how many of your kin have come here this time." No sooner had he spoken than the previously insolent blood giant erupted into raucous laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing jest in the world, entirely disregarding Yingchen's inquiry. Yingchen's expression turned icy, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Chapter 70. "Lord Mo, you cannot lead everyone to their demise." Yingchen coldly uttered a few words, each syllable seemingly pulled from the depths of an ice cellar. Imbued with a chilling aura, "If you refuse to speak, then remain forever silent." He pivoted, issuing a succinct and forceful command to the silent Dali at his side. "Act. Leave none alive." Dali nodded silently, his form surging forward as the soul-biting blood blade in his hand sliced through the air, leaving a trail of scarlet as it ruthlessly reaped the lives of the blood giants. Thick, viscous blood flowed along the ground's pattern, greedily consumed by the magical array. Coalescing towards the high altar, the array flickered unsteadily, dimming to a dull glow, evidently indicating that the vitality of these sacrifices was insufficient to give rise to the resurrection stone. Yingchen turned to face the varied expressions of the human crowd, his tone calm, yet imbued with unyielding determination. "I have decided that we will confront the approaching blood giants head-on here. As for your choices, I leave them to you. But please act swiftly. After all, the enemy will arrive shortly, no more than half a day's time." With these words, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, discussions surging like a tide. Shock, skepticism, and distrust intertwined, forming an invisible pressure. Confronting the enemy head-on? That was unfathomable. We could not possibly prevail. Indeed, fleeing now offered a slim chance of survival, while meeting them directly was tantamount to awaiting death. "Lord Mo, we all share a similar age. We respect your strength and address you as Lord, but you cannot lead us to our deaths." No one had anticipated that Yingchen would make such a reckless decision. After all, the adversary had top-tier second-level powerhouses stationed. What audacity did Yingchen possess to declare such intentions? Had he lost his senses? Among the crowd, Fan Yanlai remained hidden, his countenance shifting. He vividly recalled the earlier confrontation with Yingchen, a sense of dread creeping into his heart. In just a few days, Yingchen had exhibited such terrifying prowess. He silently rejoiced that he had only engaged in verbal sparring. Had it come to blows, he would likely have become mere dust. Grass on his grave growing tall. Fan Yanlai had always valued his life, as evidenced by his prior abandonment of Ling Wei to flee alone. At this moment, hearing Yingchen's intention to remain and await death, he was indignant. In his view, Yingchen's choice to linger here was akin to courting ruin. Quietly, Fan Yinlai began to inch away, wishing to make his escape. He was eager to distance himself from the ongoing debate within the hall. Leaving early was better than lingering too long. Barely 5 minutes after Fan Yinlai departed, the discussions within the altar had yet to reach a conclusion. Suddenly, a dull thud shattered the eerie silence, as a shadow was violently hurled in from outside, akin to a sack torn apart. It arced through the air, crashing heavily onto the cold ground of the altar, raising a cloud of dust. The crowd, startled by this unexpected turn of events, turned their gazes towards the source. There, curled on the ground and groaning in pain, lay a disheveled figure. Someone with keen eyes recognized the silhouette. "Isn't this the person who was just captured with us?" Their voice tinged with uncertainty. Ling Wei quickly identified the individual who had been thrown inside, her brow furrowing with surprise as she inquired, "Fan Yinlai, when did you leave?" Fan Yinlai was racked with agony, feeling as though every bone in his body had been shattered. He gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Too pained to articulate a response. Listening to the questions directed at him, he could only shake his head in silence. Just then, an earth-shattering roar resonated from outside the hall, reverberating like thunder over the altar. "Dare to slay my kin of the blood giants, to occupy our territory, and yet wish to flee?" The voice was coarse and violent, each word laced with boundless fury and murderous intent, causing the hearts of those within the altar to shudder, a chill racing from their feet to their heads. "Let me inform you, this altar has already been encircled by our returning kin. This individual is merely a lesson. From now on, all who dare to emerge will be met with merciless slaughter." The tone of the blood giant outside was frigid, each word like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into the hearts of the listeners. The atmosphere within the altar instantly grew tense. "You shall remain here obediently, awaiting the arrival of Lord Holmon, who will treat you all as sacrifices to be slain. Enjoy your final moments of life." The voice of the blood giant gradually faded, yet the heavy aura of death lingered like a tangible presence over the altar, refusing to dissipate. Listening to the shouts from outside, the faces of those below turned ashen, their eyes filled with despair. It seemed that even the hope of escape had been utterly extinguished. Were they merely to wait here for death? Silence reigned in the altar, save for the pained groans of Fan Yinlai echoing. Several individuals began to cast venomous glares at Yingchen, as if they wished to consume him alive. It was all his fault. Had he not dawdled, they could have fled immediately after dispatching the stone Yao. Now, they were all trapped, destined to share the same fate. They have entirely forgotten that, without Yingchen, they would still be lying despondently on the ground like a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter, waiting to be cruelly executed by the bloodthirsty giant. At this moment, the selfishness and ugliness of humanity began to manifest. On the dim altar, the mingled scents of blood and dust permeated the air. Yingchen stood silently, utterly indifferent to the prostrate figure of Fan Yinlai, as if he were merely an inconsequential insect. For him, none of this mattered. His sole objective was the resurrection stone. Yingchen had long since devised a plan in his mind. He intended to use this altar as a battleground, offering the lives of the bloodthirsty giants as sacrifices to generate the resurrection stone. As for the other alien races that had been captured by the bloodthirsty giants, a flicker of indifference crossed Yingchen's eyes. They could be kept for now. If the lives of the bloodthirsty giants were sufficient, perhaps he could grant them a chance at survival. He slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the system space, completely disregarding the murmured whispers and terrified gazes of those around him. On the system interface, 2 entries floated quietly, emanating a faint glow. Bloodthirsty body. Gain the bloodline of the bloodthirsty giant upon adding this entry. Bloodthirsty body. Gain the bloodline of the bloodthirsty giant upon adding this entry. Aside from the difference in level, the 2 entries were astonishingly identical. The A grade was plundered from 3 second-tier bloodthirsty giants, while the B grade was obtained from several top-tier, first-stage bloodthirsty giants. Yet, it was unclear why there was no C grade bloodthirsty body. Chapter 71, Bloodthirsty Body, S. A slight smile graced Yingchen's lips as he focused his thoughts. The 3 A-grade bloodthirsty bodies instantly fused, upgrading to an S-grade entry that radiated an even more dazzling light. The description remained as succinct as ever, almost infuriating in its brevity. However, it mattered little. Combining it with the Shadow Clan bloodline previously acquired, Yingchen had formed a hypothesis in his heart. This item would likely create a being of undying prowess, rivaling even the top geniuses of the bloodthirsty giants. Considering that the so-called Huang Man might also yield an S-grade entry, Yingchen casually tossed this entry to the Iron Guard. As an elder, he truly felt that his overall strength was somewhat lacking. It was time to enhance it. Within the summoning space, the Iron Guard underwent an astonishing transformation as a mysterious power flowed into his body. His bones crackled, and his physique began to swell rapidly, his already towering frame becoming even more formidable, resembling a moving mountain. All of the Iron Guard's fundamental attributes and enhancements were reset. Skeleton Warrior, Iron Guard. Level, 1st tier, 9th grade. Entry, Tough Skin, C. Earth Pulse, B. Shield Mastery, C. Vengeful Fury, B. Iron Will, B. Bloodthirsty Body, S. Weapon, Rock Shield, Green. Strength, 230. Agility, 120. Constitution, 340. Spirit, 120. Skills, none. The Iron Guard's attributes were undoubtedly top tier for the first stage. Coupled with his entries, he now possessed combat strength comparable to a mid-level 2nd stage. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Yingchen's eyes. He was confident that even the so-called Huang Man could not surpass the Iron Guard at the 1st tier. Once he himself entered the 2nd tier, the Iron Guard would follow suit and break through as well. Moreover, it would not be an ordinary 2nd tier. Could a standard newly ascended 2nd tier skeleton compare to the Iron Guard, who had just broken through and possessed considerable potential? Thus, the very limitation on the strength of my summoned creatures turned out to be myself? Have I become the hindrance? Yingchen chuckled self-deprecatingly and closed the system interface. The entry library still contained a plethora of other entries, but he had yet to determine how to combine them. For now, he would assign the S-grade entry to the Iron Guard in preparation for the upcoming battle. When time permitted, he would ponder over the multitude of entries. Oh, speaking of which, this trial ground of the 10,000 races truly is a marvelous place. The lives of the myriad races are all considered elite or above. Yingchen sighed softly, his eyes shimmering with an inexplicable light. Time continued to flow. The murmurs surged like a hidden current, gradually coalescing into a cacophonous tide. Opposition to Yingchen began to swell. Doubts, accusations, and insults intertwined, forming an invisible web that sought to engulf him. What on earth is he doing? Is he truly waiting for all the bloodthirsty giants to arrive before he acts? Having already established that escape was impossible, why not proactively eliminate the enemies that have already arrived? To increase the odds for the final confrontation? This Yingchen. Could he be intending to use us as cannon fodder, sacrificing our lives to negotiate with the enemy? The chorus of doubts and accusations beat upon the hearts of all like a relentless drum. Naturally, Yingchen remained oblivious to these voices. Lingwei stood beside Yingchen, acutely feeling the mounting pressure around them, her heart racing with anxiety. She feared that these negative sentiments would affect Yingchen's state of mind. With a delicate wave of her hand, an invisible barrier quietly rose, isolating the platform from the outside world. This barrier, formed from pure spatial energy, could block all sound, creating an absolutely serene space for Yingchen. She too felt a twinge of nervousness. She knew Yingchen was formidable, capable of dispatching mid-level 2nd tier foes with ease. But what about the top tier? She was uncertain and lacked confidence. Even if Yingchen could contend with the top tier Huang Man, he would likely struggle against the rest of the bloodthirsty giants. Yet she chose to stay. Despite being a spatial mage, she was the most likely to escape. After all, her savior had saved her life, hadn't he? She resolved to remain, vowing that if her benefactor faltered, she would risk her life to find a way to transport him to safety. Lingwei silently swore in her heart, her gaze resolute. Yingchen sat in tranquil meditation, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. He remained still, akin to an old monk in deep contemplation or a dormant volcano, poised to unleash cataclysmic power at any moment. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a piercing gaze that struck fear into the hearts of those who met it. He immediately noticed the spatial energy enveloping him, designed to muffle sound. Turning his head to look at Lingwei, a subtle ripple passed through his profound eyes. Without a word, he simply nodded slightly. Then, his gaze shifted towards the distance. There, an overwhelming force approached with astonishing speed. It was akin to a collapsing mountain or a tsunami, bearing down with a cataclysmic pressure that instilled dread. Huang Man had arrived. Xia Yunxi, the only 2nd tier powerhouse present, also keenly sensed the formidable aura drawing near. She sprang to her feet, her delicate hand raised gracefully. The flying sword, which she had meticulously polished and now gleamed with a cold light, traced an elegant arc through the air before precisely returning to its sheath behind her. A clear sound of the blade echoed across the empty altar. She moved with graceful steps, her posture upright as a sword, emanating an indescribable chill and pride as she approached Yingchen. At this moment, the complexity of emotions flickered within her clear eyes. There was a resolute determination to battle the enemy to the death, yet also a barely perceptible dependency. Perhaps even she was unaware that in the face of this unknown peril, her first instinct was to stand beside this man, just as she had in countless ordinary days at school before. The massive form of Huang Man loomed like a moving mountain, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath him. He gazed at the brutal battlefield outside the altar and the fallen corpses of the bloodthirsty giants strewn across the ground. A tempest of fury raged within him, threatening to consume his sanity entirely. His eyes gleamed a blood red, resembling two blazing rubies, flickering with a predatory light as they coldly surveyed the surroundings. Numerous hidden figures of alien races gathered to witness the spectacle, some cloaked in shadows, others concealed in the void, akin to specters, silent and unseen. Chapter 72. The Soul finally takes command. The onlookers were primarily from the Inferno clan and the Shadow clan, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Bound by ancient pacts, they had previously lost to the Bloodless clan in the contest for the Resurrection Stone, thus forfeiting their claim to this coveted prize. However, this did not preclude them from reveling in the misfortunes of the Bloodless Giant clan. Fortuitously arriving early, they witnessed the furious countenance of the barbaric giant after the slaughter of his kin. Had they arrived later, and the barbarian had butchered all the humans inside, there would have been no spectacle to behold. The strength of the barbarian was well known among them, according to intelligence. It was unlikely anyone from the human race could match him in the early stages. Human rabble, who killed my kin, come forth and meet your demise. The barbarian's gruff voice resonated through the thick walls, reaching every ear within the grand hall. Upon hearing this, Xia Yunqi's brows furrowed, her long sword humming softly at her back as she prepared to charge out of the hall to confront the madman. Yet, an invisible force, akin to a gentle silken thread, bound her lightly. Startled, she turned her head to see Yingchen slowly rising from the high platform, his tall figure resembling a drawn sword, its sharpness tempered yet impossible to ignore. Enough with the idle chatter. If you have the courage, come in. We await you here. Though Yingchen's voice was not loud, it bore an undeniable authority, echoing clearly throughout the hall. Outside, the barbarian was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal a gruesome grin, as if he had just heard the most amusing joke. Ha ha ha, splendid. It appears you have chosen your burial ground. In that case, I shall oblige you, using your insignificant human lives to catalyze this precious resurrection stone. No sooner had he finished speaking than the barbarian strode forward, accompanied by a throng of bloodless giants, charging into the hall with an intimidating presence. Yingchen's gaze was piercing as he observed the procession of bloodless giants led by the barbarian. The barbarian's large, bell-like eyes were immediately drawn to Yingchen, his expression freezing in astonishment. First stage? This human possesses only first stage strength? Is he merely a puppet sent forth to die? With such cultivation, he surely cannot be the leader of this group of humans. Countless doubts swirled in the barbarian's mind, soon overshadowed by a wave of brutal emotion. What does it matter? Today, none of the humans present shall escape. They shall all perish. You are the barbarian? Yingchen inquired, looking down from his elevated position. The barbarian raised his head, his crimson gaze fixed upon Yingchen, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Indeed, it is I. So, are you prepared to meet your end? Perhaps feeling that raising his head diminished his imposing stature, the barbarian's bloodline power surged, and his immense form gradually ascended, hovering in the center of the hall. Flying? Has the barbarian already broken through to the third stage? It seemed unlikely. Second stage strength, combined with certain special techniques, could allow for flight. Yet, even at the pinnacle of the second stage, he was still a formidable opponent, and the combined strength of the humans might not suffice to confront him. This is the end. We are truly doomed. Had we known, we should have scattered and fled. Now, look where we are, caught in a trap. A wave of unrest swept through the human ranks, the despair palpable. Seeing the barbarian hovering in midair, Xia Yunqi was unwilling to let the humans appear weak in spirit. Her flying sword shot forth with a swish, tracing a graceful arc in the air before settling firmly beneath her feet. With a light tap of her toes, she soared upward, standing defiantly against the barbarian. The barbarian grinned, revealing his jagged white teeth. Ah, it's you. I remember capturing you myself. So, do you believe you are now worthy to duel with me? Xia Yunqi bit her red lip. Let us find out. I, too, wish to see the prowess of the strongest youth of the bloodless giant clan. Yingchen looked at Xia Yunqi with an air of helplessness. Such arrogance. Does she not realize her own limitations? Is she truly going to her demise? He sighed, his mental energy unfurling like a tide, enveloping the entire hall. He confirmed that the vast majority of the bloodless giants had stepped onto this battlefield. The usually calm demeanor on his face now rippled with a hint of unease. Slowly, he raised his right hand, gently resting it over his chest, where the heart of the Grim Reaper resided. A peculiar vibration flowed from his fingertips, as if awakening a dormant power. Soul command. A deep voice resounded within the hall, each word imbued with undeniable authority. In an instant, an intangible wave of spiritual energy erupted from Yingchen, rapidly spreading like a spider's web, precisely connecting to every summoned undead. In the next moment, the flames of the souls within all the undead flickered violently, surging into Yingchen's body through that invisible connection. The soul flames danced as if bidding a final farewell. With the absence of the soul flames, the bodies of the undead began to dissipate like sandcastles swept away by the wind, gradually fading into nothingness. As the undead vanished, the power within Yingchen surged uncontrollably, as if it were an endless tide. From the initial second stage to the intermediate second stage, then to the advanced second stage, and finally to the third stage. His strength continued to swell. Yingchen could distinctly feel each of his cells rejoicing, yearning for greater power. Just as he sensed he was on the verge of losing control of this force, he abruptly halted. The barbarian and Xia Yunqi sensed the unusual phenomenon among the undead. Initially perplexed, they could not comprehend what was transpiring. Soon after, they felt an overwhelming sense of oppression erupting from Yingchen, akin to a dormant volcano suddenly erupting. Both instinctively turned their gazes towards Yingchen, their eyes brimming with astonishment. What just happened? With a mere thought, Yingchen transformed his soul power into an invisible hand, enveloping Xia Yunxi and forcefully hurling her backward. However, the strength was so immense that he could not precisely control it at this moment. Xia Yunxi had no time to resist, flung away by Yingchen's unmatched soul power, crashing against the rear wall of the hall with the force of a falling leaf. A muffled thud echoed, dust swirling in the air. Yingchen furrowed his brow, a flicker of remorse flashing in his eyes. He slowly stepped forward, traversing the void as if walking upon an unseen staircase. With each step, the space beneath him seemed to solidify, steadily supporting his form. Now, Yingchen's voice was deep and magnetic, each word resonating clearly in the barbarian's ears. Borrowing your own words, are you prepared to meet your end? Chapter 73, The Resurrection Stone. Before his words had fully dissipated, Yingchen unleashed a punch. This punch produced a piercing sonic boom. As if the very fabric of space were being torn asunder. Accompanied by a violent tremor, it was as though his tangible soul power struck the barbarian with devastating force. Crash! The barbarian's colossal form was sent hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The excruciating pain jolted him back to awareness, and his rage erupted like a volcano. With a furious roar, he attempted to rise and retaliate, but how could Yingchen, now possessing at least third-stage power, grant him such an opportunity? The bone spear coalesced in his hand as the spell of light and shadow was activated. 3 bone spears, each exceeding 2 meters in length, materialized out of thin air, emanating a chilling luminescence. With a swift motion of his arm, Yingchen sent the 3 spears flying in a triangular formation, their piercing sound slicing through the air as they forcefully impaled the ground, firmly pinning the savage creature in place, rendering it immobile. Once again, the power of Yingchen's soul surged forth. Reanimation of the dead. Outside the Grand Hall, the previously fallen giant of the Blood Tribe slowly rose, their hollow eye sockets flickering with an eerie green glow. They turned their aggression towards their erstwhile kin, launching a fierce onslaught. In an instant, cries of battle and screams of despair echoed throughout the hall. Thanks to the Blood Tribe for the sacrifice of the resurrection stones. Yingchen stated blandly, his finger lightly gesturing. The space around the savage's head suddenly solidified, and then, under the strain, it shattered piece by piece, along with the creature's head dissipating into the air. Congratulations to the host for slaying an elite-level target. Acquired attributes, Blood Body, S. Barbaric Charge, A. Innate Divine Strength, B. Barbaric Charge, a lock onto a target and charge at the enemy. The stronger the physique, the greater the force of the charge. Deep within the trial grounds, atop a towering mountain, a dazzling beam of light erupted, soaring into the clouds. Yingchen, who had just slain the savage, abruptly turned, his gaze locking onto the source of the radiance. He furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Lin Wei beside him, asking in a low voice, "Did you notice any unusual disturbances?" At that moment, Lin Wei was still enraptured by the breathtaking power Yingchen had just displayed, her mind unsettled. Suddenly hearing his inquiry, confusion clouded her exquisite features. Unusual disturbances? I didn't feel anything, she stammered, her voice quivering, clearly still in shock. Yingchen shook his head gently, choosing not to elaborate, yet a flicker of doubt passed through his profound gaze. Why was he able to perceive the fluctuations that even Lin Wei, a spatial mage, could not detect? Even more perplexing was the faint, indescribable yearning emanating from the long-dormant heart of death within him at that moment. Akin to parched earth yearning for the nourishing rain. What could it be? A vessel? Yingchen murmured softly to himself, his tone laced with undeniable anticipation. He waved his arm once more, and in midair, countless bone spears coalesced, glimmering with a cold light, precisely aimed at the second-tier Blood Tribe giants. The spears fell like rain, each piercing bringing forth a vibrant life to an end. The battle soon approached its conclusion. Although the first-tier Blood Tribe giants were numerous, they proved utterly feeble in the face of Yingchen's seemingly boundless reanimation of the dead. Those who had just fallen transformed into soulless husks in an instant, turning their weapons against their former comrades with relentless fury. You demon, you are utterly heartless. Humanity, your actions will surely invoke divine retribution. The Blood Tribe shall stand against you. This enmity cannot be forgiven. Accompanied by the desperate howls of the last few first-tier giants, this brutal conflict finally came to a close. Yingchen slowly descended upon the high platform, feeling the life force gathering above the altar. The rich vitality enveloped him, instilling a sense of nourishment within his being. Is it still not enough? Yingchen pondered inwardly. He waved his arm again. The reanimated giants, now devoid of purpose, charged like beasts catching a whiff of blood, furiously lunging at the alien captives bound to the ground. This time, it is finally sufficient. The entire altar trembled violently. The life force siphoned from the blood tribe giants coalesced above the altar, ultimately forming 3 palm-sized resurrection stones that radiated a soft glow. With a gentle beckon of his hand, an invisible force drew the 3 resurrection stones into his grasp. Resurrection stone, a special item that, when bound to any object, allows for resurrection upon death within the object's vicinity. Strength is diminished upon resurrection. This was the exceedingly rare resurrection stone, sought after by countless powerful beings among all races. As for the so-called diminished strength upon resurrection, it may pose an insurmountable obstacle for other races, as the loss of power is difficult to compensate. However, for humanity, as long as there were ample battles and monsters to hunt, lost strength could ultimately be regained. As the battle concluded, the human crowd emerged from their shock, their thoughts rushing back like a tidal wave. Heavens, was I imagining things? A youthful voice trembled as a young man rubbed his eyes vigorously, struggling to break free from the remnants of a dream. The second-tier savage was just annihilated by Yingchen. Another person's eyes widened in disbelief, their face etched with incredulity, their voice rising in pitch. This is simply impossible. Am I dreaming? How could Yingchen slay a savage so effortlessly? How strong is he? Could he be at the 3rd tier? A woman clad in a resplendent robe trembled, her lips quivering, filled with horror and confusion. It shouldn't be the 3rd tier. I suspect it might be some kind of powerful explosive skill. Did you notice? All the undead creatures he summoned have vanished. A slender man nearby stroked his chin thoughtfully, analyzing the situation. What explosive skill could grant a 1st-tier individual 3rd-tier power? I believe he was merely concealing his strength. A burly man countered with a deep voice, tinged with disdain. Regardless, our young generation of humanity has produced such a remarkable figure. Among the crowd, Fan Yinlai clenched his teeth, his fists tightly balled. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Yingchen and the 3 alluring resurrection stones in his grasp. Jealousy burned fiercely within him, almost consuming him whole. Everyone, allow me to speak. Chapter 74. It should not belong to any one individual. Fan Yinlai took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the hall. I believe that the acquisition of these resurrection stones by our race is indeed a momentous occasion. He paused, scanning the crowd before continuing. However, these resurrection stones should belong to our humanity collectively. At the very least, they should be shared among all who entered this trial ground. They should not belong to any one individual, no matter how powerful they may be. If it were not for humanity supporting him, could he have so easily obtained the resurrection stones? Fan Yinlia's words fell like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples of realization through the crowd. They awakened from their stupor, avarice slithering through their hearts like a venomous serpent. They began to murmur about Yingchen's monopolization of the 3 resurrection stones. Indeed, why should he alone possess all 3? A sharp voice echoed, laden with dissatisfaction. No matter how formidable he is, he relies on us, humanity. Without us, could he have acquired the resurrection stones so effortlessly? Another voice chimed in, dripping with envy. Exactly. These resurrection stones rightfully belong to all of us. A further voice arose, bearing a sense of entitlement. We should unite and compel him to relinquish the resurrection stones. A chilling tone resonated among the crowd, laced with a hint of manipulation. Various voices intertwined within the hall, forming a cacophony that bore down upon Yingchen. Ultimately, someone proposed a seemingly equitable solution. Yingchen has indeed rendered great service to humanity. He may keep 1 resurrection stone, but the other 2 must be surrendered, to be decided collectively. This suggestion garnered the approval of the majority. They nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with greedy yet hypocritical smiles, as if already envisioning the moment when the 2 resurrection stones would fall into their hands. Yingchen's pupils suddenly constricted, fury surging within him like a volcano. Did these wretches truly perceive him as a mere soft persimmon, easily manipulated? Little did they know, he had endured their antics for far too long. In his eyes, they were nothing but a collection of entries in a lexicon. Were it not for his fear of succumbing to his own bloodlust and becoming a madman, he would have long since lost his patience. With a frigid tone that resonated as if emerging from the depths of the abyss, he declared, since that is the case, those who believe this resurrection stone bears no relevance to them may depart at once. As his words fell, Yingchen's gaze swept across each individual present like a blade. Many were struck by the chill of his icy stare, a shiver racing down their spines as if death itself were watching, prompting them to bow their heads. After all, the remnants of his previous carnage still lingered. The hundreds of corpses of the blood giants sprawled across the ground served as irrefutable evidence. Within the grand hall, approximately half of the attendees fell into contemplation, weighing the pros and cons before choosing to silently retreat. Yingchen stood rooted in place, her exquisite visage betraying a tumult of emotions. At last, with a soft sigh, she gracefully moved, slowly making her way toward the exit. Though Ling Wei did not leave, she instinctively shifted a few steps back behind Yingchen, subtly indicating her stance. Yingchen remained patient, awaiting confirmation that no one else would depart. He then cast his gaze upon those who remained, their eyes still aglow with avarice. Fan Yinlai, convinced of his impending victory, wore a triumphant expression. He sneered inwardly. What does it matter how powerful you are, Yingchen? You annihilated the blood giants, yet here you stand, utterly at my mercy. Hand over the treasures you've nearly grasped. He stepped forward, his voice rising. Now, Yingchen, I implore you to relinquish 2 resurrection stones, to be decided upon collectively. Yingchen shot him a sidelong glance. A flicker of mockery dancing in his eyes. He raised a hand, flicking his fingers. 3 bone spears materialized from thin air, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, instantaneously impaling Fan Yinlai's skull. Fan Yinlai of the Flame Sect is dead. Yet, in a bizarre twist, the recently deceased Fan Yinlai, under the influence of the undead resurrection skill, slowly rose once more. His eyes vacant, devoid of expression, he trudged stiffly to stand behind Yingchen in eerie silence. Did he truly kill him? Yingchen dares to strike down a fellow human? Among the crowd, one man who had previously echoed Fan Yinlai's sentiments could no longer suppress his terror, and he shouted, Yingchen, do you even comprehend what you're doing? Fan Yinlai is one of us. Before he could finish, another bone spear appeared, pinning him to the ground. This abrupt turn of events plunged everyone present into profound shock. They no longer dared to raise their voices, whispering in hushed tones filled with fear. Yingchen is far too tyrannical. He kills without hesitation. Indeed, I mentioned earlier how impulsive he is. Though he may revel in his actions now, what awaits him from the major sects upon exiting? Let us not ponder what may happen to Yingchen outside. Preserving our own lives should take precedence. This harbinger of death may not hesitate to transform us all into undead. Yingchen's voice rang out again, piercing through the murmurs with chilling clarity. Now, does anyone still covet this resurrection stone? His tone was frigid, devoid of emotion. In that moment, the air seemed to solidify. Each person could feel the suffocating pressure emanating from Yingchen, a force that disregarded all, commanding life and death with an iron grip. Fear enveloped them like an invisible net, binding them tightly. He truly would not hesitate to slaughter them all. Resurrection stone, one individual trembled. His voice laced with a quaver of despair. We no longer desire it. It rightfully belongs to you. Indeed, had you not intervened to save our lives, we would surely have perished, another chimed in, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than tears. I remain here solely to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. How could I dare covet your resurrection stone? Yes, I share the same sentiment, a third person hastily added, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. Thank you for saving my life. I shall prepare a substantial reward in return. Yes, now that we've expressed our gratitude, I shall take my leave, another ventured cautiously. Stepping backward, a cold smirk crept across Yingchen's lips as he scoffed softly. Depart? Yingchen's voice was as frigid as before, echoing as if from the depths of the abyss. You claim to stay or go at your whim, since you've all acknowledged that I saved your lives. How about this? Each of you shall present a treasure as a token of gratitude. After all, you have been here in the trial grounds for so many days, surely, you haven't come away empty-handed. The crowd exchanged glances, their faces contorted in dismay. A sensation akin to being clawed by a cat gnawed at their insides. Yet they found themselves powerless to act. No one wished to relinquish the fortunes they had painstakingly acquired. However, no one dared to be the first to speak up. The 2 individuals behind Yingchen, who had just been resurrected, served as bloody reminders of the consequences of defiance. Seeing the gathering remain silent and motionless, Yingchen snapped his fingers lightly. His thoughts shifting, dozens of bone spears appeared, radiating a chilling light in the air. They hovered above the heads of the crowd, their tips glinting ominously. Pointed at each individual, the atmosphere grew thick with tension, suffocating in its weight. Finally, one person could no longer bear the oppressive pressure. Trembling, he stepped forward, retrieving a long knife from his backpack, hands shaking as he offered it to Yingchen. This is my offering for my life. Will it suffice? Yingchen's gaze swept over the blade. Heavy tang blade, gold skill power 20, strength 50, spirit 20. The wielder can unleash 10 slicing strikes each day, the intensity of which correlates with their strength attribute. Equipment requirement, strength 400. Yingchen accepted the long knife, his fingertips gliding over the blade's surface. The icy sensation sent waves of indescribable joy coursing through him. This knife resembled a tang sword, matching its length, yet its blade was more than double the width of a typical tang sword, heavy and commanding. Coupled with a significant skill enhancement, it was indeed a rare golden piece of equipment. Upon checking his strength attribute, Yingchen noted it was 230, insufficient to wield this blade. With a thought, he directly applied the divine strength attribute he had stolen from the wild man, doubling his strength to 460. Without hesitation, he equipped the heavy tang blade, replacing the nearly ornamental tang sword on his back. You are free now. You may leave. Yingchen's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. The man stared in astonishment as Yingchen actually equipped the long knife, his mouth agape in disbelief. He equipped it just like that? Others may not know, but he is acutely aware. That long knife requires 400 strength to wield. Even a raging warrior like him does not meet the requirement. How could a necromancer possibly equip it? This revelation only solidified his belief that Yingchen was no mere first-tier practitioner. He had to be at least a second-tier professional, for it was impossible to achieve 400 strength otherwise. Do you wish to linger further? Mo Yingchen's voice rang out again, laced with mockery. The man jolted, trembling all over. And no, I will leave immediately. He fled, as though granted a reprieve, terrified that lingering might tempt Yingchen to retain him. Immediately following, another individual stepped forward, cradling a fiery red fruit with utmost care, cautiously inquiring, "Is this acceptable?" The flame-patterned spirit fruit, which can enhance fire resistance by 10. Mo Yingchen did not even cast a glance at the fruit, merely gesturing dismissively with a slight wave of his hand. Above him, a bone spear floated, and one of its prongs descended like a flash of lightning. With a swoosh, it pierced through the man, nailing him to the ground. "Do you all think I am easily swayed?" Mo Yingchen's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. "Attempting to deceive me with such worthless trash?" The onlookers were struck with terror, their faces drained of color, no longer daring to entertain even the slightest hope. They promptly relinquished their thoughts of trickery and lined up obediently, presenting their most precious treasures to Mo Yingchen. The 7 apertures spirit stone, shimmering with radiant colors, exuded a refreshing aura that penetrated the very core of one's being, as if even the soul were being cleansed. This remarkable stone could indeed grant an additional first-tier skill slot, a truly rare treasure. Mo Yingchen felt a surge of delight within, carefully stowing it away. His gaze then fell upon an ancient tome. The Xiantian illustrated compendium, its cover crafted from an unknown beast's hide, emanated warmth to the touch, subtly pulsating with an extraordinary energy. Upon turning its pages, the runes flowed and danced, shrouded in mystery. This compendium could actually record a skill not exceeding the user's tier, and could be released once daily without cost. Would this not provide an additional formidable trump card? A glint of brilliance flickered in Mo Yingchen's eyes. The value of this Xiantian illustrated compendium was incalculable. On the altar, the crowd maintained an orderly fashion. Within a matter of minutes, everyone had paid their ransom. Leaving with mixed emotions, Mo Yingchen's gaze settled upon Ling Wei, who still stood quietly behind him. Her petite figure trembled gently in the breeze, akin to a leaf at the mercy of the wind. Mo Yingchen offered a faint smile, a hint of jest lacing his tone. "What? Are you planning to present me with a treasure as well?" Ling Wei was startled by his sudden words, her delicate frame shivering, her little head shaking vigorously. "And no." Her voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with nervousness. Mo Yingchen, upon witnessing her reaction, couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, the sound echoing across the vast altar. As his laughter subsided, his expression grew serious, his tone shifting to one of gravity. "I must take my leave." Ling Wei, upon hearing this, displayed a fleeting look of confusion upon her cherubic face, her voice tinged with reluctance. "Where are you going? Can I accompany you?" Mo Yingchen, somewhat exasperated, rubbed his temples. This girl, why was she so clingy? He patiently explained, "This trial ground is vast and filled with countless opportunities. What sense does it make for you to follow me around?" Ling Wei bit her lip, her voice softening. "But you are my benefactor." Mo Yingchen shook his head. "I merely aided you in passing. Besides, the moment you informed me about the resurrection stone, our debts were settled." Yet Ling Wei stubbornly insisted. "But I do not see it that way. The debt of saving a life is heavier than a mountain. How can it be repaid so easily with a mere piece of information?" Mo Yingchen sighed and continued to persuade her. "This opportunity to enter the trial ground is rare. Do you not desire to seek your own fortune and break through to the second tier soon?" Ling Wei fell silent at his words. She lowered her eyelids, her long lashes trembling slightly as if deep in thought. Indeed, her strength was far too inadequate. Even if she stayed by Mo Yingchen's side, she would merely be a burden, unable to assist him in any capacity. Instead, she would only hinder his progress. As this realization washed over her, a fierce unwillingness surged within Ling Wei. Chapter 76, The Path to Ascendancy. Mo Yingchen meticulously selected 3 items from the treasures he had just gathered. Each treasure held significant value, and for a spatial mage, they were invaluable. He thrust these 3 treasures into Ling Wei's hands all at once. Ling Wei was taken aback by this sudden gift, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. "This is far too precious. I cannot accept." She hurriedly declined, attempting to return the treasures to Mo Yingchen. However, he would not entertain her refusal, interrupting her protest. "Take them. These items hold little use for me, but in your hands, they can unleash their greater potential. Until we meet again." With that, Mo Yingchen did not linger. Departing with the multitude of undead that had risen through necromancy, moving towards the horizon, Ling Wei remained standing in place, dazed, tightly clutching the 3 softly glowing treasures. Her heart a tumult of emotions. In the direction that Mo Yingchen had sensed earlier, at the foot of an endless mountain, various races converged like a torrent. A bustling throng. Figures of dominant races such as the celestial, spirit, and mechanical clans appeared frequently. The strong, typically elusive, were gathered here, rendering this locale extraordinarily unusual. The path to ascendancy had been open for several days, yet no one had succeeded in reaching the summit, causing great anxiety among the onlookers. A man from the infernal clan, shrouded in swirling crimson-black mist, spoke with a low, impatient tone. "Indeed." A young girl from the spirit clan sighed softly, Her voice as clear and melodious as wind chimes, yet laced with a hint of helplessness. Her petite frame bore a pair of translucent wings that fluttered delicately, sparkling with flecks of light, were it not for the fact that the summit draws divine grace, enhancing the cultivation and comprehension speeds of everyone within a 10-kilometer radius tenfold for a month. Why would we endure this agonizing weight? A youth from the Celestial clan, clad in pristine white, exuding an ethereal aura, scoffed lightly, his expression haughty. These inept races are hardly worth a thought. Were it not for the suppression of our powers on this path to ascendancy, our clan's experts would have already reached the pinnacle, leaving no room for them to squander their time here. How true, the spirit girl nodded in agreement. This path to ascendancy seems particularly unfriendly to us celestials and spirits. Once we step upon it, our powers dwindle to a mere fraction of their potential. Otherwise, our clan's experts would have long since claimed the divine grace. Why would we still be waiting here? As far as I know, this path to ascendancy is an opportunity left behind by a powerful figure from the undead clan. An erudite member of the Stone clan remarked, his voice gravelly, as though his throat were filled with sand. In the 10 trials conducted, 8 have ended with the undead clan reaching the summit. As for the remaining 2, he paused, a tone of reverence creeping into his voice. Those instances were due to the emergence of extraordinary prodigies from other races, capable of overshadowing the current generation, seizing this monumental opportunity from the undead clan. This time, the undead clan seems to have lost their wits, uniting their entire race to unleash a calamity upon the living, targeting humanity directly. Another member of a different race interjected, confusion and disbelief evident in their voice. To forsake even the opportunity of the path to ascendancy is truly baffling. Perhaps there exists an irreconcilable grudge between the undead and the living that drives them to such extremes, someone speculated, their tones somber and grave. Just a few days ago, I ventured over to investigate and discovered that the undead had unearthed a burial ground from somewhere, resurrecting countless second-tier corpses. Although these revived corpses barely qualify as second-tier, their sheer numbers may prove overwhelming for humanity. A young girl from the Flower Language clan spoke heavily, as if she could already foresee the tragic fate awaiting humanity. At that moment, a woman from the Crystalline clan was suddenly hurled from the endless stairs of the path to ascendancy. She resembled a kite severed from its string, tracing an arc through the air before plummeting heavily to the ground, blood gushing uncontrollably from her mouth. Another climber met with failure, alas. A voice sighed, suffused with disappointment. It appeared that this time, the divine bestowal was ultimately beyond our reach. Truly pathetic. Another individual remarked disdainfully, their tone dripping with scorn and contempt. Upon overhearing their conversation, a fellow member of the Amethyst clan was instantly consumed with fury, his eyes wide and glaring at them. You too, mind your words. If you desire the divine blessing, why not venture forth yourselves? The opportunities at the summit are greater. Why don't you take the challenge? His voice boomed, resonating like thunder among the crowd. Besides possessing a foul mouth, I see no other talents in you. Waiting for handouts while engaging in idle chatter is utterly shameless. My group of prodigies is exerting every effort to contend for that divine gift, and yet you remain here, endlessly complaining. How unreasonable. A member of the Iron Arm clan, listening to the discussions of the crowd, could not help but inquire, what exactly is the opportunity to be gained from reaching the summit of the divine path? With so many experts vying to join, surely it cannot merely be for our benefit that they strive so desperately? The previously mentioned ethereal youth in white cast a glance at the Iron Arm youth, disdain evident in his voice. What is the matter? Do you wish to take on the challenge as well? I've heard that at the peak lies a throne. Sitting upon it grants one the power of the throne, enhancing one's soul strength tenfold. The Iron Arm clan, aware of their own limitations, disregarded the Celestial's mockery and pressed further. Only one person can reach the summit? The Celestial youth scoffed, too lazy to respond further. However, another giant turtle from the Beast clan kindly addressed the inquiry. Not at all. As long as one possesses strength and can pass through each trial on the steps, anyone can ascend to the summit and gain enhancement. There's no restriction on numbers. Just then, 2 other youths from different tribes plummeted from the heights, evidently having failed their challenge, and landed in a disheveled heap. Their bodies struck the ground with a dull thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Observing this, the surrounding tribes shook their heads in disappointment, their faces etched with despair and resignation. The divine path, indeed, is not so easily traversed, and the opportunity at the summit seems destined to elude them. Various murmurs, sighs, and curses intermingled, echoing around the foot of the mountain, persisting endlessly. Chapter 77, The Elf Clan's Reina. Yingchen, burdened by the weight of Xianzhong Tang Run, traversed the wilderness alone, a solitary figure amidst desolation. Indeed, he was utterly alone. Just half a day prior, he had barely triumphed over a mid-level second-tier beast after a fierce battle, at the cost of over 50 resurrected giants, who had now vanished forever from this realm. Following this, he sought a hidden place to securely bury all the awakened blood giants summoned through necromancy. As for whether he would have the chance to utilize these undead again in the future, he could not foresee. After all, restricted by his current first-tier strength, he could only resurrect first-tier corpses. Although the act of resurrection appeared grand, it lacked any second-tier power. In this perilous trial ground, Parading around with hundreds of first-tier undead was tantamount to courting death. Regarding his once proud summoned army, he could only lament. This occupational system truly deceives. Soul domination. Instantly absorb all summoned souls to enhance oneself, lasting for 30 minutes. Note: absorbed souls of summoned creatures enter a dormant state and can be summoned again only after 24 hours. Such a skill description would lead anyone to believe that the summoned creatures could be re-summoned after 24 hours to fight on their behalf. Indeed, after 24 hours, these summoned beings could be called forth again. As soon as Yingchen passed the 24-hour mark, he eagerly summoned Dali. How to put it, Dali was still that familiar figure, still gripping the soul-devouring bloodblade. However, the flame of its soul within the skull flickered faintly, akin to a candle's last embers, swaying precariously in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Not only could it not engage in battle, but even normal movement proved exceedingly arduous. After just a few steps, it stumbled and fell to the ground. Yingchen estimated that these summoned beings would require at least a week to gradually restore their peak condition. Moreover, the skill description failed to mention the life-threatening side effect of exhausting one's mental energy after use. At the moment the effect of soul domination faded, his mental energy receded like a tide, completely drained, leaving not a scrap behind. This sudden turn of events rendered him unable to cast even the most basic of skills. He surmised that this state of total mental exhaustion would likely last longer than the recovery time of his summons, at least 10 days to half a month. Currently, his meticulously nurtured summoned army would need 3 to 4 days to recuperate and regain their full combat power. Meanwhile, his depleted mental energy left him akin to a bird with clipped wings, unable to utilize any skills, requiring at least another week to gradually recover. He was, without a doubt, in the weakest condition he had ever experienced. Fortunately, he had successfully acquired that S-rank blood giant physique from the wild barbarian, granting him the astonishingly robust physique and indomitable defense of the blood giant clan. He barely managed to fight as a melee combatant. Otherwise, he would likely have sought a secluded place to lie low until he regained his peak condition before re-emerging. With utmost caution, Yingchen made his way toward the distant source of the disturbance. Suddenly, he felt a subtle shift in his senses. An arrow, carried by a gust of wind, shot toward him from afar, aiming directly at his position. The arrow flew swiftly, but it was not aimed at a vital point. Rather, it seemed more like a warning. Ultimately, the arrow embedded itself deeply into the ground, less than 20 centimeters in front of him, its feathers still quivering. Following the arrow's trajectory, a young elven maiden emerged from behind a mound, her beauty striking and features delicate. She offered Yingchen an apologetic smile, her voice clear and melodious. "I apologize, sir. I thought it was those pesky jackalmen." Jackalmen. Yingchen was not unfamiliar with this race. During his travels with Ling Wei, they had encountered and dealt with several of them. This tribe is notorious for their cunning and cruelty, relishing in the thrill of hunting and torturing their prey to death before feasting on their remains, employing exceptionally vile methods. Shooting arrows without discernment can easily lead to misunderstandings. He replied coolly, a hint of frost in his voice. Had the shadow stab still been present, that arrow would have pierced through the shadows, ending the elven maiden's life in an instant. "I sincerely apologize. We have been frequently attacked by jackalmen lately, and our nerves are highly frayed, leading to some overreactions." The elven maiden continued to apologize, her demeanor earnest. Yingchen waved his hand lightly. Since she had already apologized, he had no desire to prolong the matter. Furthermore, that arrow was indeed not aimed at him. As for missing the mark, upon noticing the elven maiden's characteristic pointed ears, he dismissed that thought. Every elf is inherently a master archer. Hitting a target 100 paces away is merely a basic skill for them, and the possibility of missing is non-existent. As for why he was so certain, in his past life, it was precisely a sharp blade that had pierced his heart, wielded by the elven princess he had redeemed from the slave market. Yingchen turned to leave, but the elven maiden hesitated slightly before speaking. "Sir, are you perhaps heading towards the divine path?" Yingchen paused, his brow furrowed. "The path to ascension?" His voice was deep and tinged with a hint of perplexity, as if he were savoring this unfamiliar term. The elven beauty, light as a feather, leaped gracefully down from the mound of earth, her figure enchanting. She halted a short distance in front of Yingchen. Her melodious voice, reminiscent of a mountain spring, rang clear. "I am Lena. Judging by the direction you are heading, you must also be on your way to the path to ascension, am I correct? Would you care to join us? It would be prudent to look out for one another, as this area is rife with danger and unrest." Yingchen pondered momentarily, then pointed in the direction from whence the mysterious energy had emanated. "Is the path to ascension in that direction?" He confirmed with Lena. A look of confusion crossed her face, and she gently nodded. "Are you not headed for the path to ascension?" A smile curled at the corners of Yingchen's lips. As the riddle in his mind unraveled, clarity dawning upon him, his voice held a hint of barely concealed joy. "Indeed, it is the path to ascension." Lena's face brightened with delight, her tone becoming more buoyant. "That is splendid. Let us journey together. I have many companions resting in the valley behind us." Yingchen nodded slightly and followed Lena into the valley. Chapter 78. My lord, do you still remember me? Upon entering the valley, Mo Yingchen's gaze swept over the companions Lena had mentioned, and a wave of astonishment surged within him. He beheld 7 or 8 individuals scattered in pairs under a shadowy refuge. He had assumed that Lena's companions would all be elves, yet before him was a team composed of 4 distinct races: elves, butterfly folk, dwarves, and wood spirits, each with their unique characteristics. Adding himself to the mix, this group encompassed the strength of 5 races. It was indeed a rarity to see such a diverse coalition in this land, known for its trials and tribulations among the races. This sight profoundly broadened Yingchen's horizons. Leaving him in awe, a dwarf sat upon the ground, diligently polishing his weapon, producing a soft swishing sound. Noticing Lena's return with Mo Yingchen, his gaze flicked over Mo Yingchen, his tone laced with mockery. Well, our beautiful Lena has brought back an outsider, but this one seems rather weak in spirit. Has he just stepped into the first tier? That shouldn't be. Surely, even a human couldn't be so inept as to send a novice to the trial grounds. Is he here to court death? Lena shot the dwarf a sidelong glance and turned to Yingchen to explain. This is Reborn. Pay him no mind. His tongue can be sharp, but his heart is good. He has aided us greatly along the way. The wood spirit, whose body resembled the ancient trees, slowly approached Yingchen, each step resonating with the earth's tremors. He extended a palm, rough as aged bark, the patterns on his hand etched with the passage of time. Greetings, I am Mumu. His voice was deep and slow, echoing like the whispers of an ancient forest. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please take care of me. Mo Yingchen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. This was the first time he had ever encountered a wood spirit in either of his lives. He reached out, clasping Mumu's sturdy hand, feeling its coarse texture, imbued with a faint woody fragrance. Hello, I am Mo Yingchen. I too hope for your kindness, he replied, his tone tinged with wonder. For the next 3 days, Mo Yingchen journeyed alongside this diverse team towards the path to ascension. Along the way, they faced several waves of attacks from the jackal men. Each battle deepening Mo Yingchen's understanding of his companion's abilities. Haha, little Mozu, your strength is quite unexpected, Reborn exclaimed, swinging 2 massive iron hammers, larger than his own body. Beside the mangled corpses of the jackal men, Mo Yingchen withdrew his heavy blade from a recently cleaved jackal man, the blade still glistening with dark crimson blood. He flicked the blade, shaking off the remnants, and replied to Reborn, You're no slouch yourself. Those hammers are taller than you. Yet you wield them with such ferocity that I fear I might be caught in your crossfire. Hey, little Mozu, how many times must I tell you? Reborn jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, exclaiming in exasperation. Do not jest about our dwarf stature. It is a taboo, do you understand? Before he could finish, a sharp arrow whizzed past, narrowly missing Reborn's scalp and embedding itself in the forehead of a jackal man that had attempted to ambush them. Focus on the battle. Do you have time to chat? Lena remarked, her longbow now drawn, a hint of impatience gracing her fair visage. Haha, fret not. I am acutely aware, Reborn grinned, charging towards another pair of jackal men, each step sending tremors through the ground. The skirmish concluded swiftly, and they gathered momentarily to recuperate. Lena's brow furrowed, her expression increasingly troubled. It seems we have caught the attention of these jackal men. In just a few days, we have faced 4 assaults. This cannot continue. Reborn, however, appeared nonchalant, sprawled on the ground, cleaning his bloodied hammers. What is there to fear? It's merely these worthless jackal men. The merrier for me to crush. They provide an excellent opportunity for practice. Yet, apart from Reborn, the others bore expressions of concern, their silence heavy with unspoken thoughts as they calculated the distance to their destination. After all, the vicinity of the path to ascension was teeming with skilled individuals. These jackal men, no matter how brash, would not dare to act recklessly there. Lena, like a vigilant leopard, suddenly turned, her longbow taut. An arrow aimed at a specific direction. Who is there? Step forward. Her voice rang out like ice striking jade, crisp and commanding. From the shadows, a figure emerged, hands raised high, as if in silent surrender. Mo Yingchen's pupils constricted slightly. It was him. This individual was familiar, having previously explained the situation when he was blocked by the portal. Do not make a move. I am merely passing through. Su Wen's voice trembled slightly. Lena remained on high alert. After all, having an assassin lurking nearby within their ranks hardly seemed coincidental. Su Wen then noticed Mo Yingchen, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. He hastily proclaimed, My lord, do you remember me? I am Su Wen, we met outside. Lena's gaze shifted to Mo Yingchen, laden with inquiry. Mo Yingchen nodded slightly, his voice low. Yes, I recall. Only then did the tension in Lena's body ease, her bow gradually lowering. Su Wen, as if finding a lifeline, rushed to Ming's side. My lord, it is truly a delight to see you. I thought I might not survive this area. Mo Yingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Not survive this area? Su Wen was an assassin. As long as he did not provoke trouble, his ability to survive should surpass that of the average person. What has transpired? Mo Yingchen inquired, curiosity lacing his tone. Su Wen first posed a question to Mo Yingchen. Are you headed for the path to ascension? Mo Yingchen nodded in silence. Su Wen took a deep breath, organizing his thoughts before continuing. I had also heard of the path to ascension's opening and intended to try my luck in that direction. However, a band of jackal men has sealed off this region, specifically hunting those of us seeking the path to ascension. Reedon snorted dismissively. Jackal men? Those worthless creatures can seal off an area? Suwon quickly waved his hands. No? It's not just the jackal men. There are also their masters, the jackal werewolves. At least 10 second-tier jackal werewolves are coordinating with the jackal men to hunt down individuals of various races. What? Reedon's voice abruptly escalated, disbelief etched across his face. Chapter 79. Now, no one has to escape. Mumu's lips moved, his voice dry. What shall we do now? Should we still proceed? Redding's chest heaved violently as he exhaled hot breaths through his nostrils, resembling a furious bull. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, Go? What a ridiculous notion. Isn't that just rushing headlong into certain death? Suwon, however, stood closely beside Yingchen, his gaze intense and imbued with a glimmer of hope as he spoke. I had almost given up, but now that I have met you, I believe you wouldn't deign to concern yourself with a mere dozen of second-tier foes, would you? Redding erupted into boisterous laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. Suwon is it? Little Mo indeed possesses extraordinary talent, matching my second-tier prowess despite being only first-tier. However, he lacks the ability to annihilate a dozen second-tier adversaries. Suwon's face clouded with confusion, his brows furrowing deeply. That shouldn't be the case. How could someone capable of a single strike against a mid-tier ghostly phantom fear a mere handful of ordinary second-tier foes? Yingchen gently shook his head at Suwon, signaling him to refrain from further speech. Suwon's perplexity deepened, yet he dared not voice his thoughts again. All he could do was cling tightly to Yingchen's robust support. Reina turned to Suwon, her voice icy. Thank you for the information. We need to deliberate on whether to proceed. With that, she summoned the other members of the team, forming a circle to engage in hushed discussions. What an absurdity. A dozen second-tier foes lying in wait in this area? What chance do we have of embarking on the path to godhood? A member of the Yao butterfly tribe spoke sharply, fear evident in his tone. Indeed, while the path to godhood offers great opportunities, life is far more precious. My apologies, Redding, but I shall not go. Another dwarf declared before turning away, resolute in his departure. Reina, I too will not proceed. I understand your reasons for needing to embark on the path to godhood, but I urge you to reconsider. Though you are second tier, one life is all we possess. A handsome elven man issued the same sentiment before also departing. After much deliberation, only Reina, Redding, Yingchen, and Suwon remained, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. Redding hesitated, turning to Reina, his voice low. Little Nana, may I ask why you were so intent on going there? Reina fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering her thoughts before slowly responding, her voice imbued with a barely perceptible tremor. There is an enemy of mine on the path to godhood. The one responsible for my father's death, a druid. I care not whether others join me. This time, I will risk my life to seek vengeance. As she reached the last words, her voice soared, each syllable like a dagger laced with profound hatred. Redding, half understanding, nodded and declared with fervor, all right. Then I shall accompany you. So what if there are a dozen second-tier foes? We are both second-tier, and with little Mo, whose strength rivals that of second-tier, we shall not be easily slain, even if we cannot defeat those wretched dogmen. Redding's voice brimmed with bravado, as if those dozen second-tier foes were nothing more than mere chaff in his eyes. Yingchen gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the situation within the summoning space. Less than a day remained until all summoned entities would return. Just as he was about to speak, Reina knocked another arrow, aiming at the horizon. Her voice tinged with bitterness. It seems we need not decide. They have arrived. On the distant hill, hundreds of dogmen approached, their eyes glowing a menacing crimson as they charged toward the four. Each one was first tier. Redding swallowed hard, his throat constricting as he stammered. Damn it. They are all first tier? How many have these dogmen devoured? The reason for the dogmen's fervent hunting was their ability to enhance their strength by consuming the bodies of their prey. It was said that within their own domain, powerful dogmen advanced by devouring their kin. The dogmen were closing in with alarming speed. Suwon cast a glance at Yingchen, who grimly uttered a single word, retreat. Before the words had settled, he seized Reina and dashed backward without a glance. Suwon blinked, exchanging a glance with Redding before both hurriedly followed in Yingchen's wake. Under the crumbling remnants of a dilapidated structure, Yingchen wielded his blade, felling the dogmen that approached to investigate. He glanced back, finding his companions battered and weary. Suwon took a hearty bite of jerky, chewing it as he mumbled, Do these dogmen not tire? Have they been pursuing us relentlessly? Reina felt a surge of regret. I am sorry, I have put you all in danger. Had it not been for me, we might have escaped with the others. Redding's voice was low and gruff. It is not your fault. Cursing, he added, if we manage to escape this time, I will wage war against the dogmen. I will slay every last one. Yingchen kept his gaze fixed ahead, silent, his mind continuously assessing the conditions within the summoning space. Reina continued, These dogmen are manageable. Even if we cannot kill them all, they cannot prevent our escape. But those werewolf men, during their frantic flight, whenever they engaged the dogmen, second-tier werewolves would swiftly arrive to provide support, often in numbers, causing them great distress. Even more puzzling was the intention behind the dogmen's relentless pursuit, seemingly herding them toward the ruins. Taking a moment to rest, Reyna took over Yingchen's watch, having grown aware that he had inexplicably lost all mental energy, rendering him reliant solely on his physical senses. A thunderous sound of pounding footsteps resonated from all directions, as if the very earth trembled beneath them. Yingchen sprang to his feet, scanning the surroundings, only to find dogmen converging from every direction. In front of them, numerous individuals from various races were desperately fleeing, evidently also driven toward this spot by the dogmen. The presence of over a dozen second-tier auras surged forward. The second-tier werewolves had gathered. Reyna's voice was tinged with bitterness. It appeared they intended to herd all the prey into this location to be dealt with collectively by the second-tier werewolves. Just as she spoke, Mumu, who had previously departed from their group, came running back, his voice dry and strained. Reyna, everyone else is dead. Before Reyna could respond, the multitude of fleeing individuals had already entered the ruins. They too realized there was no escape. All around them, they were surrounded by dogmen. There was nowhere left to run. Yingchen brandished his heavy blade, adopting a combat stance. Now, there was no need for anyone to flee. It was time to fight. With that, he charged straight at one of the werewolves. Chapter 80. The undead army finally appears. The heavy blade glimmered coldly in the dim light. And Yingchen inhaled deeply, the air thick with the stench of blood and dust, inducing nausea. Surrounding them, hundreds of dogmen surged forth like an unending tide. Their green eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light as they emitted low growls akin to demons from the abyss. Yingchen, wielding the heavy blade, surveyed his surroundings. Redding swung his double hammers with the force of thunder, crushing any approaching dogmen into a bloody pulp. He roared, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. Come on, you wretches. Let me show you the might of a dwarf. Yet, against overwhelming numbers, his body was adorned with wounds, blood soaking his garments. Reyna drew her bow taut, arrows whistling through the air, each one striking true at the vital points of the dogmen. However, against such overwhelming numbers, her efforts seemed but a drop in the ocean. Her fingers were raw, blood dripping from the bowstring, yet she gritted her teeth and continued firing. Mumu stood like a moving wall, his iron-like body defending against the dogmen's onslaught. He swung his massive fists, sending dogmen flying, but his own form was marred with countless wounds, his bark-like skin torn, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. The remaining 20 or so young individuals from various races were fiercely resisting, wielding swords, magic, or their bare fists in a desperate struggle against the gnoll-like beastmen. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. One by one, they succumbed to the blood-soaked ground. The battle raged with unprecedented ferocity, as lives were extinguished with every heartbeat, blood splattering with each passing second. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and the ground was littered with dismembered limbs, a scene too horrendous to behold. Ha ha ha! A second-tier gnoll howled with a piercing laugh, perched high above, surveying the struggling masses below with eyes glinting with mockery and cruelty. Pitiful races, your struggles are utterly futile. Surrender and become our sustenance. Ha! Redding spat a mouthful of blood, yet he stood defiantly, propping himself up with his dual hammers. You wish to feast on us? First, you must inquire whether my hammers consent. Overconfident. The second-tier gnoll snorted dismissively, its form blurring as it instantaneously appeared before Redding, striking him with a claw that sent him hurtling through the air. Redding crashed to the ground, his hammers clattering away, and as he attempted to rise, he found himself unable to do so. Redding. Reyna's eyes widened with rage as she yearned to rush to his aid, but she was ensnared by more gnolls. Unable to break free, her eyes turned crimson, an aura of fury radiating from her being. Ha ha ha! Feel your anger. Embrace your despair. This is your fate. The second-tier gnoll cackled triumphantly, relishing the struggles and despair of its prey on the brink of death. With utmost effort, Mumu utilized the last remnants of strength to hurl a gnoll attacking Reyna away, only to be overwhelmed by a horde of gnolls. Mumu! Reyna cried out in despair, her arrows depleted, helplessly watching as Mumu fell, torn apart by the gnolls. In the blink of an eye, only Yingchen and Reyna remained, desperately holding their ground. Ha ha ha! How much longer can you two endure? The second-tier gnoll taunted, as if savoring a splendid performance. Submit and become our meal. Consider it an honor. Dream on. Reyna gritted her teeth. Her vengeance remained unfulfilled. She could not perish here. You will pay for your insolence. The second-tier gnoll's eyes glimmered with malice, vanishing from sight only to reappear before Reyna, wielding a spiked club that came crashing down. Reyna gasped, her body propelled backward as if severed from its tether. She strained to twist her form in midair, but was unable to evade that lethal strike entirely. She landed with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. Struggling to rise, her body felt as heavy as lead, each attempt ending in failure. Exhausted, even the basic act of standing had become a luxury beyond her reach. Despair spread like a plague among their ranks, the shadow of death mercilessly enveloping each soul. The surrounding gnolls had encircled them, bearing sharp teeth, drooling with a sickening drip as they awaited their master's command. They resembled ravenous beasts, poised to pounce at the behest of their powerful gnoll leader, ready to rend their prey into shreds and revel in the ensuing carnage. Cough, cough. This is it, Redding thought, violently coughing, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. His voice laced with despair and defiance. Reyna slowly closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her heart brimmed with regret and resentment, realizing that her unfulfilled quest for vengeance might never come to fruition. Yet, Suwen's eyes still sparkled with a flicker of hope as he cast his gaze towards Yingchen. This enigmatic figure had been engaged in close combat with a long knife since the battle began. But from Suwen's understanding, this individual was a formidable necromancer. Were not necromancers most adept at handling such overwhelming odds? Where was the seemingly boundless army of the undead? What had gone awry? The only one still standing. Yingchen coldly regarded the encroaching gnolls. Simultaneously, he probed the summoning space with fervent intent, sensing the state of the undead within. Almost there. Just a moment longer. As the gnolls closed in, ready to commence their brutal slaughter, a spark of joy ignited in Yingchen's eyes. Finally, the summoning command was issued in an instant. The next moment, a shadow flitted by, weaving among the gnolls surrounding Redding and Reyna. Wherever it passed, the gnolls fell like harvested wheat, utterly powerless to resist. Phantom Strike, the first to emerge. Following closely was a towering skeletal warrior, wielding a blood-red enchanted blade. Materializing beside Yingchen, it radiated an intense aura of death, the crimson blade shimmering with an eerie light. Mighty Strike. The moment it appeared, it charged directly at a second-tier gnoll, executing a simple yet devastating slash. The blood-red blade whistled through the air, cleaving the gnoll in half before it could even utter a scream, blood and entrails spilling forth. The second-tier gnoll was slain. Soon after, the figures of Eagle Eye, Blood Demon, and Iron Guardian materialized. Then, a multitude of skeletal warriors, wraiths, and skeletal archers surged forth, flooding the battlefield like a relentless tide. Yingchen's army of the undead had finally completed the soulfire summoning, arriving just in the nick of time. Pointing his long knife, Yingchen's cold voice echoed like a death knell. Kill. The undead army surged forth, as if a dam had burst, rushing towards the gnolls. At the forefront, the skeletal warrior wielded the blood-red blade like an unyielding meat grinder, crashing into the enemy ranks. Wherever the blood-red blade passed, the gnolls were severed in half, limbs and blood flying in all directions. Behind it, the skeletal warriors followed suit, wielding bone blades and mercilessly reaping lives. On another front, the Iron Guardian stood like an indomitable fortress, staunchly blocking the gnolls' advance. Though its rock shield bore cracks, it remained steadfast, providing solid protection for the undead army behind it. Each gnoll attack was met with a firm block, the flames of vengeance fueling its strength, each counterstrike exacting a heavy toll on the gnolls. In midair, Phantom Strike darted like a specter among the gnolls, each flicker accompanied by a spray of blood. The hellish dagger, akin to the Grim Reaper's scythe, ruthlessly harvested lives. The gnolls were unable to catch a glimpse of its form, only able to watch helplessly as their companions fell one by one, fear quickly spreading through their ranks. Eagle Eye, standing at a distance, unleashed arrows that flew true, piercing the throats of each gnoll with pinpoint accuracy. The splitting light technique transformed each arrow into 3 shimmering projectiles, leaving the enemy defenseless. The Blood Demon transformed into a monstrous tank on the battlefield, its claws and fangs a nightmare for the gnolls. Gnolls bitten by it not only suffered grievous wounds, but quickly weakened, ultimately becoming sustenance for the Blood Demon. The skeletal archers and wraiths joined the fray, their arrows and wails causing chaos among the gnolls. Under the relentless assault of the powerful undead, even the second-tier gnolls could not stir a ripple. The entire battlefield had devolved into a one-sided massacre. Layden stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide as he beheld the scene before him. He had never witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle. The once ferocious gnoll warriors now resembled lambs to the slaughter before the relentless onslaught of the undead army, utterly defenseless. He even questioned whether he was dreaming. Rena's eyes brimmed with shock and disbelief. She had anticipated her imminent demise, yet she was astonished to discover that Yingchen concealed such a formidable army of the undead. The despair in her heart was dispelled by the light of hope, replaced by an ardent desire for life. Is this truly a necromancer? Mumu pondered aloud. Wasn't it said that necromancers are merely a basic profession among humans? Why does it feel as though he surpasses even those with hidden classes? Leiden's voice trembled as he turned to Mumu, seeking a plausible explanation. Mumu, equally astounded by the spectacle, murmured, I don't know. I've never seen such a powerful human necromancer. Only Suwen's eyes sparkled with excitement, for he had long recognized Yingchen's might. He silently rejoiced, grateful that he had not chosen to flee even in the direst of times. With such a powerful figure by his side, how could he worry about missing opportunities in this trial ground? As the undead army launched their frenzied assault, the gnolls and their wolf counterparts swiftly crumbled. They howled in agony, desperately attempting to flee this land of death, but all was in vain. The undead army reaped their lives mercilessly, sending them to the depths of hell. The outcome of this battle had been determined from the very beginning. It was a slaughter, a unilateral massacre. Yingchen's undead army obliterated all resistance with overwhelming force. As the dust settled, silence enveloped the battlefield. Dali strode heavily across the field, his Soul Eater blade glinting with a ghostly red light as he sought out any gnolls still clinging to life, delivering fatal blows one by one. Meanwhile, Yingchen, flanked by the undead army, approached Rina with measured steps. A hint of apology crossed his features as he spoke in a subdued tone. I apologize. I was unable to summon the undead army earlier due to a slight issue with my body. Thankfully, I recovered just in time. He extended his hand toward Rina, palm up, awaiting her response. Rina gazed at Yingchen's outstretched hand, its long, strong fingers radiating a reassuring warmth. After a moment's hesitation, she gently placed her slightly cold hand upon his. Yingchen felt the soft touch through his palm and, with a slight pull, lifted her to her feet. Hey, little Mo, your eyes are only for Rina, completely disregarding your older brother's plight. Leiden's gruff voice shattered the delicate atmosphere between them, laced with exaggerated complaint. Yingchen's lips curled into a faint smile as a thought crossed his mind. The gaunt zombie blood demon, reeking of gnoll blood and exuding a pungent stench, awkwardly approached Leiden. With a terrifying shriek from Leiden, the blood demon extended its cold, stiff arm and forcibly propped him up. The overwhelming scent of blood flooded Leiden's nostrils, causing his stomach to churn violently, and he could not help but retch. This comical scene prompted laughter from both Yingchen and Rina, their bright laughter echoing through the valley. The joy of surviving a near-death experience permeated the air. The other survivors were gradually helped to their feet. Suwen strode confidently toward Leiden, hands on his hips, wearing a self-satisfied expression. What did I tell you before? He teased, his voice tinged with mockery. Did I not inform you that Yingchen was a hidden powerhouse? A mere second-tier gnoll is nothing in his eyes. You were quite the talker earlier. Why the silence now? Haha. Suwen laughed heartily, as if releasing pent-up frustration. Leiden scratched the back of his head awkwardly, an unusual flush of embarrassment crossing his rugged features. Unsure of how to respond, he could only grin sheepishly along with Suwen. Chapter 82. Do humans also wish to ascend the mountain? Mumu, the wood spirit with unique restorative magic, was casting spells. A gentle green light radiated from him, sweeping over the others like a spring breeze, swiftly healing their wounds. Yingchen observed quietly. Once the other's injury stabilized, he slowly rose, his voice deep and steady. Time is of the essence. We must set out. Rina exchanged a glance with Leiden, both sharing a flicker of relief in their eyes. All right, let's go, Rina replied briskly, turning to Yingchen with a teasing tone. With you as our sturdy pillar, the road ahead should be smooth sailing. Leiden then directed his gaze toward the vast undead army behind Yingchen, exclaiming dramatically, just look at this spectacle. What danger could possibly impede us? Not even a third-tier foe would dare to stand against us. He paused and added, no, what we should be concerned about are those scattered gnolls and werewolves. They had best pray not to cross paths with my brother, or they will surely become part of the undead army. Leiden's words elicited hearty laughter from the group, creating an atmosphere of lightheartedness and joy. They followed Yingchen's lead, resolutely marching toward the path of ascension. A previously unknown sense of security began to spread within their hearts. Yingchen walked at the forefront, his gaze fixed on the distant, towering peak that pierced the clouds. This mountain was their destination, the path of ascension. An inexplicable thrill surged within him as he contemplated, what secrets does this path of ascension hold? What could possibly entice even the heart of death? At the foot of the path of ascension, beings from various races surged like a tide, an unending stream. Many had even erected makeshift tents, quietly awaiting the arrival of the divine blessing foretold in legends. The allure of tenfold cultivation and comprehension speeds was simply irresistible. Even though only a little over a month remained in the trial ground, it was enough to draw countless individuals. Such a tenfold enhancement. Numerous individuals, aware of their own inadequacies and unwilling to risk venturing out for opportunities, chose instead to wait here until the very last moment. After all, aside from the yet-to-be-unveiled trial tower in the center of the trial ground, this was the most accessible place to seize opportunities. Yingchen led the group to the foot of the mountain, having dismissed the undead army to avoid drawing too much attention. Over the past few days, his mental acuity had indeed returned to its previous state. As he surveyed the crowd gathered at the mountain's base, a wave of astonishment washed over him. Here, at least 100 different races mingled, each with their own unique forms, bizarre and enchanting. Even the celestial race, widely regarded as the strongest among all realms, made an appearance. Yingchen turned to the group and said, let us part ways here. He pointed toward the cloud-piercing summit and spoke with a steady tone. I need to ascend the mountain to discern what lies hidden above. The others nodded in agreement, for their purpose in this journey was to partake of the divine blessing, and they would not foolishly challenge the path of ascension. Yingchen's gaze lingered on Rina, a flicker of hesitation crossing his features. Finally, he spoke. Do you truly not wish for my assistance in avenging you? Rina's eyes sparkled with unwavering determination as she replied, her tone resolute. You have saved me once. My vengeance is a burden I wish to bear myself. Upon finishing her statement, a radiant smile blossomed upon her face. Inviting you to accompany me beneath that hill was perhaps the wisest decision of my life. Reading stepped forward with a broad grin, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Perhaps the most prudent decision I have ever made in my life was that day when I managed to keep my breath from being too foul, preventing the departure of the young Mosey. Yingchen's lips curved slightly, sketching a faint smile as he uttered a simple farewell. Take care. He then turned, not glancing back, and walked towards the foot of the mountain. Before him lay what appeared to be an endless staircase, extending until it vanished from sight. Humans? A voice of astonishment broke the brief tranquility at the mountain's base, cutting through the air. The speaker, tall and with skin tinged a dark crimson, wore a pair of curved horns upon his head, signifying his demonic lineage. His tone was laced with unabashed surprise. How dare the humans tread upon this ground? Were they not driven into seclusion by the calamity of the undead? Another voice chimed in, dripping with cold mockery. Yingchen turned towards the sound, and a slender figure, almost translucent with pallid skin, emerged from the shadows. It was a member of the Shadow Clan. Who knows? The shadowy figure's thin voice echoed through the valley, sending a shiver down the spine. A feeble race, unworthy of being prey, dares to aspire to the path of divinity? He chuckled disdainfully, his tone steeped in contempt. What utter hubris! On the opposite side, a woman clad in a flowing emerald gown, delicate wings of gossamer sprouting from her back, parted her crimson lips. Her voice rang like wind chimes, yet carried an unmistakable air of disdain. Are you truly intent on attempting the ascent? She fluttered her wings lightly, her form wavering as though she might dissolve into the surrounding air and vanish. The path to divinity is not one to be tread by such a frail race. What followed was a chorus of laughter, a deluge of ridicule pouring in from all directions. Indeed, the early-stage practitioners of the human race have always been the weakest across all realms, and they dare to dream of scaling the divine path. Did you not notice? He thinks he can ascend at merely the first tier. What a delusion. In my view, he won't even survive the first trial, crushed under the pressure from above. Ha ha. Well said, human boy. I advise you to return and spare yourself the embarrassment. The relentless mockery from the other races did not elicit any visible reaction from Yingchen, who remained composed and unfazed. However, he keenly seized upon a term uttered by the others, a piece of information that now held his utmost interest. Calamity of the undead? Yingchen's gaze fell upon the demon who had spoken earlier, his voice low and measured. What did you mean when you said that the human race is trapped at Tianxiong Mountain by the calamity of the undead? The demon youth paused, seemingly taken aback by Yingchen's sudden inquiry, before a smirk of amusement spread across his face. Ah, so you remain in the dark, he replied, his tone tinged with schadenfreude. The humans have no inkling of why they have drawn the ire of the undead, who have united to unleash a calamity upon you, forcing your retreat. Now, you cling to the geography of Tianxiong Mountain for dear life, and I estimate that your reprieve will not last long, as the undead are gathering thousands of second-tier resurrected corpses to converge upon Tianxiong Mountain. The demon youth, Xueling Sha, scrutinized Yingchen with a derisive smile gracing his lips. Chapter 83, The Past Revisited. If I were you, I would hastily find a place to hide until the trial concludes. Perhaps then you might have a chance at preserving your life. Yingchen appeared contemplative, nodding lightly as if he found merit in Xueling Sha's words. Very well, thank you. I understand. No sooner had he spoken than he flicked his wrist, and 3 ghastly bone spears materialized, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed straight at Xueling Sha. The bone spears flew with extraordinary speed, catching Xueling Sha completely off guard, and struck him fiercely. The tremendous force sent him staggering backward, a jolt of pain erupting in his chest as he coughed up a spray of blood, which arced dramatically through the air. This is your initial reprimand for your mockery. Yingchen's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. After delivering his words, he disregarded the onlookers and turned to ascend the staircase, his figure gradually fading from their sight. At the foot of the mountain, Xueling Sha, wounded by the bone spear, wore an expression of shock. His gaze fixed upon the direction in which Yingchen had disappeared, disbelief etched across his features. How could he, merely at the first tier, possess such formidable strength? Clutching his chest, his voice trembled, as if still struggling to comprehend the recent shock. Thud, thud. 2 dull thuds resonated from above, 2 figures tumbling clumsily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. This sudden turn of events once again captured the attention of the crowd, sparking a flurry of chatter. How many have failed today? A voice queried with curiosity. Is this the 7th? Another responded with a hint of exasperation. These individuals are truly lacking in capability. Why insist on recklessly charging upward? Is the reward at the summit so enticing? Indeed, we exhibit self-awareness by remaining below, awaiting divine grace, rather than risking ourselves in futile attempts. A voice chimed in, brimming with pride. They've all sustained grievous injuries, and the remainder of the trial will be spent recovering. Now, among those still attempting the ascent, who do you think has the best chance of reaching the summit first? A voice suddenly posed, redirecting the conversation. Surely it must be the Hellfire Clan's Motian. Someone replied immediately. He has been up there for 2 days now and has yet to return. He should be the one enduring the longest. The dragon, Long Yao, from the Demon Clan, also stands a good chance. His physical prowess is unmatched, and he too might reach the summit. At that moment, Reina, reading, and Suwen gazed into the distance, watching where Yingchen had vanished. Do you think little Mosey can reach the summit? Reading inquired with a hint of doubt. I have no doubt he will reach the summit, Reina asserted confidently. His strength is of such caliber that if he cannot ascend, then I fear no one in this trial can succeed. But I wonder if he can be the first to reach the summit before anyone else. Suwen stated resolutely. I believe in our champion. Reaching the summit is inevitable, and being the first is entirely plausible. Let us wait and see. He had become a steadfast supporter of Yingchen. As Yingchen's foot touched the first tier of the staircase, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him, as if a mountainous weight were bearing down from all sides, threatening to crush him into dust. He inhaled deeply, feeling the flow of blood within him surge, a testament to the formidable constitution bestowed by his blood of the wasteland. His muscles tensed, and his bones creaked subtly as every cell in his body resisted the sudden, oppressive force. Moments later, he began to acclimate to the pressure, a slight tremor coursing through his body. Sweat trickled down his cheeks, splattering onto the stone steps with a soft patter. He lifted his foot, stepping onto the second tier. The pressure intensified sharply, akin to an invisible hand gripping his heart, making each breath a struggle. With each subsequent step upward, the pressure escalated exponentially, seemingly inexhaustible. He gritted his teeth, his expression composed, each step laborious yet remarkably steady. The stone steps beneath him seemed to possess an arcane power. With every footfall, a strange energy surged into his body, washing over his limbs. He could distinctly feel his body undergoing subtle transformations under the influence of this energy. His muscles tightened further, his bones grew more resilient, and even his mental acuity sharpened. This path to divinity was indeed deserving of its renown. However, a question nagged at Yingchen. If it were merely the pressure, surely many physically robust races would find traversing these steps a trivial challenge. With this perplexity in mind, he pressed onward, his physique continually enhancing as he resisted the unending pressure. Yingchen could not quantify how much stronger he had become, but he estimated that his strength had more than doubled. As he ascended a staircase that appeared no different from those before, a sudden clarity enveloped him, revealing a platform constructed of bones. Yingchen stepped onto it, and the oppressive weight he had felt moments before vanished instantaneously. A thunderous sound resonated from the opposite side of the platform. A wild boar charged forth, followed closely by a swift hare, a slime, a stone golem, Inglai, Zhao, and Count Dracula. Every adversary Yingchen had encountered in his previous battles materialized before him all at once. Was this an illusion? Yingchen pondered. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Huangman unleashed his savage charge, barreling towards Yingchen. The sensation of space being constricted led Yingchen to realize that this was likely not merely an illusion. What kind of illusion could confine space? Activating the flicker skill bestowed by his cloak, he narrowly evaded Huangman's assault. Yingchen summoned forth his army of the undead, plunging into battle against the multitude of foes. Dali, with his imposing figure, brandished the soul-biting bloodblade, which shimmered with a crimson glow and wafted a thick scent of blood, aiming a powerful strike at Huangman. Unfazed, Huangman met the blow with his bare fists, his iron hands glinting with a metallic sheen, as if forged from steel. Clang! A deafening crash echoed as the soul-biting bloodblade collided with Huangman's iron fists, sparks flying. Neither combatant yielded an inch. Clearly, in terms of raw strength, Dali was not inferior to Huangman. Yet, in a swift motion, Huangman closed the distance. His right fist clenched tight, slicing through the air as it hurtled towards Dali's chest. Dali raised the soul-biting bloodblade to defend against the ferocious strike. Bang! Another thundering sound reverberated as Dali was sent sprawling backward. Instantly regaining his footing, he lunged forward and struck Huangman with his blade. Clang! The sound of metal scraping against metal pierced the air. Dali's blade struck Huangman's tough hide, merely grazing the surface and leaving a shallow wound. Failing to penetrate deeper, Yingchen's eyes brightened at the sight. He could inflict damage. This meant there was hope for victory. Chapter 84. It was inconceivable for a human to possess such prowess. The last time he faced this formidable Huangman, he had resorted to the soul domination skill, a trump card, to vanquish him. This time, however, Yingchen was reluctant to invoke that skill due to its severe side effects. He quickly recalibrated his strategy, mentally commanding Dali to adopt a more tactical approach and engage Huangman in guerrilla warfare. The other foes, in the face of the overwhelming army of the undead, were mere trifles, easily dispatched. The only true threat that could impose life and death pressure on Yingchen was this powerful Huangman. If he could wait for the undead legion to clear away the lesser foes, he could then assist Dali in overwhelming Huangman, tipping the scales of victory in his favor. Yingchen fixated on the battlefield, calculating his next move. With the lesser foes eliminated, he waved his sleeve, The undead army surged forth like a relentless tide, encircling Huang Man in a concerted assault. Are you not incredibly powerful? Yingchen mused coldly to himself, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Have you not reached the pinnacle of the second tier? A glint of mockery sparkled in his gaze. Come, let me see if you can withstand the relentless onslaught of my undead army. The battle unfolded without any extravagant techniques, stark in its brutality. The Iron Guardian stood resolutely nearby, shield raised, ever prepared. Its E-rank passive taunt function acted like a magnet, drawing Huang Man's attacks at critical moments. Each time Huang Man launched an assault, the Iron Guardian would brace itself with its shield, producing a dull thud. Dolly and Phantom Stab seized these opportunities, darting forward to unleash their full might in a strike. The blades sliced through the air, leaving a chilling whistle in its wake. They then quickly withdrew to a safe distance, biding their time for the next chance. The skeletal warriors, undeterred by death, surrounded Huang Man, launching themselves in suicidal attacks. Their bones shattered upon impact, producing a sound that grated on the nerves, yet none faltered. The skeletal archers unleashed a relentless barrage of bone arrows, raining down like a ceaseless storm. As for the damage amplification, Dolly had long since activated his battle-boosting skills, maximizing the undead army's combat capabilities. Yingchen rubbed his throbbing temples, veins bulging on his forehead. For an entire half-day, he had functioned like an unrelenting machine, repetitively summoning skeletal warriors and reinforcing damage amplification skills. The incessant casting had nearly drained his mental energy, each invocation accompanied by waves of dizziness. He had lost count of how many times he had cast his skills, his mind now a chaotic blur. Fortunately, this was merely a trial. Yingchen chuckled bitterly. If this were the true Huang Man, how could he be entangled for such an extended period under such unfavorable conditions? He would have fled long ago. At that moment, Dolly swung the soul-biting blood blade in a crimson arc, delivering a powerful strike. Huang Man's already battered and grotesque head soared into the air with a roar of defiance. His massive form crashed to the ground. Like the enemies before him, Huang Man's body swiftly dissolved into shimmering motes of light, vanishing into the air. Simultaneously, from beneath the mountains, a melodious bell toll resounded, echoing across the heavens and the earth. When the bell rang, its clear and lingering chime seemed to summon echoes from ancient times. At the foot of the mountain, numerous onlookers from various races lifted their heads, gazing towards the summit, their faces alight with astonishment. A cacophony of discussions erupted, bubbling like boiling water. The bell tolled. Had someone reached the midway point? Who among today's entrants had succeeded? Do you think he can maintain his momentum and reach the peak? Speculations rose and fell like a boiling pot. Today, I believe only one human has ascended. Could it possibly be him? Blood Spirit Shah furrowed his brow at the words, a disdainful snort escaping his nose, his lips curling into a derisive arc. How could it possibly be that human? He is merely of the first tier. Even if his combat power rivals that of the second tier, he could not ascend to the midway point so swiftly. He paused, his tone dripping with contempt. Moreover, this human is despicable and shameless. At the last moment before the ascent, he suddenly launched a sneak attack on me, and then swiftly fled into the path of ascendance. He shook his head, thinking that a person with such a character and disposition did not deserve to possess such strength to traverse the path of ascendance so quickly. Blood Spirit Shah's words were firm and resolute, as if he had sealed the matter. Yet the others around him exchanged glances, seemingly not entirely in agreement with his assessment. However, in recent days, the number of those attempting to ascend the mountain had dwindled within an entire day. Only that one human had entered. Who else could it be? A voice weakly emerged, laced with doubt. Oh dear, could it be that this human lad has the potential to break the human race's record set in almost a century, becoming the next to reach the summit after the legendary sword Immortal? Another voice exclaimed, filled with disbelief. Blood Spirit Shah's expression darkened. As he listened to the myriad discussions around him, a flicker of doubt began to creep into his previously unwavering conviction. Could it truly be that this human was not as insignificant as he had thought? A sense of agitation welled up within him. Just then, a member of the goblin race, waddled over with his short legs, approaching Blood Spirit Shah with a sycophantic smile plastered on his face, his voice sharp and grating. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share. After that human entered, I spotted someone from the Shadow clan, darting in like a specter. Ball whispered conspiratorially. However, he utilized the unique shadow teleportation of his clan to enter directly, a detail that perhaps many of you may have overlooked. It was merely by chance that I noticed a fleeting glimmer, which led to this revelation. Upon hearing these words, Blood Spirit Shah felt a wave of relief wash over him, as if the weight that had been pressing upon his heart had finally been lifted, and he exhaled deeply. A triumphant expression reappeared on his face as his gaze swept over the crowd. You see, I told you it could never be the waste of the human race. His voice rang out, imbued with a note of boastfulness. If humanity possessed such prowess, would they be relegated to a defensive posture, like a turtle retreating into its shell, under the pressure of countless races in the myriad realms? The surrounding onlookers, upon hearing the words of Baylor and Blood Spirit Shah, exhibited expressions of dawning comprehension. So it is. It seems that indeed, it was one of the Shadow Clan who entered. But this individual is truly formidable, managing to traverse half the journey in such a short span of time. A voice amidst the crowd spoke with a hint of awe. Chapter 85. Can these discarded obsessions tempt me? The Shadow Clan, which had long concealed itself in the shadows, could no longer suppress its inner pride, and a sinister chuckle echoed forth. Hee, the one inside is Lord Nightshade of my Shadow Clan. You foolish mortals are quite laughable to think that the previous bell tolls were meant for the human race. The voice dripped with sarcasm and disdain. Do they deserve it? That bell toll was undoubtedly in honor of our Lord Nightshade. The words of the Shadow Clan reverberated through the air, carrying an eerie aura. A celestial maiden clad in resplendent robes stood silently to the side, absorbing the entire scene. Having heard enough of these endless speculations, she gently waved her sleeve, and a refreshing breeze swept through, imbued with a hint of chill. It was merely a bell toll. Why all the fuss? It has sounded before, has it not? Whenever someone reaches the pinnacle, the bell tolls thrice. You may speculate then, if you wish. In the latter half of this ascent to divinity, the path would directly conjure illusions from the climber's life, shaped by their most profound obsessions, making it exceedingly challenging to navigate. Before him, the staircase re-emerged, stretching endlessly as if it were a path that would never conclude. Yingchen gazed upward, the staircase towering into the clouds, as if it sought to pierce the heavens. He inhaled deeply and resolutely stepped forward once more. Would this trial, like the previous one, merely impose gravity? If that were the case, it would indeed be rather dull. No sooner had he spoken than an intangible spiritual pressure surged forth upon his feet, crashing like a tidal wave, as if it aimed to tear his very soul asunder. Yingchen gritted his teeth, his mental energy surging wildly as he fought against the terrifying pressure. Was this a direct assault on his soul? No wonder it is said that the undead possess a unique advantage on the road to the pinnacle. They navigate such soul-level pressures with ease. But so what? Come, let me see just how formidable this so-called spiritual pressure can be. Yingchen could distinctly feel that this spiritual pressure was not merely an obstruction. It bore the resemblance of a tempering force. Each act of resistance bestowed upon his soul a baptism, rendering it ever more solidified. As he ascended further, the spiritual pressure intensified, and beads of sweat began to form on Yingchen's forehead, his complexion growing pale. Yet, his gaze sharpened, akin to two unsheathed swords, glinting with a chilling brilliance. The surroundings of the path to divinity began to warp and distort, countless phantoms flickering erratically, dreamlike in their quality. Among these illusions were his past kin, former enemies, and bygone lovers, all beckoning to him, attempting to draw him into an illusory realm. Xiaochen, come back. Return to the Mo family. We can provide you with everything you desire. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, that of his father, Mo Kuei, laden with temptation. Yingchen's expression remained stoic, not even lifting his eyelids as he stepped towards the next tier. What I desire, I shall strive for with my own hands. I require no one's charity. Yingchen, would you marry me? I hope we can be together forever. Yingchen cast a sidelong glance, witnessing the apparition of Xia Yunxi, her gaze filled with deep affection. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Yingchen's lips. How utterly tedious. The construction of this illusion is far too unrealistic, conjuring forth these discarded obsessions of mine, utterly devoid of challenge. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, ascending to a higher tier. Immediately following, Mo Bingning, Mo Euro, and Mo Schwerer, individuals of no sentimental value to Yingchen, appeared one after another within the illusion. Even if you summoned those who betrayed me before my rebirth, I might have paused to consider the opportunity for revenge. But now, you present me with these few? Could it be? Yingchen's heart began to surmise the true test of this trial. It was nothing more than to invoke the most significant or cherished obsessions of the climber's life. Yet, he is a reborn individual. These so-called obsessions, at his previous age, might indeed have held paramount importance. However, this road to divinity is hardly remarkable. It cannot even detect the existence of reincarnation. How disappointing. Stepping forth, the scene of the Mo family's villa shattered behind him, vanishing without a trace. Before him, reality emerged. As he gazed up, his pupils constricted slightly at the sight before him. It was a vast, boundless platform seemingly constructed from a heap of white bones. The stark bones glistening coldly under the sunlight, exuding an indescribable eeriness and chill. At the center of the platform stood a colossal throne made of skeletal remains, each bone radiating an ancient and powerful aura, interweaving into an invisible pressure that enveloped the entire expanse above the platform. Yingchen surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was atop a mountain peak, its summit lost within the clouds. Standing on the platform and surveying the horizon revealed nothing but a cerulean sky and a rolling sea of clouds, tinged with an unsettling stillness. Sitting upon the skeletal throne, Grants won the opportunity for soul tempering. A cold, mechanical voice resonated within Yingchen's mind, devoid of emotion, yet clearly conveying its message. Soul tempering? Yingchen's brow arched slightly. It seems this is indeed the ultimate reward of the road to divinity. Having endured numerous trials, he had finally arrived at this final step. He wondered what the experience of soul tempering would entail. Taking a deep breath, tinged with caution, he slowly approached the skeletal throne. Just as he was about to take his seat upon the throne of bones, the heart of the Reaper surged violently, as if striving to thwart his actions. Yingchen paused momentarily, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized the imposing throne before him. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning, causing his heart to race and his breath to quicken. Could this throne bear the weight of his advancement, serving as the cornerstone for his ascension to the second tier? Slowly, Yingchen lifted his trembling palm and gently touched the throne. This time, the heart of the Reaper remained surprisingly calm, showing no signs of agitation. This brought a measure of reassurance to Yingchen. It seems my conjecture was not mistaken, he murmured softly, excitement barely contained within his voice. Chapter 86, The Skeletal Throne. With a mere thought, the career panel unfolded before him, and without hesitation, Yingchen issued the command, ascend to the second tier. Detected that the bearer is the skeletal throne, unknown grade. Shall the throne of skulls be employed as a vessel to ascend to the second tier? The response from Yingchen was resolute and unwavering. The throne of skulls is an item of unknown grade, and this action carries a perilous risk. Do you confirm the advancement? The system's cold voice reverberated once more, laced with a hint of forewarning. Confirm. Yingchen's gaze was fiery, devoid of any hesitation. As he reaffirmed his decision, a brilliant radiance surged from his body, enveloping the imposing throne of skulls entirely. This luminescence was gentle and warm, yet it harbored an immeasurable strength. Under its glow, the throne began to slowly dissolve, transforming into myriad starlights that merged seamlessly with Yingchen's being. It was an ineffable sensation, as if his entire form were being reshaped, with every cell rejoicing in jubilant exultation. Waves of warmth coursed through his veins, filling him with an unprecedented sense of power that permeated his every limb. The ascension had commenced. At the very moment Yingchen began his transformation. Atop the path to divinity, the purgatory clan's Manhwaedit, having endured countless trials, finally pierced through the layers of illusion to reach that fabled pinnacle. The heart of death throbbed violently within his chest, emitting urgent warnings. Yet, at this moment, Yingchen's consciousness had utterly vanished, wholly immersed in his advancement. Unresponsive to the world around him, the looting system flickered with a dim glow, wrapping his form in a gossamer veil. In the next instant, Yingchen's figure vanished as though swallowed by a black hole, leaving no trace behind. Manhwaedit stepped onto the platform. In his mind, a voice both authoritative and ethereal echoed, identical to the one Yingchen had previously heard. Seating oneself on the throne of skulls grants the refinement of the soul. Finally, he had arrived. An uncontrollable excitement surged within Manhwaedit as he strode forward, poised to claim his place upon the legendary throne. However, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze, replaced by incredulity. His eyes widened as he surveyed the surroundings. On the barren platform, apart from the cold white bones and the howling wind, there was nothing else. Where was the shadow of the throne of skulls? What is happening? Manhwaedit murmured, confusion and bewilderment painted across his features. Where was the throne of skulls? He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Was there some special ritual not recorded in our clan that would reveal the throne? Manhwaedit meticulously recalled the clan's ancient texts regarding the path to divinity, but found no clues whatsoever. The clan's scriptures clearly stated that upon reaching the summit, the throne of skulls would be situated at the center of the platform, and sitting upon it would yield a tenfold enhancement of soul refinement. There was no mention of any other rituals or procedures. Doubt clouded Manhwaedit's mind as he began to scour the entire platform, leaving no corner unchecked. Time ticked away, minute by minute. Standing at the edge of the platform, his expression darkened to the point of nearly dripping with frustration. The anticipation that once adorned his face now morphed into confusion and boundless resentment. He felt as if he had been played for a fool. Frauds. They are all complete charlatans. The mighty among our ancestors are deceivers, the clan's records are lies, and even the prompts on this platform are a grand farce. He had turned the place upside down, meticulously examining every inch of land, yet there was no trace of the so-called throne of skulls. Fury erupted within him like a volcano. Manhwaedit felt as if his lungs would explode with rage. He clenched his fists, nails digging painfully into his palms. Consumed by anger, Manhwaedit turned and retraced his steps down the mountain. His form darted like lightning down the staircase, racing toward the mountain's base. At the foot of the mountain, a throng of people gathered, the cacophony of voices rising and falling like a boiling cauldron. Various races congregated here, all eagerly anticipating, their gazes fixed upon the towering summit. At the very moment Yingchen set foot on the mountaintop, the sound of 3 resounding bells echoed like celestial music, reverberating through the heavens. This chime was steady and solemn, imbued with a sacred rhythm that resonated throughout the valley, lingering endlessly. Below, the already boisterous crowd was ignited by the tolling of the bells, erupting into a cacophony of deafening discussions. He succeeded. Someone has truly reached the summit. A voice exclaimed, brimming with uncontainable excitement. Haha, After so many days, it was not in vain. Someone has finally succeeded. Another voice chimed in, laced with a sense of relief. According to the ancient records passed down through generations, this three-tone bell was a symbol of someone having ascended to the mountaintop. Now, they merely awaited the chosen one to complete the soul refinement, and the residual power would cascade back like nourishing rain, heralding the legendary divine gift. Though the voice was soft, it penetrated the ears of every listener, resonating clearly. What a journey it has been. It has truly been arduous. The divine gift is finally about to descend. A member of the Iron Arm clan waved his fists in excitement, his face radiant with indescribable joy. His tightly clenched fists trembled slightly from overwhelming exhilaration, as if he could already sense the imminent arrival of sacred power. In an instant, the foot of the mountain erupted with jubilant cheers, everyone immersed in the impending ecstasy of the divine gift. As the moment of collective anticipation reached its zenith, the distant bell tolled once more, echoing from the mountaintop, 3 times in succession, shaking the heavens. The previously raucous crowd fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen in that instant. After a lengthy pause, a voice quivered, breaking the stillness. What is happening? Did someone else reach the summit? The voice rippled through the throng like a stone cast into a lake, stirring waves of astonishment. 2 individuals reached the summit simultaneously? This has never been recorded in our clan's history. Another voice followed, disbelief saturating its tone. Soon after, a chorus of gasps and murmurs erupted, creating a tumultuous clamor. Time drifted by quietly, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour. The long-awaited divine gift remained elusive, as if it had sunk into the abyss, leaving no trace. What on earth transpired? Logically, the soul refinement should have concluded by now, a member of the Elven clan remarked, his brow furrowed with concern. Could it be that those 2 are fighting atop the summit? Another speculated, apprehension lacing their words. Manhwaedit had already reached the base of the mountain. Stepping out from the path to divinity, his figure gradually materializing in the air. The various races, who had been anxiously awaiting, surged forward like a tide. It truly is Lord Manhwaedit. I had predicted that our Lord Manhwaedit would be the one to conquer the summit. An excited member of the Purgatory clan shouted. You share a kinship. Hurry and inquire what transpired. Why has the divine gift yet to arrive? A companion urged him anxiously. Hesitation flickered across the face of the Purgatory clan member, yet he cautiously advanced. For he was merely driven by fear. The Purgatory clan was notorious for their bloodthirstiness, their infamy resonating across all races. They were not only ruthless to outsiders, but equally so towards their own kin. A misstep in words could invite lethal consequences, and it was not inconceivable that Manhwaedit might execute him on the spot. Lord Manhwaedit, congratulations on your successful ascent. But what transpired atop the summit? Why has the divine gift still not descended? He ventured, steeling himself to ask. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding crowd ignited like a powder keg, bombarding him with questions. Indeed, what is going on? Manhwaedit, has your soul refinement concluded? Why is the divine gift still absent? Who, indeed, is the other individual who has reached the summit? Have you ever crossed paths with them? Manhwaedit, seething with uncontainable fury, found no outlet for his wrath. At the sound of the first inquiry, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, prompting him to strike. Yet, a subsequent barrage of questions, particularly the one regarding the identity of the other climber, stirred something within him, compelling him to suppress his anger. Those who tread the path to divinity are rendered deaf to the chimes of the bell. From the discourse of the crowd, he keenly discerned a singular piece of information. The bell rang twice? Could it be that, apart from himself, another had ascended? I am unaware of the identity of this other climber, and moreover, there exists no throne atop the mountain. Manhwaedit's voice boomed, resonating like thunder among the assembly. Upon hearing this proclamation, the crowd fell utterly silent, each individual rendered speechless, their minds a blank slate. They struggled to fathom the implications of Manhwaedit's words, momentarily at a loss for how to react. No skeletal throne? How could this be? Does this not imply that even upon reaching the peak, one cannot undergo soul refinement? One murmured, a tone laced with resentment. If soul refinement cannot be conducted, what of our divine gifts? Can we still obtain them? Another queried urgently, their eyes brimming with anxiety. Blood Spirit Shah listened quietly to the discussions swirling around him when suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his mind, and he called out loudly, is it conceivable that the other climber has tampered with the skeletal throne, either destroying or concealing it? His bold conjecture plunged the surroundings into an immediate hush, leaving everyone aghast. Your suggestion carries a modicum of plausibility. After a moment of silence, one individual broke the stillness. Let us remain here, lying in wait, and soon we shall see who descends. With our numbers, surely we can compel them to reveal the truth. Our divine gifts must not vanish into obscurity. Another echoed, their tone resolute. Indeed, we shall wait here for them. They must relinquish the divine gifts, a fortune that belongs to us all. How could we allow them to hoard it solely for themselves? The members of the Shadow clan, cloaked in shadows, exchanged glances, their faces etched with unease. Could it be Lord Yu? How could the Lord be so foolish as to claim the throne for themselves? This would surely incur the wrath of the masses. One whispered, their voice laden with worry. Who can say for certain? However, apart from the Lord, it seems no one else remains upon the mountain. When the Lord emerges, we must find a way to notify them, urging their swift escape from this place. Indeed, we must devise a method to alert the Lord. The others nodded in agreement, their voices tinged with concern. Su-Wen and Lei Ding stood together, exchanging a glance that conveyed a shared apprehension. A suspicion arose within their minds. Could it truly be? At the peak, radiant glimmers outlined the figure of Yingchen. He slowly opened his eyes, an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, akin to a roaring river, tumultuous and overwhelming. He instinctively clenched his fists, the joints cracking with a faint pop, a sign of excess power. It is accomplished. At the heart of his chest, the heart of death hovered quietly, encircled by a throne constructed of eerie white bones, emanating a cold and mysterious glow. Once again, the enhancement multipliers surged tenfold. Yingchen's heart raced with exhilaration. He could distinctly perceive a qualitative leap in all his attributes, even the weakest among them surpassing the 2,000 mark. His mental prowess towered like a majestic mountain, reaching an astonishing 5,000. Level up to Tier 2. Please select Tier 2 skills. The system prompt resonated in his mind like celestial music. Summon skeleton mage. Summon zombie. Summon bone demon. Bone armor. Bone storm. Bone prison. A dazzling array of skills unfurled before Yingchen, shimmering enticingly. With unwavering focus, he swiftly scanned through the options, having already made his decision. For summoning, I shall choose to summon zombies and summon skeleton mages, he stated, his voice imbued with undeniable conviction. As for the bone specialization, I shall select bone armor and bone prison. Choosing skills in the summoning specialization was effortless. However, in deciding on the bone specialization, Yingchen found himself momentarily lost in thought. Bone armor was a necessity. He required a defensive skill to support his spell solidification. As for the other skill, his gaze oscillated between bone prison and bone storm. Bone prison, a formidable control skill, could ensnare enemies within a cage of bones, rendering them immobile. In contrast, bone storm was a devastating area attack, unleashing a flurry of sharp bone spikes capable of tearing foes asunder. Each skill possessed its own merits, making the choice a challenging one. Control or destruction. Yingchen's brow furrowed slightly as countless battle scenarios flashed through his mind. Ultimately, he opted for bone prison. While area attacks are undeniably crucial, the ability to control often determines the outcome of a battle. Chapter 88. The Resurrection of the Black Knight. Yingchen gazed at the newly added 4 Tier 2 spells within his skill panel, along with the additional unlearned Tier 1 and 0 tier skill slots. A satisfied smile gracing his lips. Congratulations on advancing to Tier 2. The Heart of Death has been reset. Please select Tier 3 skills for imprinting. The Resurrection of the Black Knight. Without hesitation, Yingchen selected this powerful Tier 3 skill. Tier 3 skill Resurrection of the Black Knight has been imprinted. Resurrection of the Black Knight reanimates deceased corpses into Black Knights, with the strength of the corpse influencing the combat capability of the Black Knight. Excitement flickered in Yingchen's eyes. This is what one calls a skill. Host has advanced to Tier 2. Please select a defensive spell for solidification. This time, it was the prompt from the spell Plunder System. Solidify bone armor. Yingchen declared firmly. As his words fell, a peculiar wave enveloped him, and an additional layer of even sturdier bone armor quietly adhered to the inner side of his existing skeletal armor. Double defense. Yingchen felt an indomitable force enveloping him, instilling a profound sense of security within his heart. The choices had been made. Yet the true spectacle was only just beginning. The carrier. First, he turned his attention to the enigmatic Heart of Death. Yingchen distinctly recalled that the previous description of the Heart of Death explicitly stated that it was in a sealed state and would gradually unseal as his power increased. Heart of Death, read the supreme treasure from the realm of the undead, currently in a self-sealed state, will gradually unlock as the owner's strength grows. Current abilities: Spirit Awakening, Soul Domination, Subjugation. Spirit Awakening, a passive skill that automatically awakens the intelligence of the undead creatures summoned by the owner, bestowing them with higher wisdom and the potential to comprehend skills. Soul Domination, instantly absorbs the souls of all summoned creatures to enhance oneself, lasting for 30 minutes. Note: summoned creatures whose souls are absorbed will enter a dormant state and can be summoned again after 24 hours. Subjugation, can seize control over undead creatures of lower rank within the range of mental power, usable once every 24 hours. Subjugation? Yingchen's pupils dilated abruptly. This skill, does it not imply that from this day forth, all undead of rank no greater than Tier 2, regardless of their previous allegiances, shall bow before him and obediently heed his commands? The long-dormant Heart of Death within his chest seemed to sense the tumult within him, giving a slight throb. Exuding a cold and potent aura, Yingchen inhaled deeply, calming the shock within his heart, and continued to examine the description of the skeletal throne. The Throne of Bones, read a throne of an indescribable existence that vanished before the endless expanse of time and space. currently in a state of self-sealing. It will gradually unlock its seal as the owner's strength increases. Current abilities: the Land of the Uncertain King, the Minister of the Uncertain King. The Land of the Uncertain King. When you sit upon the throne, the strength of all your subjects will be elevated by 1 tier. The Minister of the Uncertain King. You may freely utilize the abilities possessed by your subjects, though currently, you can only select one at a time. Yingchen felt a wave of dizziness, as if struck by an immense surprise. The newly acquired subjugation ability from the Heart of Death was already astonishing, worthy of being called the Bane of the Undead. Now, the capabilities exhibited by this Throne of Bones, aside from its somewhat ostentatious name, could indeed be described as invincible. I have ultimately become a human-shaped buff. Yingchen's figure swayed, vanishing from the towering mountain peak. He chose not to retrace his steps along the path to divinity, but instead leaped directly downward. A sudden surge of impulse compelled him to undertake this reckless action. After his advancement, he seemed to have become a tad too self-satisfied. A wry smile curved his lips as he self-deprecatingly mused. Yet, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Well, let it be, let me float, such a rare moment of exhilaration. The wind howled past his ears, akin to a raging dragon's roar, his robes fluttering violently, as if to tear the very fabric of this void. The scenery before him changed rapidly, the ground rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. Suddenly, from the mountainside, a figure was hurled as if by an invisible colossal force, hurtling towards the direction of Yingchen's descent. It nearly collided with him as he plummeted. Yingchen frowned, cursing inwardly. What the hell? Crash! Crash! 2 muffled thuds reverberated through the valley, echoing endlessly. A figure tumbled to the ground in a disheveled state, a person cast down by the merciless path to divinity. The other figure, however, stood firmly on the ground, feet rooted as if anchored to the earth. It was none other than Yingchen. He descended from the great heights with an unparalleled domineering posture, and scathed. Another had failed, and this time it was 2. Who could it be? Let us not dwell on failure. Keep your eyes fixed on the entrance of the stairs. After reaching the summit, they will definitely descend via the steps. We must not allow that thief of divine gifts to slip away. Yingchen caught these words in his ears, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Thief of divine gifts? Surely they cannot be referring to me. The reactions of the members of the Shadow Clan varied greatly. They darted like lightning, swiftly reaching the fallen figure to assist them. My lord Yiyu, how did you fail? The faces of the Shadow Clan members were etched with disbelief. Yiyu was currently in disarray, his internal energies tumultuous, lacking the composure to respond to their inquiries. Moreover, what was so surprising about merely failing? My lord Yiyu, were you not the one who stole the Throne of Bones? Who else could it be? The Shadow Clan members continued their relentless questioning. The Throne of Bones. While Yiyu attempted to regulate his internal injuries, confusion washed over his face. Wait, you were the human who ascended the mountain earlier? You didn't fail and get thrown down. You jumped down voluntarily? The voice of Xuelingxia trembled as it reached Yingchen's ears. You reached the summit? A terrifying thought surfaced in Xuelingxia's mind, and he stuttered as he articulated his thoughts. Yingchen smiled nonchalantly. He recognized this youth from the demon clan whom he had injured with a bone spear before ascending the mountain. Was it truly difficult to reach the summit? His tone was calm, as if recounting a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted around him. Xuelingxia's face turned ashen, unable to accept this reality. No, it's impossible. How could a mere human reach the summit? You must have failed and been thrown out. You just managed to stabilize your form without injury. Xuelingxia desperately sought to convince himself, attempting to concoct a plausible excuse for Yingchen's apparent success. Chapter 89. Are you the one who talks too much? Yingchen disregarded Xuelingxia's incessant prattle. He turned his gaze toward the approaching Lading and Su Wan. Both wore expressions of barely contained excitement, mingled with an inexplicable confusion. Yingchen naturally understood their thoughts, nodding slightly to affirm their suspicions. Lading and Su Wan's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Wait, you said you reached the summit? Pray tell, what did you witness at the top of the mountain? Xuelingxia's sharp voice once again shattered the fleeting camaraderie. Yingchen had no intention of engaging in this endless entanglement. However, with all eyes upon him, filled with curiosity, he pondered briefly before slowly speaking. The summit is a platform constructed of piled bones, with a throne of bones standing majestically at its center. Huh. I've caught you in a lie. Your deceit is self-evident. Lord Matian explicitly stated that no throne of bones exists at the summit. Xuelingxia declared triumphantly, his voice laced with mockery. Yingchen felt an overwhelming annoyance rising within him. He slightly raised his hand, and the phantom dagger concealed within the shadows instantly appeared behind Xuelingxia. The hellish short blade sliced through the air, imbued with a chilling intent, aimed directly at Xuelingxia's life. Xuelingxia, your demise. Enough of your incessant chatter. You babbled incessantly before I ascended, and now you dare continue after my descent, truly courting death. Subsequently, the resurrection skill of the Black Knight was activated, and a strange black mist enveloped Xuelingxia's corpse. When the mist dissipated, Ling Sha had transformed into a black knight clad in black armor, wielding a massive sword, standing respectfully behind Yingchen. This sudden turn of events plunged the previously boisterous scene into an immediate silence, where a pin drop could be heard. A third-tier black knight. It truly is. This human can summon a third-tier black knight. Then he truly could have reached the summit. Did you really witness the throne of bones at the summit? A voice broke the silence, laced with incredulity. Yingchen was taken aback to discover that there were still individuals foolish enough to question him. With a cold huff, he exuded an undeniable authority. Naturally. Would I have any reason to lie? Then why did the divine gift not descend? Another voice queried, filled with reluctance. Yingchen paused, then quickly realized. The divine gift is the power bestowed by the throne of bones. Now that the throne has been refined by me, where would the divine gift come from? A playful smile graced his lips. Well, I truly cannot say. Having said this, he exchanged a glance with Lading and Su-1, signaling them to depart, and turned to leave. No, you cannot go. You must clarify your words. Indeed, you cannot depart. Elucidate where our divine gifts have gone. Two bold members of the Shadow Clan stepped forward, attempting to obstruct Yingchen's path. The Black Knight's massive sword was drawn, gleaming coldly. With a sweeping motion, imbued with the force of thunder, it cleaved the two Shadow Clan members in half. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground, the air heavy with the scent of iron. If you wish to know why the divine gift has vanished, go and explore it yourself. Do not linger here and prattle endlessly. Yingchen's steps remained unbroken, his frigid words resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. Under the formidable intimidation of the third-tier Black Knight, the crowd parted before Yingchen, no one daring to obstruct him. Even Ma Tian, who had initially prepared to act, found himself momentarily hesitating, ultimately ceasing his movements. Even if he were to exhaust all his trump cards against the third-tier Black Knight, the cost would likely be devastating. Ma Tian had no desire to exit this trial prematurely. He watched as Yingchen, flanked by Lading and Su-1, departed with the protection of the Black Knight. The aftermath left nothing but chaos strewn across the ground, accompanied by the lingering shock and bewilderment in the hearts of the onlookers. Beside the crumbling wall stood Yingchen, Su-1, and Lading, united in their stance. Yingchen's expression was grave as he fixed his gaze upon the ethereal figure suspended in midair, clad in a flowing moon-white robe adorned with intricate silver patterns that shimmered softly under the sunlight. The figure emanated an aura of elegance. Tall and poised, he resembled a proud pine tree standing defiantly against the elements. His long, jet-black hair cascaded carelessly over his shoulders, adding an air of nonchalance. The celestial race. The heir of the celestial emperor. Among the current generation, he was hailed as the most formidable genius, Xianmingyu. His innate talent was of such a staggering caliber that it was almost unfathomable. Every record of cultivation found in the textbooks of the human students had been penned by him, without exception. Yingchen silently gauged the aura radiating from Xianmingyu. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. That overwhelming pressure bore down like a mountain, nearly suffocating him, igniting a sense of insurmountable helplessness within his heart. He quickly assessed that if he were to engage in battle, he would have to resort to manipulating the soul to have even a glimmer of hope for victory. Xianmingyu's gaze fell upon the warily poised Yingchen, a faint smile gracing his lips. With a graceful movement, he descended like a feather, alighting beside the trio. Yingchen's pupils constricted suddenly, his muscles tensed as he fixed his unwavering stare on Xianmingyu. The young man's handsome visage was framed by deep, star-like eyes that sparkled with an enigmatic brilliance. He inclined his head slightly to Yingchen, then extended a hand, elegant as jade. His voice smooth as pearls cascading onto a plate. Forgive my intrusion, I am Xianmingyu. Yingchen was taken aback. This Xianmingyu was not as aloof and dismissive as the rumors suggested, but rather excessively courteous. Hesitating for a moment, he reached out to clasp Xianmingyu's hand. The touch was cool, yet imbued with an extraordinary power that sent a jolt through him. Have you also come to investigate the disappearance of the divine gift? Xianmingyu smiled, his expression radiating a bold confidence that embodied the essence of the celestial race. One cannot claim to be of the celestial lineage while holding their nose in the air, perpetually looking down upon others. Such arrogance is unbecoming. I must admit, the celestial race has long left the impression of haughtiness upon others. The divine gift formed from the backlash of the Bone Throne's power is hardly worth my concern. Xianmingyu replied, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Moreover, has not the Bone Throne already been refined by you, becoming a vessel exclusive to your human race? What divine gift could possibly remain? His words struck a chord, causing Yingchen's pupils to narrow sharply. Was this knowledge derived from his own observations, or an astute deduction? Regardless of the source, it was unsettling. I have come here for you, Mr. Imo, Xianmingyu declared, his gaze piercing. Yingchen's confusion deepened, urging him to signal for Xianmingyu to continue. At the periphery of the trial grounds lies a forbidden area. Each time the trial grounds are opened, my celestial race and the spirit race select one individual to explore it. This time, I along with Lingzhu Xiao. ventured forth and discovered that certain changes have occurred there, starkly contrasting our clan's records. Thus, we each sought assistance, hoping someone would join us to unravel the mystery. Xianmingyu's voice was gentle as he recounted this. Yingchen furrowed his brow. So you sought me out? Xianmingyu's smile brightened further. Your audacity to refine the bone throne alone grants you the right to accompany us. Of course, I do not wish to impose. Please accept this token. A white jade token floated into Yingchen's hand. I am aware your human race is currently facing dire straits. Once you have resolved your matters, should you wish to join us, you may infuse your mental energy into the token, and it shall guide you. After delivering his message, Xianmingyu's gaze swept over Su Wan and Letting, whom he had shielded from sensory perception with his celestial arts. He nodded once more to Yingchen. The invitation has been extended. May we meet again. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing beyond the horizon. At the entrance of the Tianxiong mountain range, Yingchen's attention fell upon Su Wan, who was extracting two hand axes from a fallen zombie, rubbing his temples in exasperation. During their earlier skirmishes, he had paid little heed to Su Wan's combat style. Over the past few days of their companionship, he had gradually discerned that despite being an assassin, Su Wan fought like a raging warrior. Typically, assassins wield daggers, lurking in the shadows to silently approach their foes for a swift kill. Yet this fellow brandished two axes, concealing himself until his enemies drew near, only to unleash a brutal assault upon their skulls. Apparently, for him, stealth was merely a means to close the distance with his adversaries. Yingchen finally understood why Su Wan had been unable to escape during the ambush by the jackal-like creatures, with his reckless charge towards enemies. It was remarkable he had managed to survive it all. Could you perhaps modify your combat style a little? Yingchen could not help but voice his concern. Su Wan grinned, sheathing the axes back at his waist. My friend, you simply do not understand. It's the thrill of a head-on collision. The romance of a true man. Besides, I've already planned it out. Once I break through to the 4th tier, I'll choose a class that enhances melee combat, like a fury thief or a combat thief. Seeing Yingchen still shaking his head, Su Wan continued, Brother Imo, according to the scattered human reports we've encountered, the resurrected undead can sense the life force of living beings. Our human forces cannot congregate out of fear and must disperse throughout the Tianxiong Mountains, relying on the terrain to fend off the equally scattered pursuing undead. Meanwhile, the 3 commanders of the human race have gathered in the heart of the mountains, but they are all in hiding. Where shall we find them? Upon hearing this, Yingchen fell into deep thought. After a moment, he shook his head in resignation. I am uncertain. We shall take it one step at a time. Let us enter the mountains. We will surely uncover something. Su Wan leaned closer, standing beside Yingchen and whispering conspiratorially, Brother Imo, why not just unleash the undead army? With the strength of your undead, any resurrected undead or undead race would fall before you. You could sweep through and crush them all. Yingchen remained silent, his expression calm as he shook his head, leading the way towards the mountain entrance. To charge in with his minions and wreak havoc was indeed within his capabilities. However, that would be a disservice to the countless second-tier corpses resurrected by the undead race. Those were tens of thousands of second-tier bodies. If he were to use his subjugation skill to claim them all, combined with his own unique skill, all the corpses would transform into third-tier beings. With tens of thousands of third-tier resurrected undead, what task would be beyond his capabilities in this trial ground? Deep within the Tianxiong mountain range, in a hidden cavern, at the entrance, a complex array pulsed with obscure light, isolating the life force within. Inside, the radiant St. Palace's Eileen stood alongside the wild heaven Holy Land's Yangchen, both gazing intently at the sand table depicting the Tianxiong mountain range before them. The heavenly master, Wang Yi, lounged in a rocking chair beside them, swaying leisurely as if wholly unconcerned. Yangchen's brow was furrowed, his expression dark as if it could drip water, his gaze fixed on the sand table. What shall we do now? We are trapped in this deep mountain, unable to gather our strength, and even breaking free has become a distant hope. It is utterly stifling. A bunch of worthless undead. If I were outside, I could slay as many as I wished. But now, who knows from which grave the undead race has unearthed so many second-tier beings? How are we to fight this? Eileen's expression was equally grave, her appearance weary and dust-laden. Clearly just returned from a fierce battle outside. Her golden locks, now somewhat disheveled, lost their former brilliance. What more could be done? All conceivable measures had already been attempted. Yet the sheer number of the resurrected undead was overwhelmingly vast, with tens of thousands merely in the second tier alone. As we dispersed our forces, several groups had already lost all contact. At this juncture, we could only seek temporary refuge, hoping to endure until the moment the trial realm closed. With a fiery temper, Yang Kuan abruptly swept his hand, sending the sand table into a chaotic disarray, his agitation palpable. Hiding until the conclusion of the trial realm? Given the current state of the undead, do we truly believe we can last until then? In my estimation, at most, within half a month, we shall be slaughtered by this horde of undead. He whirled around, his gaze fierce, locking onto the languid Wang Yi, who continued to sway in his rocking chair. and barked, "Speak up, will you? All you do is lounge around in leisure." Wang Yi, upon hearing this, slowly opened his eyes, lazily ceasing the rhythmic motion of his chair, slightly adjusting to a more comfortable position. Why the need for such tension? One must do their utmost, and leave the rest to fate. If our destinies dictate that we meet our end here, it would not be without its own form of closure. Yang Kuen's fury ignited, and he moved as if to seize Wang Yi by the collar. Seeing this, Eileen swiftly intervened, her voice steady as she counseled, "Do not act rashly. In this dire moment, we cannot afford to disrupt our own ranks." Furthermore, Wang Yi is not merely idly standing by. Every concealed point and barrier that dampens the presence of living beings was set by his own hand. Yang Kuen, vexed, shook off her hand and turned to survey the scattered remnants of humanity leaning against the cave walls, all battered and in disarray. "Alas, must we simply await our demise?" He sighed, despair saturating his tone. Chapter 91, Benefactor, you have arrived. Yingchen and Su Wen tread cautiously over the remnants of the undead, advancing slowly through the Tianqiong mountain range. As far as the eye could see, there were countless resurrected undead. So many, the sheer volume was staggering. From 0 to 2nd tier, they roamed the mountains aimlessly, like headless flies. The moment even a hint of living essence was detected, a swarm of undead would converge upon it, like sharks drawn to blood, tearing apart the unfortunate soul who had revealed themselves. Only humans remained. In this mountain range, all other beings had been mercilessly slaughtered by the undead, leaving not a single one alive. The entire mountain was now overrun by these omnipresent resurrected undead, with the surviving humans hiding and struggling to survive. The colossal number of undead was beyond the capacity of Yingchen alone to contend with. In desperation, he summoned Dali and Iron Guard. Dali forged ahead, wielding the soul-biting blood blade with a flurry of strikes that cleaved the undead in two, leaving dismembered limbs scattered across the ground. Yingchen and Su Wen followed closely, delving deeper into the heart of the mountain range. Gazing at the battlefield strewn with corpses, Yingchen felt his heart twist in anguish. These resurrected undead ought to have been his formidable warriors in the future, had it not been for the concern of prematurely employing his subjugation skills, which could alert the elusive commander of the undead and jeopardize his comprehensive control over all the resurrected undead. He would have already executed the subjugation and claimed them all as his own. Suddenly, a skeleton, poised to pounce on the two, abruptly halted, its head rigidly turning to glance back. In its hollow eye sockets, ethereal blue soul flames flickered. With a creaking sound, it slowly twisted its body, turning away from Yingchen and Su Wen, staggering in the opposite direction. Yingchen's eyes brightened at this sight. Had they discovered the presence of humans? For the undead to abandon the tantalizing essence of both himself and Su Wen, there could be only one explanation. There were more living essences exposed in the direction the skeleton was headed. Exchanging a glance with Su Wen, they immediately followed the skeleton. As they ventured deeper, more undead gathered, all flowing toward the same destination like a tide of darkness. Crossing an open expanse, the sight before them sent a jolt of apprehension through their hearts. A throng of undead was congested at the entrance of a narrow mountain gorge, pressing forward with frenetic urgency. Inside the gorge, two human shield warriors wielded their massive shields, straining to fend off the undead onslaught, their clothes soaked in sweat. Behind them, human ranged attackers relentlessly bombarded the resurrected undead. Above, a graceful figure flitted about, each appearance accompanied by a deadly spatial slash, reaping scores of the undead's unorthodox existence. Ling Wei, Yingchen's pupils contracted. At last, he had encountered a familiar face. He raised his hand, summoning Dali and Iron Guard, who surged into the mass of undead, unleashing a brutal slaughter. In mere moments, the assembled undead were decimated, leaving a sea of corpses. However, with the number of humans gathered here being overwhelmingly large, their vibrant essence was as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the night, continuously attracting a relentless influx of undead. They could not be killed off nor cut down. Ling Wei, suspended in midair, caught sight of the iconic demonic blade in Dali's hands, her emotions swirling in complexity. Joy for Yingchen's arrival signified a glimmer of hope for their survival today. Worry, equally stemming from his presence. For the Tianqiong mountain range had been thoroughly sealed off by the undead, with no human able to escape alive. Even though Yingchen had previously exhibited third-tier prowess, awe-inspiring as it was, in this mountain range, facing tens of thousands of second-tier undead, even a third-tier powerhouse would likely meet their demise. At this moment, Yingchen had no time to ponder Ling Wei's thoughts. His brow furrowed, fixated on the ceaseless tide of undead approaching like a relentless wave. Benefactor, you have arrived. Ling Wei's figure shimmered, and with a ripple of spatial energy, she materialized beside Yingchen. He nodded slightly, his gaze tinged with curiosity as he inquired, "What means did you employ to isolate the essence of life?" It was known that without such isolation, the undead would swarm like sharks sensing blood, endlessly converging. Against such a colossal onslaught, even the mightiest would eventually exhaust their spiritual power, unable to escape death. Ling Wei, in rapid succession, explained. It was Wang Yi from the Celestial Master sect. He utilized the unique formation of the sect to sever the essence of life. Alas, this formation is quite fragile and easily disrupted. The formation at our previous hiding place was inadvertently destroyed by the errant undead, leading to the exposure of our essence. Upon hearing this, Yingchen nodded lightly, though his brow knitted even tighter. What shall we do now? Must we simply sit idly by, awaiting our end as these undead close in? Lingwei shook her head vigorously, her expression urgent as she replied, not at all. We have already notified Wang Yi through special means. As long as we hold our ground here for a short while, he will arrive to assist us in repairing the formation. Calculating the time, he should be here soon. No sooner had Lingwei's words left her mouth than a languid voice echoed from the distant mountaintop. Formation, Thunderbolt. At that instant, an immense six-pointed star formation materialized out of thin air, enveloping all humans within. A purple glow radiated, and Yingchen was astonished to discover that with each swing of Dali's blade, a layer of lightning damage accompanied it. He surveyed the surroundings, realizing that not only Dali but every human had received this extraordinary enhancement. In an instant, as human attacks surged forth, the crackling sound of thunder rang out, deafening in its intensity. The undead army was decimated at an astonishing rate. Such formidable power. Is this the legendary formation of the Celestial Master sect? Truly, it lives up to its reputation. Yingchen marveled quietly. Wang Yi's name, Yingchen, resonated like thunder in the annals of their past lives. He was one of the leading figures of the younger generation among the human race, his reputation illustrious. His prowess surpassed that of the vast majority of seasoned veterans, instilling awe in those who beheld him. However, due to the vast disparity in their social standings, Yingchen had never been afforded the opportunity to witness this legendary figure in the flesh. As Yingchen cast his gaze towards the mountaintop where Wang Yi stood, he observed him completing the thunder array with a flourish before gracefully leaping to the entrance of a cave. With his hands moving in a rapid dance, he conjured a dazzling array of intricate gestures that left onlookers spellbound. In less than 5 minutes, he ceased his movements and called out, "The isolation array has been restored. Everyone, retreat to the cave at once." At Wang Yi's command, the human warriors began to withdraw in an orderly fashion, entering the cave one by one. It was evident that this was not their first experience with such a procedure. Each individual moved with precision and composure, devoid of chaos. Chapter 92. A surge of emotion as the last person entered the cave. The army of the undead, deprived of the life force's guidance, turned their malevolent gaze towards Yingchen once more. Lingwei bit her lips softly, placing her hands on the shoulders of Yingchen and Su Wan. "We should go in as well." Yingchen nodded in agreement. A surge of spatial energy enveloped Lingwei, and in a flash of light, the three of them were transported to the cave entrance. Yingchen felt a flicker of surprise. This girl had already broken through to the second tier. With that thought, the three of them stepped into the cave. Outside, the army of the undead, now bereft of direction, wandered aimlessly, their presence gradually dissipating. Inside the cave, Wang Yi briefly inquired about casualties before preparing to depart. Yingchen took a step forward, blocking his path, and asked calmly, "Are you the one in charge of the human race?" Wang Yi glanced over Yingchen with curiosity, his voice dripping with a habitual languor. "I wouldn't say I'm in charge. It's merely that my strength, along with that of Eileen and Yang Kuan, is slightly superior, and everyone is willing to follow our lead." A glimmer of hope flickered in Yingchen's eyes. Excellent. If he could find this central commander of the human race and persuade them to gather all humans in an open area, he could initiate submission and gain control over the entire undead army. This would not only save all of humanity, but also endow him with a formidable army of the undead, serving his dual purpose. "Accompany me back. I have urgent matters to discuss with the three of you," Yingchen said in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Wang Yi scrutinized Yingchen from head to toe, his inherently relaxed demeanor making him indifferent to probing into Yingchen's urgent matters. After all, as long as he was of the human race, they stood united. "Very well. Then you shall accompany me back," Wang Yi readily agreed. Lingwei, upon hearing that Yingchen intended to head towards the heart of the mountains, could not bear the thought of letting him leave alone after finally reuniting with her benefactor. In a moment of desperation, she tugged at Wang Yi's sleeve, her face etched with anxiety. "I want to go too." Wang Yi, with a resigned gesture, replied, "All right, you may come along. However, I must warn you that the central area is rife with battles, far more intense than here. If you wish to survive, staying here would be a wiser choice." Having observed the resolute expressions on Yingchen and Lingwei's faces, he refrained from saying more and stepped out of the cave. Yingchen turned his gaze to Su Wan, hesitating briefly before saying, "You should remain here and assist the humans in this place. It wouldn't be prudent for you to accompany me to the central area, given your strength." Su Wan's face betrayed a hint of bitterness as he nodded silently, watching Yingchen and Lingwei depart. In the depths of the central mountains, within a dim cave, the atmosphere was stifling. Outside, the howls of the undead echoed like death knells. Inside, A group of young human prodigies huddled around a flickering campfire, their faces etched with fatigue and despair. Just moments ago, their hiding spot had been breached once more by the undead. Eileen and Yingchen led the group, having fought their way out at the cost of several lives, seeking refuge in this alternate cave that Wang Yi had prearranged. The campfire flickered, casting shadows that highlighted their youthful yet weary faces, each expressing profound exhaustion. Eileen gripped her staff tightly, the smooth surface reflecting the dancing flames as her brow furrowed in worry. What are we to do? The onslaught of the undead grows ever more frequent and fierce. Our numbers have dwindled from over 100 to fewer than 40. So many young human prodigies, filled with dreams for the future and trust in her leadership. How could she stand by and watch them perish? Yingchen stood beside her, his fists clenched, knuckles whitening from the strain, emitting a subtle cracking sound. He feared not death, but the thought of leading this group to be gradually consumed by the undead until they were entirely wiped out. Each time they were discovered, it meant more lives would be lost forever. We can no longer hide like this. Yingchen's voice shattered the silence, deep and powerful, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of those present. Gu is right. We have already lost too many comrades. Their sacrifices must not be in vain. A young man named Li Hao rose to his feet, tall and resolute, his gaze fierce. Brother Yang speaks the truth. Rather than languishing like this, we should fight against the undead. His voice was strong and resolute. I concur. Wang Lan also stood, her posture athletic and her eyes sharp. We, the human race, do not fear death. We must let the undead know we are not to be trifled with. Better to die standing than live kneeling, shouted a youth named Zhang Chong, his voice brimming with anger and defiance. Yes, let us fight. Let us avenge our fallen comrades. The fervor ignited among the gathered as they rose to their feet. Weapons raised high, their shouts reverberating through the cave, unwavering and relentless. Eileen gazed at this fervent assembly, her heart swelling with warmth. She raised her staff high, her voice ringing clear and resolute. Then let us charge forth and confront the undead. Kill, kill, kill. Whatever the number of undead, we shall slay them all, plunging the heavens into chaos and shrouding the sun. Kill. Let us fight. I refuse to believe these undead cannot be vanquished. Is death not the end? If it comes to it, I will die fighting. In my next life, I shall still be of the human race. This life of mine has long been destined for the battlefield. Rather than withering away, let me fight valiantly. We, as warriors, fear not death. Today, let these undead witness the indomitable spirit of the human race. A mage clad in tattered robes slowly raised a withered hand, a flicker of weak yet unwavering fire igniting in his palm. Though I may not be strong, I am still willing to fight. I would become the last flicker of flame upon this battlefield, illuminating the path for my kin. Outside the cave, the night was deep, a waning moon hung high, casting a cold glow upon the land. Inside, the flames soared, illuminating the faces of every individual, kindling a fiery glow in their eyes. When Wang Yi, leading Yingchen, arrived, they were met with the weighty scene before them. The crowd was ablaze with passion, resolute in their determination, evidently prepared for a fight to the death. Everyone, I have a plan that may just turn the tide of this dire situation. Yingchen spoke softly, yet his words reached every ear clearly. Chapter 93. Those who disturb the morale shall be executed without mercy. Yingchen abruptly turned around, his brow furrowed into a knot, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Those who disturb the morale shall be executed without mercy. As he was about to strike, he noticed Wang Yi stepping forward from behind Yingchen. Yingchen suppressed the rage boiling within him and demanded, Wang Yi, who is this person? Wang Yi casually waved his hand, responding, his name is Yingchen. I am not well acquainted with him. I happened to meet him while assisting with the restoration of the magic array over there. He claims to have matters to discuss with us. Yingchen let out a cold snort. Yingchen, you had better articulate your intentions clearly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Aileen also glared at Yingchen with a dark expression, remaining silent. The zeal that had recently ignited within the group was abruptly extinguished by his mere presence. If he truly possessed a method to resolve their crisis, it would be most welcome. However, if he did not, then he was a calamity that should not be allowed to remain. Yingchen cleared his throat and stepped forward with an air of composure. I possess a secret technique that can eradicate all undead in one fell swoop, but it requires gathering all the undead into one location. There is only one opportunity. If you are willing to give it a try, we can discuss it further. If not, then you may proceed to your demise. I shall not hinder you. Yingchen found Yingchen's words utterly absurd. To eliminate all undead in one go. It was nothing short of a delusion. They were talking about tens of thousands of second-tier undead. What kind of secret technique could possibly wield such power? Did he think they were fools? He scanned the varied expressions of the crowd. Yingchen, it seems you are tired of living. How dare you incite the masses with such wild claims and disrupt our morale? Prepare to meet your end. Before his words had even faded, Yingchen swung a punch directly at Yingchen's face. Yingchen regarded the violent force emanating from the air of the archaic heaven-sacred land without a flicker of emotion. The 2 defensive spells, solidified by his magical inscriptions, would render him unscathed. Just as Yang Kuen's fist was about to collide with the protective spells surrounding Yingchen, Wang Yi flashed forward, positioning himself in front of Yingchen, deftly ensnaring Yang Kuen's fist with a flick of his arm. A gentle force guided the overwhelming punch-off course. The wind from it whistling past Yingchen's ear, sending a chill through him. After deflecting the blow, Wang Yi shifted his stance, his tone laced with playful nonchalance. Is there really any need to resort to violence over a mere disagreement? Why not converse civilly? If he truly has a solution, your punch would make you a sinner. Seeing Yang Kuen poised to strike again, Yingchen furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Are you all really intent on rushing to your deaths? What harm is there in trying my method? If it proves ineffective, it won't delay your fierce battle. Yang Kuen, seething, retracted his fist and returned to his seat. Then pray tell, what is this secret technique that can eliminate tens of thousands of second-tier undead in one strike? At this moment, everyone regained their composure from the sudden turn of events, and they began to inquire, their tones laced with skepticism. Indeed, what kind of miraculous technique could possibly exist? If you are so confident, reveal this technique in detail. In my view, we should not heed this fool's words. He will only undermine our resolve. Yingchen listened attentively to their words, yet remained silent. What an absurd request to lay bare his trump card. Such a thought was laughable. Besides, the effect of this skill was far too formidable. Even if he were to disclose it, it was likely that no one would believe him. In the midst of this awkward moment, Wang Yi's languid voice rang out once more. Everyone, is it truly appropriate to press him for his secrets in such a manner? Why not give him a chance? After all, there's little to lose, and charging forth might not guarantee victory. There is a valley nearby, known as Longxiang Valley. It is spacious enough. We could send a signal to gather everyone there. If he can indeed resolve our plight, it would be a cause for collective joy. If not, then let the proud sons of humanity fight valiantly to their last breath in Longxiang Valley. It wouldn't tarnish their noble names. The crowd exchanged glances, their hearts wavering. They did not trust Yingchen, yet they could not dismiss Wang Yi's words. Their repeated battles alongside him had already proven the strength of this seemingly languid disciple of the celestial master. Very well, let us give it a try. After all, we have nothing to lose. Longxiang Valley? That place seems fitting for a decisive battle. As more and more individuals expressed their willingness to try, a barely perceptible smile crept across Yingchen's lips. It is good that you are willing to attempt it. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the youthful and spirited faces, secretly calculating. This gathering comprised the elite of the younger generation of humanity. Nearly all the notable talents had converged upon Tianxiong Mountain. If they were to be slaughtered by the undead here, it would be an insufferable loss for the human race. At the heart of Tianxiong Mountain, Eileen waved her delicate hand, summoning a radiant spell of holy light that soared into the sky, illuminating the entire mountain range with a dazzling brilliance. This light served as a beacon in the night, visible to all who raised their heads, regardless of their location. To the north, Xia Yunxi was surrounded by flying swords, their energies intertwining as she shredded the undead creatures attempting to approach her into fragments. Upon sensing the holy light, her gaze sharpened. Was the signal for gathering finally here? To the east, within a concealed cavern, 2 individuals peered through a narrow observation hole, witnessing the ascendant holy light. They quickly turned and sprinted deeper into the cave, ready to report this crucial news to their companions. The moment for battle had finally arrived. Damn it. I cannot bear this life of hiding any longer. One exclaimed as they ran, a hint of relief in their voice. Haha, we shall face our end together. And thus this life shall not be in vain. The other responded, a note of bravado in their tone. Hundreds of young humans, like scattered stars, emerged from every corner of Tianxiong Mountain. They abandoned their carefully crafted hiding places and converged towards the center. Strangely enough, the undead that had previously roamed and attacked on sight suddenly changed their behavior, refraining from aggressive actions against the humans. It was as if they had received some command and began to gather towards Longxiang Valley at the heart of Tianxiong Mountain. In Longxiang Valley, atop a towering peak, the 4, Yingchen, Yang Kuen, Eileen, and Wang Yi, stood shoulder to shoulder. Their eyes pierced through the thin clouds, gazing deep into the valley. Chapter 94. We humans have traitors. What is the meaning of this? Why have the undead suddenly become so compliant? Yang Kuen broke the silence, his brow furrowed and his eyes filled with confusion. He raised his hand and pointed downward, continuing. In the past few days, several groups of humans converging here reported that they encountered no undead attacks. Wang Yi narrowed his eyes, scanning the area below with keen perception. This indeed facilitates our gathering of strength for a decisive battle against the undead. But how did the undead learn of our plans to convene for battle? Yingchen lowered his head in contemplation, his fingers lightly tapping on the white bone pendant at his waist, producing a faint clicking sound. Could it be Eileen's holy light spell? He speculated in a low voice. Impossible. Yang Kuen interjected decisively before he could finish, his expression grave. Eileen frequently releases similar spells into the sky. Unless they were already aware of the meanings behind the various styles of magic, It is inconceivable that they could deduce our intention to gather from just one holy light. Aileen listened to their conversation, shaking her head gently. She glanced at Yingchen, her expression more troubled. Stop speculating. We have dispatched numerous assassins to investigate the situation on the undead side. We should receive news tonight. She had her own suspicions. As night fell, a flickering campfire illuminated the weary faces of the human prodigies gathered in the clearing among the mountains. They relished in the rare tranquility before the impending battle. Freed from the relentless pursuit of the undead, akin to a swarm of ravenous maggots, the taut nerves of the group finally relaxed for a fleeting moment. Gathered around the flickering campfire, they savored their meager rations while engaging in hushed discussions regarding strategies for the impending decisive battle, the atmosphere remaining relatively harmonious. Suddenly, a shadowy figure stumbled toward them from the distance, shattering this brief tranquility. The newcomer staggered as he approached, leaving a gruesome trail of blood in his wake, clearly bearing grave injuries. Upon recognizing the figure, Aileen sprang to her feet and rushed forward. As she discerned the extent of the man's suffering, her usually gentle eyes narrowed in alarm. The individual was covered in a web of intersecting wounds, as if sliced by countless blades, bloodied and utterly horrific. Most alarmingly, a stark white bone spear protruded from his chest, its tip dripping with blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, instilling a sense of dread. He continually coughed up dark crimson foam, each breath accompanied by a violent fit of coughs, as if he might collapse at any moment. Suzayaha, steady your mind. Aileen commanded sharply. With swift movements, she formed intricate hand signs, summoning a gentle holy light from her palms that transformed into a delicate veil of light, gently enveloping Suzayaha's injured form. Without hesitation, Aileen extended her slender hand, firmly grasping the bone spear that had pierced Suzayaha's chest. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her strength and forcefully extracted the spear from his body. With a sickening sound, a torrent of blood gushed forth, staining Aileen's garments crimson. Yet, she paid no heed to this, swiftly raising her hands once more to cast another spell of holy light. The sacred radiance morphed into a flurry of fluttering butterflies that danced around Suzayaha, showering him with glimmers of light. Ultimately, these luminous butterflies vanished into the ghastly wound upon his chest. Under the influence of the holy light, the grievous injury, which had once seemed fatal, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace, halting the flow of blood. Observing that Suzayaha's condition had stabilized for the time being, Aileen let out a sigh of relief. Beads of perspiration dotted her exquisite face as she tiredly inquired, "What on earth happened to you to incur such grievous wounds?" Suzayaha gently touched the area that had once been a mortal wound, disbelief etched across his features. Upon hearing Aileen's question, he appeared to suddenly recall something dreadful. His previously relaxed expression transformed into one of sheer terror as he spoke hastily. "There is a traitor among our people." "What?" came the incredulous response. "That is impossible." "Who?" The revelation detonated within the group like a bombshell, eliciting gasps of shock and disbelief as they turned their eyes towards Suzayaha, eager for further clarification. Feeling the weight of their gazes upon him, Suzayaha's heart tightened, and he swallowed hard. Taking a deep breath, his voice emerged hoarse. "I could not see the person's face clearly, but I did see a figure in black robes within the territory of the undead. Showing utmost deference to the leader of the undead, Bloodstitch. He was muttering something about transforming into the undead." Yingchen, upon hearing this, resembled an enraged lion as he stepped forward, closing the distance to Suzayaha with wide, glaring eyes. "Are you certain that black-robed figure was human?" Suzayaha stood his ground, nodding emphatically. "I can guarantee it, for my innate ability is identity recognition. In my eyes, different races emit different hues of light. Humans are red, while the undead are white. That black-robed figure emitted a clear red light. I could not be mistaken." Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a voice suddenly rose, demanding, "Who inflicted these injuries upon you? Was it that black-robed figure or the undead?" Suzayaha paused, lowering his head, deep in thought as he tried to recall the events. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, uncertainty lacing his voice. "I cannot be certain. At the time, I was solely focused on fleeing. The attacks came from behind, and I had no idea who struck." The voice pressed on, more aggressive now. "So, it is possible that it was the black-robed figure's doing?" Suzayaha's expression flickered with confusion, and he mechanically nodded. Yingchen scanned the crowd, searching for the source of the voice. The speaker was a rugged man clad in leather armor, his demeanor somewhat sinister. Yingchen recognized him as one of those he had rescued from the resurrection stone altar. At that time, the man had even offered him a purple piece of equipment as a ransom for his life, and he remembered the name, Meng Xiangrui. Noticing Yingchen's gaze, Meng Xiangrui shed the obsequiousness he had previously displayed at the altar. Instead, he strode confidently to the forefront of the group, his voice booming. "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe I may have discerned who the traitor is." His proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting a fervor of speculation and noise. Meng Xiangrui, observing the bewilderment on their faces, smiled with satisfaction, continuing, "Let us ponder who gathered us together. All eyes turned in unison to Yingchen, their expressions now rife with skepticism. Our gathering as humans must be a momentous occasion for the undead, wouldn't you agree? Meng Xiangrui's voice grew more fervent. Within the crowd, whispers began to circulate, and glances toward Yingchen became increasingly complex, filled with suspicion, wariness, and even a hint of animosity. Meng Xiangrui reveled in the crowd's reaction, an inner smirk forming as he raised his voice further. Indeed, I posit that this traitor is none other than Yingchen. Many in attendance were aware that Yingchen was a necromancer, inherently connected to those undead beings, and it was plausible that he had been colluding with them all along. Furthermore, it was likely that several among them, like himself, had come from the Resurrection Stone altar. Recall, when Yingchen threatened us for our treasures in exchange for our lives, did he not wield a bone spear? That very spear capable of piercing Su Zaiha's chest? His words detonated like thunder among the assembly, as expressions of horror, anger, and doubt swept across their faces. Su Zaiha whirled around, fixing a furious stare on Yingchen. His fists clenched, rage boiling within him. A sigh escaped Yingchen's lips, tinged with resignation and a hint of melancholy. Ever since he had recognized Meng Xiangrui as the one who had aimed to seize the Resurrection Stone from him, he had suspected this individual would attempt to sully his name. True to form, Meng Xiangrui did not disappoint. His accusations were swift, precise, and presented with a semblance of logic that made them all the more believable. Yingchen's gaze swept over the crowd, taking in the anger and skepticism etched on their faces. With a solemn expression, he spoke coldly. I am not the traitor. Believe it or not, that is your prerogative. As for Meng Xiangrui's claims, they are entirely subjective conjectures, devoid of any substantiated evidence. The innocent shall prevail. I, Yingchen, stand firmly in my integrity. With a clear conscience, Ling Wei, having recovered from her shock, swiftly moved to Yingchen's side, her petite frame standing tall. I believe in him. He could never be a traitor. The crowd, witnessing someone come forward to vouch for Yingchen, found their previously unwavering confidence now tinged with uncertainty. Among them, by Yingchen, who had also harbored designs on the Resurrection Stone, scoffed derisively, pointing at Ling Wei with a sharp, piercing voice. It was you standing behind Yingchen, supporting him in coercing us to surrender our treasures for a chance at survival. Perhaps you and he are both traitors. Do you think your testimony can absolve him of suspicion? Ling Wei's eyes widened in astonishment as she fixed a furious glare upon Bai Yingchen, her voice brimming with indignation. You are the true traitor, and your entire family are traitors as well. You possess no evidence. On what grounds do you slander Yingchen as a traitor? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, their shouts crashing like waves. I believe what Brother Meng has said is entirely accurate. This traitor must be Yingchen. What kind of coincidence could possibly account for this? Both being necromancers, both adept at bone spears. Moreover, Yingchen has yet to clarify what this so-called secret technique of his entails. He merely summoned us here with empty words. Indeed, he must be the traitor. There can be no other. Eliminate him. Eradicate this traitor. Avenge our fallen comrades of the human race. Yingchen furrowed his brow, surveying the enraged crowd, a cold smile playing on his lips. He raised his hand, and a bone spear, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, shot forth, piercing Meng Xiangrui's chest with precision. Meng Xiangrui, who had been passionately raising his arm and rallying the crowd, was suddenly struck by a flash of white light akin to a lightning bolt. Instantly, a searing agony erupted from his chest. The color drained from his face, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down at the bone spear embedded in his torso. Trembling, he raised a hand to point at Yingchen, seemingly unable to fathom that Yingchen would dare to act so boldly in front of everyone. Why you? His lips moved, uttering 2 words before he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength, gasping for breath. Within moments, he fell silent. Yingchen stepped forward slowly, his gaze sharp as it swept across the faces of the crowd. Is this what you refer to as a bone spear? It was only then that the crowd snapped back to reality from the sudden turn of events. Yang Kuan, unable to contain his fury, thundered, Yingchen, you are indeed a traitor. What audacity to commit murder before us. Upon hearing this, Yingchen casually dug at his ear with his pinky, displaying evident impatience. I truly do not wish to waste breath on you, a brute with brawn but little wit. With that, his gaze shifted to Wang Yi, raising his chin slightly. He inquired with an air of nonchalance, what is your perspective on this matter? Wang Yi, upon being posed with the question by Yingchen, furrowed his brow tightly. Throughout his time in the trial grounds, his naturally easygoing demeanor had allowed him to remain calm even in the face of life and death. However, at this moment, he felt the gravity of the situation weigh heavily upon him for the first time. He lowered his head in contemplation, his voice tinged with conflict. Brother Mo, while there is currently no direct evidence, the circumstances do place you under a degree of suspicion. Everything is just too coincidental. After a brief pause, he continued, how about this? You shall accompany me to the cave for the time being, until we ascertain the truth and reach a conclusion. Yingchen erupted into laughter, his voice laced with derision. So you wish to confine me under close surveillance? Wang Yi's expression turned serious, his tone grave. It is not surveillance. It is merely a necessary precaution until the truth is revealed. Rest assured, Brother Mo, once the matter is resolved and it is proven that you are not a traitor, I shall personally come to the cave to apologize. Listening to Wang Yi's words, Yingchen could not help but shake his head. There is no need. Since you do not trust me, why should I remain here to be humiliated? Let us part ways. With that, Yingchen turned to leave. However, the furious crowd was unwilling to let him depart so easily. Each face twisted in rage, their eyes burning with a ferocious fire, as though they wished to consume Yingchen whole. He cannot be allowed to leave. Let him pay in blood for blood. Avenge our fallen brothers. One voice screamed, sharp as a blade, cutting through the heavy atmosphere. Indeed, Brother Kuan, you must deliver justice for us. My brother met a tragic end in this Tianxiong mountain. Yingchen, this traitor, must be behind it all, instigating the chaos. Another voice trembled with emotion, tears streaming down, filled with deep-seated hatred. Brother Kuan, kill him. Brother Kuan, kill him. The shouts rose and fell like a tide within the valley, deafening in their intensity. Chapter 96. Invincible among peers? Bah. The voices of the crowd gradually unified, coalescing into a torrent aimed squarely at Yingchen, as if to engulf him entirely. Yang Kuan, upon hearing the clamor, couldn't help but smirk maliciously. As he twisted his neck, producing ominous cracking sounds, he strode toward Yingchen. Ever since Yingchen had arrived, Yang Kuan had harbored dissatisfaction. Now at last, the opportunity to strike had presented itself, and he could do so with justifiable cause. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his eyes as his muscles coiled, veins bulging. With a sudden surge of power, the earth trembled beneath his feet as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, surrounded by a tangible aura of energy. This was the sacred technique of the archaic heaven, the celestial aura shield. The aura swirled around him, capable of transforming into an unyielding spear to enhance his offensive capabilities or coalesce into an impregnable shield for defense. Furthermore, this aura, which relentlessly sliced through the air, possessed an innate ability to counterattack, rendering it exceedingly formidable. Clenching his right fist, the aura coiled around it, imbued with the force to shatter mountains. Accompanied by a sharp sound that sliced through the air, aimed directly at Yingchen. Faced with this onslaught, Yingchen narrowed his eyes, his countenance remaining unchanged. He casually waved his hand, summoning a blood-colored skeleton that materialized before him. Dali, wielding a sinister, otherworldly long knife, immediately engaged in combat. Clang! The clash of metal echoed through the air, reverberating painfully in the ears of all present. Dali's enchanted blade effortlessly cleaved through Yang Kuan's mighty punch, leaving a grievous wound upon his chest. With a thunderous crash, Yang Kuan's massive frame was sent hurtling backward like a marionette with severed strings, colliding violently with the mountainside and sending debris flying. Struggling to rise, he suddenly coughed up blood, fragments of internal organs mingling with the crimson fluid. Yang Kuan looked up, disbelief etched across his face as he fixated on the blood-colored figure before him. How is this possible? A skeleton? Having grown up in the archaic heaven, revered as the young master of the next generation, Yang Kuan had always held the belief of being invincible among his peers. Even if someone could contend with him, it was merely a contest. He had never tasted defeat within his rank. But now, a mere necromancer's summoned skeleton had severely wounded him with a single strike, especially when he had activated his celestial aura shield. His voice trembled. This cannot be. Yingchen, upon hearing this, glanced at Yang Kuan, surprised to see he was still alive. A flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. The defenses of the archaic heaven were indeed formidable, capable of withstanding Dali's strike without resulting in death. Scanning the entire scene, his voice turned as frigid as frost. Now, I wish to depart. Who else wishes to impede my exit? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, so quiet one could hear a pin drop. The crowd stood in stunned silence, not daring to breathe. What a ludicrous notion. Yang Kuan was the strongest combat force among them. His aura was undeniably overwhelming. Previously, during battles with those undead creatures, Yang Kuan had merely needed to activate his aura to disregard any attacks aimed at him. All assaults directed towards him had failed to penetrate that layer of aura, causing him no harm whatsoever. Yet now, even Yang Kuan's prideful celestial aura shield had been shattered. That was the very foundation of the archaic heaven, the ultimate skill of their sect. The same tier of cultivation, yet so effortlessly defeated. Moreover, the one who broke through this aura was merely a skeleton? At that moment, Yang Kuan lay gravely wounded, spewing blood. Who would dare to speak against Yingchen? Who would dare to be the first to act? Seeing no one dare to utter a word, Yingchen cast a glance at Wang Yi beside him. The usually languid expression on Wang Yi's face was now etched with a complex array of emotions. He slightly inclined his head, his gaze shifting to the ever-present Ling Wei, and the once austere lines of his face softened in an instant. His voice became gentle. Let us depart. It appears I am not welcomed here. A faint blush graced Ling Wei's cheeks, akin to a bud poised to bloom, as she nodded softly, her voice delicate as a feather brushing against heartstrings. All right. The silhouettes of the two gradually receded, vanishing from the sight of the gathered crowd. Eileen swiftly approached Yingchen, gathering a sphere of gentle, sacred light in her hands. She waved it lightly, and the divine radiance cascaded upon Yingchen, nurturing his injured body. Once Yingchen's wounds stabilized, their gazes met in the air, each reflecting the other's astonishment and regret. Could such formidable power truly belong to that scorned traitor? What could he possibly gain from his betrayal? The skeletal figure he summoned had inflicted severe injury upon Yingchen, the strongest in defense among them, with a mere strike. If he had truly intended it, he could easily have slaughtered everyone present. It would merely be a matter of time. In stark contrast to the complex emotions of the two, the surrounding crowd had not pondered deeply. What pretense? No matter how powerful he may be, Yingchen is merely a traitor, a disgrace. They exclaimed. Indeed, with such immense strength, he must have engaged in some unspeakable dealings with the undead clan. Otherwise, how could he possibly reach such heights? I suspect that the skeletal figure we witnessed was perhaps a ruse conjured by the undead clan. A voice suddenly chimed in, laced with speculation. After all, the undead clan possesses their own skeletal faction, resembling the summoned creatures of necromancers, which we mere outsiders cannot discern. Quite insightful. Brother, your analysis is astute. Another added. Does this not further substantiate that Yingchen is indeed a traitor? The crowd nodded in agreement, as if they had uncovered the perfect explanation. Yingchen and Eileen, who had initially been merely shocked, found their astonishment gradually transforming into confusion as they listened to the multitude's discussions. Could the undead clan really disguise themselves as summoned entities? This notion did not seem entirely implausible. Having departed from the Longxiang Valley, Yingchen, accompanied by Ling Wei, stood at the foot of a towering mountain. His gaze roamed before finally resting upon a spot midway up the slope. There, the view was expansive. The mountains cloaked in indigo hues, shrouded in mist, presenting a picturesque scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. A subtle smile graced his lips as a plan began to take shape in his mind. That place would be their temporary refuge. Although, with Yingchen's current strength, escaping from Tianxiong Mountain would be effortless. Would he truly leave? Naturally not. He had yet to witness with his own eyes the ultimate fate of those who had slandered and vilified him. How could he easily abandon this territory? The two walked side by side, embarking on the path leading to the mountainside. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered that this tranquil locale had been overtaken by the undead, transformed into their gathering place. Words were unnecessary, only battle remained. With a swift motion of his arm, countless skeletal warriors emerged in response to his call. The sound of clattering bones reverberated as they stumbled forth, colliding with the advancing horde of the undead, the cacophony of battle resounding through the air. Yet, the situation was far from promising. The skeletal warriors began to exhibit signs of decline. Observing this, Yingchen shook his head in resignation.